In the realm of the 3,000 divine domains, in the heart of Zhongzhou, lies the domain of the Changshengli clan, specifically within the confines of the servant quarters. Chun Changa, focus on chopping wood and cease your incessant glances around. Your body has already been sold to the Li clan, accept your fate. A burly man, wielding a horsewhip, relentlessly struck the boy. Understood. The youth, albeit trembling, wielded his axe and continued to chop the firewood. Fatigue was evident in his eyes, having reached a state of numbness. After toiling for 3 hours, he finally dragged his weary form back to the humble thatched hut. Lying upon the coarse straw mat, he found himself at a loss for words. As a transmigrator from Blue Star, Chun Changa had arrived in this fantastical world with a sense of hopeful naivety, believing that even without a system, his innate talents would be extraordinary, or, at the very least, he would encounter fortuitous opportunities. He envisioned soaring to great heights, conquering an era, and ultimately becoming an esteemed ancestor. However, 3 years had passed, and the anticipated fortune had yet to materialize. But that is not entirely accurate. His cultivation aptitude was indeed commendable, as he possessed the supreme bone. In this realm, the supreme bone is regarded as the hallmark of a sage's potential, promising great achievements for its bearer. Yet, he found himself merely a lowly commoner, fully aware of the peril that comes with possessing such a treasure. When his aptitude manifested, divine light radiated within a 100-mile radius, attracting the attention of numerous formidable figures eager to seize his bones. With his life hanging by a thread, the patriarch of the Changshengli clan appeared, extending an olive branch to him. The patriarch promised that if Chun Changa were to become a servant of the Li clan and, upon reaching maturity, offer his supreme bone to the younger generation of the Li clan, his life would be spared. Faced with a life-or-death situation, despite the coercive undertones, it was still a preferable fate compared to imminent death. Reluctantly, Chun Changa acquiesced to the patriarch's demands. To serve as a slave, even if it meant death, meant that his life would belong to the Changshengli clan. In truth, after joining the Li clan, there were numerous occasions when he contemplated ending his own life. Yet the skills of a cultivator are formidable, rendering even the pursuit of death an unattainable endeavor. Frustrated by his repeated failures, the Li clan, unwilling to harbor a useless individual, assigned a steward to ensure he chopped wood daily, draining his energy to prevent him from seeking an end to his existence. My life is truly lamentable, is a disgrace to the predecessors of transmigrators. Recalling the novels he had read during his high school days, Chun Changa sighed in resignation. What of binding systems? What of defying the heavens? All mere fabrications. The trillion critical hit system has been successfully bound. Shall the master claim the invincible novice gift pack? Meanwhile, within the opulent palace of the Changshengli clan, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, each jade tile beneath one's feet could purchase the lives of millions of mortals. Yet, in a mere quarter of an hour, as if sensing something, these precious treasures began to dissipate, their stored spiritual energy flowing into the palace. Presenting oneself before the divine maiden. My daughter, you have finally concluded your seclusion. I have prepared a gift for you. Several esteemed elders of the clan regarded the young maiden upon the high platform with reverence. She was none other than the most formidable member of the younger generation of the Changshengli clan. At the tender age of 18, she had persistently transcended 3 realms. Now, she stood as a mighty figure in the transformation into Dragon Realm, a power capable of rivaling the progeny of the sacred lands. She was not only the divine maiden of the Changshengli clan, but also one of the few eligible to contend for the title of emperor in the future. I have met with several elders and the clan leader. As the maiden took a step forward, her eyes shimmered as if the sun and moon were embedded within them. Her aura was resplendent, and behind her, an extraordinary image of both the sun and moon appeared, shining brilliantly. Yet, on her exquisitely beautiful yet icy visage, a hint of complexity surfaced at this moment. Have I returned to 50,000 years ago? Li Nan, adorned in a purple robe, gazed towards the door, her expression grave. She sensed that her current cultivation was merely at the transformation into Dragon Realm, observing her deceased father and the elders smiling warmly at her. In that instant, she finally confirmed that she had indeed been reborn. Indeed, that it was a true rebirth. Though the circumstances remained a mystery, in her previous life, she had ascended to the realm of emperors. The world hailed her as the Chongqing Empress. Her power could suppress an entire era. However, at the pinnacle of her glory, a young man emerged. He possessed an unusual path to enlightenment, emanating an aura of supreme bones. At merely a glance, she was engulfed in profound despair. This individual was Chun Chang'e. In his youth, he had been enslaved within the Chongqing clan. Upon reaching adulthood, she had deprived him of his supreme bones. For 5 millennia, he had harbored resentment, and unbeknownst to her, had cultivated some devouring technique, sacrificing to the heavens, leading to the destruction of the Chongqing clan, culminating in a final confrontation in the heavenly realm. She was defeated. From that point onward, chaos engulfed the world. The youth, using the lives of countless beings as sustenance, killed her and began to devour the very fabric of existence. The 3,000 divine domains were obliterated, her pupils constricted, and Li Nannan, filled with trepidation, glanced at her father. What gift? Ha ha. 3 years ago, during your seclusion, I, your father, sought opportunities and fortuitously encountered a youth possessing supreme bones. His potential was commendable, yet alas, he was not of the Chongqing clan. Did you bring him back to the Li clan and keep him as a slave for 3 years? Li Nannan inhaled sharply. In 12 hours, he shall turn 18, and the quality of his supreme bones shall be at its peak upon reaching adulthood. Our divine maiden of the Chongqing clan possesses innate dual pupils, inherently a mark of a tyrant's potential. If coupled with the supreme bones, she shall indeed embody the essence of a sage. With both aids, the holy sons and daughters shall surely be no match for you. The Chongqing clan shall undoubtedly flourish. Li Dai spoke with warmth and enthusiasm, his words flowing like a river. He regarded his daughter as the rightful divine maiden of the Li clan. The dual pupils were emblematic of a tyrant's potential, and with the addition of the so-called sage's supreme bones, it would undoubtedly be a splendid enhancement. Who could possibly rival her? Supreme bones? Li Nannan was momentarily taken aback. As an empress, she could hardly afford to display any signs of fear. Yet the young man who had emerged after 50,000 years was so overwhelmingly powerful that it left her feeling somewhat lacking in confidence. Father, may I refuse? Upon her utterance, the room fell into silence. Several elders exchanged glances, uncertain of the thoughts swirling within the mind of the longevity goddess. In times past, she would never have overlooked any method to enhance their foundation. Her current refusal was, indeed, peculiar. Why? Li Dai inquired, momentarily stunned and filled with suspicion. To strip him of his supreme bone would be excessively cruel. Li Nannan hesitated, grappling for an adequate excuse that never materialized. My daughter, you are the longevity goddess of the Li clan. You bear the weight of our lineage's prosperity. At times, necessary sacrifices must be made. He is not one of our long-life Li clan. Taking his supreme bone is a privilege for him. Li Dai replied nonchalantly, emphasizing that significant undertakings should not be mired in trivialities. The young man had already been enslaved for 3 years. Releasing him now would surely breed resentment. Furthermore, failing to seize the supreme bone would be a regrettable loss. The surprise he had meticulously prepared would be in vain if his daughter chose not to claim it, leaving him unsettled and arousing gossip within the vast long-life Li clan. Very well, I shall see him. After a moment's hesitation, Li Nannan nodded, her refusal dissipating. She realized she had left a psychological shadow upon herself. Otherwise, she would not be so resistant. In her previous life, lacking the supreme bone had hindered her ascent to the throne of the emperor. This individual was merely an ordinary man now. If animosity truly arose, it would be simple enough to eliminate him, thus averting a disastrous fate 50,000 years hence. This realm comprises 12 major stages: Fate Wheel, Spirit Nurturing, Dragon Transformation, Rainbow Bridge, Cave Heaven, Divine Communication, Enlightenment, Ascension, Mighty, Quasi-Saint, Saint, Emperor Realm. Each stage is further divided into 9 tiers. Chapter 2. The Divine Maiden asks, do you wish to take a wife? The system? Chun Chang'e was bewildered. After 3 years of absence, he was on the verge of losing his composure, and just as the Supreme Bone seemed destined to be dismantled, the system made its appearance. Was this mere coincidence? Indeed. After a moment of hesitation, he promptly claimed the novice gift pack. Absurd. The system had finally manifested, and he needed to seize this opportunity. The Supreme Bone could not be compromised. It was his sole reliance at present. If he could embark on the path of cultivation, all would be well again. Reporting to the master. Invincible Novice Gift Pack. 1 billion-fold investment return card. System function. Upon investing in a target, there exists a probability of triggering a billion-fold return. So it is an investment return? And it can even deliver critical hits. A truly lucrative opportunity. Chimichanga blinked, realizing that this system was no mere trifle. It seemed his Supreme Bone was indeed in peril. Reporting to the master. The system detects that the investment return target is within 100 miles. You must seek it out yourself. A binding target with restrictions? Chimichanga paused, gazing at the resplendent system interface. No, my friend. As a mere servant, whom am I to bind? And within 100 miles? This was the Chongshengli clan. There were countless servants, over 1 million, to choose from. If he selected one by one, let alone the Supreme Bone, he might end up with nothing but bones. Reporting to the master, the system detects that the investment return target has appeared within 10 miles. As Chimichanga grappled with his frustrations, someone knocked at the door of his thatched cottage. Has it shrunk to 10 kilometers? His pupils constricted, and a bold thought emerged. In fact, during his 3 years as a servant in the Chongshengli clan, he had overheard discussions about himself. The so-called Chongsheng Divine Maiden had deemed him merely a tool for nurturing her bones. In a mere 3 years, once the Chongsheng Divine Maiden concluded her seclusion, his value would vanish. The Supreme Bone would be stripped away, rendering him a useless husk, destined for a miserable demise. Could it be that she had come? Chimichanga's throat went dry. Binding target detected. Shall the master bind immediately? Bind. Nickname: Li Nanan. Status: Chongsheng Divine Maiden, reborn empress, possessor of tyrannical qualities. Favored by fortune, child of destiny. Physique: Chongsheng bloodline, naturally born double pupils. Cultivation method: Chongsheng Sutra, Tianfeng Scarlet Art, divine ability, mastery of all laws. Emperor's Path, fortune trajectory, available for review post-investment return. Gazing at the characters displayed outside the door, Chimichanga was nearly blinded by the brilliance. Yet, upon discerning the details, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. How extraordinary! Not only was she of tyrannical nature, but she was also a reborn empress. Furthermore, she was the child of destiny, favored by fortune, along with the title of Chongsheng Divine Maiden. The reborn seer unexpectedly turns out to be the target of investment returns. Splendid. I am destined for greatness. I had intended to extract the Supreme Bone for her anyway. Now, with the current momentum, after bestowing the Supreme Bone, how exhilarating would a billion-fold return on investment be? Surely, I would not ascend to immortality on the spot, would I? I refuse to remain a servant. I aspire to become an immortal. A faint smile graced Chimichanga's lips. 3 years of servitude is indeed lamentable, yet soaring to the heavens is far more enchanting. I yearn for progress. The subordinates have witnessed the immortal goddess. They bowed before her. The clan leader and elders appeared. The slaves, caught off guard in the corner, promptly knelt down. Someone shouted, "Immortal goddess!" At this, not only the ordinary servants, but even the disciples of the Chongshengli clan fell to their knees, gazing in adoration at the woman ahead. She was extraordinarily beautiful, exuding an air of cold dominance, while behind her, the magnificent imagery of the sun and moon unfolded. Truly, she is the immortal goddess. The cheers rose higher and higher, creating a tremendous commotion. Enough. There is no need for such displays. You may resume your duties. Do not disturb the immortal goddess. Li Dai, the clan leader of the Chongshengli clan, spoke with authority, waving his hand, and the servants and disciples receded respectfully, like a receding tide. With some attendants humbly stepping forward. Esteemed elders, immortal goddess, why have you come here? Do you wish to procure the Supreme Bone? Indeed. Li Chong has stroked his beard. Though we have 12 hours, it requires meticulous preparation to extract a Supreme Bone from a mortal. We must ensure it is taken at the peak of its potency. The attendant humbly reminded him. The preparations will indeed take 12 hours. You may withdraw. I wish to speak with the goddess regarding this servant. Understood. The attendant withdrew, casting a sympathetic glance at the simple hut ahead. After today, A servant devoid of value would be no better than a stray dog. Once the supreme bone is extracted, this person is certain to meet his demise. Li Nannan spoke little, but gazed intently at the hut. 50,000 years ago, she had first encountered him here. At that time, she had thought little of it, considering him merely a vessel for the supreme bone. What harm could come from extracting his supreme bone? A mere servant could not oppose her. Yet, 50,000 years later, she realized her grave error. In this new life, she could not afford to squander her second chance. In her previous life, she had used him and then discarded him, undoubtedly leaving behind a seed of resentment. This time, perhaps she could atone more profoundly. Li Nannan murmured softly, pressing her jade hand against the door. Creak. The hut was exceedingly simple, with walls made of mud and a grass mat serving as a bed. The young man lay in the corner, head bowed, his gaze vacant. His cheeks were smeared with mud, rendering him rather unkempt. Yet, amidst the dirt, his handsome features could still be discerned. Had he not been a servant, he would surely be a striking young man. Here we meet again, Li Nannan murmured softly, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Chimichanga was overjoyed to see the principal figure he was bound to. Despite the fact that this individual was a reincarnator, he bore no grudges against Chun, and thus, he believed he wouldn't meet a grim fate at their hands. Presenting his supreme bone, he anticipated an astronomical return on investment, envisioning an ascension into the heavens. Greetings, esteemed ones. I have come to serve, Chimichanga fervently bowed, his head knocking against the ground. However, prior to showcasing the supreme bone, he needed to maintain his composure. He could not afford to reveal any semblance of overconfidence. As a mere mortal, it was entirely plausible that should he offend, his life could be forfeit. Born into humble beginnings was not a disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt was the mark of a true man. In the future, once he attained immortality, he would exact vengeance upon those who wronged him. Chimichanga clenched his teeth, but the next words from his counterpart left him utterly dumbfounded. From now on, you need not work. He was taken aback. Did this mean that after unearthing the supreme bone, he was to be slain? You have just come of age, and I presume you have yet to marry? Li Nannan's gaze was sincere, imbued with concern, guilt, and a multitude of intricate emotions. This left Chimichanga, who had been preparing to perform, utterly bewildered. What did she mean? Do you wish to take a wife? The words of the celestial maiden were indeed unexpected. Chimichanga stood there in shock, staring incredulously at her. What did this imply? Was it possible she had taken a liking to him? It wasn't he just him. Beside him, Li Dai and several clan elders were equally astonished, staring at Li Nannan in disbelief, pondering her true intentions. Please do not misunderstand. Our Chongqingli clan is not driven solely by profit. As you are one of us, it is only natural to arrange for your land and to marry and bear children, Li Nannan stated with an unwavering demeanor, exuding a commanding presence. She was determined to acquire the supreme bone, for it was essential to suppress her adversaries and penetrate the imperial realm. The foremost concern was how to placate this individual and prevent a repeat of the past, where the Chongqingli clan was obliterated and she was killed on the spot. Marry a wife? Chimichanga hesitated for a moment before ultimately delivering a cold laugh. What a cunning scheme, truly befitting of a reincarnator. For cultivators, becoming ensnared in matters of affection is most perilous. Is your intention to sever my path of cultivation? To preclude my potential vengeance against you in the future? Indeed, marrying and having children is quite normal, Li Nannan affirmed with a nod, her expression icy. I shall not marry, for I am still young. I appreciate your kind intentions. Esteemed one, Chimichanga replied with a bittersweet smile, resigned. As a servant, should I take a wife, my offspring would also be bound to servitude. In that case, it would be better to end my lineage entirely. What a ruthless man. Li Nannan's pupils constricted, taken aback by his response. You refuse marriage and land. What is it that you truly desire? Li Dai furrowed his brow, finally comprehending his daughter's intentions. It appeared that she was too kind-hearted. Aware that dismantling the supreme bone would undoubtedly inflict immense pain upon him, hence her eagerness to offer compensation. I am but a servant of the Chongqingli clan. My life belongs to the esteemed ones, and I seek nothing. Chimichanga let out a bitter laugh. Very well. I have seen you before and must have mentioned my intention to take you in, for I covet your supreme bone, which I shall surely dismantle upon your maturity. Li Dai cast a glance at Chimichanga. Surely, you have not forgotten? Li Dai's imposing presence washed over Chimichanga, rendering his complexion pale. Reporting to the clan leader. I do not forget. Chunchanga glanced at Li Nannan. To bestow the supreme bone upon the Changxing goddess would be an immense honor for me. 3 years of nurturing the bone, all for this day. Chunchanga murmured softly. Very well, you are commendable. Li Dai chose not to elaborate, shifting his gaze towards Li Nannan. Nannan, he is willing. For your father to spare his life is a kindness bestowed upon him. If he does not repay, he is devoid of gratitude. The supreme bone, you may take it into your possession. At this juncture, Li Nannan found herself devoid of reasons to refuse, and indeed, she was in need of the supreme bone. Her double pupils revealed complexity, and she ultimately sighed. Very well, let this matter be arranged by father. 10 hours later, in the slave quarters, a grand platform was erected, adorned with resplendent hues and dazzling divine light. Spiritual energy overflowed incessantly. As the prominent figures of the Changxing Li clan gathered, the disciples, filled with envy and admiration, gazed upon the woman atop the platform. The Changxing goddess, not only their pride, but also that of the Changxing Li clan, an entity capable of rivaling the great sanctuaries of cultivation in contemporary times. At last, the servant has reached adulthood, a day long awaited. The Changxing goddess, possessing double pupils and a regal demeanor, would undoubtedly become invincible upon integrating the supreme bone. Who could possibly contest her? The Changxing Li clan shall reach unparalleled heights. The elders murmured excitedly, their gazes fixed upon the figure on the platform. Do not blame me. It is the tide of destiny, and I cannot refuse, Li Nannan explained softly. I understand. My supreme bone bestowed upon the goddess is indeed a worthy exchange. Chunchanga suppressed his excitement, responding with a composed demeanor. It has arrived. It is finally upon us. A billionfold critical strike. Will my gift of the supreme bone allow me to ascend to the heavens in broad daylight? Meanwhile, Li Dai, bearing the decree of the sage, transformed into a radiant rainbow as he made his way to the ancestral hall. I implore the ancestor to emerge, strip Chunchanga of his supreme bone, and bestow it upon Li Nannan. Henceforth, the Changxing Li clan shall produce an emperor of great potential. In the ancestral grounds of the Li clan, a fervent excitement flickered in Li Dai's eyes as he wielded the sage's decree, his presence thunderous. Very well. A calm voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The elder, residing in the ancestral hall, began to step out slowly. An aura of decay enveloped him, for he had aged to an extreme. Yet, his formidable presence shook the heavens. Upon his emergence, the world quaked, and divine light radiated in abundance. A sage. A true sage. The elders widened their eyes, engulfed in disbelief, unable to fathom that they would witness the venerable sage ancestor in their lifetime. Rise. The elder, though gaunt, possessed an exceptional bone structure, exuding an innate elegance. His withered silhouette bore an unexpected grace. It is not difficult to imagine that the elder was once a dashing youth, adorned in splendid attire and brimming with vigor. Indeed, Li Dai respectfully rose, holding the imperial decree beside him. A fine candidate had been discovered, regrettably. His humble origins rendered him unable to access the revered path despite possessing the essence of greatness. It is a pity for the sage. In the outside world, such a fate would be akin to death. Fortune has favored the Changxing Li clan. Your destiny is indeed fortunate. With a single step, the venerable sage vanished, only to reappear atop the altar in an instant. He extended his decayed hand to grasp Chunchanga's right shoulder, and then reached out with his left. In midair, a formation, set for 10 cycles of time, manifested, forcibly gathering the spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around, striving to preserve the purity of the supreme essence and maintain its potency. He bore through the pain. The sage's hand delved into Chunchanga's abdomen, forcefully tightening around the ribs. With a twist, a sharp crack resounded. Chunchanga's eyes widened as he felt an excruciating agony. The supreme essence thrashed within, unleashing a display of divine power in the air. Yet, to the sage, such a struggle was nothing short of a jest. Gradually, the rib was extracted, revealing the embedded inscriptions that appeared as if they were born of nature itself. The entire structure radiated a resplendent gold, layers of brilliance emerging forth. The supreme essence, I beheld it once more. Li Nannan's gaze remained tranquil as she regarded the entity that had accompanied her for 50 millennia. Take it, the sage commanded, casting the supreme essence into her delicate form. A surge of vitality coursed through Li Nannan. The divine power of the supreme essence exhilarated her, causing her momentum to swell, as if she were on the brink of another breakthrough. Do not disturb me unless necessary. After resolving the matter, the sage stepped forth, leaving no trace behind. Congratulations, master. You have altered the trajectory of the target's life, achieving a successful investment, triggering a billion-fold return. Investment target, Li Nan, billion-fold critical return, Supreme Celestial Bone. The uniqueness of the Supreme Celestial Bone has been detected. Would the master like to fuse immediately? I shall enter seclusion. Do you truly have no requests? Having obtained the Supreme Essence, Li Nan was in high spirits, sensing an imminent breakthrough. She turned her gaze towards Chunchanga, determined to make amends to prevent any resentment. There are indeed requests. Alas, the goddess cannot acquiesce. Chunchanga looked at her, his eyes reflecting joy. Nevertheless, Li Nan pondered before adding, within the Chongshengli clan, there is nothing I cannot accept. Let us discuss this matter after my seclusion. For now, I have but one request, to embark on the path of cultivation. Chunchanga spoke softly. He had intended to express his desire to share in the goddess's grace, yet the words faltered at the precipice of his lips. As a mere mortal, should he voice such a longing, he would not only risk rejection, but might also face the wrath of the many Li clan disciples present, who could swiftly reduce him to mere pulp. Very well. Henceforth, you shall no longer be a mere servant of the Li clan. Should you require guidance in your cultivation, speak to my father. I shall enter seclusion for 10 days. Afterward, feel free to voice any requests. Li Nan nodded, her expression brightening as she prepared to depart. Chapter 4. The Eye of the Deity, the hidden dragon in sleep in the dilapidated district, though it served as a gathering place for servants. The Chongshengli clan was affluent and imposing. In secret, numerous young members of the clan have been arranged to reside here as stewards. Tasked with overseeing the servants engaged in production, the stewards are required to cultivate their skills, and this place, a land of celestial blessings, offers ample opportunities for such practice. To the untrained eye, each abode appears as a mere ordinary residence, yet within lies a realm of wonder, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooms. Suffused with spiritual energy, the divine maiden of longevity has decreed that Chunchanga, who has offered his supreme essence, must be treated with utmost respect. Although some harbor discontent, none dare to defy her command, and thus a realm of celestial blessings has been designated for his residence. This very location shall serve as your sanctuary for cultivation. Designated as Room A1, be cautious not to enter the wrong door. Before Chunchanga stands a young woman with a cold demeanor, her gaze tinged with disdain as she regards him. He recognizes her as a steward from the shanty town. Currently, she possesses the potential for spiritual cultivation. Yet being from the main lineage of the Li family of longevity, she is not afforded the opportunity for training. Thus, she finds herself governing 100,000 servants. Despite her beauty and delicate demeanor, she is exceedingly materialistic and prideful. In her eyes, the servants are akin to mere insects, easily disposed of at her whim. As a mere servant himself, residing in the steward's realm of celestial blessings, she undoubtedly harbors contempt for him. Were it not for the divine maiden's insistence on treating others well, she might have already taken his life. A frown creases his brow as he senses a hint of danger. Nevertheless, he rises respectfully and bows, saying, "Thank you, Steward Li. I understand. Do not thank me. You should express your gratitude to the divine maiden. How fortunate you are, you dog-like servant," she retorts disdainfully, producing a silken pouch. "Here, you will find 9 pills of dietary abstinence, along with the foundational techniques of the Li family of longevity. I shan't explain further. Should you possess true aptitude for cultivation, you may directly practice them." Li Lushue, disinterested in further elaborating, prepares to leave but suddenly recalls something, turning back to add, "Should you lack the requisite talent, 9 days hence, once the pills are consumed, we shall escort you back to the mortal realm, perhaps to live as a wealthy gentleman. It would not be a complete injustice." With a derisive laugh, she transforms into a wisp of light and departs. Chunchanga offers a bitter smile, aware that she is targeting him. The divine maiden of longevity will not conclude her retreat for another 10 days, and with only 9 pills in his possession, it is evident she intends for him to exhaust them. If he fails to demonstrate cultivation aptitude, he will be expelled before her return. It seems many within the current Li family of longevity regard him as a thorn in their side. This does not bode well. Seated at the table, Chunchanga carefully stores the pills and picks up the jade slip before him. The longevity technique? After entering the path of cultivation, one may extend their lifespan by 500 years? Though it does not excel in martial prowess, this method is adept in the art of longevity. He nods, then cautiously surveys the realm of celestial blessings. Prior to his arrival, he had eavesdropped and learned that whatever transpires here remains hidden from the outside world. Perhaps he can now integrate the celestial essence. Congratulations, Master. The target's life trajectory has been altered. Investment successful, triggering a billion-fold return. Investment objective. Lean in upon detecting the uniqueness of the supreme immortal bone. The Master was prompted. Shall we proceed with the immediate fusion? Indeed. Chunchanga readily acquiesced, a faint smile gracing his lips. Commencing fusion of the supreme immortal bone. The fractured ribs began to emanate a golden radiance. A series of intricate symbols materialized, their brilliant light illuminating the cosmos, resonating with the profound sounds of the universe. Subsequently, lotus flowers and celestial palaces emerged, standing majestically in this ethereal realm. As the blessed ground resonated with celestial harmonies, Chunchanga experienced intense agony, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The transition from a mortal vessel to the essence of an immortal bone was a shocking phenomenon, one even difficult for saints to fathom. Fortunately, the torment was fleeting. The symbols and celestial structures contracted vigorously, transforming into strands of light that coalesced within his fractured ribs, allowing the broken bones to gradually regenerate, revealing themselves anew. Inscribed with unknown divine patterns, they radiated with brilliance, illuminating the entire blessed land. Time seemed to lose its meaning as Chunchanga, in astonishment, gazed at the divine patterns inscribed between his brows. The supreme immortal bone had successfully integrated within him, granting him innate divine abilities. My divine ability is the eye of the celestial god. With a swift gesture, an illusion manifested behind him, not a mere image but a figure resembling himself. Adorned in resplendent golden robes, exuding an air of authority and icy demeanor, a true youth of divine origin. This divine ability, in conjunction with his eye of the celestial god, enabled him to perceive the essence of all things and detect treasures of the earth. Most crucially, it served as a lethal weapon against demons, a devastating strike for the demon race. Indeed, splendid. Chunchanga exhaled wearily, yet soon felt a wave of dizziness as the eye of the celestial god projected forth, scorching the ground beneath him, the bricks disintegrating. He forcefully reined in his power, feeling an acute hunger arise. After all, he was still immortal, incapable of fully harnessing divine powers without consuming vital essence. If he depleted too much, failing to replenish with spiritual energy or sustenance, his life would be at stake. Chunchanga swiftly seized a fasting pill, swallowing it whole. Yet, hunger persisted, for a single fasting pill was insufficient to replenish his divine energy. He then consumed the remaining 8 fasting pills in rapid succession, washing them down with water, barely managing to ingest them. Only then did he begin to recover. His lost vitality restored, banishing the dizziness. Regaining his composure, he grasped a jade tablet before him, aligning it with his brow. Opened celestial eye. A brilliant golden light unfolded, and he instantly comprehended the stored techniques within. Longevity technique? How remarkably simple to grasp. Chunchanga settled into a meditative posture, fingers forming seals as he absorbed the spiritual energy of the cosmos. In an instant, he had entered the threshold of mastery. Within 3 days, he forcefully ascended from the 1st to the 9th stage of the life wheel, and the momentum showed no signs of abating. The mystical energy of this cave has been entirely depleted, leaving no time to replenish it. A subsequent breakthrough would lead to the gestation of spiritual essence. Chunchanga's eyes shimmered as if they contained the stars. Despite his tattered attire, resembling that of a servant, his aura had transformed. He now bore a strikingly handsome visage and a demeanor that was both austere and noble, akin to that of a young aristocrat. The spiritual energy here had vanished. Perhaps it was time to seek another location for further breakthroughs. Rising to his feet, Chunchanga gradually reigned in his imposing presence, employing the concealment technique from the longevity cultivation method to temporarily mask his cultivation level. Achieving 9 realms in just 3 days was excessively extraordinary, something even the longevity goddess could not accomplish. His own cultivation was not particularly high, and should his true abilities be exposed, he might attract unwanted attention. People might suspect him of possessing a second supreme bone, and he could very well find himself in dire straits. He had to exercise restraint. After concealing the divine patterns between his brows, he stepped out of the cave. Warning, Master, due to the alteration of the target's life trajectory. A grand banquet will take place here in 6 days, gathering numerous prodigies. The target will face setbacks. Please observe what transpires. Nickname: Li Nanan. Status: Longevity Goddess. Reborn Empress, endowed with dominance, favored by fortune, daughter of destiny. Physique: longevity bloodline. Innate twin pupils. Cultivation method: longevity scriptures. Celestial Phoenix Red technique. Divine abilities. Mastery of all laws. Emperor's path. Fortune direction. In 6 days, a conflict will arise with the spirit Phoenix young sage, leading to resentment, an ambush from a powerful being, and the loss of a great opportunity. Chapter 5. The arrogant young sage and the goddess's concerns in the slum district. Chimichanga gazed ahead at Li Lishua. His expression was indifferent as he extended his hand, stating, "I intend to head to the market district. The longevity goddess has likely conveyed that I have any requests. Please do not hesitate to voice them." "Very well," Li Lishua replied with disdain, casting a mocking smile. "You must have failed in your cultivation, have you not?" Still clinging to hope, she scrutinized Chimichanga before continuing. "Without the supreme bone, you are merely a lowly servant. It is one thing to be unwilling to accept your fate, but to seek further cultivation methods in the market district?" Li Lishua handed him something. "You are dreaming. Even if you acquire it, you cannot cultivate. Here are 30 spirit stones, sufficient for you to purchase cultivation methods or pills." After speaking, Li Lishua displayed an expression of admiration. "In 6 days, the spirit Phoenix young sage will be attending a banquet here. He is the true paragon, a genuine cultivator, a genius whom we practitioners admire. We shall witness his grandeur. I wonder which fortunate lady will wed him. Truly a stroke of luck." Chimichanga, uninterested in her further words, took the cloth pouch from her hands and departed. In the gathering place of servants, he often overheard gossip. Some were disciples of the Longevity Li clan. Others were former companions who had once been his fellow servants, all resenting his seemingly fortunate fate, believing that without the supreme bone, he would never rise again. The longevity goddess, though merciful, would not nurture one incapable of cultivation. Ultimately, she would cast him into the mundane world, without any background. The days targeted by the Li clan's descendants can be quite unbearable. In response, Chimichanga paid it no heed and proceeded towards the market district. The Chongqing Li clan boasts a lineage spanning millions of years, with a multitude of descendants numbering in the hundreds of thousands, supplemented by both main and branch lineages, along with 1 million servants, thus occupying an expansive territory, while the market district lies 50 miles beyond the shantytown. Fortunately, the designated direction of the blessed lands is no more than 5 miles from the market district. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chimichanga soon arrived. This area is where the Chongqing Li clan engages in trade with external practitioners. A diverse array of individuals can be found here, with many not belonging to the Li clan but renting stalls to sell elixirs or set up shops. The servants halted their steps. Upon seeing Chimichanga, who displayed no cultivation, the Li clan's cultivator stationed here frowned. His duty was to maintain order, forbidding any conflicts between servants and cultivators. "I am the one who offered my bone to the Chongqing divine maiden," Chimichanga stated confidently, having been stopped several times before and already possessing a well-rehearsed response. "Is it you?" The Li cultivator was taken aback, observing Chimichanga's lack of cultivation and his ragged attire, unable to suppress a sneer. "Without the supreme bone, your true self is laid bare, isn't it? Still not even at the threshold of cultivation. Our Chongqing Li clan's foundational cultivation method is the simplest of all. It seems you truly are a waste. Go on in. The divine maiden has decreed that you may enter wherever you wish." The cultivator waved dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Chimichanga, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he entered the market. Once inside, he neither purchased elixirs nor scrutinized the stalls. Instead, he made his way toward the rental area of the blessed lands. The market district hosts powerful individuals in need of cultivation. The blessed lands here are significantly superior to those in the shantytown. However, one must rent them with spirit stones. For instance, the blessed land he cultivated in the shantytown could be rented for 100 days with a single spirit stone. Currently, he possessed 30 spirit stones, allowing him to comfortably seek out a dragon transformation level blessed land. He rented it for 6 days at the cost of 30 spirit stones, enough time to facilitate breakthroughs across multiple realms. As Chimichanga stepped inside, his bones creaked incessantly, his shoulder blade split, and blood gushed forth. Fortunately, the Supreme Celestial Bone promptly filled in the gaps, continually mending his physical issues. After 6 days of cultivation here, he ought to be able to utilize the limitless potential of the Supreme Celestial Bone to break through to the dragon transformation realm. Chimichanga murmured to himself, taking a few sips of the medicinal wine gifted by others, before resuming his meditative practice. Meanwhile, news of his quest for a superior blessed land in the market district spread swiftly. The Li clan's descendants, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk in derision. As members of the Chongqing family, they were steeped in arrogance and naturally looked down upon servants. This fellow has no right to cultivate. He is merely fortunate to have survived within. If he were to perish inside, it would truly be a joke. In a few days, the young Saint Lingpeng shall arrive here. One cannot help but wonder if he will feel a sense of shame upon witnessing the true brilliance of the prodigies. That is the essence of genuine talent. Such remarks have persisted for 6 days. Even the servants occasionally mocked Chimichanga, deeming him a pitiable figure. Bereft of the supreme bone, driven to madness by his aspirations for cultivation. On that very day, the Li clan of longevity gathered numerous disciples, alongside many prodigies from various sects and the offspring of saintly families. The rationale behind this assembly was the pride of the older generation, who, upon witnessing their descendants mastering divine abilities, expressed concerns over their potential arrogance, fearing they might provoke those they ought not to offend. Thus, they were summoned to the Li clan of longevity to comprehend the concept of there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Among them was the young Saint Lingpeng, resplendent in a golden robe, exuding an unruly charm, his eyes sharp and defiant. Upon entering the Li clan's territory, he strode directly toward the direction of the goddess in seclusion. "Li Nannan, do you possess any manners? Why do you not come forth to greet me?" Upon uttering these words, many furrowed their brows, considering Lingpeng's demeanor exceedingly impolite. However, given the presence of a saint behind him and his grievances with the goddess of longevity, none dared to intervene. "Young Saint Lingpeng," Li Lushua exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she beheld her admired figure. Her cheeks flushed with anticipation, she could hardly contain herself. "Oh!" A gentle voice resonated throughout the space as the gates of seclusion trembled. Finally, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged, none other than Li Nannan herself. She had ascended to the first layer of the rainbow bridge, her vitality formidable, a luminous image of the moon over the sea gracing her back, and an aura of authority radiating from her charming countenance. Regardless of her words, she was once a legendary empress in her past life, and her presence commanded respect. Li Nannan cast a cold gaze upon the young Saint Lingpeng. "I wondered who dared to be so audacious. It turns out to be you, little demon." "It is I. Have you not integrated with the supreme bone?" Lingpeng's eyes glinted with a nonchalant defiance as he regarded the goddess. "And what of that wretched little servant? Surely he has become useless by now? I have heard that the blood of those born with the supreme bone is quite delectable. How about you send him to me?" Lingpeng smirked, provocatively fixing his gaze on Li Nannan, who had always been at odds with him. In the past, he had humbled himself to propose to her, only to be met with rejection and public humiliation, displayed on the wall for 3 days as the subject of ridicule. How could one as proud as he endure such disgrace? Today, having achieved mastery in divine arts and entered the realm of the Rainbow Bridge, it was time to settle the score for past grievances. Chapter 6. The Young Saint's Provocation. The goddess grasping the little servant, the audacity exhibited by Lingpeng today stemmed from his extraordinary fortune. If he could subdue Li Nannan today, he would ascend to the status of an emperor in the future, a day when he would exact his revenge. At that moment, she would regret her decision for a lifetime, begging to wed him. Who dares to call him a mere servant? He is a distinguished guest of the Li clan of longevity. Best keep your mouth shut, or beware of losing your life. Despite her gentle disposition, Li Nannan's brows furrowed, and a radiant light flickered behind her, emanating a sense of threat. In her previous life, the arrogant Lingpeng little sage had relentlessly pursued her, disregarding the objections of her elders. This individual was tenacious and ungrateful, and her attempts to teach him a lesson had only resulted in his hatred towards her. Not only did he repeatedly seize her opportunities, but he also often provoked her, revealing a petty nature. Perhaps it was precisely this that caused Lingpeng little sage to ultimately stagnate at the quasi-saint level in her past life, fading into obscurity. What of it? Lingpeng little sage sneered. This time, he was well prepared, having mastered deadly techniques aimed at the human race, with his fortune tied to Li Nannan's life. What difference did it make if she possessed the Supreme Bone or entered the Rainbow Bridge realm? She was still no match for him. Enough, both of you. We are here to discuss the opportunities of 30 days hence. Let us not escalate into conflict. The elders can negotiate this matter ahead. A voice intervened. The crowd turned to find a woman in the corner, her aura serene and her countenance gentle, yet her eyes were strikingly cold. Clad in a simple long robe, she stood elegantly, the celestial cloud saintess. Some recognized her, their pupils slightly widening in disbelief at the presence of such a remarkable figure. Very well. I shall grant you this face, Lingpeng Little Sage said, his expression stiffening, revealing his apprehension. His concern was not directed at the woman herself, but rather at the formidable presence that loomed behind her, a sacred place of cultivation, rumored to be home to a master of at least the powerful realm, alongside numerous ancestors at the saint level. In contrast, his lineage boasted only a single saint in existence, rendering him wary of any conflict. Begone. Li Nannan cast a disdainful glance at Lingpeng Little Sage and swept away, seemingly in search of someone. Soon enough, the banquet commenced, with cultivators indulging in revelry. They were all exceptional talents of their generation, engaging in lively discussions. Some delved into esoteric techniques, while others exchanged gossip. The celestial cloud saintess gently sipped her immortal tea, sensing something amiss, her tranquil gaze betraying a ripple of emotions as she silently looked out over the several dozen miles. In the market district, the longevity goddess had arrived. Her gaze fixed on Chunchanga, her expression a mixture of complexity. The youth had lost his supreme bone, yet had risen in his previous life. Now, stripped of humiliation, would he once again possess the strength to ascend to the heavenly court? If not, having brought him to the banquet might broaden his horizons and aid him in seizing opportunities. But what if he proved to be disappointing? As she took a few steps closer, she noticed Chunchanga wearing an expression of sorrow, prompting her to inquire, "Have you made any progress in your cultivation?" "Progress has been made, yet I find myself at a bottleneck, unable to break through." Chunchanga sighed, a feeble aura of spiritual energy manifesting in his hand. Seeing the once dominant figure of his past grappling with despair due to his inability to advance, Li Nannan couldn't help but laugh aloud. How can one expect to break through so swiftly upon merely beginning their journey? It is essential to proceed with diligence and cultivate one's skills over several years before attaining the next realm. Little does she know, Chunchanga, upon entering the cycle of fate, utilized the supreme celestial bone to ascend through numerous realms in just half a day. Now perched at the pinnacle of dragon transformation, he encounters a bottleneck in his pursuit of further advancement. Though he may be momentarily halted, he possesses ample strength remaining. In no more than 3 days, he shall transcend to the realm of the Rainbow Bridge. Were she privy to this knowledge, she would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment at his prodigious talent. Forget the supreme bone. Chunchanga could declare himself a celestial being, and she would readily believe him. A few days of cultivation could rival her decades of arduous training as a future empress. Yet, she remains oblivious, mistakenly believing that he is unaware of the rigors of cultivation, and gently reassures him, "Fear not." After entering, one requires rare treasures to aid in breakthroughs. With my family, the Li of eternal life, to support you, your path will extend far beyond this. Today, there is a banquet of eternal life where the young prodigies gather. I wonder if the esteemed gentleman might grace me with his insights? She is eager to introduce him and make amends. However, Chunchanga furrowed his brow upon hearing her words. After several days of seclusion, he had exhausted his spiritual stones and could no longer afford to rent a cave dwelling. Now, clutching the wine and refreshments gifted from the cave, he sought a quiet corner to observe the festivities, watching the impudent antics of the spirit Peng, who displayed a lack of decorum and nearly incurred the wrath of the divine maiden of eternal life. He was enjoying himself until he noticed her approaching. Should the spirit Peng catch sight of him, with his petty temperament, he would undoubtedly embroil Chunchanga in trouble. Now the divine maiden of eternal life wishes to invite him to the banquet? Among so many distinguished individuals, how could a mere servant like himself avoid the scornful gazes? While he intended to alter the fate of the divine maiden and shield her from the calamity brought by the spirit Peng, there was no rush. He could act at a pivotal moment. Chunchanga was poised to decline the invitation. Unexpectedly, Li Nannan had already taken his hand, her eyes devoid of disdain. Instead, she spoke calmly, "Rest assured, with me by your side, no one can harm you. If anyone speaks ill of you, let me know, their end will be most unfortunate." Are you not worried about your inability to break through? Li Nannan inquired with concern. At the banquet of eternal life, there will be celestial tea. A sip can aid in your breakthrough. There will also be the flesh of century-old demon beasts. A taste will invigorate your vitality. Li Nannan focused intently on Chunchanga. From now on, do not let me down. As he gazed at Li Nannan, her enchanting beauty was beyond words, and Chunchanga found himself willingly clasping her hand. Not retreating. The trials of a hero are often bested by the charms of a fair maiden. In the blink of an eye, Chunchanga and the divine maiden of eternal life arrived at the hall of eternal life. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. As the divine maiden, with the celestial phenomenon of the sun and moon radiating behind her, she naturally attracted countless gazes. Chunchanga, clad in tattered garments, yet possessing striking features, stood beside her. Almost overlooked, the divine maiden of eternal life was holding the hand of a mere servant. Indeed, the Li of eternal life were extraordinary. The spirit peng, witnessing this scene, was consumed by jealousy. Despite his celestial demeanor seeking the hand of the goddess, he had been cruelly rejected. And now, the woman, Li Nannan, brazenly walked forth with a lowly servant in broad daylight. What a disgrace! It was a flagrant humiliation. Unlike the words of the young sage Ling Peng, the assembled factions witnessed this absurdity, perceiving it as utterly ridiculous. A mere servant of the lowest status. What merit could he possess to attract the favor of the divine maiden, save for his extraordinary appearance? Perhaps he is merely a plaything for the goddess. A man. Utterly shameless. Even Li Changha couldn't help but shake his head. What has become of this daughter? Why does she show such undue favor to a background-less servant? Why does the eternal life goddess take me along, handing others leverage? Chunchanga cautioned. I owe you a supreme bone. Ought I not to pave a path for you? Is that not so? Li Nannan smiled nonchalantly. I have never cared for the whispers of the fearful. The young sage Ling Peng obstructed them, flames of indignation igniting in his gaze. Hold on. All present here are the elite of their respective sects, relying solely on their own prowess. How can a mere servant dare to stand amongst us? Chapter 7. A worthless servant, competing for opportunity? This is the territory of the eternal Lively clan. It is not for you to decide whom I bring. Upon speaking, Li Nannan led Chunchanga to her designated seat. Ignorant woman. Ling Peng pressed on relentlessly. Everyone, please take your seats. Ling Peng, you too should sit. The clan leader of the Li family, Li Dai, interrupted Ling Peng. Today, the various sects have gathered here to discuss the opportunities that await in 30 days. Noticing that the crowd had quieted and turned their attention to him, Li Dai wasted no time and delved straight into the subject. In 30 days, the young disciples of each sect will form a team of 18 to venture into the Wuliang forest. Whoever seizes the heavenly materials and treasures, whoever attains the grand opportunities, shall rely on their own abilities. However, anyone seeking to harm others under the guise of opportunity should not blame us clan leaders for upholding justice with an iron hand. Li Dai, holding a command token, gazed at the clan leaders. The representatives of each faction must be determined swiftly. The leader is to come forth and receive the token. As Li Dai concluded, murmurs of discussion arose among the crowd regarding their choices. The Hall of Eternal Life was aglow with light, and celestial music floated through the air. Yet the assembly below was rife with contention. The upcoming expedition into the Wuliang forest not only promised heavenly materials and great opportunities, but also teemed with ferocious beasts and rampant monsters. Entering without the requisite capability is tantamount to courting death. Chunchanga, seated beside Li Nannan, paid little mind to the opportunities being discussed. A variety of exquisite delicacies adorned the long table: immortal tea, spirit wine, and the meat of century-old demon beasts, all treasures rare in the world. He needed to replenish his strength to compensate for the toll of his cultivation. Brother Chun, do sample this immortal tea. Li Nannan offered a cup emitting a delicate fragrance to Chunchanga. This tea, known as the elixir of eternal life, is made from a millennium-old spirit tea. A sip can aid in breaking through your bottleneck. Chunchanga smiled faintly, accepting the immortal tea and taking a gentle sip. He could sense the potent life force contained within this celestial tea, as if it could instantly awaken every vein within him. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Chunchanga praised, feeling a noticeable enhancement in his cultivation at that very moment. Thank you, divine maiden. There's no need for such formality, Li Nannan replied with a slight smile. Well aware that Chunchanga was no ordinary individual, He possessed a unique aura, one that belonged to a formidable being. Brother Chun, are you aware of the opportunity that awaits in 30 days? Chen Chang'e nodded. I have heard some whispers. It was said that, after 30 days, the infinite forest would unveil an ancient relic, concealing countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, enough to elevate a practitioner to great heights. Indeed, Li Nannan affirmed. The opening of this relic is a rare opportunity that occurs only once in a millennium. Various sects and noble families have dispatched their finest youth, and it will surely be a fierce contest. Chen Chang'e smiled faintly. Divine Maiden, do you possess any assurance in this endeavor? Of course, Li Nannan replied confidently. The Chongqing Li clan boasts a lineage of over 1,000,000 years, with profound heritage. I am certain that I will seize this opportunity to advance our clan further. Upon finishing her words, her confident smile was captivating. Chen Chang'e nodded, knowing that Li Nannan was not one to boast without merit. As the Chongqing Divine Maiden, blessed with extraordinary talent and the ability of rebirth, she naturally had the strength to claim such opportunities. However, he harbored his own plans. Divine Maiden, aside from the Chongqing Li clan, which faction is most likely to seize the opportunity? The Tianyun Holy Land has deep roots, and the Tianyun Divine Maiden is an unparalleled genius of the younger generation, her strength immeasurable. Chen Chang'e nodded thoughtfully. Divine Maiden, do you have a strategy to counter them? A strategy? Li Nannan replied, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. This time, I intend to bring you into the infinite forest. Me? Chen Chang'e was taken aback by Li Nannan's intention to include him. Was she offering assistance or seeking to eliminate him entirely? I am not a member of the Li clan. How could I enter? I have my ways, Li Nannan said with a knowing smile, taking a sip of the celestial tea. As various sects finalized their selections, Li Nannan astonishingly led Chen Chang'e onto the stage to receive the token. Noticing the gravity of Chen Chang'e's expression, Li Nannan lightly patted his shoulder, teasingly remarking, Brother Chun, what is the matter? Are you afraid? This is unlike you. Chen Chang'e regained his composure. Afraid? Not quite. I merely feel that your actions hold deeper significance. Li Nannan's lips curled into a sly smile at his words. Brother Chun, you need not be so distant. Your supreme bone has been entrusted to me. We are not strangers. The Divine Maiden is considerate, but I fear I may not be able to assist you. Chen Chang'e pondered his lack of background and the potential dangers of forcibly entering the infinite forest, where he could easily be devoured by others. If he were to inadvertently reveal his supreme celestial bone, it would create even more trouble. Li Nannan raised an eyebrow. Brother Chun, do not be so modest. Li Nannan's discerning eye has never misjudged a person. During this expedition to the infinite forest, should you lend me your assistance, the Chongqing Li clan shall not treat you poorly in the future. Upon her declaration, Li Dai summoned the leaders of various factions to the front to receive their tokens and announced the list. When Li Nannan uttered Chen Chang'e's name, an uproar erupted among the crowd. They wished to drag Chen Chang'e down and expel him from the Hall of Longevity. Was it truly the lowly servant who had offered his supreme bone? How could such a despicable individual enter the infinite forest? Has the Chongqing Li clan lost its senses? At that moment, the spirit Peng Saint approached, his tone laced with sarcasm. Li Nannan, bringing an outsider into the infinite forest seems rather childish, does it not? If anything goes awry, will you take responsibility? A chill tinged Li Nannan's voice as she replied, Spirit Peng Saint, my actions are not for you to critique. Moreover, Chen Chang'e has already been accepted as a disciple of the Chongqing Li clan. The Spirit Peng Saint's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Li Nannan, do not be so arrogant. This expedition to the infinite forest is not solely dominated by your Chongqing Li clan. Li Nannan let out a cold laugh. Spirit Peng Saint, if you truly possess the capability, let it be proven in the infinite forest. Do not babble here. Stung by her words, the Spirit Peng Saint's face turned pale, and with a cold snort, he turned to leave. You shall pay for this, Li Nannan. Observing this scene, Chen Chang'e silently lamented Li Nannan's strength and confidence. So, where was the powerful entity the system spoke of that was to assist the Spirit Peng Saint in attacking Li Nannan? He murmured, Goddess. It seems this journey to the infinite forest is destined to be tumultuous. A glint of sharpness flashed in Li Nannan's eyes. Brother Chun, the path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges. Without turbulence, it would indeed be lackluster. Would you not agree? You speak wisely, Goddess. In light of this, I shall accompany you on this journey to uncover the hidden opportunities within the infinite forest. Li Nannan nodded in satisfaction. Brother Chun, This expedition may very well alter our fates. Chunchanga agreed. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. The celestial melodies continued to resonate within the Hall of Longevity, yet the atmosphere below had turned tense. No one noticed that the celestial cloud saintess had overheard every word exchanged between Chunchanga and Li Nannan. A smile graced her unparalleled beauty. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. This Chunchanga is quite intriguing. Chapter 8. Breakthrough in Cultivation. A Beauty's Embrace Chongqing Pavilion serves as a sacred sanctuary for disciples of the Chongqing clan to hone their skills. Chunchanga, too, took residence in the Cave Heaven Water Pavilion alongside the disciples of the Chongqing clan. Li Nannan personally escorted Chunchanga to his quarters. Thank you, goddess. Chunchanga gazed at Li Nannan, utterly perplexed as to why she bestowed such kindness upon him. These are freshly picked flowers from the roadside. A humble offering for the lady. Li Nannan gazed in astonishment at the man before her. In her previous life, he was decisive in his actions, devoid of mercy. He treated the world as mere fodder, feasting upon blood and flesh. Yet now, he stood before her, presenting a bouquet of fresh flowers? A divine being? Chunchanga waved the flowers playfully. Thank you. Li Nannan awkwardly accepted the flowers and swiftly turned to leave. Chunchanga, slightly taken aback, then proceeded to his chamber. The room was brimming with vitality, filled with garments, spiritual stones, elixirs, and even rare treasures prepared for the disciples. It was evident that the Li family had invested significantly. Observing the treasures, Chunchanga began to immerse himself in cultivation. Strangely, during this session, he found himself inexplicably transported to a forest in the void. System, congratulations, master. Presenting the target with longevity flowers has yielded a successful investment, triggering a billion-fold return. Enter the Infinite Forest. Location, Infinite Forest, Infinite Tower. Cultivation technique. The tower consists of 9 levels, each housing a lost technique that could assist the master in making a breakthrough. Rules. Advancement cannot be skipped. One must pass the assessment of each level to unlock new techniques. Does the master wish to enter? Is this truly possible? I offer her a bouquet, and she grants me an entire forest? Not just any forest, but the Infinite Forest. How delightful. Chunchanga beheld the forest before him, with lush trees, the sound of bubbling springs, and the melodic calls of birds, resembling a celestial paradise. Within it stood a treasure tower, quietly awaiting his exploration. Enter. How could he possibly resist? Chunchanga stepped into the first level of the Infinite Tower, where a colossal bronze figure loomed. The figure appeared to come to life as it slowly approached him. Its body was inscribed with ancient runes, each step emanating a heavy pressure, as if testing Chunchanga's strength. This must be the first level's assessment, he mused, promptly adopting a combat stance. The bronze figure remained silent, launching a punch towards him. The wind from the punch howled, imbued with a fierce momentum. Chunchanga, wary of the attack, swiftly dodged and countered with a palm strike aimed at the figure's chest. However, the bronze figure's body was impenetrably hard. The impact felt akin to striking an iron wall, sending a jolt through Chunchanga's arm. Indeed, this was no simple challenge. Surprised, he swiftly recalibrated his strategy. He darted behind the bronze figure, searching for a weakness. It seemed brute force would not suffice. He needed to utilize cunning. With the agility of a dragon, he weaved rapidly around the bronze figure, scouting for an opportunity. Although the figure possessed immense strength, its speed was somewhat lacking. Seizing a moment, Chunchanga closed in on the bronze figure and struck its joint with a decisive palm. A cracking sound echoed as the figure's arm joint was hit, causing its movements to slow. Seizing the chance, Chunchanga unleashed a flurry of strikes at its various joints, and finally, the bronze figure could no longer withstand the assault and crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Congratulations on passing the first level assessment. Acquired skill, Heavenly Dragon's Journey. A wave of joy surged within Chunchanga. He had not anticipated obtaining such a precious skill at the very first level. He swiftly committed the technique to memory, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within him become remarkably smoother, allowing him to effortlessly enter the dragon transformation realm. It was evident that the Infinite Tower was indeed as illustrious as its reputation suggested, with each level presenting grand opportunities. With renewed confidence, Chunchanga lifted his gaze towards the staircase leading to the second level. Without hesitation, he stepped forward toward the second level. The space of the second level was even more expansive than the first, enveloped in a delicate mist that made it feel as if he were suspended among the clouds. As Chimichanga entered the second level, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. What kind of trial awaited him here? He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed through the mist, and a colossal spiritual beast emerged slowly from the haze. The creature resembled a great bear, but was entirely covered in scales, its eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. A scaled bear? A shiver ran down Chimichanga's spine. This beast possessed formidable attacking power. The scaled bear let out a low growl and lunged fiercely at Chimichanga. Chimichanga swiftly executed Heavenly Dragon's journey, evading the attack like a phantom. However, the scaled bear was remarkably fast, relentlessly pursuing him. As he dodged, Chimichanga meticulously observed the bear's movements. He noted that its entire body was encased in scales, seemingly devoid of weaknesses. Wait, the eyes. An idea sparked in Chimichanga's mind as he deliberately created an opening, feigning a stumble. The scaled bear fell for the ruse, swiping its paw towards him. In that fleeting moment, Chimichanga leaped, driving his palm directly into the bear's eye. Roar! The scaled bear howled in pain, and Chimichanga seized the opportunity, launching a series of relentless attacks until he finally brought it down. Congratulations, Master, for passing the second-level assessment. Acquired skill, Godly Bow of Armor Breaking. Chimichanga exhaled deeply, his heart soaring as he watched a golden divine bow soar into his hands. Collect. The golden bow transformed into a radiant golden rune in Chimichanga's grasp. The rune shimmered with brilliance, astonishingly allowing him to leap across 9 levels and directly into the Rainbow Bridge. Such an extraordinary speed left even Chimichanga in awe. Not even the most extraordinary prodigies could achieve such rapid advancement. The Infinite Tower and the Supreme Immortal Bone were indeed miraculous. Chimichanga glanced towards the staircase leading to the 3rd level, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. System, urgent alert. The Divine Maiden of Longevity is in peril. The spiritual Pung Little Saint harbors ill intentions. A sense of urgency gripped Chimichanga's heart as he hastily exited the Infinite Tower. Back in his dwelling, Chimichanga slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him left him utterly bewildered. Li Leshue appeared flushed, her delicate shoulders partially exposed, and her porcelain arms wrapped around him. Her thigh rested upon his. Hadn't the system indicated that Li Nan was in trouble? This was clearly a predicament involving his own body. Li Leshue, have you lost your mind? Chimichanga forcefully pushed the woman before him aside. Although she was beautiful, Chimichanga was not a man to be trifled with. Not just any woman could share his bed. Changa, why must you treat me so coldly? You lack romantic sensibility. As Li Leshue approached Chimichanga, she began to loosen her attire. Chimichanga, taken aback, quickly retreated a few steps, exclaiming, Li Leshue, what do you mean by this? At that moment, the clan leader, Li Dai, along with Li Nan, happened to pass by and witnessed the scene, their anger igniting instantly. Chimichanga, you scoundrel! You tarnish the sanctity of our Longsheng holy land. You are utterly shameless. Li Dai rebuked. Clan leader, I am fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been ruined by this shameless man. Li Leshue wept, her eyes brimming with grievance. Chimichanga hastily defended himself. Clan leader, I am wronged. Li Leshue approached me of her own accord. I was completely unaware. Dare you still argue? How could Li Leshue come to you without reason? Li Dai was infuriated. Due to his daughter Li Nan, he had treated Chimichanga with courtesy, but now he could not see through the man's true nature. Please, clan leader, seek justice for me. Chimichanga has used sorcery to control me. Woe is me. If this man is not dealt with, I shall have no face left to live. Li Leshue sobbed. Goddess, I did not. Chimichanga turned to Li Nan. You may leave. I know Li Leshue's character well. She has always looked down upon men like you and would never entice you. Li Nan's demeanor was as frigid as ice, her beautiful face resembling that of an icy queen. Do you not believe me? Chimichanga felt a pang of disappointment at her distrust. Nevertheless, undeterred, he activated his divine eye to scrutinize Li Leshue closely. Moments later, a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes as he proclaimed, Li Leshue, since you allege I have wronged you, are you still a maiden? Li Leshue was taken aback, her face flushing with anger. Chimichanga, what nonsense are you spouting? Of course I am. Thank heavens the clan leader and the goddess arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have destroyed me. Chimichanga shook his head and laughed. Is that so? Let me inform you, Li Leshue, you are already with child. However, the child is not mine. He publicly unveiled Li Leshue's secret, shocking all present. What? How can this be? Li Leshue gazed at the crowd in terror, never expecting Chunchanga would make such a declaration. Chunchanga, do not slander me. Li Lishue's sister, Li Leyao, stepped forward, seething with indignation. Li Lishue, whether you are a maiden or not can be confirmed by a matron. You tarnish my reputation, and I need not prove anything to a lowly wretch like you. Li Lishue's heart raced. Had not someone mentioned that dual cultivation would not lead to pregnancy? Chunchanga let out a cold laugh, declaring, You slander me. Naturally, I must prove my innocence. Divine maiden, you shall soon ascertain whether Li Leshue is with child. Bowing before Li Nanan, he implored, O divine maiden, restore my honor. Li Nanan nodded and took Li Leshue's pulse. Li Leshue, you have greatly disappointed me, she exclaimed, trembling with rage, unable to fathom that the person she had trusted implicitly would commit such a shameless act. Tribe leader, divine maiden, I am wronged. This child belongs to Chunchanga. Li Leshue protested. Indeed, he must have used sorcery to possess me long ago. I have been kept in the dark. Unwilling to be exposed, she attempted to argue further. Haha, you continue to lie. Li Leshue, I have long been aware of your secret tryst with the Lingpeng young saint. I simply did not expect you to be so despicable. Chunchanga sneered, having already discerned that Li Leshue was carrying the offspring of the Lingpeng clan. Li Leshue, filled with fury, found herself at a loss for words. Li Liao gazed at her sister in shock, questioning why she had become entangled with the Lingpeng young saint. Summoned the Lingpeng clan leader and the Lingpeng young saint to the Chongqing Temple's side hall. Li Dai, seething with anger, declared that the Lingpeng clan had gone too far. Li Leshue's collusion with outsiders to betray her kin is an unforgivable crime. With that, Li Dai stormed towards the Chongqing Temple, accompanied by the crowd. I am sorry. I did not foresee that she would betray you. Li Nanan expressed her guilt. It matters not. After 3 years of servitude, I have long seen through the fickleness of human nature. A base individual is inherently flawed. Chunchanga sighed, reflecting on the myriad experiences since his arrival in this realm. The past is gone, leaving only sorrow in its wake. In the side hall of Chongqing Temple, Li Dai and the Lingpeng clan leader sat upright, while Chunchanga, Li Leshue, and the Lingpeng young saint stood before them. The Lingpeng young saint, clad in a resplendent golden robe, exuded an extraordinary charm. In response to Li Dai's inquiries, he displayed no remorse, instead wearing a smug smile. With his back straightened and a hint of provocation in his tone, he remarked, Tribe leader Li, why must this matter be escalated to such unpleasantness? This is merely a case of Li Leshue willingly offering herself to me for dual cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li Nanan furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, Lingpeng young saint. What do you mean by that? With a light chuckle, the Lingpeng young saint leisurely replied, It means we are both willing participants. Li Dai's expression darkened dramatically, and he shouted, Lingpeng young saint, how dare you be so audacious? Unfazed, the Lingpeng young saint produced a jade slip from his sleeve and handed it to Li Dai. Tribe leader Li, this is our list of bridal gifts from the Lingpeng clan. I request you to review it. Should the divine maiden consent to marry me, the Lingpeng clan is prepared to offer Lingpeng feathers, Lingpeng secret arts, and 10 spirit mines as a bridal gift. Such generous terms, I trust you would not refuse? He continued. Moreover, Li Leshue could accompany the divine maiden as a handmaiden. Li Dai cast a glance at the slip, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Lingpeng Shaosheng, do you truly believe that these external trappings can compel the Li family to yield? Such a notion is utterly delusional. Lingpeng Shaosheng shrugged, a hint of menace lacing his tone. Clan leader Li, why must you be so obstinate? If the goddess refuses to acquiesce, the matter concerning Li Leshue will surely spread throughout the world. At that point, what semblance of dignity will the Li family retain? The goddess's reputation may suffer gravely as well. A flicker of coldness flashed in Li Nanan's eyes as she retorted, her voice icy. Lingpeng Shaosheng, how dare you threaten me? Lingpeng Shaosheng offered a slight smile, his tone flippant. The goddess exaggerates. I am merely stating facts. During her dual cultivation with Li Leshue, she divulged numerous secrets to me. Should the goddess consent to marry me, this matter will naturally come to a close. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the consequences. This is the final opportunity one extend to the goddess. Standing nearby, Chunchanga could no longer contain himself. Lingpeng Shaosheng, the truth regarding Li Leshue is already apparent. Do you think such petty tricks can compel the goddess to submit? Lingpeng Shaosheng cast a disdainful glance at Chunchanga, scoffing. Chingchanga, you are nothing but a worthless fool. The affairs between the Lingpeng clan and the Li family are beyond your interference. Li Lishue, collapsing onto the ground, felt her heart wrench at Lingpeng Xiaoxing's words. Trembling, she pointed at him, her voice hoarse. You have been using me all along. You approached me solely to coerce the goddess into marrying you? Lingpeng Xiaoxing regarded her coldly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Li Lishue, did you truly believe I would develop any genuine feelings for you? Ridiculous. My approach was merely to uncover Li Nanan's weaknesses. Now that you hold no value for me, do you still dare to expect me to bear responsibility? Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Li Lishue's face, a tumult of regret overwhelming her. She finally understood that she had been nothing more than a pawn in Lingpeng Xiaoxing's game, and in her betrayal of her family, she had irrevocably ruined her own life. Li Dai, enraged to the point of laughter, slammed his fist on the table. Lingpeng Xiaoxing, how dare you humiliate my Li family in such a manner? Seize him. Seeing this, the Lingpeng clan leader stepped forward. Clan leader Li, I believe there has been some misunderstanding. Xiaoxing is young and impetuous. His words were inappropriate. As for the proposal, our clan is willing to offer substantial gifts in marriage. Li Dai snorted coldly. Lingpeng clan leader, your clan has insulted my Li family so grievously. We shall not let this matter rest. The Lingpeng clan leader, sensing Li Dai's unwavering stance, revealed a flicker of malice in his eyes and clasped his hands. Clan leader Li, if that is the case, do not blame the Lingpeng clan for being ungracious. Xiaoxing, we shall take our leave. With that, the Lingpeng clan leader waved his sleeve and turned to depart with Lingpeng Xiaoxing. Li Nanan, seeing the two about to leave, hurriedly pursued them to apprehend Lingpeng Xiaoxing. Just as Lingpeng Xiaoxing turned, the atmosphere within the Chongqing Hall suddenly froze. A golden rock seemed to tear through the fabric of space, bearing down on Li Nanan with overwhelming pressure. Though her cultivation was profound, she could only barely stabilize herself against the might of Lingpeng Xiaoxing's technique. She formed seals with her hands, attempting to resist that oppressive force. However, as the great phoenix spread its wings, an overwhelming force surged forth like a colossal wave, instantly shattering her defenses. With a gasp, Li Nanan coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. A deep wound, visible to the bone, gushed blood from her chest. Her heart nearly clawed out by the phoenix's talons. Divine Maiden, Chingchanga exclaimed, his pupils constricting in horror as he rushed forward to support Li Nanan. Nanan, the clan leader hurriedly advanced, engaging in combat with the great phoenix. Chingchanga's fingers swiftly found her pulse, and his face paled instantly. Li Nanan's vitality was rapidly waning, her life hanging by a thread. Spirit Phoenix Little Saint, how dare you harm the divine maiden of the Li family? Li Dai roared, his spiritual power erupting as he charged toward the Spirit Phoenix Little Saint. However, the saint suddenly descended, effortlessly repelling Li Dai several steps back with a mere wave of his hand. The Li family is nothing but this, the Spirit Phoenix Saint spoke coldly. Is my Li family devoid of saints? At that moment, a saint of the Li family appeared, and under his oppressive aura, blood trickled from the corner of the Spirit Phoenix Little Saint's mouth. Chingchanga held Li Nanan tightly, rage igniting in his eyes. Using the eye of the celestial god, he peered into her condition, discovering the presence of 7 phoenix essences within her. This was the reason the Spirit Phoenix Little Saint's power could so easily overwhelm her. In the realm of the Rainbow Bridge, a confrontation between the Spirit Phoenix Little Saint and Li Nanan would have resulted in a stalemate at most. Yet now, she found herself on the precipice of death. Clan leader, quickly retrieve the life-reviving elixir. Chingchanga urged urgently. Hearing this, Li Dai immediately produced a crystal-clear elixir from his bosom and handed it to Chingchanga. This was a treasured relic of the Li family, capable of prolonging life and healing wounds, but only 3 remained. Chingchanga administered the elixir to Li Nanan, channeling his own spiritual energy to guide its potency. However, her injuries were too grave. While the elixir could temporarily stabilize her vitality, it could not fully heal her heart. Chingchanga, it's futile. Li Nanan weakly opened her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. The power of the phoenix has harmed my very essence. Only a saint can save me. Do not speak recklessly. Chingchanga interjected through gritted teeth. I will not allow you to perish. Absolutely not. Chapter 10, A Life for a Life. He is a true man. The Spirit Phoenix Little Saint let out a cold laugh. If you would marry me, I would be willing to sacrifice the golden phoenix to heal your wounds. Such foolish delusions. Li Nannan scoffed. Chunchanga lifted his head, determination flashing in his eyes. Clan leader, entrust the divine maiden to me. You, along with the saints and the disciples of the Li family, shall guard me. No sooner had he spoken than brilliant golden light erupted from his eyes, an immense power surging forth from his very being. His aura soared, breaking through the shackles of his realm in an instant, pushing him toward the level of a saint. This is the power of the eye of the celestial god. The spirit phoenix saint's eyes glimmered with greed, but soon turned serious. He had not anticipated that Chunchanga could momentarily step into the saint realm by harnessing the power of the eye of the celestial god. Chunchanga, have you lost your mind? Li Dai exclaimed in shock. He was unaware that Chunchanga possessed the eye of the divine. Yet he understood that forcibly activating its power could inflict irreversible damage upon Chunchanga's body, perhaps even leading to his soul's disintegration. Chunchanga, however, remained silent. He unleashed a punch that transformed into a golden gust of wind, striking directly at the vital points of the spirit Pang's lesser saint. In an instant, the lesser saint's spiritual energy dispersed, and his very essence was rendered futile. Chunchanga turned his gaze towards Li Nannan. Nannan, I have avenged you. Now, I gift you a heart. In that fleeting moment, a golden heart emerged from Chunchanga's chest, mending the shattered heart of Li Nannan. Both Chunchanga and Li Nannan were enveloped in a radiant glow. Yet, the forceful activation of the eye of the divine caused cracks to appear on Chunchanga's body, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. You cannot endure this, mocked the spirit Peng Saint coldly. Chunchanga, sacrificing your life for another, gasped Li Liao in astonishment. Such devotion is rare in this world. Li Lishue gazed enviously at the divine figure amidst the light. Heaven and earth seldom witness a man of such caliber. The members of the Li clan, witnessing this scene, could not help but regard Chunchanga with profound respect. Suddenly, a smile broke forth from Chunchanga, imbued with a sense of resoluteness. He formed hand seals, channeling the tumultuous energy within him into Li Nannan's body. His form radiated like a resplendent star, erupting in a blinding brilliance. Yet, as the light abruptly extinguished, Chunchanga fell into a state of exhaustion and unconsciousness. At that moment, Li Nannan had returned to her original state, drifting into slumber. An ancient voice suddenly resounded. Dai, take this young man into the Li clan's eternal life mysterious cave, safeguarding his heart's pulse with the longevity pill. I shall employ the secret arts of longevity to heal him. The voice, though softly spoken, echoed with an air of immense authority, belonging to none other than the Li clan's saint. Expel the spirit Peng clan from the realm of longevity. Chunchanga's consciousness meandered through an abyss of darkness, as if scorched by raging flames, every inch of his skin aflame with excruciating pain. His body felt as though it were being torn apart and reassembled, each breath akin to walking a razor's edge. Yet, amidst this overwhelming agony, he faintly discerned the voice of the sovereign. Sovereign, congratulations, master. You have sacrificed one heart for the objective, triggering a billion-fold return. Congratulations. Master, you have obtained the supreme sacred heart. As this voice resonated, Chunchanga felt a sudden lightness in his body, as if a vast power surged from the void into him. This force, akin to a pure spring, cleansed his meridians, mending his broken body. In the void where his heart had once been, a golden heart gradually materialized, emanating an aura of boundless sanctity. Is this the supreme sacred heart? Chunchanga's consciousness sharpened, allowing him to perceive the tremendous power contained within this heart, as if it could shake the very heavens and earth. Meanwhile, the Li clan had transported Chunchanga into the eternal life mysterious cave, an ethereal realm brimming with spiritual energy. The Li clan saint retrieved a green longevity pill and gently placed it into Chunchanga's mouth. The elixir dissolved upon entry, transforming into a warm current that seamlessly fused the supreme holy heart with Chunchanga's body. Chunchanga, I had not anticipated the extraordinary fortune bestowed upon you. In the past, I underestimated you with your supreme bone. The Li saint murmured softly, his hands forming seals as he invoked the secret art of longevity. A series of profound runes surged from his fingertips, merging into Chunchanga's being, hastening his recovery. Outside the cave, Li Nannan had awakened. She felt the rhythmic beating of the heart within her, a torrent of complex emotions swelling in her chest. Ignoring the hindrances, She stumbled toward the entrance of the longevity mystic cave, only to be halted by Li Dai. Nan, Chun Changa is healing. He must not be disturbed. Li Dai spoke solemnly. Li Nan bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. Father, he has sacrificed so much for me. How can I remain at ease? Li Dai sighed, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He does this for you. If you truly wish to repay him, cherish your health. Li Nan nodded resolutely, a flicker of determination in her eyes. I understand, father. Meanwhile, within the Lingpeng clan, the Lingpeng saint stood with a dark expression. The young Lingpeng saint lay weakly on a platform, his face filled with dread. Father, that brat Chinchanga dared to exchange his life for mine, ruining our plans. Now, my life is in shambles. He seethed, lamenting. The Lingpeng saint cast a cold glance at him. Incompetent fool. Had it not been for your infatuation with Li Nan's beauty, would matters have escalated to this point? The young Lingpeng saint bowed his head, pleading for his father to avenge him. The Lingpeng saint snorted disdainfully. However, since Chun Changa possesses the eye of the celestial god, his worth far exceeds that of Li Nan. Dispatch orders immediately. Search for Chun Changa with all your might, and ensure his capture. Once we have him, I shall extract his eye of the celestial god to heal your injuries. Otherwise, when he reaches full strength, we stand no chance. Yes. Thank you, father. Thank you. The young Lingpeng saint responded eagerly. Days later, Chun Changa slowly opened his eyes within the longevity mystic cave. His body had completely healed, even stronger than before. The supreme holy heart pulsated within him, brimming with boundless power. You have awakened. The voice of the Li saint echoed from beside him. Chun Changa rose and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your salvation, saint. The Li saint waved his hand dismissively. No need for excessive gratitude. With the supreme holy heart, you were destined to survive. Your sacrifices for the Li family merit this. However, the Lingpeng clan has commenced their actions. You must swiftly enhance your strength to confront the impending crisis. Chun Changa nodded. I understand, senior. At that moment, Li Nan entered. Her gaze met Chun Changa's, filled with gratitude, guilt, and an inexplicable bond. Chun Changa, thank you. Chun Changa smiled gently. It is my pleasure. You need not be concerned. Li Nan bit her lip, whispering. From now on, you are a benefactor of the Li family. Chun Changa felt warmth in his heart. Nodding in agreement. Very well. The sage of the Li clan regarded the two individuals with a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. In that case, you shall cultivate together henceforth. Chun Changa, your supreme sacred heart and divine eye complement each other. If you can master them completely, you shall be invincible in the world. Chun Changa nodded solemnly. I shall not disappoint your expectations. However, at that moment, a violent tremor resonated from outside the cave. A chilling voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. Hand over Chun Changa. Chun Changa exchanged a glance with Li Nan. The Lingpeng clan had finally arrived. Chun Changa spoke coldly. Li Nan gazed resolutely at Chun Changa. This time, we shall fight side by side. Chapter 11. Side by side in battle. The Lingpeng clan's future is grim. Stepping out of the Chongqing mysterious cave, they beheld the Lingpeng army looming ominously, their dark figures overshadowing the Li clan like a storm cloud. The sage of the Lingpeng loomed above the clouds, coldly surveying Chun Changa and Li Nan below. Behind him, the formidable members of the Lingpeng clan radiated a fierce aura, clearly well prepared. Surrender, Chun Changa, and the Lingpeng clan shall turn hostility into harmony with the Li clan. The sage's voice thundered, shaking the very mountains and rivers around them. Chun Changa raised his head, golden light flickering in his eyes. The supreme sacred heart within him pulsed, emanating boundless power. He chuckled coldly. Sage of the Lingpeng, your son, in his lust for beauty, has brought disgrace upon himself. Li Nan stood beside Chun Changa, gripping a blue long sword that glimmered with a chilling light. Her gaze was unwavering. Chun Changa is not only my fellow disciple of the Li clan, but also my savior. Today, we shall fight together, sharing life and death. The young Lingpeng saint seethed with jealousy. Why should the goddess of my dreams share life and death with a worthless man without any backing? The sage of the Lingpeng barked sharply. Impudent youth. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Wait. Chun Changa stepped forward. What need is there to involve others in our grievances? Today, I shall battle you to determine the victor. Haha, ignorant child. You merely rely on the divine eye to momentarily reach the saint realm, yet your wounds are not healed. Do you believe you can forcibly break through? The sage of the Lingpeng laughed heartily. Very well, I shall accept your challenge. With that, A vast force erupted from the sage of the Lingpa. He formed hand seals, his eyes shining with golden brilliance, as boundless power surged to its zenith. Receive my attack. With his low shout, the world suddenly darkened, followed by a dazzling golden light surging toward Chimichanga. Wherever the golden light passed, disciples of the Li clan cried out in agony, collapsing from exhaustion. Chimichanga's figure flickered, creating countless phantoms, before ultimately appearing before the sage of the Lingpa. Delivering a mighty punch, the force of his fist roared like a dragon, carrying the might to annihilate the heavens and earth, directly striking the sage's chest. The sage, taken by surprise, raised his palm to defend, yet Chimichanga's power was too terrifying, his speed astonishing, as if a colossal dragon coiled and soared. Such swiftness! This is the long-lost Tianlongyu. The sacred being of the spirit Peng exclaimed in astonishment. You truly possess discerning eyes. With a single punch, Chimichanga sent the sacred being of the spirit Peng flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Father, the young sacred being of the spirit Peng, witnessing this, was filled with terror and rushed to support the sacred being of the spirit Peng. The sacred being's face turned pale, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Do you think this will allow you to triumph over me? Chimichanga stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp as lightning. Sacred being of the spirit Peng, it is time to cease this. Gritting his teeth, the sacred being of the spirit Peng retorted, Chimichanga, do not revel in your victory. Behold my strike. With a furious roar, he clasped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that seemed to draw in the very essence of heaven and earth, forming a colossal vortex. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, evidently employing his ultimate technique, the sacred technique of the spirit Peng, Tianpeng Liakong. With a low chant, a gigantic golden Peng bird surged forth from the vortex, its wings unfurling to obscure the sun. The Peng emitted a piercing cry, charging towards Chimichanga, tearing through space and leaving dark fissures in its wake. Chimichanga's gaze sharpened as he sensed the terrifying power of this attack. He dared not underestimate it. Within him, the supreme sacred heart surged, and he summoned the might of the eye of the divine. The armor-piercing divine bow, Chimichanga called out, his eyes aglow with golden light as a brilliant beam shot forth from his hand. The golden arrow of the armor-piercing divine bow struck the golden Peng bird. In that moment, the world seemed to stand still as the arrow collided with the bird. Moments later, the golden Peng emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its form gradually disintegrating into a myriad of shimmering particles. The sacred being of the spirit Peng's expression shifted dramatically, and he coughed up blood, his vitality instantly waning. He looked at Chimichanga in disbelief, his voice trembling. You actually managed to shatter my Tianpeng Liakong. Chimichanga offered a cold smile. Sacred being of the spirit Peng, it is time to relent. The sacred being of the spirit Peng, as pale as a sheet and clearly devoid of the strength to continue fighting, struggled to lift his head and gazed at Chimichanga, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Chimichanga, just you wait. Chimichanga stood with his hands behind his back, his expression stern. Sacred being of the spirit Peng. This calamity arose due to the young sacred being of the spirit Peng harming the divine maiden. Why should I not retaliate against him? Gritting his teeth, the sacred being of the spirit Peng declared, Chimichanga, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold by my spirit Peng clan. We shall be awaiting your return. Chimichanga scoffed coldly. The sacred being of the spirit Peng cast a long, lingering glance at Chimichanga before commanding, withdraw. The warriors of the spirit Peng clan retreated like a tide, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Li Nanan approached Chimichanga and softly inquired, Are you unscathed? Chimichanga smiled slightly. I am fine. It is merely that my spiritual energy has been severely depleted. I must enter seclusion to recuperate. He pressed his hand against his chest, having forcibly activated the armor-piercing divine bow with the eye of the divine, resulting in a considerable loss of spiritual power. Here is a gift for you. Just now, I saw the exquisite arrow feathers of that broken divine bow. I have kept one for you as a pendant. Chimichanga opened his palm, revealing a radiant feather shimmering with golden light. Li Nanan gazed at Chimichanga in astonishment. Given the situation earlier, how could you still have the composure to pluck an arrow feather? Chimichanga took Li Nanan's hand and placed the golden feather in her palm. Everything I possess is a gift from you, but this is mine. I offer it to you, a token of my unwavering bond, through life and death. Li Nanan's cheeks flushed as she silently mused. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Shyly, she nodded. The treasures of the Li family are at your disposal. But what about you? Chen Chang'e whispered softly in her ear. You are shameless. Li Nanan shot a glare at Chen Chang'e and fled, quicker than a rabbit. Chen Chang'e chuckled, savoring the exchange. The treasures of the Li family are at your disposal. Why such indulgence towards me? The goddess is resolutely intent on making me dependent. The voice of the Li family's sage echoed from behind. Chang'e, you have done well. Return to your cultivation. Chen Chang'e respectfully nodded and made his way back to the mystic cave. Within the Lingpeng clan, the Lingpeng sage sat wearily upon the throne. Today's battle has drained me significantly. I must enter seclusion for cultivation. Young sage, during my retreat, you must heed the clan leader's words. I will find a way to address your injuries, but do not provoke Chen Chang'e. The young sage of Lingpeng nodded reluctantly. My progeny, my cultivation, all gone. How much can one endure? Upon returning to his residence, the young sage was greeted by a woman he had long since cast aside, Li Lixue, who had been expelled from the Chongqing Li family. What brings you here? Li Lixue, unfazed, replied, Our child will be born in 5 months. The young sage scoffed. A child? Yes, a child. Huh. Heaven has not forsaken me. Swear, I shall treat you well from now on. You shall be my only wife. The future matriarch of the Lingpeng clan. The young sage of Lingpeng embraced Li Lixue passionately, as if his love for her was profound. Yes, I know you will care for us, she said. Husband, I wish to introduce you to someone. Who? You will know upon meeting him. He can assist you. Upon hearing this, the young sage quickly followed Li Lixue to an inn, where a guest room emanated an inexplicable aura of dark magic. A demon clan? The young sage discerned at a glance and turned to leave. Young sage, are you content to remain in the shadows? Are you willing to forsake your masculinity? A haunting melody echoed from within. The young sage paused. Chen Chang'e, the Chongqing goddess, the opportunities in the Wuliang forest, and the chance to ascend as an emperor. Chapter 12. Within the Wuliang Tower, the Wuliang Dilemma. As soon as Chen Chang'e returned to the mystic cave, the system came bearing good news. System, congratulations. Master, you have delivered the target, the golden divine arrow feather, triggering a billion-fold return. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the radiant armor, impervious to all threats. Chen Chang'e couldn't help but marvel at this astronomical return on investment. He resolved to treat his target, Li Nanan, with utmost care henceforth. As he stepped into the 3rd level of the Infinite Tower, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Contrary to his expectations of a perilous realm, he found himself amidst a bustling marketplace. Shops lined the streets, their vendors calling out enticing offers, while pedestrians flowed continuously. Laughter resonated from a nearby tea house, where several scholars engaged in spirited discussions. In the corner, a blacksmith's forge blazed with intensity, the rhythmic sound of hammers striking metal creating a harmonious melody. As he strolled along the street, his attention was drawn to an establishment named the Celestial Inn. The entrance was adorned with a pair of vibrant red lanterns, and the half-drawn curtain allowed the faint sounds of merriment to escape. Upon entering, he was greeted by a wave of warmth. The inn was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Behind the counter stood a graceful woman clad in a flowing purple gown, her long black hair casually styled, with a few strands cascading delicately against her cheek, exuding an air of languid charm. A subtle smile graced her lips, as if she had seen through the very essence of the world. Dear guest, would you prefer a drink or a room? She playfully inquired. Chen Chang'e smiled slightly and replied, Madam, what specialties do you offer here? The woman chuckled lightly, stepping closer to appraise him, and remarked, Is this your first visit? Mayan is quite extraordinary. We have wine, beauty, wealth, and spirit, all in abundance. Which would you desire? Chen Chang'e raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, then why not provide me with a taste of all? A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she responded, Such boldness. I am Sai Yuan. Since you possess the courage to accept my challenge, please follow me. She led Chen Chang'e to a table by the window, where 3 cups of wine awaited. The liquid shimmered with clarity, its aroma inviting. Chen Chang'e lifted a cup and took a gentle sip, feeling warmth radiate through his body, as if his previously feeble form was being rejuvenated. This is exquisite wine, he exclaimed in admiration. Sai Yuan smiled. My wine is indeed marvelous. It is known as the cosmic elixir. It not only enhances your cultivation, but can also manifest your innermost desires. At her words, Chimichanga felt a stirring within him and gazed into his cup. Images began to materialize within the liquid, resembling fleeting glimpses of the future. Unable to resist, he raised a second cup and drank it in one go. Congratulations to the Emperor on achieving longevity. Congratulations to the Emperor for vanquishing the forces of darkness. The celestial beings in the heavens sang praises of their grand achievements. Your Majesty, the Divine Maiden of Longevity, requests an audience. A formidable celestial soldier reported. Just as Chimichanga was about to grant permission for her entry, he suddenly found himself back in the inn. There was no divine palace, merely the same table before him. Well, is this wine not remarkable? Sai Yuhuan murmured enticingly in his ear. As you sip this third cup, know that there is even greater delight awaiting you. A single glass can dissolve 1,000 sorrows. Who needs arduous cultivation? All that one desires shall be fulfilled. Sai Yuhuan's elongated tones were utterly beguiling. Chimichanga's heart raced, as the amber liquid seemed to harbor countless temptations, rendering him nearly powerless to resist. A glance around revealed that all present were indulging in the drink, their expressions blissfully entranced. Indeed, after a drink, all becomes mere illusion. I must refrain. Should I imbibe further, I too shall succumb to the endless realm of dreams, like the others. Chimichanga reminded himself, vigorously shaking his head to regain clarity. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his gaze, a glimmer of enlightenment in his eyes. He rose and bowed deeply to Sai Yuhuan, declaring, "Such exquisite wine. I can drink no more." With no trace of longing, he placed the spirit stone down and turned to depart. Sai Yuhuan's enticing voice faded, replaced by a complex expression. "Your resolve is commendable, young sir. Our fates have reached their conclusion." Chimichanga nodded and exited the inn. As he stepped outside, the wine immortal and vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Just as confusion enveloped him, a melodious laughter echoed ahead. He looked up to see a lady in a moon-white gown approaching gracefully. Her features were like a painting, captivating beyond compare. With an innate elegance and a delicate waist that seemed almost too slender to grasp, words failed to encapsulate her beauty. She was accompanied by several maidservants. "Young sir, is this your first visit here?" Her voice was as sweet as a lark's song, enchanting to the ear. Chimichanga felt a shiver of awareness. This lady was no ordinary person, and thus he clasped his hands in respect, saying, "I am Chimichanga, inadvertently drawn to this place. May I ask your name?" "Fair maiden." The lady chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Why, have you forgotten me?" Chimichanga's heart quickened with caution, but he maintained a facade of respect. "Might I inquire who you are?" "Changa." Chimichanga secretly chuckled. "You jest, not even adopting a new identity." "Changa? Hoi." Unable to suppress his laughter, he quipped. "Are you perhaps leading me to the Moon Palace to see the rabbits?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Changa's eyes. You remember." She then produced a blue phoenix jade and offered it to Chimichanga. A sudden thrill coursed through him, prompting him to swiftly reveal his own jade pendant. The blue dragon jade. They were unmistakably a pair. Shock surged within him. This jade was brought from Blue Star. In this fantastical realm, no one should be aware of such a secret. Could Changa truly know of his journey across realms? It has been 1,000 years. At last, I have awaited your return." Changa wept with joy and embraced Chimichanga. The soft jade and sweet fragrance stirred his heart. He could not help but gently pat Changa's shoulder, his tone softening. "Why do we possess matching dragon and phoenix jades?" A complex expression flickered in Changa's eyes as she gazed affectionately at Chimichanga. Do you truly not remember? In your quest to save the world, you shot down the 9 suns, incurring the wrath of the heavenly emperor, leading to your banishment to a realm of fantasy. I willingly forsook my celestial status to await your return in this boundless world. The mystical realm you inhabit is but an illusion." Chimichanga furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with thoughts. He indeed hailed from Blue Star, and this jade pendant had been his companion since childhood. He had never fathomed its profound origins. Could it be that his transmigration was a consequence of Ho's banishment? Yet, which realm is the true reality, and which is but a mirage? Gently, he pushed Changa away, declaring, "I am Chimichanga, not the of your memories." Changa shook her head resolutely. "No, I cannot be mistaken. This dragon and phoenix jade pendant is a unique token in the universe, belonging solely to us. If you doubt, accompany me to the palace of Guanghan, where your past memories await." A flicker of intrigue sparked within Chimichanga. The palace of Guanghan was a legendary abode of immortals. Perhaps a visit could unravel the mysteries plaguing his heart. However, he was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. A single misstep could lead him to an irretrievable fate. Was Chang'e truly his beloved, or merely a haunting specter? As he hesitated, the voice of the system echoed within his mind. System detected that the host faces a significant choice, triggering hidden mission. Explore the mysteries of the past. Mission reward. Unlock memories of Blue Star. A jolt of realization coursed through Chang'e. The system's prompt made him aware that this was no mere coincidence. Perhaps he was indeed entwined with Ho-E in ways he could not yet comprehend. Very well, I shall accompany you, Chang'e finally resolved, nodding in agreement. At his words, joy illuminated Chang'e's face. She gently grasped his hand, whispering, we are going home. As her voice faded, the phoenix jade in her hand and the dragon jade in Chang'e simultaneously emitted a dazzling brilliance, and in an instant, their figures vanished from sight. When Chang'e next opened his eyes, he found himself amidst intricate jade-carved railings. In the distance stood a resplendent palace, crystalline and imposing, with the words Palace of Guanghan inscribed on a plaque above. Is this truly the Palace of Guanghan? Chang'e surveyed his surroundings, overwhelmed by awe. Chang'e smiled gently, leading him towards the palace. Come, I shall introduce you to Laojun of Lishan. Upon entering Guanghan Palace, they were greeted by a chilling yet magnificent atmosphere. Inside stood a grand mirror of the bright moon. Chang'e, you have finally brought him back, the mirror intoned, radiating a soft golden light. Chang'e bowed respectfully. Greetings, esteemed one. As she spoke, an elderly immortal appeared within the mirror, benevolent and wise. It was Laojun of Lishan. Her gaze settled upon Chang'e as she gently inquired, Hoi, do you still remember me? A tremor coursed through Chang'e's heart. The elder's eyes seemed to penetrate his very soul, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet, he shook his head, replying, Senior, I am not Hoi, merely Chang'e. The elder smiled faintly. It matters not. Memories may fade. Yet the essence of the soul remains unaltered. You need only stand before the mirror and recognize. Taking a deep breath, Chang'e slowly approached the mirror. Within its surface, the figure of the mother of Li Mountain vanished, replaced by his own. He beheld 10 suns in the sky, witnessing the suffering of all living beings. He saw the mother of Li Mountain bestowing upon him the divine bow of armor breaking. He witnessed himself wielding the divine bow, achieving the feat of shooting down the 9 suns. He recalled the sweet moments spent with Chang'e, as well as the helplessness he felt when angering the heavenly emperor and being cast down to a fantastical realm. Memories surged like a tidal wave in his mind, and a complex expression gradually emerged in Chang'e's eyes. He finally comprehended that he was indeed the reincarnation of Hoi, and that all these events were fated long ago. Now, do you understand? The voice of the mother of Li Mountain resonated in his ears. Chang'e nodded, a newfound determination gleaming in his eyes. I understand. I am Hoi, and I am also Chang'e. In this life, I shall not allow regret to replay. The mother of Li Mountain nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Since you have awakened, I shall bestow upon you the legacy of Hoi. A ray of golden light entered Chang'e's brow, and he felt an overwhelming surge of power. System notification. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the legacy of Hoi. Thank you, immortal. Chang'e bowed respectfully. The mother of Li Mountain waved her hand. Go now. Chang'e has awaited you for far too long. Chang'e nodded and turned to gaze at Chang'e. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness as she softly remarked, we can finally be together. Chang'e grasped her hand, declaring, in this life, I shall not allow you to be alone. They exchanged a smile, as if the millennia of waiting had finally reached fulfillment. Suddenly, the image of Li Nanan appeared in Chang'e's mind. We are bound together in life and death. A sharp pain pierced his heart. The immense love he held for Chang'e surged forth with the restoration of his memories, profoundly etched within him. Yet, why did he still think of Li Nanan? At that moment, a violent tremor erupted outside the palace of Guanghan, causing the entire edifice to sway. This is not good. The heavenly emperor has sent someone. Chang'e exclaimed in alarm. Furrowing his brow, Chang'e tightened his grip on the divine bow. Just in time. I shall see what the heavenly emperor of this life can do to me. Before his words could fully resonate, he dashed out of the palace of Guanghan. Chapter 13. Chang'e and Hoi. Past and present. As Chang'e burst forth from the palace of Guanghan, he was met with a chaotic void. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with thunder rolling ominously, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. In the distance, countless celestial soldiers descended upon the clouds, their presence formidable and imposing. At the forefront stands the divine general, Li Jing, the heavenly king of the pagoda, under the auspices of the celestial emperor. A peculiar sensation arises, as if one were to capture a monkey. Could it be that I harbor a concealed identity as Sun Wukong? Chen Chang'e inquires softly of Chang'e beside him. With a slight frown, Chang'e responds, "At this moment, do you still have the heart for jest? Hui, how dare you trespass into the Blue Star's Guanhan Palace, violating celestial laws? Surrender yourself at once." Li Jing's voice booms like a thunderclap, shaking the very heavens and earth. Chen Chang'e grips his divine bow tightly, his gaze piercing. "Li Jing, I have merely returned to seek my wife. If not, I shall take Chang'e and depart back to the fantastical realm." Li Jing is momentarily taken aback, bewildered by this unconventional response. He snorts derisively, "Arrogance. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Chen Chang'e is slightly stunned. Why does his plea for surrender elicit no reaction from Li Jing? "Lord Li Jing, I am aware that I have committed the unforgivable sin of shooting down the 9 suns. I now beseech you for a chance. I will promptly return to the fantastical realm arranged by the celestial emperor." Before his words fade, the pagoda in Li Jing's grasp expands suddenly, transforming into a towering mountain. "Reckless Hui, prepare to meet your end," Li Jing bellows, directing the pagoda down upon Chen Chang'e. Undaunted, Chen Chang'e draws back his bowstring, releasing an arrow that races like a rainbow, striking the pagoda. Boom! The collision of arrow and pagoda erupts with a cataclysmic roar. The pagoda is sent reeling back, and Li Jing's expression shifts, clearly astonished by Chen Chang'e's formidable strength. "Hui, you have indeed regained your former power." Li Jing grits his teeth, "But today, you shall not escape." Chen Chang'e smirks coldly. "I was merely seeking to leave, yet you insist on battling. Can we not find a way to avoid conflict?" Li Jing glares fiercely. "Today, I shall engage you in combat to resolve this millennium-long enmity." Chen Chang'e, on the brink of madness, wonders, what madness is this? Why does this king of the pagoda refuse to heed my words? Just as the tension escalates between them, Chang'e suddenly flies forth, interposing herself before Chen Chang'e. "Celestial Emperor, in your mercy, I am willing to remain with Ho-I in Guanhan Palace, never to step outside the boundless world. Ho-I and I desire only to lead a simple life as an ordinary couple." Upon concluding her plea, tears well in her eyes as she trembles. Addressing Chen Chang'e, "No, I cannot bear to lose you again. As long as you agree to stay in Guanhan Palace, we can be together forever." A tremor courses through Chen Chang'e's heart as he gazes upon Chang'e's familiar visage, memories of a millennium flooding back like a surging tide. He once shot down the 9 suns for the sake of humanity, yet in doing so, he lost Chang'e. In this lifetime, he believed he could amend past regrets. Yet the scene before him evokes a sense of disquiet. Chen Chang'e reflects on his dialogue with Li Jing, repeatedly surrendering in a bid to gauge the response. Yet Li Jing continues to assault him, and Chang'e persists in her pleas. All of this remains unchanged, regardless of his own transformations. Even if he surrendered, nothing would change. He glanced around, realizing that the figures of celestial beings were not tangible. Li Jing's roar faded into the distance, becoming ethereal and illusory. The palace of eternal cold, Chang'e, even his very self seemed shrouded in a thin veil of mist, appearing so unreal. "This is an illusion." Chen Chang'e suddenly awakened, silently acknowledging that the trial of the infinite tower was indeed extraordinary. He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his longing and guilt towards Chang'e, his gaze gradually solidifying. He understood that if he succumbed to this illusion, he would be forever trapped within the infinite tower. "Chang'e," Chen Chang'e softly called, a myriad of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. "I am sorry, but in this lifetime, I cannot linger for you." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Chang'e's eyes as her voice trembled. "Do you truly intend to leave me? We have only just reunited." Chen Chang'e shook his head, his tone resolute. "All of this is an illusion. You are not the true Chang'e, nor am I the true Hui. My path lies ahead. No, I am Chang'e, and you are Hui. We are meant to be together across lifetimes." Chang'e's gaze shattered, her tear-filled eyes enchanting yet dreamlike. She clung tightly to Chen Chang'e's waist, unwilling to let go. Gently, he cradled her face with both hands. "I love you. If I were Hui, I would love you. But I am not Hui. I am sorry." With that, Chunchanga averted his gaze from Chang'e, striding purposefully into the depths of the void. Behind him, Chang'e's figure gradually faded. The palace of eternal cold collapsing into countless motes of light, vanishing into the abyss. When Chunchanga opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the third level of the infinite tower. Indeed, it was an illusion. He exhaled deeply, though a heaviness still lingered in his heart. He comprehended that the trials of the infinite tower were not mere illusions, but rather a direct confrontation with the deepest desires and obsessions of the human heart. Had he succumbed to the illusion of reuniting with Chang'e, he would have been eternally ensnared within the tower, unable to escape. It appeared that each level of the infinite tower was a crucible for the soul. Chunchanga resolutely told himself, I must remain vigilant to reach the end. He gathered his thoughts and continued towards the fourth level of the infinite tower. Before him stood a towering stone tablet, inscribed with powerful characters, infinite treasures. Young master. An elderly man suddenly appeared beside Chunchanga. Young master? Who am I this time? Chunchanga jestingly inquired, pointing at himself. Greetings, young master. A throng of individuals knelt behind the elderly man. Congratulations, young master, for discerning the illusions of the wine immortal in the palace of eternal cold, and officially reclaiming your position. The old man excitedly presented a sword to Chunchanga, the world's greatest sword. Chunchanga chuckled helplessly, pondering how it felt as though they were mocking him as the world's greatest fool. What do I need this sword for? Young master, this is the sword that governs the wealth of the infinite world. The venerable elder bowed respectfully, stating that once you surpass the fourth level of the infinite tower, the treasures could be taken away. What treasures might those be? Before Chunchanga could finish his inquiry, a treasure vault appeared before him, its open door revealing a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Wow, if I were to take this out, I could probably purchase half the world. Chunchanga exclaimed in astonishment. My young master, this is merely the surface wealth. The elder replied. What is truly remarkable is that whatever you take will be automatically replenished, rendering it inexhaustible. Chunchanga turned in surprise to look at the elder, who was smiling at him, his face adorned with numerous wrinkles, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. This is indeed an endless treasury. Chunchanga scratched his head, feeling utterly bewildered. Does this mean that for my lifetime and for generations to come, I shall never face scarcity? Precisely. The elder nodded affirmatively. But how can I pass through the fourth level of the infinite tower? You must navigate the treasure vault within a limited time, the elder replied. Chunchanga nearly laughed aloud upon hearing this. So, I just need to walk through? The elder cleared his throat and continued. However, the path to wealth is fraught with peril. Without hesitation, Chunchanga stepped inside, muttering, who wouldn't he wish for sudden wealth? The moment he entered the vault, the sight before him took his breath away. The interior of the vault was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, seemingly creating its own realm. Countless gold, silver, and jewels were piled high, their dazzling brilliance nearly blinding him. The heavenly materials exuded an enticing fragrance, and miraculous elixirs shimmered in jade vials. Is this the power of wealth? Chunchanga murmured, unconsciously stepping forward. However, at the instant he entered the vault, the stone door behind him slammed shut. The elder's voice echoed from outside, laced with a hint of sinister amusement. Young master, remember, the path to wealth is treacherous. Do not succumb to greed. A pang of anxiety gripped Chunchanga's heart, but he was soon entranced by the riches before him. He reached out to grasp a handful of gold coins, the heavy sensation filling him with a profound sense of satisfaction. I have never been this wealthy in 2 lifetimes. However, as he prepared to place the coins into his purse, he discovered that they had turned to ash in his grasp. What is happening? Chunchanga stood in shock. He attempted to pick up a piece of beeswax, only for it to disintegrate into dust as well. It dawned on him that this wealth was not real, but rather an illusion. Thus, the first trial of the path to wealth was to see through the mirage. Chunchanga took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He closed his eyes, attempting to navigate his way out through instinct, and walked for what felt like an eternity. When he finally opened his eyes again, the scenery of the vault had transformed. The once mountainous piles of gold and jewels had vanished, replaced by a narrow passage. Towering walls flanked either side, embedded with countless shimmering gems. Chunchanga cautiously advanced. Suddenly, the gems embedded in the walls began to dislodge, transforming into a flurry of sharp arrows that shot towards him. This is dire. Chunchanga swiftly dodged, but the arrows fell like rain. compelling him to sprint forward with all his might. The arrows grazed his sleeves, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Gritting his teeth, Chun Changa reflected, this path to fortune is indeed perilous. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, a luminous portal appeared ahead. With every ounce of strength, he dashed towards it, the arrows halting abruptly before the closing door. He gasped for breath, casting a glance back, his heart still racing with trepidation. Yet, before he could regain his composure, the scene before him shifted once more. This time, he found himself within a vast casino. Tables overflowing with gold, silver, and jewels, while the surrounding patrons fervently placed their bets, their eyes glimmering with greed. Care for a game? A seductive woman approached him, a pair of dice in her hand. Chun Changa shook his head. I do not gamble. The woman chuckled softly. Here, without gambling, one cannot proceed. Chun Changa furrowed his brow. How many games are required? The woman paused for a moment, then replied with a smile. Intriguing, at least one round. Will you bet high or low? She shook the dice enticingly. High. As soon as Chun Changa uttered the word, the dice cup in her hand came to a halt. She slowly unveiled it, revealing 3 dice resting quietly on the table, 4, 5, and 6. High. The woman smiled slightly, congratulating him on his victory. Instantly, the treasures before Chun Changa doubled in value. Congratulations. You have acquired 2 spirit stone mines, 2 ancient cultivation texts, and 2 primordial spirit beasts. This was a staggering fortune for any cultivator. Yet, as everything lay within his grasp, Chun Changa felt no joy. Instead, he grew more vigilant. Shall we continue? The woman's sultry gaze and tempting voice beckoned. Chun Changa shook his head. 1 round has passed. May I leave now? A flicker of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes. Then she smiled. Of course. However, do you not wish to try your luck once more? In the next round, you might win even more. Chun Changa suppressed his inner turmoil and firmly stated, No, I have fulfilled your requirements. The woman sighed, seemingly disappointed. Very well, if you insist. Then please. The casino's ambience began to warp, the cacophony gradually fading away. Chun Changa found himself standing in a long corridor, at the end of which stood an ancient wooden door inscribed with the word exit. Upon stepping through, an elderly man approached him briskly. I did not expect the young master to emerge so quickly. Thank you for the reminder. I did not linger long. As Chun Changa spoke, he presented the renowned sword of the world. No merit, no reward. The sword returns to its elder. The old man was taken aback by Chun Changa's unexpected gesture. Young master, you need not take the sword. Surely, you must accept this endless treasury. No, I shall not. Chun Changa turned to leave. Why not? The elder pursued him. Chun Changa smiled lightly. Were I to accept it, I fear I would not be able to exit this boundless tower, would I? Ha ha. You are indeed remarkable. The elder laughed heartily, and with his laughter, the infinite treasury vanished into thin air. Chun Changa found himself once more at the entrance of the Tavern of the Wine Immortals. The proprietress, Sai Yuhuan, had long awaited his arrival at the door. Young hero, you are truly extraordinary. Thank you for the compliment. Chun Changa responded, as if addressing an old friend. I have returned. I trust one have not yet surpassed the 3rd level of the Boundless Tower? If I am not mistaken, this is still the exit? You are quite astute, young hero. However, you have yet to pass. Sai Yuhuan gently patted Chun Changa's shoulder. Young hero, it is ill-advised to indulge in thievery. How did you manage to procure this soul heaven technique? Sai Yuhuan extracted a book from Chun Changa's garment, revealing the very soul heaven technique. Chun Changa stared at the book in astonishment. He had never seen it before. How could it possibly be in his possession? A wave of humiliation washed over him. I did not steal it. Then you should not have taken it. Sai Jinfeng scoffed. Officers, come quickly. This man impersonates the young master and has deceived us of the secrets of Wuliang Town. Sai Jinfeng shouted loudly to the patrolling guards. Chun Changa's heart sank, realizing he had fallen into a deeper predicament. However, Sai Yuhuan's accusations and the book in her hand left him speechless. The guards swiftly surrounded him. The captain coldly regarding Chun Changa. You are the one who impersonated the young master and stole the technique? Chun Changa took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. I did not impersonate the young master, nor did I steal this book. Someone has set me up. The captain sneered. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still dare to argue? Men, seize him. Chun Changa understood that further explanations would be futile. He had to find a way to escape. Otherwise, the consequences of incarceration would be dire. Just as the guards prepared to act, Chunchanga suddenly summoned his inner energy, his figure flashing as he swiftly broke through the encirclement. His speed was astonishing. The guards, taken aback, could only watch helplessly as he vanished at the street's end. "Pursue him. We cannot let him escape," the captain bellowed. Chunchanga darted through the narrow alleyways, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He knew he had been ensnared, and the architect of this scheme was likely either the elder or Sai Yuan. Suddenly, he spotted a partially ajar door ahead, and without hesitation, he dashed inside, closing the door behind him. The room within was dimly lit, the air suffused with a subtle fragrance. Chunchanga scanned the surroundings with caution, noting the absence of any occupants. "Who are you? Why have you intruded into my room?" A clear voice rang out from behind him. Chunchanga abruptly turned around to find a graceful young maiden clad in a yellow skirt standing at the doorway, her gaze piercingly fixed upon him. "Forgive me. I was pursued by the officials and had no choice but to intrude," he hastily explained. The maiden furrowed her brow. "Officials? What crime have you committed?" Chunchanga managed a wry smile. "I have committed no crime. I am merely a victim of deceit." The maiden scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. Just then, the sound of footsteps and shouts from the officials echoed from outside. "He cannot have gone far. He must be nearby." A flicker of hesitation crossed the maiden's eyes, and she swiftly approached Chunchanga, whispering, "Follow me." She led him through the room and opened a concealed door. Beyond it lay a narrow secret passage. "We can escape the town through here. I shall guide you," the maiden declared. Chunchanga looked at her with gratitude. "Thank you, kind lady, for your rescue." The two hurriedly entered the passage, which twisted and turned. He followed her carefully until they emerged at the foot of a secluded mountain. Casting a glance back in the direction of Wuliang town, he felt a quiet relief, vowing to clear his name one day. He bowed deeply to the maiden. "Thank you for saving my life. May I inquire your name?" The young woman smiled softly. "You may call me Jojo." Just as Chunchanga was about to ask for the way out, a group quickly surrounded him. Among them, a striking young man rode a magnificent steed, donned in a long black robe of noble quality. "Jojo, I have come to rescue you," he declared, dismounting gracefully. "Scene, this rogue has coerced me. Thankfully, you have arrived," Jojo exclaimed, throwing herself into the young man's embrace. "I did not coerce her." Chunchanga realized he had fallen into yet another trap. Fury surged within him. Why were these people conspiring to wrong him? "Seize the rogue." The officials advanced towards him. Imposter claiming to be the young master. Thief of the sacred teachings. Scoundrel coercing a lady. The crowd surrounded Chunchanga, hurling accusations. "Arrest him," commanded the constable. Chunchanga found himself at a loss for words, his chest heaving with indignation. As he attempted to flee, he sought to channel his inner energy, only to discover his dantian was utterly devoid of power, as if he had never trained at all. Chapter 15. The goddess in distress, the hero rescues the maiden. Accused in a chain of deceit, bereft of any martial skills. Chunchanga's heart raced in anger, his fists clenched, nails digging into his palms. How could this be? He pondered. Was this yet another trial? A sudden realization struck him as he recalled his experiences within the Wuliang Tower, the ephemeral status, the enchanting wife, the tempting wagers. Each had been a test of his character. Drawing a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure. The predicament he faced might very well be the final challenge. If he continued to argue, fume, or even attempt to resist, it would be akin to sinking deeper into a quagmire. Let go of your obsessions and see through the illusions. Chunchanga silently recited within his heart. Gradually, he relinquished his fixation on innocence and the resentment towards his slanderers. His state of mind became increasingly tranquil, as though he were an observer, with the sounds around him fading into indistinct murmurs. The constable, noticing Chunchanga's silence, assumed he had confessed and gestured for the guards to seize him. However, at the moment the guards reached out to grasp him, Chunchanga's form suddenly transformed into a wisp of shadow, dissipating into the air. In that instant, he found himself standing in an expansive grassland, devoid of any presence save for the elderly figure he had encountered in the infinite treasury. The elder gazed at him with a smile, his eyes brimming with approval. "Chunchanga, you have finally discerned the final barrier of your trials." Understanding dawned upon Chunchanga, and he respectfully bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." The elder nodded slightly. "Your ability to relinquish arguments, anger, and even your attachment to innocence signifies that your character has ascended to a new realm. This final trial tests your capacity to let go," Chunchanga remarked with gratitude. Had it not been for your wise trial, I would have remained ensnared in the turmoil before me, unable to extricate myself. The elder responded with a smile. The path of cultivation is, at its essence, the path of the heart. A heart that clings is akin to one trapped in a cage. Only by letting go can one attain true freedom. You may now ascend to the 7th level of the infinite tower. As the elder's voice faded, his figure gradually dissolved, and the vast white expanse began to collapse. Chunchanga returned to the 6th level of the infinite tower. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully passed the trials of the 3rd level of wine, the 4th level of desire, the 5th level of wealth, and the 6th level of qi. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the protective wine, which prevents the decay of your body. You have acquired a heavenly tier beauty pill, preserving your appearance in eternal youth. You have received the lost cultivation technique, Soul Heaven Method. You have obtained the infinite sword. In the long life mysterious cave, Chunchanga regained consciousness in his body, sitting cross-legged. He slowly opened his eyes, surrounded by a thick atmosphere of spiritual energy swirling around him. His breathing was steady and prolonged, each inhalation and exhalation resonating with the universe. After enduring the trials of the infinite tower, his state of mind had reached perfection, making this the opportune moment for a breakthrough. In his heart, Chunchanga silently recited. As the cultivation secrets of the Soul Heaven Method surfaced in his mind, he gradually began to circulate his energy, the true qi within him surging like a mighty river, flowing through his meridians and ultimately converging in his dantian. As the true qi continued to compress, the vortex within his dantian solidified, resembling a brilliant star radiating dazzling light. 9 layers of the cave realm. He had directly reached the 9th layer of the cave realm. Yet it was not enough. Chunchanga whispered within himself, urging the technique further. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his body trembling slightly, clearly under immense strain. At that moment, a myriad of trials faced by Chang'e within the limitless tower surged into his mind. Her ethereal beauty, illusory wealth, perilous arrows, tempting wagers, and the humiliations of those ensnared by deceit. Let go of your obsessions and see through the illusions. You can become stronger, Chunchanga silently recited in his heart. As his mental state transcended, the cyclone within his dantian suddenly trembled, unleashing a formidable suction force. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body like a tidal wave, transforming into pure vital energy that merged into the cyclone. 9th layer of divine communication, break. Chunchonga's eyes flew open, radiating brilliance as if he could pierce through the void. He slowly rose, feeling the surging power within him, a profound joy swelling in his heart. He had not anticipated that the limitless tower could facilitate such a frenzied breakthrough. He had officially entered the ranks of the powerful. Was this the power of the limitless tower? It allowed one to amplify their cultivation without the need for incremental ascents. He clenched his fist, and suddenly, a booming sound echoed from the heavens. Chunchanga looked up to see a dazzling beam of light descending, enveloping him. System, congratulations. Master, you have reached the 9th layer of divine communication. Alert, the target, the eternal goddess, is visiting the eternal tomb to pay respects to her deceased mother and may encounter danger. Chunchanga felt a tightening in his chest upon receiving the notification and hurried towards the eternal tomb. The tomb was nestled within a secluded valley, shrouded in rich spiritual energy, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity. The moment Chunchanga stepped into the tomb, he was met with an ancient and powerful aura. Cautiously, he expanded his consciousness to sense the movements around him. Suddenly, he detected faint energy fluctuations ahead, suggesting a battle was underway. He quickened his pace, swiftly arriving at the scene. There, the eternal goddess, Li Nan Nan, was besieged by a group of men in black. Her figure appeared somewhat weary, yet she continued to resist valiantly. A glint of coldness flashed in Chunchonga's eyes as he charged into the fray without hesitation. Who dares to harm her? He bellowed, drawing forth the limitless sword, its blade gleaming like a rainbow, aimed directly at the assailants. The men in black, taken aback by the sudden appearance of an adversary, found themselves momentarily unprepared. Chunchonga's swordsmanship was exceptionally fierce, each strike infused with powerful vital energy, swiftly repelling several of the attackers. Upon seeing Chunchanga arrive, Li Nanan's eyes sparkled with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. Changa, be careful. These individuals are formidable, she cautioned. Since they dare to come, they shall not leave easily. Chunchanga scoffed. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Nannan, their coordination was impeccable. Although the men in black possessed significant strength, they gradually fell into a disadvantage against Chunchanga's ninth layer of divine communication prowess. Ultimately, sensing the tide turning, the men in black began to retreat. Chunchanga did not pursue, but instead turned to Li Nannan, expressing concern. Are you all right? Li Nannan shook her head. I am fine, thanks to your timely arrival. Have you entered the ninth layer of the divine communication? Chunchanga nodded. Who are these people? Why did they attack you? Li Nannan's expression turned grave. They appear to be from the demon clan. Upon hearing the term demon clan, Chunchanga felt a chill in his heart. The demon clan is the most enigmatic and malevolent force in the realm of cultivation, known for their secretive actions and brutal methods, often enhancing their own power by devouring the cultivation of others and plundering the essence of heaven and earth. The audacity of the demon clan to strike at you suggests that the three realms are in turmoil. Chunchanga could not fathom the demon clan's intentions, yet he sensed the waters were becoming increasingly murky. The eternal goddess nodded. The demon clan has long coveted our Longxing clan's secret of longevity, which is said to contain the secrets to eternal life. Their attack is likely an attempt to coerce me into surrendering the secret. We must not let the demon clan succeed, Chunchanga declared resolutely. Be careful. Chunchanga warned sharply as the infinite treasure sword in his hand unsheathed in an instant. Its blade radiating like a rainbow, pointing directly ahead. Emerging from the thicket was a man clad in black robes. His face was obscured in shadow, revealing only a pair of icy eyes that fixated on Chunchanga and Li Nannan like a venomous serpent. Dog couple. The voice of the black-robed man was hoarse and chilling, laced with a hint of mockery. Chunchanga sensed a familiar aura. Yet how could someone he knew be among the demon clan? Make your move, Chunchanga said coldly. The black-robed man chuckled softly, slowly raising his hand. A mass of pitch-black energy coalescing in his palm, emanating an unsettlingly evil aura. Surrender, Li Nannan, he stated flatly, his tone carrying an undeniable threat. With a snort, Chunchanga swung the infinite treasure sword fiercely, its brilliance surging like a dragon, aiming straight at the black-robed man. You must first consult my sword. The dark energy in the black-robed man's hand erupted instantaneously, transforming into a razor-sharp, obsidian blade that clashed with Chunchanga's sword light. Boom. The collision of the two formidable forces produced a deafening roar. Chunchanga felt a tremendous backlash, causing him to stagger back a few steps, while the black-robed man remained utterly unperturbed, clearly possessing superior strength. Your ninth layer of divine communication is commendable, but regrettably, you are still no match for me. The black-robed man boasted. A jolt ran through Chunchanga as he realized the opponent's power far surpassed his own. Yet, rather than retreating, his fighting spirit surged. Changa, be cautious. He is the black shaman of the demon clan, with unfathomable strength. Li Nannan joined the fray, positioning herself back-to-back with Chunchanga. Once more, Chunchanga's true energy surged forth, and the infinite treasure sword radiated a dazzling brilliance. The black shaman gathered the dark energy in his hand again, transforming it into countless obsidian blades, sweeping toward Chunchanga. Li Nannan retrieved a translucent jade pendant, silently reciting an incantation. As the incantation was uttered, the jade pendant emanated a gentle glow, transforming into a luminous barrier that enveloped both her and Chunchanga, shielding him from the encroaching malevolent energy. Chunchanga immediately sensed a surge of vitality within himself, the pain that had plagued him dissipating. Could this be the secret art of the Eternal Life Clan? A jolt of realization coursed through his mind. Black Shah, witnessing this, was momentarily overtaken by a flicker of jealousy. Li Nannan, you dare to employ the sacred techniques of the Eternal Life Clan to assist him. It seems you are resolutely committed to this path of no return. Li Nannan regarded the emissary of Black Shah with a cold, dismissive gaze. He snorted in contempt, unleashing another wave of dark energy that intensified in ferocity. Meanwhile, Chunchanga, drawing upon the secret art, engaged in a fierce confrontation with Black Shah. The surrounding trees were torn asunder by the clash of sword energy and dark forces, the ground pockmarked with deep craters. The battle gradually descended into a stalemate. At that moment, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. A multitude of figures approached them. Chapter 16. A man and a woman, love that cannot be concealed. A group hastily arrived, led by Li Dea, wielding an ancient longsword. his gaze fierce and his presence formidable. "The elders of the Eternal Life clan have arrived," Li Nannan exclaimed with delight. Black Sha, sensing the shift in circumstances, displayed a hint of trepidation. "For today, I shall spare you. But when we meet again, it shall be your demise." With that, the emissary of Black Sha enveloped himself in his dark robe, transforming into a cloud of shadow, which soon morphed into a colossal black bat, soaring into the sky and vanishing in an instant. However, just as everyone believed the crisis had momentarily subsided, a piercing screech resounded through the night sky. "Be careful!" Chimichanga suddenly looked up, spotting a blood-red bat darting towards them from the darkness, its speed disorienting. The crimson bat's eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, releasing a foul, toxic venom aimed directly at Li Nannan's face. "Nannan!" Chimichanga cried out, rushing to intervene, but he was too late. The venom splattered onto Li Nannan's cheek, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded her skin. Li Nannan let out a heart-wrenching scream, her hands clutching her face as blood oozed through her fingers, mingling with the noxious scent of the poison, instilling terror in all who beheld it. "Ha ha! Goddess of eternal life, your beauty shall be but a memory. From this day forth, you shall be hideous, and no man will ever be beguiled by you again." The red bat circled in the air, emitting a shrill, mocking laughter before dissolving into a flash of crimson light, disappearing into the night. "Nannan!" Chimichanga rushed to her side, supporting her frail form as she wavered on the brink of collapse, his eyes filled with urgency and fury. He looked down at her face, horrified to see her once exquisite features marred by the corrosive venom, now grotesque and terrifying. With great effort, Li Nannan stifled her agony, her voice trembling. "Changa, is my face ruined?" A pang of sorrow pierced Chimichanga's heart as he grasped her hand tightly, his tone resolute. "It will not be, Nannan. I promise I will find a way to heal you." Li Day hurried over and, upon seeing his daughter's disfigured face, a flicker of anger and sorrow flashed in his eyes. He quickly retrieved a vial of elixir from his pocket, poured out a pill, and handed it to Li Nannan. "Nannan, quickly take this antidote to suppress the poison." Li Nannan reluctantly swallowed the pill, and while the pain on her face eased slightly, the wounds remained shocking. Lowering her head, her voice trembled. "Father, will I ever return to my former self?" Li Day paused for a moment before responding solemnly. "Nannan, do not worry. The Chongqing clan possesses numerous miraculous elixirs. I will surely find a way to heal you." Chimichanga, witnessing Li Nannan's suffering, felt as though his heart were being sliced. Suddenly, he recalled the reward he had received in the Wuliang Tower, which included a celestial-grade beauty elixir said to grant unparalleled beauty and eternal youth. "Nannan, wait." Chimichanga hastily produced the translucent beauty elixir from his pocket and presented it to Li Nannan. "This is a celestial-grade beauty elixir. It can heal your wounds and restore your appearance." Li Nannan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting surprise and gratitude as she gazed at the precious pill. "This is too valuable." Chimichanga shook his head, his tone resolute. "No treasure is more important than your well-being." Li Day regarded Chimichanga with a glimmer of appreciation and said gravely, "Nannan, accept it. You need not refuse Changa's kindness." Li Nannan accepted the beauty elixir and gently placed it in her mouth. It melted instantly, transforming into a soothing force that coursed through her meridians, ultimately converging at the site of her injuries. Before their eyes, the scar corroded by poison healed at a visible pace. Moments later, her cheek returned to its original state, even more radiant and flawless than before, her beauty reaching an extraordinary pinnacle. Li Nannan touched her face, her eyes filled with astonishment and gratitude. "Changa, thank you." Chimichanga smiled gently, his voice tender. "Between us, there is no need for thanks. As long as you are happy, I am content." Their gazes met, and it felt as if 1,000 unspoken sentiments flowed between them. "System, congratulations, Master. You have gifted the target a celestial-grade beauty elixir, triggering billion-fold return." "Congratulations, Master. You have obtained eternal youth and unparalleled beauty." Chimichanga inwardly grumbled. What use does a grown man have for extraordinary beauty? To his surprise, the system continued. "Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the 1,000-faced divine fox visage, allowing you to assume the appearance of any person. Well then, it seems I am destined to follow a new path of enchanting the world." Chimichanga, lost in self-deprecation, failed to notice that his own features had become increasingly handsome and refined. Li Nanan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she lowered her head and softly remarked, "Chang'e, you have given me so many surprises." Li Dai observed the two with a complex expression before solemnly stating, "Nan, Chang'e, it is serious that members of the demon clan have breached the barrier and entered the sacred land of Chongqing. We must swiftly discuss our countermeasures. We cannot allow them another opportunity." Chang'e nodded, his expression grave. "Elder is right. We must prepare at once." Li Nan regained her composure, a flicker of determination in her eyes. "Father, I suspect there is a traitor among us." Li Dai nodded solemnly, his voice heavy with concern. "Without a traitor, how could our barrier be so easily breached by the demon clan? Today, I shall work with the elders to reinforce the barrier, ensure that our patrols are vigilant. We cannot allow any nefarious individuals to infiltrate." The group sprang into action, hastening towards the territory of the Chongqing clan. Along the way, Chang'e walked alongside Li Nan, their hearts seemingly drawing closer than before. The night was profound, adorned with twinkling stars. Standing guard outside the mysterious cave, Chang'e and Li Nan gazed up at the night sky. Chang'e looked at Li Nan and couldn't help but gently take her small hand in his. "I never imagined we would stand side by side beneath the same canopy of stars." Li Nan seemed to sense Chang'e's sentiment and allowed him to hold her hand. "Chang'e, the road ahead may not be easy." Chang'e tightened his grip, his eyes filled with resolve. "Together, we shall overcome all obstacles." The moonlight was enchanting, casting a seductive glow, and Chang'e's breath began to falter. Nervously, he regarded the exquisitely beautiful Li Nan, unconsciously leaning closer. Li Nan appeared to notice Chang'e's approach, her heart racing involuntarily. The moonlight illuminated her face, highlighting every exquisite detail of her ethereal beauty. As if even the moonlight was captivated by her charm. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Chang'e's breath grew increasingly unsteady, his gaze fixed on Li Nan's face, as if he wished to engrave her image in his heart. His voice was low and gentle, tinged with an unmistakable tension. "Nan, I." Li Nan gently lifted her head, meeting his gaze. "Chang'e, what do you wish to say?" The distance between them diminished, their breaths intertwining, making the very air feel heated. Chang'e's heart raced like a drum, his eyes drawn to Li Nan's lips, his throat tightening as he struggled to suppress his inner impulse. Just as their lips were about to meet, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps from afar shattered the tranquil night. "Goddess, junior brother Chun, this is not good." The eldest brother of the Chongqing clan, Li Lang, rushed over, his expression alarmed. In Chapter 17, "The Spirit Peng Causes Trouble. Who is Qinjianzi?" he exclaimed. "There is a large assembly of Spirit Peng outside the barrier. They seem to be gathering." Chang'e and Li Nan quickly parted, a blush of embarrassment crossing their faces. Coughing lightly, the elder brother Li Lang cleared his throat. "Let us go take a look." Chang'e was the first to regain his composure. Li Nan followed Chang'e as they accompanied the eldest brother to the edge of the barrier. At that moment, the Spirit Peng Saint hovered high in the air, accompanied by the Spirit Peng Young Saint. Behind the Spirit Peng Saint stood a multitude of Spirit Peng clansmen, each soaring with fervor, exuding an imposing presence as they looked down upon the Chongqing clan below. "Li Dai, your longevity clan has monopolized the boundless forest for many years. Yet you now unjustly strip my Spirit Peng clan of our token under baseless accusations. What rationale is this?" Li Dai scoffed. "Spirit Peng Saint, do you still have the audacity to question me after you harmed others? Were it not for your unscrupulous intentions, my longevity clan would never have seized your token." Li Nan also stepped forward. "Spirit Peng Saint, although the boundless forest lies within the territory of my longevity clan, we have never claimed its fortunes solely for ourselves. On the contrary, it is you who have repeatedly violated the rules and even harmed my kin. Are you now gathered here to forcefully breach the barrier?" A glint of malice flashed in Spirit Peng Saint's eyes. "What if I do breach it? The fortunes of the boundless forest are gifts from heaven and earth. How can they be monopolized by your longevity clan? If you do not surrender Chang'e and the token today, do not blame me for being uncivil." Chang'e stood beside Li Nan. "Nan, the boundless forest will open in 10 days. It seems today's affairs may not conclude amicably." Li Dai waved his hand, and the disciples of the longevity clan quickly assembled, forming a formidable line of defense. Li Dai looked up at Spirit Peng Saint. "If you insist on battle, my longevity clan will accompany you to the end. But think carefully. Should you forcefully breach our barrier, you shall bear the consequences. Spirit Pung Saint suddenly waved his hand, and the members of the Spirit Pung clan emitted a sharp cry, transforming into streaks of light as they charged towards the barrier, preparing for battle. With a command from Li Dai, the disciples of the Longevity clan drew their weapons, their true energy surging, ready to meet the onslaught of the Spirit Pung clan. Chun Changa tightened his grip on the boundless sword, a flicker of battle intent in his eyes. Just as the battle was on the verge of erupting, a melodious bell rang from afar, accompanied by a clear voice. Everyone, hold on. The crowd turned to see a group of cultivators dressed in the attire of Qingyun Academy soaring through the air, led by the academy's head, Qinjianzi. He held a feather fan, wore a gentle smile, and exuded an aura of tranquility that calmed the hearts of those present. Senior Qinjianzi. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Dai's expression softened as he cupped his hands in greeting. Spirit Pung Saint furrowed his brow at the sight. What counsel do you bring today, headmaster? Qinjianzi smiled slightly. Spirit Pung Saint, clan leader Li, I have heard of today's events and have come at the behest of others. The fortunes of the boundless forest are indeed bestowed by heaven and earth and ought to be shared among all. Why must we allow a temporary dispute to rupture our harmony? Li Dai stated solemnly. Senior Qinjianzi, the Spirit Pung clan has repeatedly violated the rules and even harmed my divine maiden. Our seizure of their token was a last resort. Spirit Pung Saint coldly snorted. Li Dai, your Longevity clan has monopolized the boundless forest for years. What justification is there for this? Qinjianzi raised his hand to signal both parties to remain calm. Both of you, the fortunes of the boundless forest should not be monopolized by a single party. While the Spirit Pung clan has erred, the Spirit Pung minor Saint has also faced appropriate punishment. Let us proceed in this manner. I, as a representative of the Qingyun Academy, shall act as an intermediary, ensuring that all parties can partake fairly in the opportunities presented by the infinite forest. As for Chun Changa, after all, he seeks vengeance for the divine maiden of eternal life, which I believe embodies the valor of a true man. To harbor a grudge without retribution is simply not the doctrine of our Qingyun Academy. Li Dai pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the holy spirit of the Lingping and Qinjianzi, before finally nodding in agreement. Since Elder Qinjianzi has intervened to mediate, our Eternal Life clan is willing to provide them with tokens. The holy spirit of Lingpeng, sensing a favorable outcome, replied, very well. Since Qingyun Academy is willing to uphold justice, we of the Lingpeng clan shall temporarily withdraw. Qinjianzi smiled and nodded, assuring the Qingyun Academy will handle matters impartially, without any favoritism. Chun Changa and Li Nannan stood aside, observing as the tensions began to ease, and they both sighed in relief. Chun Changa quietly remarked to Li Nannan, it seems the intervention of Qingyun Academy has momentarily quelled this dispute. Li Nannan nodded, recalling that in her previous life, she was indeed a disciple of Qinjianzi. The Qingyun Academy is the closest institution to the pinnacle of the universe. To attain the Emperor's realm, one must seek enlightenment from the Academy. What? Then what is the realm of the Academy's headmaster? Chun Changa inquired, astonished. Unbound realm. What does that mean? No one knows his realm, yet he has never suffered defeat. Chun Changa pressed further, then in a battle against the Emperor's realm, who would prevail? All of them are his students. Li Nannan whispered. So, the true invincibility lies with Qinjianzi? Chun Changa exclaimed in astonishment, realizing this hierarchy of power. Li Nannan inwardly chuckled at Chun Changa's surprise. Reflecting on her previous life, she thought, did you not also defeat me, who was of the Emperor's realm? In this life, while you remain unaware, I must forge a good relationship with you. Observing the initial consensus reached between both parties, Qinjianzi continued, in that case, when the infinite forest opens, Qingyun Academy will preside over the proceedings outside its boundaries. Both Li Dai and the holy spirit of Lingpeng nodded in agreement. Qinjianzi, satisfied with their reactions, gracefully waved his feather fan, declaring, then we shall meet in 10 days. You may all take your leave. The holy spirit of Lingpeng snorted coldly, gesturing with his hand as he led the Lingpeng clan to depart swiftly. Li Dai also turned to the disciples of the Eternal Life clan, instructing, everyone, return and rest. We shall deliberate anew tomorrow. The crowd dispersed, and Chun Changa and Li Nannan followed Li Dai back. Along the way, Li Dai spoke to Li Nannan and Chun Changa, with Qinjianzi overseeing the infinite forest. There should be no discrepancies. Indeed, the Qingyun Academy has always been just, and Qinjianzi holds great respect. Li Nanan nodded in agreement. If you can gain Qinjianzi's favor in this contest for the infinite forest, your futures will undoubtedly be boundless. Li Dai mused, casting a thoughtful glance at Li Nanan before bringing up another matter. The recruitment competition for disciples at Qingyun Academy should be less than a month away, with 10 slots available. A flicker of excitement crossed Chen Chang's eyes. Qingyun Academy is truly extraordinary. We must explore it further. Li Nanan smiled slightly, her mind quietly calculating the memories of her previous life. She understood that the apprentice selection competition at Qingyun Academy was not merely a contest of strength, but rather a profound test of character and insight. Should one succeed in this competition and gain entry into Qingyun Academy for cultivation, their future achievements would undoubtedly be boundless. Observing the differing expressions of the two, Li Dai continued, the competition at Qingyun Academy is of great significance. You must prepare yourselves in advance. Especially you, Chang'e, as the academy also evaluates poetry. Poetry? Chen Chang'e froze in place, bewildered. What nonsense is this? Why must cultivation involve poetry? Li Nanan, witnessing Chen Chang'e's astonished demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. What? Regret reading late in life? Chen Chang'e wore a bitter smile, feeling a pang of distress within. The disciples dispersed, yet the third disciple, Zhang Xiefeng, trailed behind the eldest brother, Li Lang, with evident dissatisfaction. Eldest brother, this Chen Chang'e is merely a servant, yet now he stands on equal footing with us. Moreover, the goddess often stays close to him. Upon hearing Zhang Xiefeng's grievance, Li Lang recalled the earlier moment when the two nearly kissed and sighed. For his junior sister, Chen Chang'e had excavated the supreme bone, risked his life for revenge, and later restored her appearance. Was his effort not worthy of equal standing with us? Zhang Xiefeng's discontent only deepened. Eldest brother, how can you side with that little wretch? We too would go to great lengths for our junior sister. Furthermore, the clan leader taking in Chen Chang'e is an unprecedented act of grace. Who would harbor an unknown servant? What right does he have to venture into the infinite forest seeking fortune? Zhang Xiefeng grumbled behind him, while Li Lang silently recited the heart-purifying mantra. It was only upon returning to their dwelling that Li Lang managed to suppress his inner desires. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiefeng sought out other brothers, planning to teach Chen Chang'e a lesson. Chapter 18. Breaking through the seventh layer, opening the coffin door in pursuit of swiftly advancing his cultivation. Chen Chang'e once again entered the infinite tower. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying in a secret chamber. Simple furniture adorned the room, and the candle on the table had burned down to half its length. As he attempted to rise, he discovered that his hands and feet were firmly shackled by iron chains, and a mysterious force sealed his inner spiritual energy, rendering it immobile. Had he returned to 3 years ago when he first arrived in this fantastical realm? Awake? A greasy voice emanated from outside the door. Chen Chang'e looked up to see a young man clad in luxurious attire entering, flanked by 2 powerful guards. Long Wujie. Chen Chang'e narrowed his eyes, recognizing the identity of the visitor. He was indeed the young master of the A-Dragon clan. What a splendid supreme bone. The world knows only to extract your bones. Yet they remain unaware that you are also a prime alchemical furnace. Long Wujie sneered, approaching Chen Chang'e and gazing down upon him from a superior height. What do you want? Chen Chang'e inquired coldly. What do I want? Long Wujie's lips curled into a cruel smile. From this day forth, you shall serve as my living cauldron, providing the spiritual energy necessary for my cultivation. Living cauldron? A weight settled in Chen Chang'e's heart. He understood that a living cauldron was merely a tool forcibly taken by the powerful to extract spiritual energy for their own cultivation. Once one became a living cauldron, they would either be drained of their energy or, at worst, lose their life. This was the predicament he faced upon arriving in this fantastical realm. You shall not succeed. Chen Chang'e gritted his teeth and declared. Not succeed? Long Wujie laughed heartily. Do you believe you still have a choice? With that, he waved his hand, and 2 guards immediately stepped forward, seizing Chen Chang'e and dragging him from the ground. Take him to the spirit refining chamber, Long Wujie commanded coldly. The guards, holding Chen Chang'e firmly, traversed a long corridor until they arrived at a secret chamber adorned with runes. In the center of the chamber stood a stone platform, equipped with a formation. Let me go? Chen Chang'e struggled against their grip. Bang! He was forcefully thrown onto the stone platform, his limbs shackled by iron chains at each corner. Let the process begin, Long Wujie said, his enormous eyes gleaming with greed. One of the guards produced a dagger and made a cut on Chingchanga's arm. Blood flowed from the wound, dripping onto the formation of the stone platform. Instantly, the formation illuminated, and a strange power began to siphon the spiritual energy from within Chingchanga. Chingchanga let out a cry of agony. He felt his spiritual energy being forcibly stripped away. Ha ha ha, indeed worthy of the supreme bone. The purity of your spiritual energy surpasses that of ordinary people. Long Wujis greedily absorbed the energy extracted from Chingchanga. Clenching his teeth, veins bulged on Chingchanga's forehead. He realized that if this continued, he would inevitably be drained of his energy, becoming nothing but a skeleton. I cannot perish here, he roared inwardly, desperately resisting the power of the formation. Yet, as his energy continued to dissipate, his consciousness began to fade. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System. Reminder, Master. You are now in the Infinite Tower. You are not the Chingchanga of old. Chingchanga was taken aback. Previously, he had no cultivation. But now he was at the 9th level of divine communication. At this moment, his spiritual energy was sealed, and his limbs were bound by chains. Faced with the extraction of the formation, he felt utterly powerless. Why can't I break free from this seal? System, Master. The power of this seal originates from the secret arts of the Abyssal Dragon clan. You must find the flaw in the seal to free yourself. Chingchanga concentrated, beginning to perceive the binding force of the seal. Indeed, he discovered that the core of the seal seemed to be connected to the formation on the stone platform. If he could destroy the formation, the power of the seal would weaken. Just then, Long Wujis's maniacal laughter echoed once more. Ha, delightful. Chingchanga ignored him, focusing on a rune in the center of the stone platform that radiated a light unlike any of the others. As Chingchanga contemplated the destruction of the rune, an impulse surged within him. He bit down on his tongue, releasing a stream of his essence, which he directed forcefully towards the core rune. With a splatter, the blood struck the rune, causing the array's brilliance to flicker erratically, weakening the sealing power in tandem. What? Long Wuji's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out. Quick! Stabilize the array. 2 guards rushed forward, attempting to mend the array, yet Chingchanga seized the moment. The moment the seal weakened, the spiritual energy within him erupted with vigor. Boom! The formidable spiritual force of the 9th layer of divine communication shattered the remaining seals, and the chains binding his limbs were obliterated. He sprang from the stone platform, launching a fierce punch at one of the guards. Bang! The guard had no time to react and was sent flying by Chingchanga's blow, crashing heavily against the wall, lifeless. The other guard, witnessing this, hastily drew his weapon and aimed a strike at Chingchanga. However, Chingchanga's speed surpassed his own. In a flash, he appeared behind the guard, delivering a palm strike to his back. Splurt! The guard coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Long Wuji, upon seeing this, turned pale and retreated hastily, exclaiming, How could you possibly break free from the seal? Chingchanga regarded him coldly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. You are the dragon, are you not? Today, I shall flay the tendons from your foul body to fashion a belt, strip your scales for armor, and siphon your essence for my own use. Before his words could fully escape, Chingchanga vanished, reappearing before Long Wuji, and unleashed a punch aimed at his chest. Bang! Long Wuji was sent crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Chingchanga offered him no respite. He instantly materialized before him, placing a foot upon his chest. You, wretched dragon, were quite arrogant a moment ago, were you not? Now, it is my turn to extract your essence. Long Wuji gazed at Chingchanga in terror, trembling as he stammered, No, I was wrong. Please spare me. Chingchanga let out a cold laugh. Ignoring his pleas for mercy, he commenced his technique, beginning to siphon Long Wuji's spiritual energy. A piercing scream erupted from Long Wuji as his essence drained rapidly, his form transforming into a pale dragon. Chingchanga wielded his sword, severing the dragon tendons to bind at his waist, and collected the dragon scales in his pouch. Before Chingchanga could catch his breath, a myriad of figures from his past transgressors emerged from the shadows, relentless in their approach. These included various sects that had once cornered him over the coveted supreme bone. The burly man who had mercilessly whipped him, instilling endless terror, the rotund cook who had lured him with a bowl of braised meat while imposing her will upon him, the mischievous child who pelted him with stones, the disciple of longevity who had kicked him repeatedly, and the debauched youth who had spat upon him. The faces of these tormentors still sent shivers through Chunchonga's heart. Chunchonga unconsciously retreated a few steps. Master, you are now Chunchonga. Indeed. I am the Chunchonga of the 9th layer of divine insight. I possess the supreme celestial bone. I bear the eye of the celestial god. I am no longer the grassroots you can bully. Chunchonga thundered, as if he sought to unleash years of humiliation and fury. His eyes shimmered with golden light. A manifestation of the eye of the celestial goddess power, seemingly able to pierce through all illusions and fears. The infinite sword in his hand surged with his killing intent, its blade reaching towards the heavens, as if it aimed to rend the fabric of this space. You all shall perish. Chunchonga coldly regarded those who had once tormented him. The faces that had once instilled fear in him now appeared insignificant in his eyes. Kill, he uttered in a low voice, his figure darting like lightning into the throng. The infinite sword transformed into a gleaming arc in his grasp, its intent slicing through the air, where blood splattered in its wake. Those who had once bullied him found themselves without the chance to resist, falling beneath his lethal strike. Ah! A burly man screamed, his whip still poised to strike, yet his head was severed by Chunchonga's sword, blood gushing forth. No, please don't kill me. The plump cook cried in terror, retreating, her bowl of braised meat shattering on the ground, sauce splattering everywhere. However, Chunchonga showed no mercy, piercing through her heart with a single thrust. Did you ever consider this day when you tormented me? Chunchonga said coldly, his sword showing no signs of hesitation. Those disciples of longevity who had kicked him and the young scions who had spat upon him now lay defeated at his feet, their faces etched with fear and regret. Yet Chunchonga's heart remained unmoved. This is the world of the survival of the fittest, he murmured, directing his sword towards the children who had pelted him with stones. We beg of you, spare us. The children sobbed, tears streaming down their faces. In the secret chamber, blood stained the ground, and all those who had once humiliated him lay fallen at his feet. Standing amidst the crimson pool, Chunchonga's golden light gradually dimmed. Begone. Should you commit misdeeds again, I shall personally bring you to justice. Suddenly, the children vanished, and the blood around Chunchonga disappeared without a trace. He stood on the 7th level of the Infinite Tower. Master, congratulations on severing your inner demons and advancing your cultivation. Congratulations, Master, on reaching the 3rd layer of enlightenment. Master, you have slain the compassion in your heart, earning a rebirth pill. Master, that was perilously close. Your killing intent was overwhelming, nearly leading you astray. Chunchonga nodded, taking a deep breath, and ascended to the 8th level of the Infinite Tower. Chunga, you have finally arrived. Before him lay a frost-covered coffin, the melodious voice emanating from within. What other phantoms could this be? Chapter 19. I am breaking through while you stab me in the back? On the 8th level of the Wuliang Tower, Chunchonga stood, his gaze fixed upon the icy coffin before him. The sound emanating from within was clear and melodious, imbued with a sense of familiarity and warmth, yet it stirred an inexplicable tumult within his heart. Who are you? Chunchonga inquired in a low voice, his Wuliang sword trembling slightly in his grip, its intent unwavering. A gentle laugh resonated from the coffin, followed by the slow opening of its lid, releasing a chilling aura into the air. Chunchonga instinctively stepped back, the tip of his sword pointing directly at the coffin. Inside, a woman gradually sat up, clad in a flowing white garment. Her beauty was unparalleled, her features exquisite as if painted by a master artist, her skin resembling the finest jade, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world. Her eyes, deep as the cosmos, held a hint of sorrow and tenderness. Chunga, do you not remember me? The woman spoke softly. Chunchonga furrowed his brow, a multitude of images flashing through his mind, yet he could not recall the identity of the woman before him. Coldly, he replied, Who are you? Why are you here? A faint smile graced the woman's lips, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. I am your greatest love from a past life, and also your most formidable tribulation in this life. Past life? This life? A jolt surged through Chunchonga's heart, causing his sword to tremble in his grasp. He had never anticipated that this Wuliang Tower would repeatedly employ the beauty trap. The woman rose gracefully, and as she did, the chill emanating from the icy coffin began to dissipate. Approaching Chunchonga, she gently raised her hand, her fingertip brushing against the tip of his sword. Lower your sword. Chunga, she urged softly. The murderous intent in your heart is too heavy. If you do not relinquish it, you will inevitably descend into the path of darkness. The tip of Chingchanga's sword quivered slightly as he felt the woman's tenderness, the violent intent within him gradually subsiding. "Who are you truly?" he asked, his voice tinged with confusion. The woman sighed softly, tears glistening in her eyes. "I am both your calamity and your salvation. Ascend to the 9th level." After a moment of silence, Chingchanga gazed into her eyes, as if glimpsing the softness deep within his own heart. "My lady, what sort of trial is this?" he asked in a hushed tone. "Surely, you would not let me ascend so easily?" The woman smiled gently, her hand caressing his cheek. "Release your hatred, relinquish your obsessions, and return to your true self. Do not allow hatred to blind your vision. I will remain here, blessing you for millennia." As she spoke, a wave of coolness brushed against his face, prompting Chingchanga to close his eyes and take a deep breath, the tempest of murderous intent within him gradually fading. He experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility and clarity, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself on the 9th level. Though uncertain of her identity, he whispered, "Thank you." A note of relief colored his voice. As Chingchanga ascended to the 9th level of the Wuliang Tower, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. As if the very air had solidified, he surveyed the area, discovering that countless mirrors adorned the walls, each reflecting an empty space, yet none revealed his own image. What is the meaning of this? A flicker of unease stirred within Chingchanga's heart. He extended his hand, attempting to touch the mirrors, only to discover that his hand seemed to dissolve into the void, devoid of any sensation. System, he called out once more, yet there was no response. No monsters, no powerful beings, no beautiful women, and even his own existence felt like a mere illusion. Chingchanga murmured softly to himself. He closed his eyes, striving to sense everything around him. However, it felt as if his consciousness was also devoured by this space, unable to perceive anything. Could this layer of the trial be about the relinquishment of self? A thought flickered in Chingchanga's mind, as if he had grasped a crucial insight. He recalled the words of the woman he had encountered on the 8th layer. "Let go of hatred, release your obsessions, and return to your true self." Repeating the phrase "let go of obsessions, return to the true self" in a hushed tone, he gradually found clarity within. Perhaps this layer of the trial required him to abandon his ego in order to attain true transcendence. Chingchanga settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. He ceased his search for his own reflection and his calls to the system, immersing his spirit completely in an ethereal state. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, as his consciousness gradually blurred, merging with the very essence of this space. Eventually, it felt as though both he and this realm had vanished into the infinite cosmos. Uncertain of how long had passed, a voice suddenly resonated within Chingchanga's mind. "System, Master, congratulations on passing the 9th layer of the trial and realizing the state of no self. Master, your cultivation has now ascended to the 1st layer of transcendence." Chingchanga slowly opened his eyes, finding himself still seated at the center of the 9th layer, surrounded by mirrors that still reflected no image of him. Yet at that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. "So that is how it is," a smile graced his lips. He stood up, sensing that the spiritual energy within him had grown more profound, and his awareness had become sharper. He knew that he had successfully passed the final trial of the Infinite Tower. The trials of the Infinite Tower had finally come to a close. He lifted his gaze towards the top of the tower, where a radiant light seemed to beckon him. "Chingchanga, in the cycle of cause and effect, may you attain the great path in this lifetime." System, congratulations, Master, you have received 3 imperial-grade elixirs, a storage ring, and a binding rope of immortality. Usage: the imperial-grade elixirs can mend spiritual roots and enhance cultivation. The storage ring can hold treasures and upgrade them. The binding rope can restrain all things. Chingchanga's eyes sparkled with excitement as he prepared to savor the taste of the elixirs, when suddenly, an inexplicable chill surged up his spine. He quickly retracted his consciousness from the Infinite Tower, returning to his physical form. The moment Chingchanga opened his eyes, he found himself seated in his abode, surrounded by a familiar and tranquil arrangement. However, his keen awareness immediately detected an anomaly in the external world. A powerful barrier enveloped his residence, as if isolating him from the outside realm. Chingchanga peered outside through the eye of the divine, observing Zhang Xiefeng accompanied by a dozen disciples standing at the entrance of his courtyard, performing gestures with their hands and murmuring incantations. evidently engaged in the arrangement of some sort of formation. What could they be planning? A sense of bewilderment filled Chunchonga's mind. He refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to quietly observe their movements. The disciples flitted about within the barrier, seemingly in search of something. It appeared they were merely setting up a barrier. Could it be that they intended to protect me? Chunchonga chuckled bitterly to himself. One disciple approached Zhang Xiefeng with a sycophantic demeanor. Third senior brother. The barrier is complete. Time within will accelerate. Unbeknownst to Chunchonga, this would lead to his rapid aging and demise. Haha, this slave will be thoroughly expelled. Zhang Xiefeng pondered. The clan leader and the goddess have been ensnared by his deceptions. Now it falls upon us to cleanse our ranks. Would he be aware and breach the barrier afterward? A timid disciple cautiously inquired. The barrier of a saint-tier artifact cannot be breached by those in the divine connection realm. Zhang Xiefeng replied, his irritation palpable as he noticed the barrier's formation causing his companions to grow apprehensive. The infinite sword in Chunchonga's hand quivered slightly, its intent gradually coalescing. He did not rush into action, but instead subtly channeled the spiritual energy within, preparing to catch these unwelcome guests off guard. As the barrier solidified and the disciples prepared to retreat, Chunchonga boldly stepped outside. The disciples of the Chongqing clan were evidently taken aback by his sudden appearance, their faces draining of color. How could you possibly breach our barrier? Zhang Xiefeng's pallor deepened, his voice trembling. Chunchonga responded with a cold smile, a mere barrier. And you think it can confine me? With that, he swung the infinite sword fiercely, unleashing a sharp beam of sword light that cleaved through the barrier. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered, dispersing into countless luminous points that vanished into the air. Not good. Retreat. The disciples, witnessing this, were instantly thrown into a panic, turning to flee. However, Chunchonga would not grant them such an opportunity. His figure darted like lightning, appearing before the fleeing disciples, the sword light in his hand gleaming fiercely, forcing several of them back. Since you have come, do not think to leave. The disciples, now ashen-faced, hastily drew their weapons, attempting to resist. Yet, their cultivation was far inferior to that of Chunchonga, rendering them no match for him. Boom! With a single strike of his sword, the light surged like a dragon, instantly sending several disciples crashing to the ground. Chunchonga then cast the celestial binding rope, which spiraled in golden light, swiftly ensnaring the group of disciples tightly. Chunchonga, you dare to harm the disciples of the Chongqing clan? The clan leader and the saint will not let you go. Zhang Xiefeng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. Chunchonga let out a derisive laugh. Now I shall take you to meet the clan leader. With that, he began to escort the group towards the Chongqing Sacred Hall. I am eager to see whether the clan leader will favor you. Chapter 20. The seal is broken. Beasts reappeared. Chunchonga escorted Zhang Xiefeng and others to the Chongqing Sacred Hall, where the atmosphere was thick with gravity. The patriarch Li Dai, the goddess Li Nannan, and the esteemed elders sat in high positions, their gazes sternly fixed upon the proceedings. Chunchonga was taken aback. It seemed as though everyone had been awaiting his arrival. Chonga, what brings you here? Li Dai inquired. Patriarch, goddess, these individuals took advantage of my seclusion to insidiously set up a barrier, intending to harm me, Chunchonga replied. Bowing respectfully, the binding ropes of the immortal capturing ropes still firmly ensnaring Zhang Xiefeng and the others. Zhang Xiefeng's face flushed crimson as he hastily protested, Patriarch, goddess. Chunchonga's origins are dubious, and his powers are enigmatic. We merely feared for the safety of the Chongqing clan, which prompted our desperate actions. Li Dai furrowed his brow, his gaze oscillating between Chunchonga and Zhang Xiefeng. Before he spoke in a grave tone, Chunchonga, do you possess any evidence? With a wave of his hand, a shimmering screen materialized, vividly displaying the scene of Zhang Xiefeng and his companions setting up the barrier, their conversations audible in clear detail. The divine connection realm cannot breach the barriers of saint-level artifacts, echoed Zhang Xiefeng's voice from the projection, sounding particularly jarring. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Nannan's eyes as she sighed softly, Senior Brother Xiefeng, as disciples of the Chongqing clan. To engage in such despicable acts is truly disheartening. Pale as a ghost, Zhang Xiefeng fell to his knees, trembling as he implored, Goddess, Patriarch. We were left with no choice. Those outside our clan are bound to harbor different intentions. I beseech your forgiveness. Li Dai snorted coldly. The Chongqing clan has always prided itself on righteousness. How can we tolerate such behavior? To harm one's own kin is utterly reprehensible. Guards, take them to the forbidden grounds and let them reflect for 10 years. Patriarch, I implore you to spare us. 10 years of reflection will prevent us from seeking treasures in the Wuliang forest. Zhang Xiefeng cried, tears streaming down his face. Take them away, Li Dai commanded once more. Several disciples responded promptly, escorting Zhang Xiefeng and his companions away. Thank you, Patriarch, for upholding justice. Chen Chang'e expressed his gratitude deeply, clearly satisfied with the Patriarch's decision. Li Dai turned his gaze toward Chen Chang'e. Sit. Chen Chang'e nodded and took a seat beside him. Li Dai continued, the Wuliang forest is set to open tomorrow. It harbors not only countless divine weapons guarded by fierce beasts, but also a purple crystal mine. A purple crystal mine? Chen Chang'e was momentarily taken aback. Generally, spiritual stones are classified as low, medium, and high grade, whereas the spiritual stones from a purple crystal mine are of the utmost quality. Even the Qingyun Academy possesses only a singular purple crystal mine, while the stones he acquired from the Wuliang Tower were merely of medium grade. The temptation was indeed substantial. Chen Chang'e, you must protect Nannan. Our clan needs this purple crystal mine. Li Dai urged. Chen Chang'e smiled, assuring him, rest easy, Patriarch. I will be vigilant in safeguarding Nannan. Li Dai nodded. I am aware of your significant cultivation progress and meticulous thought. However, remember, this expedition to the Wuliang forest will see various factions vying for opportunities, and it will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. The Patriarch gazed at the assembly of elders, stating, Our intention is clear. You have been bestowed with the greatest opportunities, yet do not succumb to greed if they elude you. Chen Chang'e nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Li Dai presented a golden soft armor, declaring, Wear this. Chen Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, as were the elders and Li Nannan. In this fantastical realm, treasures are categorized into tiers: Xian artifacts, spirit artifacts, immortal artifacts, and divine artifacts. This golden armor represented a spirit artifact of the Li clan, an heirloom passed down through generations, with only the Patriarch and the Divine Maiden possessing one each. As Chen Chang'e beheld the golden armor before him, warmth surged within his heart. Li Dai approached and thrust it into Chen Chang'e's hands, saying, No need for pleasantries, just take it. With that, the Patriarch ascended to his high seat. Just as Chen Chang'e was about to express his gratitude, he sensed an unusual disturbance outside the Li clan's sacred hall. Something is amiss, Chen Chang'e remarked, turning to the Patriarch. Chang'e, do you feel it too? Li Nannan inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Chen Chang'e nodded. This presence does not seem to belong to the Lingpeng clan or the Chongqing clan. Li Nannan's expression grew grave. Could it be demonic energy? They exchanged a knowing glance, a foreboding feeling rising within them as they turned their attention to the Patriarch. At that moment, a deep growl echoed from the distance, as if some colossal being was awakening. This is dire. Li Dai's countenance shifted. The seal of the Wuliang forest has been disturbed. Li Nannan tightened her grip on her sword. Is someone intentionally breaching the seal to release the suppressed demonic creatures? Chen Chang'e inhaled deeply. Are there still demonic creatures within Wuliang forest? Just then, a shadow darted past the entrance of the Chongqing Hall, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Who goes there? Chen Chang'e called out sharply, but the shadow vanished without a trace. The two swiftly pursued the direction of Wuliang forest. Shortly after their departure, the shadow reappeared outside the desolate Chongqing Hall, standing under the moonlight, revealing a chilling visage. Chen Chang'e, seek your fortune. I demand your return to be in vain. Meanwhile, deep within Wuliang forest, the fissure in the seal silently widened, an ancient power beginning to awaken. This force belonged to an ancient entity, indistinguishable between good and evil. Chen Chang'e and Li Nannan hastened towards Wuliang forest, closely followed by the Patriarch and the elders. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew increasingly oppressive, rendering even breathing a laborious task. Shadows danced among the trees, seemingly filled with countless watchful eyes, sending shivers down their spines. The aura is intensifying, Li Nannan whispered, her sword trembling slightly as if sensing something. Chen Chang'e nodded gravely. It appears the seal has indeed been compromised, and at a far swifter pace than we anticipated. Li Dai scrutinized the edge of Wuliang forest, his expression growing more serious with each passing moment. The seal has been breached. If it is completely destroyed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Li Dai spoke up, believing that the elder would take the stage. If the demons suppressed within the infinite forest awaken, not only the Li clan would face annihilation, but the entire realm of cultivation would descend into chaos. Chunchanga, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired, "Clan leader, what manner of demon possesses such power?" "An ancient divine beast." Li Dai sighed. "Our Li family has guarded this place for generations. Yet we remain unaware of the nature of this beast. This cannot continue," Li Nanan declared through gritted teeth. "We must locate the seal and reinforce it, or else the demon will surely emerge." Li Dai nodded. "I know where the seal is. Follow me." The two swiftly evaded the entanglements of the demons and raced deeper into the forest. As they approached the seal, the aura of the magical beasts intensified around them, as if eager to consume them. At last, they arrived before an ancient altar. In the center, a massive fissure was widening, with torrents of blue demonic energy surging forth, seemingly endless. "This is the place." Li Dai spoke gravely. "We must repair the seal without delay." Li Nanan and the elders nodded, quickly commencing their incantations in an attempt to reseal the fissure. However, just as they were on the verge of completing the seal, a shadow suddenly flickered from behind the altar, lunging towards them. "Nanan, be careful," Chunchanga exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself in front of Li Nanan, his sword clashing with the shadow, producing a piercing metallic sound. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the shadow was the mysterious figure who had appeared at the entrance of the Chongqing Hall. The figure, now masked, exuded a murderous intent. "Hey Sha," Chunchanga uttered coldly, "it's you again. Why do you seek to disrupt the seal?" The figure sneered. "Chunchanga, do you truly believe you can stop me? Once the seal shatters, it will be impossible to repair. The awakening of the demon will plunge the entire realm of cultivation into chaos, and I shall reign supreme over this turmoil." A spark of fury ignited in Chunchanga's eyes. "You shall not prevail." Before he finished his words, Chunchanga launched into action, engaging in a fierce battle with the mysterious figure. Their forms darted rapidly around the altar, the clash of sword energy and demonic aura resonating in deafening roars. As the battle intensified, the fissure on the altar suddenly widened further, unleashing a surge of even more potent demonic energy. The terrifying roars of the magical beasts left everyone feeling dizzy. Li Dai and the elders felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, knowing that the seal could no longer be maintained. "We can no longer control the seal." Li Nanan gritted her teeth. Chapter 21. Repairing the seal, the goddess's sacrifice? At that critical moment, a familiar voice echoed from afar. "I am here to assist you." Everyone turned to see the Chongqing sage arriving with a group of disciples. Their arrival instantly turned the tide of battle. With the sage's support, the fissure on the altar began to slowly close, and the demonic energy gradually dissipated. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the mysterious figure's countenance shifted dramatically. With a furious roar, he attempted once more to disrupt the seal, only to be forcefully subdued by the sage's hand upon the ground. Sensing the impending doom, the enigmatic individual hastily gathered his dark cloak, transforming into a black bat, swiftly vanishing into the boundless night. Ultimately, the fissure sealed itself, and the malevolent energy dissipated, restoring tranquility to the infinite forest. At last, Li Nanan exhaled a sigh of relief, her body swaying slightly, clearly drained of energy. Chunchanga supported her, concern evident in his eyes. "Nanan, are you all right?" he inquired. Li Nanan shook her head, managing to muster a faint smile. "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued." Li Dai stepped forward, his expression betraying no sign of relaxation. "The seal has been breached. It cannot be fully restored." "What? Was it not just sealed?" Chunchanga and Li Nanan spoke in unison. "That was merely a superficial sealing. The intricate details are beyond repair." The sage of eternal life approached, his demeanor grave as he surveyed the group. "Sage, what shall we do now?" Li Dai asked anxiously, gripping his treasured sword tightly. The sage, with a solemn expression, slowly replied, "The heart of the seal lies deep within the infinite forest, where its power resides. To re-establish the seal, we must locate this heart and place the jade bai of eternal life within it. Tomorrow, the infinite forest shall open." Li Dai breathed a sigh of relief. "Indeed, seeking opportunities tomorrow may not be our primary concern. Restoring the seal must take precedence." The sage gazed at the assembled individuals. "I shall undertake the restoration of the seal. The rest of you should seek opportunities." Li Nanan, the divine maiden of eternal life, declared with unwavering resolve. The sage regarded her, reluctant to continue. However, This task is fraught with peril. Powerful malevolent energy guards the area surrounding the heart, and even a slight misstep could lead to corruption by that energy. Chunchanga tightened his grip on the infinite sword. Then I shall go. The sage continued. Only the divine maiden can perform this, for it requires her innate life force to activate the jade Bai of eternal life. The completion of the restoration will coincide with the destruction of her own powers. Upon uttering these words, the sage closed his eyes, unable to bear the weight of his revelation, and sighed heavily. Why does the Li clan of eternal life endure? It is to eternally guard against ancient beasts. Chunchanga was taken aback. Does that not mean sending Nan Nan to sacrifice herself? The sage fell silent for a moment, a complex expression crossing his features. He slowly nodded, his voice deep and heavy. Indeed, to fully restore the seal, the divine maiden must sacrifice her life force to activate the power of the Jade Bai. This is the only path forward. Hearing this, Li Nanan's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She lifted her head, her gaze resolute as she looked towards the sage. I am willing. Nan Nan. Chunchanga grasped her arm urgently, his eyes filled with worry and reluctance. You cannot go. There must be another way. I refuse to believe that this is the only solution. The eldest disciple, Li Lang, chuckled softly upon hearing this and stepped forward, his demeanor still warm and gentle. Junior brother, you have practiced for too short a time. You do not understand the mission of cultivators, nor do you comprehend the despair of cultivation. Li Nannan gently patted Chunchanga's hand, offering him a tender smile. Long Song, this is my mission. If I do not proceed, the seal shall remain unhealed, and the malevolent energy will once again wreak havoc, plunging the entire infinite forest and indeed the whole world into peril. I cannot falter. Li Dai stepped forward, his brow furrowed and his voice laden with gravity. Nan Nan, have you truly made up your mind? This journey may lead to an irreversible fate. Li Nannan nodded resolutely, her gaze unwavering. I have made my decision. For the sake of all beings, I am willing to sacrifice my cultivation. The saint of eternal life sighed deeply, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. The righteousness of the goddess is truly commendable. However, this undertaking is fraught with peril. We must be thoroughly prepared. Chunchanga clasped Li Nannan's hand tightly, whispering softly in her ear, I shall protect you with all my might. Li Nannan shook her head gently and replied, Changa, you cannot accompany me. The malevolent energy surrounding the array is far too potent for an ordinary person to withstand. Remain here and await my return. I will accompany my junior sister. Li Lang stepped forward, asserting, I am the senior brother, and tomorrow, our elders will be unable to enter the infinite forest, while the other brothers seek their fortunes. I shall stay with Nan Nan to mend the seal. The saint of eternal life glanced at the sky and said solemnly, No, Li Lang, as the senior brother, you must lead your fellow disciples in seeking opportunities. They heed your words. As for the seal, Changa must go. Why? The crowd looked on in astonishment at the saint of eternal life, a mere servant without any background, even if taken as a disciple by the clan leader. How could he surpass the senior brother? The senior brother and the goddess are the most in sync. A murmur of disbelief spread among the disciples. The saint of eternal life, visibly displeased, silenced their chatter. Since Changa has reached the feathered ascension realm, he is indispensable for this journey. No sooner had the saint finished speaking than the disciples erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What? He has ascended? In just a few short months. No prodigy in history has achieved such a pace in cultivation. Impossible. What lineage does this individual hail from to possess such fortune? Ascension. Even the clan leader has only just reached the feathered ascension realm. The debate raged on. Chunchanga remained unfazed by their speculations. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he held Li Nannan close. I shall ensure Nannan's safety. Upon learning of Chunchanga's ascension, Li Lang was initially taken aback, his shock quickly giving way to understanding, then shadowed by uncertainty. Li Nannan, though weary, declared steadfastly, I will use my spiritual power to seal the beasts. Changa, protect me. The saint of eternal life regarded her with approval, then retrieved a crystal-clear jade disc from his sleeve, the legendary Longxing jade disc of the Li family. The disc emanated a gentle glow, as if capable of dispelling all darkness. Take it. The saint entrusted the jade disc to Li Nannan. She inhaled deeply, accepting the disc as if bearing an immense weight. The night was profound, and the trees surrounding the infinite forest appeared to be consumed by darkness, casting an eerie and fearsome presence. Dawn broke over the infinite forest. Spanning thousands of acres and adorned with countless mountains, it truly earned the title of the infinite forest. In this place reside countless demonic beasts, all of whom were subdued and relocated here by the Emperor Haoyin 3 million years ago. Since that time, they have coexisted peacefully with the various realms, leading a relatively tranquil existence. However, to say that all is well would not be entirely accurate. For the cultivators and the divine realm have long sought to harness the power of these beasts for their own purposes, while the beasts themselves yearn to venture into the outside world in search of breakthroughs. It is only due to the lingering might of the fallen Emperor Haoyin that this facade of peace has been maintained. Chunchanga gazed upon the infinite forest, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Young master, have I been here before? Indeed, you visited this place when you activated the infinite tower, replied the voice of the system. But I distinctly feel as though I have been here long ago. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky parted with a thunderous roar, and an enormous luxurious carriage broke through the heavens. To everyone's astonishment, it was being drawn by a fiery divine deer, a true mythical beast. Chunchanga was momentarily taken aback. Although it was a lower-tier divine beast, its willingness to serve humans was truly a rare sight. Surely, such a presence heralded the arrival of a prominent clan. As the carriage descended gracefully, even the demonic beasts within the infinite forest fell into a temporary silence. The carriage door swung open, revealing a young man clad in an exquisite robe accompanied by a lady, followed by several imposing attendants. The woman bore dragon horns atop her head, enhancing her already unparalleled beauty with an air of nobility. The young man, with piercing eyes and striking features, possessed a pair of formidable dragon horns. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze finally resting upon the Saint of Longevity, to whom he offered a slight bow. Saint of Longevity, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. The Saint of Longevity nodded slightly, his expression unperturbed. Ah, it is the young master and princess of the dragon clan. The young dragon smiled subtly, his gaze fleetingly brushing over Chunchanga before returning to the saint. Ao Wei and the young ones of the dragon clan have come to explore the infinite forest today. I hope for your guidance, esteemed elder. However, it seems that you all appear rather serious. Might there be other pressing matters at hand? The Saint of Longevity maintained his composed demeanor. Forgive me, I cannot elaborate further. A flicker of intrigue crossed Ao Wei's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, replying with a smile, in that case, Ao Shui and I shall not impose further. The saint nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Chunchanga observed Ao Wei as he brushed past, unaware that Ao Shui's gaze lingered on him for a brief moment, imbued with a hint of profound meaning. Li Nanan's expression turned grave. The dragon clan has always been proud. Their visit today likely holds motives beyond mere opportunity. Chunchanga cast a glance at the two of them and replied solemnly, we need not concern ourselves with them. We have far more pressing matters to attend to. Following the dragon clan, various prominent clans and sects arrived at the entrance of the infinite forest, including the Lingpeng clan. The most astonishing sight was the once downtrodden Lingpeng little saint, who now radiated with abundant spiritual energy, his aura more formidable than ever. Changa, be wary of the Lingpeng clan. I fear they may seize this opportunity for vengeance. Li Nanan whispered close to Chunchanga's ear. At that moment, the young master of the dragon clan, Ao Wei, glanced at Li Nanan, noting that the girl, now possessing supreme bones, appeared even more beautiful than before. Indeed, brother, when will you bring Nanan back to be my sister-in-law? Ao Shui inquired, glancing at Chunchanga beside her, shaking her head in dismay. As the crowd gathered and took their seats, Qinjianzi ascended the high platform of the Wuliang Square. Esteemed guests, the Wuliang Forest has commenced. This is an exceptional opportunity for all to seek treasures and fortunes. However, I implore you to refrain from greed and recklessness, for it may disrupt our established rules. As Qinjianzi's words resonated, the audience nodded in agreement, yet each pair of eyes sparkled with varying intensities. Who wouldn't desire the fortunes of the Wuliang Forest, especially the prominent clans, who were already itching to showcase their prowess? Standing beside Li Nanan, Chunchanga surveyed the surroundings, a subtle unease brewing within him. Although the spirit Peng had seemingly regained its spiritual power, Chunchanga sensed a chilling glint in its eyes, as if it were plotting something in the shadows. Moreover, the gaze of Shangguan Yuan from the sword sect was ablaze, fixated on the Chongshengli clan. Qinjianzi continued. observing the eager youth. Everyone, produce your tokens and lead your clans into the forest. Upon his command, the tokens held by the leaders emitted radiant beams of light, guiding the way into the Wuliang forest. Chang'e, let us proceed, Li Nannan whispered, clutching the Chongqing jade disc tightly. Chang'e nodded, his gaze resolute. Indeed, we must swiftly locate the focal point and restore the seal. Just as they were about to embark, a cool voice called out from behind them. Nannan, where are you headed? Chapter 22. Initial exploration of the forest. Worthless yet not turning around, Chang'e beheld the dragon princess Aoshue, standing not far away. Her demeanor composed and regal. Her dragon horns shimmered subtly, adding to her noble presence. Aoshue, we have matters to attend to and cannot linger, Li Nannan replied courteously. Aoshue smiled gently, her gaze lingering on Li Nannan for a moment. Nannan, the Wuliang forest is fraught with danger. You require my assistance. There is no need for formality between us. Li Nannan nodded slightly and replied softly, Aoshue, this journey is perilous. Let us go. Without awaiting Li Nannan's consent, Aoshue matched their pace, walking alongside them. Aowei watched his sister run off with Li Nannan, shaking his head in resignation as he led the group to follow. As each sect ventured deeper into the forest, the surrounding demonic energy thickened. The Chongqing jade disc in Li Nannan's hand emitted a gentle glow, dispelling a portion of the malevolent aura. Each sect began to sense their respective fortunes, gradually dispersing towards different paths. Noticing that the trio intended to separate from the group, the eldest disciple, Li Lang, approached with concern, offering Li Nannan a protective spirit bracelet. Junior sister, this is my heirloom. It can safeguard a fragment of your spiritual energy. Take care. Thank you, senior brother. Li Nannan accepted the protective bracelet, entirely oblivious to the hint of displeasure emanating from Chang'e. Aoshue, however, was keenly aware of Chang'e's subdued jealousy. Nannan, he is unworthy. He is not suited for you. Aoshue cast a fleeting glance at Chang'e. Aoshue, he is quite well. Li Nannan hurriedly interrupted her. In her past life, Chang'e was a formidable force of destruction. It would be wise for Aoshue to avoid provoking him in this lifetime. At that moment, the sword sect's Shangwan Yuan approached. Aoshue, it is perilous for you to stray from the group. Shangwan Yuan obstructed Aoshue's path. I have my own plans, Aoshue replied coolly, a hint of warmth gracing her otherwise icy demeanor. Very well, we shall accompany you. Shangwan Yuan affectionately took Aoshue by the hand, gesturing for his junior disciples to follow suit. The disciples of the sword sect exchanged knowing smiles, as it seemed they were preparing to welcome the dragon maiden as the future bride of their young master. Aoshue, this is quite an extravagant affair. I have a secret mission with Chang'e. Li Nannan had initially intended to seal the matter privately with Chang'e, but now she found herself trailing along with an unwelcome entourage. Nannan, do you not recognize the status of Chang'e and Shangwan Yuan? Aoshue scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chang'e. What right does a mere servant have to protect you? Only the young master of our dragon clan and the sword sect are worthy. Shangwan Yuan stepped forward, disapprovingly addressing Li Nannan. Indeed, goddess, it is utterly unsafe for you two to accompany such a worthless servant. With a dismissive glance at Chang'e, he pulled Aoshue away, as if Chang'e were something unclean. What kind of creature dares to associate with us? Such an affront to our dignity. Observing his senior brother's contempt for Chang'e, the sword sect disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. Chang'e let out a disdainful laugh and continued onward. Along the way, while everyone engaged in lively conversation, he remained unnoticed. Indeed, individuals are often confined to their own social strata, particularly those from illustrious families. People like Chang'e would forever be invisible in their eyes. Where lies the opportunity? Shangwan Yuan excitedly raised his treasured sword and charged into the cave. The others hurriedly followed, only to be astonished by the sight before them. Countless fire spirit fruits adorned the cave walls, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. These are fire spirit fruits. It is said that consuming one can enhance one's cultivation tenfold. They exclaimed in awe. Goodness, there are so many fire spirit fruits. The entire sword sect only harvests about 30 in a year. With that, everyone rushed to gather the divine fruits, their faces glowing with exhilaration under the radiant light. Be careful, Chang'e shouted. Suddenly, a fearsome beast emerged from the depths of the cave. The hell demon spider. It was covered in blood-red markings, its massive form towering several meters high, enveloped in a swirling crimson mist. Its 4 pairs of eyes glowed with a terrifying blood-red hue. This is a hell demon spider at the Enlightenment realm. Chimichanga cried out. Run! But before anyone could react, the hell demon spider shot out red silk, sealing off the cave entrance. Among those present, only Chimichanga had attained the feather transformation realm, while Li Nannan, Aoshue, and Shangguan Yuan were at the divine connection realm, and the remaining sword sect disciples were merely at the rainbow bridge realm. Ignorant cowards! Why do you flee? Together, we united our strength to vanquish this monstrous beast. Surely, great fortune lies within the cave. Su Guanyuan drew forth his exquisite divine sword and charged at the hell spider. The enormous body of the hell spider shifted, transforming into a streak of fiery red light. In an instant, it surged towards Su Guanyuan, terrifying silk entangling his precious sword, while its razor-sharp legs struck like blades, mercilessly assaulting him. Su Guanyuan was soon drenched in blood, rendered powerless. Though the hell spider was merely an ordinary beast among ferocious creatures, its presence in the realm of enlightenment became a nightmare for those beneath it. Chimichanga observed the hell spider in silence, evidently unwilling to intervene. Seeing her beloved Su Guanyuan injured while the others hesitated, Aoshue's heart ignited with fury. Fools! Let us all charge together. We have a chance of victory. She brandished her flying dragon blade and led the charge. Li Nannan, witnessing her friend's bravery, drew her eternal life sword to assist. Yet again, the spider's silk ensnared them. The monstrous spider appeared to revel in their plight, opening its enormous maw, ready to devour its prey. The disciples of the sword sect trembled in fear. Outside the infinite forest, the clan leader and disciples watching through the eternal life mirror were on high alert. The Holy One of eternal life. Only my son has entered the Ascension realm. Quickly signal Ao Wei to rescue them. Patience. The Holy One of eternal life replied with a calm smile. Do not rush. But my daughter is also among them. Inside the lair of the hell spider, beams of golden light flashed, revealing Chimichanga, adorned in a white robe with golden trimmings, descending with divine grace. The infinite sword in his hand severed all the silk with effortless precision. The onlookers could scarcely comprehend how he wielded the blade. Li Nannan and Aoshue fell to the ground, and Aoshue hurried to support the bloodied Su Guanyuan. Are you all right? Quickly, take the dragon pearl pill. She placed the pill, prepared by the Dragon King for her, into Su Guanyuan's mouth. His body visibly began to restore itself to its original state. Shuer, thank you. Su Guanyuan appeared increasingly agitated. Everyone step back. Chimichanga commanded, sheathing the infinite sword before delivering a powerful punch. His spiritual energy enveloped his fist, unleashing a tremendous force of 3,000 pounds. Boom! The fist collided with the hell spider, sending it staggering nearly 20 meters back. Roaring in fury, the hell spider, feeling itself repelled, let out a deafening howl as the crimson mist surrounding it thickened, as if to engulf the entire cavern. Its 8 eyes glimmered with a ferocious light, fixating on Chimichanga, clearly perceiving him as the greatest threat. With a calm smile, Chimichanga remarked, Indeed, it is merely an ordinary ferocious beast. The realm of enlightenment holds little power. Aoshue, Su Guanyuan, and the others beheld this scene, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. Could Chimichanga truly contend with a beast of the enlightenment realm in sheer physical strength? My heavens, what have they witnessed? Wasn't he this little servant's supreme bone residing within Li Nannan? Without the supreme bone, how could he possess such terrifying physical prowess? Chimichanga's demeanor was calm, his eyes devoid of any fear, instead reflecting a hint of disdain. He slowly raised his hand, a brilliant golden light coalescing in his palm, within which countless runes could be faintly seen swirling, emanating an overwhelming pressure. How dare this mere creature of the Enlightenment realm act so audaciously before me? Chimichanga let out a cold laugh, his voice imbued with boundless authority. Suddenly, the hell demon spider lunged at Chimichanga, its 8 sharp legs resembling long blades, striking fiercely towards him. With a swift motion, Chimichanga effortlessly evaded the spider's assault, countering with a palm strike that transformed the golden light into a massive palm imprint, crashing directly onto the hell demon spider. Boom! The spider's enormous body was slammed down by the force of the strike, blood and flesh splattering from the impact. What kind of power is this? Shangguan Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chimichanga. He had initially thought Chimichanga to be an inconsequential nobody, only to realize he possessed such formidable strength. Aoshue was equally astonished, having previously failed to understand why Li Nannan had brought Chunchanga along, believing she must have been enchanted by his appearance. She never anticipated that this nameless figure could so easily subdue a hell demon spider of the Enlightenment realm. Li Nannan breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. She knew that Chunchanga's strength was far beyond this. In his past life, he was a god of destruction, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Although he had yet to fully regain his powers in this lifetime, he was more than capable of dealing with such a ferocious beast. Chunchanga sheathed his infinite sword and turned to address the group. There are two spiritual veins here, both of mid-tier spiritual stones. One belongs to our Chongshengli clan and the other to the Dragon clan. The remaining fire spirit fruit will be taken by the Sword sect, he announced, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Only then did the crowd snap out of their astonishment, nodding in agreement as they followed Chunchanga out of the cave. Once outside, Li Nannan could not restrain her curiosity. Changa, why didn't you strike sooner? Shangguan Yuan and the others nearly. Chunchanga cast her a sidelong glance. Since they looked down upon me, why should I rush to act? Allowing them to suffer a bit serves as a lesson. Li Nannan shook her head in resignation, yet her admiration for Chunchanga's composure and decisiveness grew. Ao Shui regarded Chunchanga with a complex expression, her previous disdain and mockery now seeming utterly foolish. Shangguan Yuan, witnessing Ao Shui's steel glances at Chunchanga, fumed with rage as he observed Chunchanga's strikingly handsome visage and noble demeanor. Presently, many of the younger female disciples of the Sword sect were captivated by him. A man so striking and powerful, even without a notable background, was impossible to overlook. As the group continued on, a sense of reverence for Chunchanga began to blossom within them. Little servant Chunchanga. Stop. Chapter 23. Confronting the White Tiger. Is this my divine beast? Chunchanga furrowed his brows and turned to see a young man clad in a white battle robe standing not far away, wielding a silver spear that pointed directly at him, his eyes brimming with martial fervor. Who are you? Chunchanga inquired nonchalantly, his tone tinged with impatience. I am the young master of the White Tiger clan, by Mian. The young man replied with pride. The White Tiger clan? Chunchanga raised an eyebrow, feeling a hint of surprise within. The White Tiger clan is one of the 4 divine beast clans, renowned for their formidable strength and esteemed status. He had not anticipated that the young master of the White Tiger clan would appear here. Bai Mian regarded Chunchanga coldly and stated, I have heard of your extraordinary feat in slaying the hell spider single-handedly. I am eager to witness your prowess. I do not wish to fight, Chunchanga said, turning to leave. No fighting. Ahead lies the next opportunity, and that opportunity is mine. Bai Mian boasted even more arrogantly. Should we engage in battle, it may bring you significant repercussions. Chunchanga's voice was warm, as if genuinely considering Bai Mian's well-being. Is Chunchanga truly refraining from confronting the young master? Is he willingly relinquishing the opportunity? Could it be that he is afraid? Indeed, the young master is born of ancient divine lineage, a natural-born ruler. His family background is profoundly deep. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Bai Mian frowned at Chunchanga. What do you mean? Do you believe that should I strike, I would inevitably suffer defeat? Chunchanga did not respond, his face adorned with a faint smile. This very expression conveyed his thoughts to Bai Mian without uttering a word. Bai Mian's expression shifted. He stepped forward, his overwhelming aura erupting. Chunchanga, do you think the feather transformation realm is remarkable? I am born with a 9-layer fate wheel. Upon hearing this, Chunchanga whispered to Li Nannan, Nannan, if I accept his challenge, will it hinder our important business? Though whispered. The gathered practitioners had already caught wind of Chunchanga's words. What? Is Chunchanga concerned about delaying important matters? What connection does he have with the divine maiden of longevity? It seems there is more to their relationship than meets the eye. The discussions among the crowd caused Li Nannan's cheeks to flush, and she scolded, if you're going to fight, do it quickly. Bai Mian scoffed, indeed. The Spirit Phoenix young sage was correct. You two are a pair of dog lovers. Your refusal to accept is akin to a turtle withdrawing its head. With that, Bai Mian summoned his spiritual energy, unleashing a domineering aura. The young master had already attained the realm of a great power. It's over for Chunchanga. Nannan, quickly stop them. Chunchanga is doomed. Ao Shui kindly warned. At this moment, Li Nannan felt a pang of anxiety. Boom. The terrifying might of the white tiger surged forth, causing leaves to cascade down. Everyone in attendance felt an overwhelming pressure on their chests, their breaths quickening. Bai Mian, A born ruler, would likely find no equal among anyone except the young master of the dragon clan. Chimichanga sighed. Very well, let us conclude this swiftly, so you may tend to your injuries. Ignorant little servant, how dare you look down upon me? Bai Mian, filled with fury, roared as he stomped his foot, unleashing a piercing silver light aimed directly at Chimichanga. The spear, akin to a dragon, lunged towards Chimichanga's chest, its tip brimming with formidable spiritual energy, seemingly tearing through the very air. Yet, Chimichanga's expression remained unperturbed. He subtly shifted his body to the side, effortlessly evading Bai Mian's assault. In the next moment, he raised his hand with a flourish, and the infinite treasure sword instantly unsheathed, its brilliance surging forth like a rainbow, menacingly directed towards Bai Mian's throat. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Bai Mian's eyes, clearly taken aback by the swiftness of Chimichanga's reaction. Hastily, he retracted his spear, positioning it defensively before him, barely managing to intercept the oncoming sword light. The clash of spear and sword resonated with a sharp metallic ring, sparks erupting from the impact. Bai Mian felt a numbing sensation in his arm, a wave of shock surging through him. How could someone at the ascension stage possess such strength? However, Chimichanga offered no respite. With a sudden tremor of the infinite treasure sword in his grasp, the runes along its blade ignited, unleashing a torrent of potent spiritual energy. Break! Chimichanga commanded, and with a decisive downward stroke, the sword light, radiant as a rainbow, sent Bai Mian's spear hurtling away. Bai Mian, taken aback, retreated several paces, struggling to regain his stance. Glancing at his trembling hands, he was filled with a profound sense of disbelief. Who exactly are you? He could not help but inquire, incredulity lacing his voice. Chimichanga regarded him coolly, replying, I have stated my disinterest in combat. Should you persist, do not expect mercy. With the eye of the divine, Chimichanga could foresee Bai Mian's moves, making his responses seem effortless. Bai Mian gritted his teeth, a flicker of reluctance in his gaze. As the scion of the White Tiger clan, endowed with extraordinary talent since childhood, he had never encountered a rival among his peers. Yet today, before the multitude, he found himself utterly powerless against Chimichanga, a source of immense frustration. I concede your prowess, Chimichanga, but the White Tiger clan shall never yield easily. Bai Mian inhaled deeply, determination igniting in his eyes. With a sudden bite to his tongue, he unleashed a spurt of vital blood, rapidly forming seals with his hands, causing a formidable surge of spiritual energy to erupt around him. Manifest, true form of the White Tiger, he bellowed, and in an instant, his body expanded, transforming into a colossal white tiger. The magnificent creature, adorned in pure white with black stripes, gleamed with a lustrous coat, exuding overwhelming spiritual energy. Its eyes crackling with electric intensity, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Upon witnessing Bai Mian's true form, Chimichanga's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. What a stunning white tiger! Its fur, its demeanor, perfect as a steed. The onlookers gasped at Chimichanga's audacious proclamation. A creature of the ancient divine beast lineage. You, a mere servant, dare to consider it a mount? Chimichanga, receive my final strike. Bai Mian's voice resonated from the tiger's maw, imbued with fury and resolve. Chimichanga furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of gravity flashing across his features. He was aware that Bai Mian had invoked the secret arts of the White Tiger clan, forcibly enhancing his own strength. This strike, the tiger's roar fist, was likely formidable. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger lunged at Chimichanga, its sharp claws aimed directly at his throat. Unperturbed, Chimichanga's Wuliang sword trembled violently in his grasp, the runes along its blade igniting instantaneously, unleashing a surge of potent spiritual energy. Divine Eye? As Chimichanga uttered a low command, his eyes erupted with radiant golden light, resembling two stars shining in the darkness. The golden glow pierced through layers of demonic energy, directly targeting the true form of the white tiger that Bai Mian had assumed. Divine Eye? Chimichanga's voice reverberated through the forbidden ground, imbued with an undeniable authority. Under the illumination of the golden light, the white tiger's movements abruptly faltered, as though ensnared by an invisible force. A flicker of terror flashed in its eyes, clearly astonished that Chimichanga possessed such a formidable trump card. Is this the Divine Eye? Bai Mian's voice emanated from the mouth of the white tiger, tinged with a tremor. Chimichanga offered no response. The Wuliang sword quaked fiercely in his grip, the runes converging into a cohesive array aimed downwards towards Bai Mian. The Wuliang sword now aimed directly at the white tiger's vital point. Flash! With a soft exclamation from Chimichanga, the Wuliang sword unleashed a radiant arc of light, targeting the white tiger's life force. Chapter 24. Divine Beast Contract. This world is utterly insane. To everyone's astonishment, the Wuliang sword hovered in place, delaying its strike against Bai Mian. Enough! Such a delightful creature, it would be a pity to pierce it. Chimichanga sheathed the Wuliang sword, casting a calm glance at the fallen Bai Mian, and declared, "You have lost." Bai Mian struggled to raise his head, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately bowed his head. "I concede." Chimichanga nodded slightly and inquired, "Are you willing to form a contract with the eternal life goddess and become her destined divine beast?" The moment Chimichanga's words left his lips, the crowd gasped in disbelief. To have the young master Bai become a destined divine beast? Preposterous. The goddess was merely of the divine connection realm. What right did she have to bind the young master Bai? This Chimichanga is too much of a bully, too oppressive towards the tiger. Not only the onlookers, but even the clan leaders and disciples observing through the Wuliang mirror were taken aback. It was already astonishing enough for Chimichanga of the feather transformation realm to defeat Bai Mian, a being of the great ability realm. Now, he dared to propose a contract? Had he lost his senses? Only the saint of eternal life and Qinjianzi observed Chimichanga through the Wuliang mirror, deep in thought. "Changa, I do not wish to form a contract with the young master Bai." Li Nannan hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. "Why? I do not want to bond with a man, no? A male tiger." Li Nannan's expression was anxious, her hands waving frantically. Chimichanga understood her concerns. It appeared that Nannan feared he might misconstrue their relationship. With this thought, a smile involuntarily graced Chimichanga's lips. "Bai Mian, your internal energy has merely suffered some damage. A few days of rest and some elixirs will suffice." After Chimichanga spoke, he cast a regretful glance at Bai Mian. Initially, Chimichanga intended to forge a bond with the entity himself, but upon considering the immense rewards it could yield for Li Nannan, he decided to bestow it upon her. To his surprise, Li Nannan had chosen to reject the fierce male tiger for his sake. Chimichanga couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. "Wait a moment, Chimichanga." Chimichanga turned back, wondering if another confrontation was imminent. "No, I wish to form a bond with you." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "What?" Chimichanga's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bai Mian, convinced he had misheard. "I wish to form a bond with you," Bai Mian reiterated with solemnity. Goodness, could this fierce male tiger actually have feelings for me? Chimichanga mused silently, furrowing his brow. He pondered, could it be that the young master of the White Tiger clan has lost his wits? He is voluntarily proposing a bond with me? Noticing Chimichanga's silence, Bai Mian, with unwavering determination, proclaimed, "Chimichanga, your prowess far exceeds my expectations. The White Tiger clan has always revered strength, and since you have bested me, I am willing to bond with you and become your destined divine beast." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Had young Master Bai gone mad? How could he willingly propose a bond with Chimichanga? He was the heir of the White Tiger clan, a proud descendant of divine beasts. Yet he was prepared to humble himself before a mere cultivator of the feathered transformation realm. What charm does Chimichanga possess to so captivate young Master Bai? The audience buzzed with speculation, including the various clan leaders and disciples observing through the infinite mirror, all of whom were equally astonished. The leader of the White Tiger clan wore a grim expression, clearly displeased with Bai Mian's decision. Li Nannan found herself at a loss, glancing between Chimichanga and Bai Mian, unsure of what to say. After a moment of contemplation, Chimichanga spoke softly. "Bai Mian, have you truly thought this through?" "I have thought it through," Bai Mian affirmed. "The matter of bonding is of great significance. Once bonded, our fates will be intertwined." Chimichanga spoke with careful consideration. Bai Mian nodded resolutely. "I have made up my mind. I willingly wish to bond with you." A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Chimichanga's eyes. "Very well. If that is your wish, I shall grant it." With that, Chimichanga waved his hand, causing the infinite sword to hover in midair, its runes illuminating instantly. A powerful surge of spiritual energy radiating outward. The bonding ceremony commenced. At Chimichanga's command, the infinite sword trembled violently, its light shooting towards the heavens. Bai Mian, without hesitation, swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing an overwhelming force of White Tiger energy. "With my blood, I bind your soul." Bai Mian bit his tongue. releasing a stream of vital blood that transformed into a crimson rune, gradually merging with Chunchonga's being. Chunchonga felt an immense power surging within him, intertwining seamlessly with his own spiritual energy. His eyes suddenly ignited with a brilliant golden light, and an overwhelming aura surged around him. The binding was complete. With Chunchonga's low shout, the boundless sword descended violently, its light slicing through the air and propelling the binding ceremony to its zenith. Bai Mian's form abruptly transformed into a colossal white tiger, surrounded by powerful spiritual energy, its eyes flashing like lightning, exuding an astonishing presence. Yet, this magnificent beast stood docilely beside Chunchonga, its gaze filled with reverence. "Master," Bai Mian's voice emanated from the tiger's mouth, laced with a hint of awe. Chunchonga nodded slightly and spoke with a calm demeanor. "From this day forth, you shall be my divine beast. Our fates are intertwined. We share life and death, honor and disgrace." Bai Mian lowered its head respectfully, signifying submission. "You and I are bound together, and I possess little. Take these 2 imperial great elixirs. They will heal your wounds." A hushed silence enveloped the crowd, all rendered speechless by the spectacle. The heir of the prestigious White Tiger clan had truly forged a bond with Chunchonga, becoming his divine beast. A mere servant like Chunchonga had managed to present 2 imperial great elixirs for healing a divine beast. Even the illustrious White Tiger clan could scarcely count such elixirs on one hand. How could he possibly possess 2 at once? Surely, they could not be counterfeit. As Bai Mian consumed the elixirs, its grievous injuries were instantaneously healed, and its cultivation ascended to the 9th level of the Great Power Realm. Li Nannan gazed at Chunchonga, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. She had not anticipated that he would so effortlessly subdue Bai Mian. Ao Shui, equally astonished, pondered in silence. To what extent had Chunchonga's power truly ascended? At that moment, a cold snort echoed from the boundless mirror. "Chunchonga, you are exceedingly arrogant." The crowd looked up to see a figure materialize within the mirror. Bai Zhan, the patriarch of the White Tiger clan. His face was ashen, fury burning in his eyes. "Chunchonga, how dare you compel my clan's heir to forge a bond with you? This is sheer insolence." Chunchonga cast a calm glance at Bai Zhan, his tone unruffled. "Patriarch Bai, the binding was a voluntary choice made by your heir. I did not coerce him." Bai Zhan's fury twisted into a derisive smile. "Voluntary, you say? Chunchonga, do you truly believe that you alone can contend with my White Tiger clan?" Chunchonga smiled faintly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "If you doubt my words, feel free to come and test it yourself." Bai Zhan's expression shifted, clearly startled by Chunchonga's audacity. With a scornful huff, he declared, "Chunchonga, do not be so presumptuous. My White Tiger clan will not let this matter rest." With that, Bai Zhan's figure vanished from the boundless mirror, evidently to rally his kin. Unfazed, Chunchonga turned to Bai Mian and said, "Let us proceed. We have important matters to attend to." Bai Mian nodded, resuming its human form and dutifully following Chunchonga. Chunchonga lowered his voice. "If you wish to return to the White Tiger clan, you may do so at any time. There is no need for you to remain by my side." Bai Mian looked at Chunchonga in surprise. "I am bound to you by a living contract." Chunchonga smiled faintly and turned to walk ahead. Behind him, Bai Mian's expression grew increasingly complex. Upon forging the contract, he had entered Chunchonga's sea of consciousness. Chunchonga harbored numerous sealed divine senses and abilities. Who had sealed him? And who was he truly? Did Chunchonga even know? Li Nannan could not help but glance at Chunchonga, whose performance today was exceptionally brilliant, compelling her to delve deeper into her thoughts. What had transpired in his past life to transform him into a force of destruction when he was such a gentle soul? It was all her fault. Had she not sought to extract Chunchonga's supreme bone, perhaps the common folk would not have had to endure such suffering. Li Nannan felt a resolve to double her efforts to compensate Chunchonga. She exchanged a worried glance with Ao Shui. They were acutely aware that Chunchonga's actions had irreparably offended the White Tiger clan, and the road ahead would likely be fraught with challenges. However, Chunchonga remained unfazed, as if everything was within his grasp. "Let us proceed. The road ahead is still long," he stated calmly, then stepped forward. Upon seeing this, the others followed suit, their respect for Chunchonga deepening. Just as they began to move, the spirit Peng Little Saint swooped down from the tree. Useless. The spirit Peng Little Saint's face contorted, veins bulging on his forehead. "What White Tiger clan? They are nothing but sickly cats. I shall personally deal with you two wretched souls. Chapter 25. The Infinite Forest. Every step is fraught with danger deep within the infinite forest. Ancient trees towered overhead, and the sounds of various beasts echoed incessantly. Some disciples of lower cultivation levels began to show signs of discomfort. The leaves beneath Chunchanga and his companions rustled as they slowed their pace. Advancing deeper into the forest under the guidance of the eternal life Jade Bai. Changa, the demonic aura is growing stronger. Linan panted slightly. The fierce beasts guarded by the Li family for millennia are indeed formidable. Dressed in a flowing moon-white gown, her eyes expressed a blend of vivacity and stubbornness. Yet her concern was palpable. Chunchanga smiled gently, his gaze resolute. Do not worry, there is always a way. Even if your cultivation is completely destroyed, I will find a means for your restoration. Ao Shui, having overheard their conversation, approached them. What exactly is it that your Li family guards? I do not know. It was sealed here by Emperor Haoyan. After millennia, even the Li clan remains unaware of what has been suppressed. Li Nannan replied helplessly, glancing at Ao Shui. Ao Shui, should the restoration fail, you and Shangwan Yuan must lead them away. Do not concern yourselves with me. What nonsense. It is merely the sealing of a beast. How could our dragon clan be afraid? Ao Shui scoffed, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, her demeanor exuding an air of arrogance. Sealing a beast? Shangwan Yuan, having overheard their dialogue, could not help but feel puzzled. He followed Ao Shui, partly to protect his fiancée and partly because he believed that the Li clan would lead him to greater fortunes. He was not here to wade through murky waters. Tall and robust, with a resolute visage, he was a rare embodiment of steadiness. Yet he gripped his sword tightly and pulled Ao Shui closer. What are we sealing? The seal protecting the beasts guarded by the Li family had been compromised. Beyond that, I know nothing. Ao Shui shrugged. If danger arises, do not be reckless. Shangwan Yuan was quite displeased by Ao Shui's undue concern for Li Nannan. Worry not. Let us first ascertain what lies ahead. Ao Shui interjected. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Ao Shui was nimble and perceptive, always the first to notice anomalies. They traversed a dense forest, and suddenly, a vast clearing emerged before them. A colossal core of ceiling stood prominently in the open space, emitting a faint blue glow, while dark energy coiled around it like serpents, incessantly eroding its power. Li Nannan inhaled deeply, retrieving the jade disk of longevity from her bosom. The disk, entirely emerald, radiated a soothing light. She infused her spiritual energy into the disk, which then burst forth with a brilliant luminescence, as if to dispel all shadows. I shall guard you, Chunchanga declared, positioning himself beside Li Nannan, his sword drawn, glimmering ominously. We shall join you. Ao Shui and Bai Mian, along with Shangwan Yuan, took their places at the other three cardinal points, shielding Li Nannan at the center. However, at the very moment Li Nannan activated the jade disk, a piercing shriek reverberated through the sky. Countless blood bats surged from all directions, their eyes glinting with a blood-red light, seemingly manipulated by dark forces. This is dire. Blood bats of the demon clan, Shangwan Yuan exclaimed. The blood bats blotted out the sky like a tempest, their aim fixed squarely on the ceiling core. Li Nannan had just infused her energy into the disk, yet before she could mend the seal, the bat's onslaught interrupted her. Nannan, take cover, Chunchanga shouted, swinging his sword towards the blood bats. However, the bats appeared undaunted, pressing forward relentlessly towards the core. Ah! Li Nannan gasped. Her body jolted back by the impact of the bats, the luminous glow of the jade disk dimming instantly. Nannan. Chunchanga was frantic. He hastily produced an imperial-grade elixir from his pocket and thrust it into Li Nannan's hands. Swallow this at once. Li Nannan accepted the pill, and upon consuming it, a warm current surged through her, swiftly healing her wounds. She lifted her gaze, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. Chunga, thank you. Do not mention it. Let us first deal with these bats. Just then, the bats suddenly dispersed. As the group breathed a sigh of relief, the ground beneath them quaked violently, fissures splitting open around them. A colossal crack began to spread from the ceiling core, as if something were about to erupt from the earth. A dense, sanguine odor permeated the air, making it feel thick and heavy. The heavens darkened, ominous clouds rolled, and fierce winds howled. What is happening? Shangwan Yuan exclaimed. This is not good. The beasts are emerging. Li Nannan's expression turned grave in an instant. Suddenly, a colossal beast erupted from the earth. Its body was cloaked in pitch-black scales, resembling neither a tiger nor a bull, radiating an eerie luminescence. Its eyes blazed like two fiery orbs, exuding boundless ferocity and brutality. What is this? The onlookers were utterly bewildered by the sight of the beast. Bai Mian suppressed his inner terror, straining to recall what he had read about such creatures. What is this, Tongzi? Chunchanga shouted. Tongzi, congratulations, master. You have unlocked the beast Qiongqi. In unison, Chunchanga and Bai Mian cried out, Qiongqi. The crowd turned ashen. One of the four great ferocious beasts of ancient times. Upon closer inspection, Qiongqi's fiery eyes were fixated on Li Nan, who had raised its head to unleash a deafening roar. The sound reverberated like thunder, shaking the very earth and causing mountains to crumble. Its claws were as sharp as blades, capable of effortlessly rending boulders and shattering jade. Its tail, resembling a giant serpent, swept through the air, causing landslides and destruction in its wake. At the sound of Qiongqi's furious roar, Chunchanga and his companions felt as though struck by lightning. Spitting blood. Tongzi, have you lost your mind? An ancient ferocious beast. What kind of congratulations is that? Chunchanga lamented, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Qiongqi seemed to comprehend Chunchanga's words, slowly approaching him. Chunchanga trembled. Are you a celestial tier ferocious beast? The beast disdainfully glanced at him. Celestial tier? What a worthless title. I am an imperial tier. Imperial tier. The crowd collectively spat blood once more. Today, it appeared they had met their doom. There are 9 tiers of beasts, the highest being celestial tier. In this entire fantastical realm, there existed but a single celestial tier beast. However, Qiongqi transcended these 9 tiers, belonging to the imperial tier. Chunchanga's mind was a void. Li Nan's face turned ashen. It was over. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Nan, and she turned to her friend Ao Shui. Run. I will hold it off with Changa. Shangwan Yuan insisted on taking her and the other disciples to safety first. Hearing Li Nan's words, Shangwan Yuan stepped forward to grasp Ao Shui, preparing to flee. I want to fight alongside you. Ao Shui raised her arm, revealing a shimmering sword. Ao Shui, are you mad? We cannot contend with Qiongqi. Shangwan Yuan desperately pulled Ao Shui back, retreating. Qiongqi advanced step by step, yet Ao Shui refused to budge. Shangwan Yuan, overwhelmed by Qiongqi's oppressive presence, finally relinquished Ao Shui and fled alone with the disciples of the sword sect. Ao Shui watched in shock as Shangwan Yuan's figure receded, a solitary tear slipping silently down her cheek. Tongzi, will you not congratulate me? Chunchanga retreated step by step as Qiongqi approached with relentless determination. Tongzi, yes, imperial tier. Qiongqi, will you tell me to congratulate me? Congratulate me for ascending to paradise? Chunchanga's voice trembled. Tongzi, yes, it is dangerous. Very dangerous. Chunchanga felt a deep sense of despair envelop him. The emperor-level demonic beast can only be confronted by those of the emperor realm. This creature is one of the 4 fearsome beasts from ancient legends. The emergence of such a primordial beast in the realm of fantasy is akin to a true dragon surfacing from the river. Not only were the inhabitants of the infinite forest astonished, but the clan leaders and disciples, who were eagerly observing opportunities at the infinite mirror, were equally taken aback. It is over. The Li family has failed the world. They have failed the Emperor of Heaven. The Saint of Longevity displayed a sorrowful expression. Once Qiongqi emerges, chaos shall ensue. Qinjianzi lamented deeply. Chunchanga brandished the infinite treasure sword towards Qiongqi, ready to fight to the death. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind Qiongqi. Ha? Are you afraid now? It was you. Chunchanga beheld the spirit Peng, the little saint, stepping out from behind Qiongqi. And everything fell into place. It is I? Ha ha. From this moment forth, I shall traverse the 3 realms with Qiongqi. The spirit Peng, now enveloped in demonic energy, bore an oddly pale complexion. Was it you who deliberately broke the seal outside the infinite forest yesterday? Li Nan glared at the spirit Peng with disdain. And today, you followed us here to disrupt the core of the seal, all to unleash Qiongqi? Ha ha. A clever woman can be troublesome. The spirit Peng greedily approached Li Nan. As long as you agree to follow me and serve me well, I will ensure that Qiongqi spares you. You disgust me. Li Nan repulsively rejected the spirit Peng's outstretched hand. Then do not blame me for letting Qiongqi consume you all as his prey. Ha ha. But Li Nan, I shall make you submit to me first. Ha ha. And Ao Shui, the princess of the dragon clan, I aspire to become a dragon knight. The spirit Peng laughed maniacally, while Qiongqi shot him a displeased glance. Were it not for your assistance in breaking the seal, I would truly find your chatter tiresome. With that, Qiongqi revealed its enormous maw, preparing to devour everyone. Chapter 26. The Beast Qiongqi, is it dangerous? Chunchanga unexpectedly activated the supreme immortal bone, causing the spiritual energy within him to surge boundlessly. In that moment, his divine eye was fully awakened, shimmering with resplendent brilliance as if it could penetrate all illusions. Qiongqi's massive form trembled slightly, and a hint of hesitation flickered in its originally fierce gaze. Its great mouth gradually closed, and a deep growl resonated from its throat, as if it were suppressing tumultuous emotions within. You have finally returned. Qiongqi's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with an indescribable sense of the ages. Its gaze was fixed intently upon Chunchanga, a complex emotion flashing in its eyes as if it were reminiscing about some distant past. Chunchanga furrowed his brow, a sense of confusion rising within him. Do you know me? He inquired solemnly, his piercing gaze locking onto Qiongqi. After a moment of silence, Qiongqi slightly bowed its massive body, seemingly conveying a gesture of respect. Its voice remained deep, yet it bore an unmistakable trace of excitement. You may have forgotten, but I shall never mistake your soul and aura. Remember what? Chunchanga asked, bewildered. Qiongqi projected a strand of divine consciousness into Chunchanga's sea of consciousness. So that is how it is. Qiongqi smiled faintly, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. How could I not recognize you? Chunchanga, let us forge a bond. The crowd stared in astonishment at Chunchanga and Qiongqi. Was today the fateful day for forging contracts? One after another, they wished to bond with Chunchanga. Ao Shui was taken aback. Could it be that in a previous life, Chunchanga had also formed contracts with them? Li Nan silently scoffed. Qiongqi, are you mad? I was the one who released you. The spirit Peng, the little saint, shouted in despair. Get lost. Qiongqi disdainfully cast a glance at the little saint. What business do you have to clamor before Chunchanga? The little saint, enraged, laughed bitterly. Damn it, beast. You refuse to act like a ferocious creature and instead choose to be a sycophant. Annoying. Qiongqi swatted him away. And then, there was no more. The little saint, once vibrant, was reduced to a bloodied heap. Little saint. Ah, my son. The spirit Peng, witnessing this through the infinite mirror, let out a pained howl. The other clan leaders finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Qiongqi was not intent on wreaking havoc upon the world. If Chunchanga bonds with Qiongqi, he shall be invincible. Qin expressed his concerns. However, if Chunchanga's resolve falters, he may be corrupted by Qiongqi, becoming a terrifying scourge upon the three realms. But who could resist such temptation? The longevity sage sighed heavily. Chunchanga observed the unfolding events, as if caught in a dream. Lord Qiongqi, you are an ancient divine beast. How could you bond with me? He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to decline. I insist on forming a bond with you. Qiongqi slowly approached Chunchanga, bowing his head and extending a massive claw towards him. Embedded within the claw was a luminous gem. This is a token of my sincerity. I hope you will accept it. A hint of gentleness laced Qiongqi's voice. Chunchanga took the gem, his heart racing with astonishment. This is a Wuliang gemstone, capable of producing 100 imperial-grade elixirs daily to aid in your bodily cultivation. Moreover, there are 3 spiritual veins in Qiongqi's lair, all at the heavenly grade. And this technique, the imperial-grade myriad manifestations divine art, along with these humble gifts, I present with utmost respect. Qiongqi continued to rattle off treasures as if they were meant solely for Chunchanga. Yet, I cannot bond with you, for I have already formed a contract with the White Tiger young master. Chunchanga declined bashfully. Who? The White Tiger? Qiongqi finally noticed the white Mian standing nearby. To his surprise, Qiongqi's expression fell, revealing a visage of sorrow. He turned towards the rift, stating, this seal has weakened. I must seal myself again to prevent further harm to the world. Qiongqi. Chunchanga wished to say more, but he found Qiongqi had vanished into the fissure. Li Nan activated the longevity mirror, embedding it into the formation. This Qiongqi is truly peculiar and somewhat pitiable. Chunchanga scratched his head, a look of regret on his face. Indeed strange, Ao Shui remarked, still in a daze. Why does Qiongqi regard you so differently? Li Nan pondered, still unable to comprehend. Chunchanga smiled faintly, perhaps it recognized my potential. Potential? Li Nan chuckled in disbelief. Chunchanga laughed heartily. Yet encountering Qiongqi in this boundless forest is indeed a kind of fate. Here, take these boundless gemstones. Your body requires nurturing. Such a precious item. Are you truly gifting it to me? Li Nanan's eyes widened in astonishment. Well, you must feed by Mian a dozen or so each day. Chen Chang'e chuckled lightly. Across the vast continent, such rare treasures are unparalleled. You would bestow them upon me so readily? Li Nanan could hardly believe it. Chen Chang'e was remarkably generous towards her. What I give to you, I also give to myself. Chen Chang'e thought of the immense returns. You. Li Nanan's face instantly flushed crimson. Is he confessing his feelings to me? Ao Shui gazed at Chen Chang'e in shock. She found him utterly inscrutable. Upon entering the boundless forest, he was merely an unknown figure, dismissed by all. Yet now, as he prepared to leave, it seemed Chen Chang'e would soon be renowned throughout Zhongzhou. Moreover, his deep affection and lavish generosity towards Li Nanan were astonishing. Such a man may never be found again. Shangwan Yuan. Ao Shui murmured softly, her voice tinged with profound disappointment. All right. Quickly close your hand. Chen Chang'e urged as he helped Li Nanan clasp her palm shut. 3 spirit veins, 1 for the Li clan, 1 for the Dragon clan. As for the remainder, let it go to the White Tiger clan. Chen Chang'e glanced at Bai Mian. The myriad techniques left by our Li clan can also be cultivated by Bai Mian. Bai Mian looked at Chen Chang'e with gratitude. Such spirit veins and techniques would shine brightly wherever they were placed. Chen Chang'e is simply bestowing them upon himself? The master is too indulgent. Ao Shui was momentarily taken aback. The bond with the heir of the White Tiger clan does not necessarily favor one over the other. System, congratulations to the master for gifting boundless gemstones to the target, triggering a billion-fold return, unlocking the boundless sacred stone. Daily rewards include 1,000 Emperor-level elixirs, accompanied by 10 volumes of Emperor-level techniques. Congratulations to the master for offering a heavenly-level spirit vein, triggering a billion-fold return, and receiving 10 Emperor-level spirit veins. Li Nanan, I adore you. Chen Chang'e could not restrain his exclamation. The crowd turned in shock to gaze at Chen Chang'e and Li Nanan. Chen Chang'e, suddenly awakened from his reverie, awkwardly smiled. Li Nanan's face blushed to her very ears, hastily distancing herself from Chen Chang'e. Ha! Nanan truly did not misjudge him. Li Dai, before the boundless mirror, laughed proudly. Congratulations to Clan Leader Li. With such a disciple, your name shall surely be etched in history. The crowd began to shower praises. Clan Leader Li, for the upcoming examination at Xingyun Academy, I shall reserve 2 slots exclusively for the Changsheng Li clan, in honor of today's sealing achievements. As Qin Jianzi's words fell, everyone understood the implications. In Zhongzhou, Xingyun Academy typically only admitted 10 individuals each year, and each clan was fortunate to have even 1 candidate. In this present day, it seems that Qin Jianzi has exceptionally allocated 2 slots for Li Nanan and Chen Chang'e, perhaps due to the latter's discipleship. At that moment, the infinite bright mirror suddenly radiated with a dazzling spectrum of colors. Look, the grand opportunity has finally manifested. As Chapter 27 unfolds, titled The Celestial King Descends. Chen Chang'e is extraordinary. Chen Chang'e and his companions were preparing to return when, unexpectedly, the entire infinite forest was enveloped in radiant hues. This light was both pure and gentle, exuding an aura of divinity. The spectators within the forest looked up, their eyes filled with astonishment. The grand opportunity had indeed arrived. People could not contain their awe, their gazes flickering with fervor. Gazing at the luminous spectacle, Chen Chang'e felt a powerful force stirring within him. Let us discover what this grand opportunity truly is, he declared to his companions, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Now, only Li Nanan, Ao Shui, Bai Mian, and several disciples of the White Tiger clan remained by his side, all of whom had placed immense trust in Chen Chang'e. As they advanced towards the light, deep within the infinite forest, a colossal beam of light surged skyward, seemingly bridging the heavens and the earth. Standing before the radiant pillar, Chen Chang'e sensed the boundless power it contained, igniting a surge of ambition within him. At this juncture, members of various prominent clans had also arrived. Ao Shui, are you unharmed? How splendid! Exclaimed Shangwan Yuan as he approached Ao Shui, embracing her with genuine warmth. Let me go? Ao Shui coldly retorted, pushing him away. Shangwan Yuan looked at her in astonishment, utterly perplexed by her sudden aloofness. Once we secure the grand opportunity, I shall explain everything, he said, hastily drawing closer to the light pillar. "Shuer, have you encountered any difficulties?" Ao Wei inquired as he joined his sister. "There have been numerous trials." Revealing the true nature of humanity, Ao Shui replied, offering a bittersweet smile to her brother. Ao Wei paused, realizing there was more to her words, and suggested they discuss it back at the clan. Ao Shui nodded in agreement. In a brief moment, the foremost disciples of the various clans had readied themselves to contend for the opportunity. Suddenly, a colossal ethereal figure emerged within the beam of light, radiating an aura of sanctity, surrounded by a mystical glow, with other enigmatic apparitions kneeling in reverence. The figure held a sphere enveloped in a faint purple light, which possessed an enthralling and mysterious power. This sphere was indeed the grand opportunity of the day. In an instant, a terrifying dragon's roar reverberated through the sky as the sphere descended. The dragon plays with the pearl. There was no need for further deliberation. This was the grand opportunity. The crowd buzzed with excitement, all eyes fixated on the slowly descending purple sphere. As the luminous orb drifted away from the light pillar, those vying for the opportunity swiftly sprang into action. Some employed teleportation techniques, others soared skyward, and some unleashed wondrous treasures, all with their sights set solely on the purple sphere. The sphere darted amidst the fray, coming alarmingly close to Shang Guanyuan. A surge of elation filled his heart as he ascended, while Ao Wei also hurriedly made his way towards the sphere. "Down with you." Shang Guanyuan approached the spherical orb, his foot resting upon the sword as he channeled his inner spiritual energy into it. Instantly, a terrifying and domineering sword aura erupted, surging towards Ao Wei. Ao Wei's expression shifted as he swiftly evaded, yet the sword aura still grazed his shoulder, leaving a crimson mark. "Shang Guanyuan." Ao Wei glared, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Shang Guanyuan let out a cold laugh, disregarding Ao Wei's fury, and reached out to grasp the violet orb. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a figure materialized before him, moving with astonishing speed. It was Feng Jinyan of the Feng clan, transformed into a dark phoenix, clutching the violet orb tightly. Shang Guanyuan's expression changed, and he swiftly turned to strike at Feng Jinyan with his sword. A thunderous roar echoed as the clouds in the sky rippled. The orb in Feng Jinyan's mouth was forcefully dislodged. Shang Guanyuan hurried to intercept it. All birds to the phoenix. Feng Jinyan conjured countless phoenixes to contend for the orb. Ao Wei transformed into a dragon, executing the celestial dragon plays with the pearl. The air was filled with the clash of dragons and phoenixes. Shang Guanyuan observed carefully, discerning a flaw. He soared into the air on his sword, determined to seize the orb. Suddenly, a figure leaped over him. Chimichanga. Shang Guanyuan's pupils constricted, an ominous premonition rising within him. Chimichanga smiled slightly, a glint of coldness in his eyes. This opportunity is not for a coward to claim. Before his words could fully resonate, Chimichanga's fist struck forth, the wind of his punch swirling like a dragon, bearing an unmatched force directly towards Shang Guanyuan. In a moment of haste, Shang Guanyuan swung his sword to defend, but the overwhelming power sent him reeling back several dozen yards. "Chimichanga, how dare you strike at me?" Shang Guanyuan gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with rage and resentment. Chimichanga merely smiled faintly, grasping the violet orb in his hand, feeling the immense power contained within, and a sense of joy surged in his heart. He turned to face the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the envious heirs of the great clans, coldly declaring, "This opportunity belongs to me, Chimichanga. Those who dare to contest it, come forth." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted. They had heard of Chimichanga's prowess. Even Shang Guanyuan had been repelled by a single blow. Who would dare approach him? Moreover, with Bai Mian and Chimichanga having formed a pact, it was likely that no one could rival them in the infinite forest. Just then, Li Nan stepped forward. "Chimichanga, this opportunity is extraordinary." Chimichanga glanced at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. "For some reason, I feel this opportunity is of utmost importance to me." With a smile, he turned to Bai Mian and Ao Shui. "Bai Mian, Ao Shui, come here." Bai Mian and Ao Shui approached, and Chimichanga extended the violet orb towards them. "This opportunity shall be shared among our three clans." Ao Shui and Bai Mian exchanged astonished glances, and even Li Nan was taken aback by Chimichanga's unexpected generosity. What did this gesture signify? The power within the violet orb was sufficient to elevate their strength significantly. Yet Chimichanga unhesitatingly chose to share it among the three clans. Chimichanga. A glimmer of tears flickered in Li Nanan's eyes, her voice somewhat choked. Chimichanga smiled gently, patting her shoulder. We are partners, are we not? Ao Shui and Bai Mian have fought alongside our Chongqingli clan, sharing life and death. This bond is not something that mere chance can compare to. Bai Mian nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with determination. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, so as not to disappoint your expectations. Ao Shui's eyes also shimmered with an indescribable gratitude. Chimichanga nodded, then turned to the others. Everyone, let today's matters conclude here. Should anyone harbor grievances, feel free to seek me, Chimichanga. This grand opportunity shall be shared among the Chongqingli clan, the Ao clan of dragons, and the Bai clan of tigers. The crowd was taken aback. Chimichanga was willing to share the opportunity he had just secured with his friends? If they had known earlier, they would have simply followed Chimichanga. What was there to dispute? The elders before the infinite bright mirror were equally astonished. The academy head remarked that historically, such grand opportunities had never been shared. Chongqing, the foremost disciple of Qingyun Academy, was perplexed. Such a precedent had never existed. Qinjianzi gazed with satisfaction at Chimichanga reflected in the mirror. This young man is destined for greatness. Day, you have taken on a remarkable disciple. The investment in Jin Wanjia was worthwhile. The sage patted Li Day's shoulder, continuously praising him. Meanwhile, the leader of the White Tiger clan, who had come with a host of disciples seeking vengeance against Chimichanga, found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that Bai Mian's bond was indeed quite worthwhile. Just when they thought the phenomena had concluded and the exploration of the infinite forest was over, the infinite bright mirror emitted an even more resplendent light. The light columns in the sky of the infinite forest gradually dissipated, and the sacred phantom was about to descend. Another grand opportunity. The crowd rubbed their hands in anticipation, ready to compete once more, but to their astonishment, the phantom directly landed upon Chimichanga. They exchanged glances. Was this the opportunity recognizing its master? A celestial king's phantom? Suddenly, Chimichanga sensed that the opportunity had merged with him. At that moment, Chimichanga underwent a profound transformation. Behind him stood a colossal celestial figure, enveloping him in a gentle radiance. He was already extraordinarily handsome, now appearing like an ethereal being amidst the wind, serene and transcendent, surrounded by divine light. Chimichanga broke through to the 7th level of the great ability realm. The onlookers gazed at Chimichanga with envy, astonishment, or jealousy. The female disciples nearby were irresistibly drawn to his charm. A man of such caliber was hard not to admire. Beside Chimichanga, Li Nanan was accompanied by a celestial phenomenon of both sun and moon. It was evident that the two were a match made in heaven. System, congratulations, Master, for acquiring the Celestial King's Phantom. A new target has appeared in the infinite forest that requires immediate binding. The target is weakened and urgently needs assistance. Chapter 28. Binding the Demon Clan. Is the system deceiving me? Chimichanga sighed, still immersed in the sacred pride of the Celestial King's Phantom, when the system assigned a new task. A new target? Weakened? Are there others in this boundless forest who have encountered danger? He swiftly sensed his surroundings. Feeling the ethereal presence of the immortal king, his spiritual power doubled. Soon enough, he detected a faint aura emanating from a dense thicket not far away. Though weak, the aura carried a hint of familiarity. Wan, Ao Shui, wait for me here. I shall return shortly, Chimichanga instructed the two. Lin Wan nodded, her eyes filled with trust. Be cautious. A subtle smile graced Chimichanga's lips as he vanished in an instant. Moments later, he materialized within the thicket. There, he beheld a woman clad in purple, lying on the ground, her complexion pale and her breath shallow. Scattered around her were several shattered magical artifacts, indicative of a fierce battle. Is it her? Chimichanga recognized the woman. She was the little fairy from the ice coffin on the 8th floor of the Boundless Tower. He rushed forward to support her. Yet, something was amiss. Dark energy swirled around her, and the power of the demonic spirit within her was dissipating. This was no fairy. She was clearly a little demoness. Chimichanga felt an overwhelming sense of despair. System notification. Report. You have located the target. Would the master like to bind immediately? As Chimichanga assessed the little demoness' injuries, he realized that healing her would be an immense drain on his own energy. Without the promise of a billionfold return, he found himself at a loss. Bind. Nickname. Xiao. Status. Princess of the Demon Clan, Saintess of the Demon Clan, innately phoenix-boned, fated daughter. Yet devoid of spiritual roots. Physique, lacking spiritual roots, innately phoenix-boned. Cultivation method, demonic spirit sutra, phoenix ascending to the heavens. Inapplicable, without spiritual roots. Divine powers, 9 dark decisions. Cosmos reversal, inapplicable, without spiritual roots. Fortune direction, fortune unclear, entangled with the master. Chunchanga gazed at the array of characters before him, nearly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Upon deciphering it, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness!" The princess of the Demon Clan, a wasteful saintess. And she was entangled with him. This was a serious predicament. Regardless, he had to prioritize saving her. He gently helped Xiao up, placing his palm against her back, channeling spiritual energy to mend her wounds. After a brief moment, her complexion gradually regained some color, and she slowly opened her eyes. Chunchanga? A flicker of surprise and complexity crossed Xiao's gaze. "You know me?" Chunchanga exclaimed, astonished. "How did you end up here? What transpired?" With a weak smile, Xiao replied, "I was ambushed by traitors within my clan and gravely injured. I fled here, never expecting to encounter you." Chunchanga furrowed his brow, pondering, are there indeed traitors within the Demon Clan? He looked at Xiao and said, "Your injuries are severe. Take 3 Imperial-grade elixirs to safeguard your heart." Imperial-grade elixirs? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiao's eyes before she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. However, your presence is intolerable to the righteous sects, and the boundless forest is about to close. You must accompany us outside." Chunchanga found himself at a loss for solutions. Just then, the Tongzi reappeared. "Tongzi, congratulations, Master. Input spiritual energy to the target and trigger a billion-fold return. Congratulations, Master, entering the 9th level of great power. Congratulations, Master, presenting the target with 3 Imperial-grade elixirs, triggering a billion-fold return. Congratulations, Master, acquired 10 Imperial-grade detoxification pills. Tongzi, your timing is impeccable. With her surrounded by demonic energy, how can we possibly exit? Tongzi, embrace her." "What?" Chunchanga was taken aback. "Tongzi, as Master possesses the ethereal image of the immortal king, simply holding her will conceal her demonic aura. But what will Nanan think?" "Tongzi, whatever she thinks, let her think as she wishes." As the infinite forest was on the verge of closing once more, Chunchanga said nothing further. He swiftly lifted Xiao and, with a flicker of his form, returned to the place where Li Nanan and the others awaited. Xiao, gravely injured, had succumbed to unconsciousness once more. When Chunchanga appeared before the group, cradling Xiao, Li Nanan and the others were momentarily stunned. "Who is this?" Li Nanan inquired, her gaze filled with surprise as she looked at the woman in Chunchanga's arms. With a sigh, Chunchanga explained, "I was examining the seal of Cheonchi and encountered this woman. She is gravely wounded and has fainted." Li Nanan did not press for further details, while Ao Shui regarded Xiao with thoughtful eyes. She is breathtaking, unlike Li Nanan's bold and vibrant beauty, nor akin to her own cold and noble grace. With an ethereal complexion and delicate form, she possessed an enchanting beauty that captivated the heart. Even with her eyes closed, she was mesmerizing. "Chunchanga, you truly encounter those in need of assistance wherever you go," Ao Shui teased. Chunchanga chuckled softly, opting for silence. "Let us depart. The infinite forest is about to close." Li Nanan interjected, breaking the moment, seeing that the opportunity had already recognized its master. The group began to exit the infinite forest with their gains from the day. Chunchanga continued to carry Xiao, making his way back to the Union Pavilion of the Changshengli clan. The Union Pavilion served as the reception area for guests of the Changshengli clan. "Thank you." Xiao's bright eyes shimmered with gratitude, rendering Chunchanga's cheeks slightly flushed. It was but a small effort, no need for thanks. "Changa, has Miss Xiao awakened?" Li Nanan entered, followed by 2 maidservants. "Yes, she has just regained consciousness." "Then let the maidservants tend to her. It will be more convenient." Li Nanan instructed them to ensure Xiao was comfortably settled. "Let us go. My father and the sage wish to speak with you." "All right, please wait a moment. I have a few words to convey to Miss Xiao." Chunchanga sheepishly scratched his head. "Very well." Li Nanan exited, somewhat displeased. Tongzi, if I leave, won't her demonic aura be exposed?" "Tongzi, report, Master. You can bestow the ethereal image of the immortal king upon her." "Oh dear, I had forgotten. Bestow it now." Chunchanga smacked his forehead, awakening from his reverie. Lady Xiao, I must take my leave and bestow upon you the illusory form of the Celestial King, which shall conceal your demonic aura. Chunchanga coaxed gently. Such a precious gift, Xiao hesitated to accept. She gazed at Chunchanga in astonishment, pondering how such generosity could stem from this individual. Could it be that he has fallen for me at first sight? Xiao mused to herself. Perhaps it may prove beneficial for the reconstruction of your spiritual roots. Chunchanga contemplated. Really? Uncertain. Thank you. I shall repay you in the future. No need for such formality. Little Demoness, I am committed to saving you to the end. With that, Chunchanga activated the Supreme Celestial Bone, initiating the illusory form of the Celestial King, gradually transferring it to Xiao. Indeed, her demonic aura was swiftly subdued, causing the illusory form to vanish, seemingly neutralized by the malevolent energy. Now this is splendid. At last, I need not carry a woman about. Had I known sooner, I would have given it to you earlier. Chunchanga nodded in satisfaction. I must go to the clan leader now. Do rest well, my lady. With that, he closed the door behind Xiao and hurried after Li Nannan. System, congratulations, master, by bestowing the illusory form of the Celestial King upon the target. You have triggered a billion-fold return, gaining the light of the Celestial King. Upon the system's announcement, Chunchanga found himself enveloped in celestial radiance, with an extraordinary phenomenon unfolding behind him. When he arrived at the Hall of Eternal Life, everyone was taken aback. In mere moments, the illusory form transformed into celestial light upon Chunchanga, no longer merely an illusion. A prodigious talent indeed. Li Dai could not help but exclaim. Nannan, seize this opportunity. Li Dai discreetly advised his daughter, Li Nannan. Father's regard for him has deepened. Li Nannan felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Would father truly bestow the golden soft armor upon an outsider? Li Dai winked at his daughter. Only then did Li Nannan recall that before entering the infinite forest, her father had already given the treasured golden soft armor of the Leaf family to Chunchanga. I humbly pay my respects to the sage, the clan leader, and all esteemed elders. Chunchanga respectfully bowed to each in turn. Changa, we have unanimously decided to allow you, the divine maiden Nannan, along with Li Lang, Li Jinyuan, and Li Chongfeng, to enter the mysterious cave of eternal life for cultivation. The sage of eternal life adjusted his beard, declaring that the Leaf family is likely to produce an extraordinary talent this time. Indeed, Chunchanga rejoiced. Alas, the Spirit Pung clan has come seeking vengeance. A disciple rushed into the hall in a flurry. Do not panic. The Spirit Pung clan poses little threat now. Li Dai remained composed. However, clan leader, their strength seems to have greatly increased, and they have the Demon clan in support. The disciple was drenched in sweat. What? The Demon clan? The crowd turned pale. When did they provoke the Demon clan? Chapter 29. The Demon clan attacks. The Demoness betrays? Chunchanga and Li Nannan stood side by side at the mountain gate of the Li clan, their expressions grave as they gazed toward the dark clouds and the bats that obscured the sky, rolling in from the distance. The black clouds were thick with demonic energy, and the formidable presence of the Spirit Pung clan surged ominously. Indeed, the Spirit Pung clan has allied with the Demon clan. Li Dai stood beside Chunchanga. His countenance darkened. The eternal sage stroked his beard and spoke in a deep voice. Years ago, Li Lixue and the young sage Lingpeng allied themselves with the Demon clan to regain their strength. Now, though the young sage Lingpeng has perished, the alliance between the Lingpeng clan and the Demon clan persists. To my astonishment, the Lingpeng clan has betrayed the divine realm to cultivate demonic arts in their quest for power. Li Nianyan gazed incredulously at the so-called righteous party before her. In her previous life, the young sage Lingpeng faced no calamity, and the Lingpeng clan remained a prestigious family in the divine realm. Is the demon realm led by the demon lord? Chunchanga inquired, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the demon realm. No, the demon lord has vanished. The one in command is his chief protector, the evil sword immortal. Li Nianyan replied. Eternal sage, are you aware that colluding with the demon clan is a grave sin? The eternal sage questioned sternly. Your Longshengli family has repeatedly slain my son. Now that he is dead, if I do not avenge this wrong, I would be unworthy of being a father. The Lingpeng sage spat vehemently into the air. The evil sword immortal stepped forward, proclaiming, Old man Li, today you will surrender the secrets of longevity, relinquish the infinite forest, and hand over Chunchanga. Otherwise, Do not blame us if our two clans impose our wrath upon you." With that, the evil sword immortal burst into a maniacal laugh, exuding an aura of sinister bloodlust. The eternal sage remained unperturbed. "Evil sword immortal, your demon clan has consistently trespassed upon our ancestral lands. If you do not retreat today, the Longshengli family will not relent." Chun Changa's divine eye pierced through the swirling demonic energy surrounding the evil sword immortal, revealing his true visage. The evil sword immortal stood tall, his countenance grim, exuding an aura of malevolence. His eyes resembled unfathomable abysses, seemingly capable of devouring all light. And a mocking smile played upon his lips, as if he cared little for the unfolding situation. In his grasp was a long sword, as black as ink, inscribed with sinister runes that emanated a chilling malevolence. Chun Changa felt a shiver run down his spine, aware that the evil sword immortal was no ordinary opponent. He turned to the eternal sage and Li Nian, whispering, "The evil sword immortal's strength is unfathomable. We must proceed with caution." The eternal sage nodded gravely. The evil sword immortal is a chief protector of the demon lord, having reached the realm of demon sovereign. He is indeed formidable. However, the Longshengli family is not one to be bullied. Li Nian clenched her sword tightly, determination flickering in her eyes. "No matter what, we cannot allow them to prevail." Just then, the Lingping sage spoke again, his voice laced with resentment and fury. "Longshengli family, today marks your doom. I shall make you pay for my son's demise." Before his words faded, the Lingping sage abruptly gestured, and the powerful members of the Lingping clan soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light as they charged toward the gates of the Longshengli family. Simultaneously, the evil sword immortal brandished his demonic sword, summoning a tide of demonic energy, with a multitude of demon clan warriors surging forward with fierce intent. The eternal sage snorted coldly, wielding his whisk to unleash a beam of golden light that soared skyward, forming a colossal barrier before the mountain gate. He commanded, "Disciples of the Longshengli family, heed my orders and prepare to confront the enemy. Li Lang, set the formation." "Yes." Master Li Lang gestured, and the disciples of the Chongshengli clan swiftly mobilized, forming a formidable defensive array in preparation for the impending battle. Chun Changa and Li Nan stood resolutely side by side, their gazes unwavering. The evil sword immortal let out a cold, mocking laugh, his voice hoarse and chilling. "A mere throng of insignificant juniors dares to be audacious before me? Today, I shall seize the secret arts of the Chongshengli clan." Chun Changa and Li Nan were the first to plunge into the enemy ranks, their azure long sword and silver short sword weaving a tapestry of fierce sword light, swiftly slaying several demon soldiers. The evil sword immortal snorted disdainfully, countering with a strike of his own, as the black sword light slithered toward Chun Changa like a venomous serpent. Such potent demonic energy. Chun Changa parried with his sword, his form jolting from the impact. Li Nan swiftly darted to Chun Changa's side, exclaiming, "Changa, be cautious." The evil sword immortal effortlessly countered with a stroke of his sword, forcing the two back, sneering, "With such meager skills, do you dare to contend with me?" The Chongsheng sage brandished his staff, summoning a beam of golden light that descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the evil sword immortal. "Evil sword immortal, cease your arrogance." The evil sword immortal deflected the golden light with his sword, his form swaying slightly, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. "Chongsheng sage, your reputation is indeed well-deserved." At that moment, the spirit Peng sage invoked his magical artifact, unleashing a wave of azure light towards the Chongsheng clan. Observing this, Li Dai swung his colossal axe, the axe's radiance cleaving through the surging waves of light. "Spirit Peng sage, meet your demise." The spirit Peng sage, alongside the spirit Peng clan leader, led their warriors in a side assault, golden spears and silver arrows raining down like a torrential downpour, forcing the disciples of the Chongsheng clan to retreat steadily. Just as the spirit Peng and demon clans seemed to gain the upper hand, the evil sword immortal suddenly erupted into laughter, forming hand seals as a massive black magical formation rose from the ground, enveloping the entire battlefield. "Evil sword immortal, I have no desire to entangle myself with you. This is my demon clan's secret art, the soul-devouring formation. Today, none of you shall escape." Chun Changa felt the overwhelming suction emanating from the formation, his expression shifting dramatically. "This formation is draining our spiritual energy. Li Nan gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain her stance, yet her form wavered. Chang'e, my spiritual energy is depleting. The Chongqing sage's countenance grew grave as he wielded his staff in an attempt to dismantle the formation. But to no avail. This formation is truly enigmatic. My power is suppressed. Li De roared in fury, attempting to cleave through the formation with his axe. Yet the axe's radiance was consumed. Cursed be this formation, how troublesome it is. The spirit Peng sage laughed heartily. Now, your entire Li clan shall accompany my son to the grave. The formidable warriors of the spirit Peng clan. Seizing the opportunity as the Chongqing Li clan found themselves ensnared within the soul-devouring formation, transformed into streaks of light, propelled by a fierce gale, racing toward the gates of the Chongqing Li clan. Meanwhile, the demon army, under the command of the evil sword immortal, surged forth. A tempest of demonic energy and a stench of blood permeating the air, as if intent on devouring the very heavens and earth. Although the disciples of the Chongqing Li clan had formed a defensive array, they were gradually torn asunder under the combined onslaught of the spirit Peng and demon clans, suffering grievous losses. Ha! Chongqing Li clan, today marks your end. The evil sword immortal cackled madly, wielding his demonic sword. As the demonic energy transformed into countless black sword auras, sweeping toward the ranks of the Chongqing Li clan. Though the eternal sage resisted with all his might, he was still forced back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his lips. Could this truly be his defeat? Li Nan gritted her teeth and persevered. Yet her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, the long sword in her grasp growing unbearably heavy. A glimmer of resolve flashed through Chun Chang'e's eyes as he realized the dire truth. Should this continue, the Eternal Li clan would surely face annihilation. Yet at this critical juncture, a crystalline phoenix's cry suddenly resonated across the heavens. Brother Chen, catch! A violet figure descended from the heavens. It was Xiao. In her hands, she cradled a crystal-clear glass lamp, within which flickered an extraordinary radiance. Xiao cast the glass lamp towards Chun Chang'e and proclaimed aloud, "This is the magic-controlling glass lamp, capable of awakening the magical power within you. Use the eye of the celestial deity to unlock it." Chun Chang'e received the glazed cup, feeling a surge of warm energy coursing through his body. In an instant, he comprehended the artifact's usage and channeled his spiritual power into it. The glazed cup immediately radiated with dazzling brilliance, sending a resplendent beam of light soaring into the heavens. Demon-controlling power, awaken! Chun Chang'e let out a low shout, and the power of demon control within him was fully unleashed. His eyes became as profound as the starry sky, emanating an intangible pressure that seemed capable of mastering all the demonic energies in the universe. The expression on the face of the evil sword immortal suddenly changed. This is the power of demon control. How can this be possible? Chun Chang'e gave him no time to react. With a swift wave of his hand, his demon-controlling power transformed into countless golden chains that surged toward the demon army. The demonic soldiers, ensnared by these chains, instantly lost their ability to move, their sinister auras thoroughly suppressed. Then, from the glazed vessel burst forth a resplendent violet radiance, shooting straight into the heavens. The purple brilliance collided with the black magic array, causing it to tremble violently before the devouring demonic formation ultimately shattered with a thunderous crash. Standing beside Chun Chang'e, Xiao exhaled in relief. Wonderful! The demonic array is broken. As the malevolent sword immortal beheld Xiao's visage, his expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Xiao, how dare you betray the demon clan?" Xiao gazed coldly at the evil sword immortal, declaring, "The demon race, under your guidance, shall inevitably descend into an abyss from which there is no return. I have never approved of your actions. Today, my demon clan shall sever all ties with yours." Chun Chang'e felt his spiritual power returning to his body and turned to Xiao with gratitude in his eyes. "Lady Xiao, I am deeply indebted to you for your rescue." Li Nan turned to Xiao with a look of pleasant surprise. "Miss Xiao, we owe our safety to your timely intervention. Retreat. Withdraw swiftly." Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the malevolent sword immortal hastily ordered a retreat. However, how could Chun Chang'e possibly grant him such an opportunity? Harnessing the arcane power of demonic manipulation, he shattered the malevolent sword of the dark sword immortal with a resounding force. The wounded immortal spewed forth a mouthful of crimson blood before fleeing in utter disarray. The demonic legions crumbled into chaos, scattering like leaves before a tempestuous gale. Witnessing this devastating turn of events, the Spirit Rock clan found themselves abruptly abandoned and isolated. The Sage of Spirit Rocks roared with indignant fury, "Chunchanga, your vile schemes shall never prevail." Upon finishing his words, the Saint of Spirit Pung was enveloped in a swirling mass of demonic energy, akin to a howling beast from the depths of hell. All things succumbed to darkness. With the resounding cry of the Spirit Phoenix Sage, all Spirit Phoenixes transformed into blood-red bats. This is dire. He cultivated dark sorcery, transforming all the avian beings of the Spirit Pung clan into blood bats. Chunchanga was utterly astonished by the sheer madness of the Spirit Pung Saint. He drew forth the infinite divine bow, its string taut, and a golden arrow coalesced into existence. In an instant, that colossal arrow transformed into a multitude of diminutive golden divine arrows, each enveloped in a luminous aura of magical control. Spirit Falcon Clan, today marks your ultimate demise. Chunchanga released the bowstring, and the golden arrows transformed into radiant streaks of light, soaring towards the Spirit Pung clan. The Saint of the Spirit Pung attempted to resist. Yet under the suppression of the demonic control, his spiritual power could not manifest at all. The arrows pierced through his chest, and the Spirit Pung Saint let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body instantly consumed by golden flames. Subsequently, countless blood bats fell from the sky, wailing in despair. Thus, the Spirit Pung clan faced utter annihilation. Chunchanga spoke coldly, drawing back the infinite divine bow once more. Golden arrows descended like raindrops, completely obliterating the remaining blood bats. The battlefield gradually returned to tranquility. Although the disciples of the Changshengli clan suffered heavy casualties, they ultimately safeguarded their mountain gate. Li Nanan approached Chunchanga's side and softly remarked, "Changa, we have triumphed." Chunchanga nodded, yet his gaze remained grave. Though the demon clan has been routed, the evil sword immortal has escaped. Ziyao stepped forward, declaring, "As long as the evil sword immortal lives, the demon clan shall know no peace." Chunchanga stood before the mountain gate, gazing at the retreating army of demons, yet his heart bore no semblance of relief. He understood that the demonic race would not yield easily. This battle was merely the beginning. Turning his gaze towards Ziyao, his expression grew intricate. "Little Demoness, I have a question for you." Chapter 30, Taking in the Demoness, a blessing or a curse. Ziyao's expression stiffened. "Brother Chen, please speak." Chunchanga met her gaze unwaveringly. "Did you truly enter the infinite forest solely to escape persecution? Is this visit of the demon clan related to you?" Ziyao fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Brother Chun, it is true that I hail from the demonic clan, yet the leader of the demon army, the malevolent sword immortal, is also my adversary. Does the malevolent sword immortal harbor enmity towards you? Perhaps it is a vendetta for the murder of your father." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Ziyao's eyes. "Has the demon lord fallen? I am only aware that the demon lord has not made an appearance for over 30 years, yet there have been no rumors of his demise." Chunchanga was taken aback. His father's whereabouts remain unknown, and now the demon clan is under the control of the evil sword immortal. If something has befallen his father, it would be most advantageous for him. As for my journey into the boundless forest, it was to seek the twin Amaryllis. "The twin Amaryllis, you say?" Chunchanga furrowed his brows. "That is the legendary divine artifact that connects the realms of Yin and Yang. Why do you require it?" Ziyao let out a bitter smile, lamenting her innate lack of spiritual roots. Although she possessed the bones of a phoenix, she found herself incapable of cultivating the supreme techniques of the demonic clan. Why was it that she was devoid of any spiritual roots? "My father stated that it is due to a fragment of my divine consciousness being lost in a past life. Therefore, you must utilize the twin soul flowers to discover your former self, reclaim your divine consciousness, and reconstruct your spiritual essence." Chunchanga immediately grasped the meaning behind it. Ziyao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is the case. Only through cultivation can one regain control over the demon clan, lest it be exploited by the malevolent sword immortal, leading to irreparable ruin." Upon hearing these words, Chunchanga's heart trembled. He had not anticipated that Ziyao bore such a heavy fate. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Have you found the twin soul flowers?" Ziyao shook her head. "The infinite forest is far too vast. I have yet to find them and was nearly killed by traitors from my clan. Had it not been for your rescue, I would likely have perished." Chunchanga forced a smile. "So you are akin to my former self, devoid of spiritual power, bearing the weight of your lineage. Upon hearing Xiao's words, he felt a sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. Meanwhile, Li Nannan scrutinized Xiao, deep in thought. "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Xiao," said Li Dai, the patriarch of the Changshengli clan, as he bowed deeply. "Patriarch, please, there is no need for such formalities." Xiao hastily helped him up. "Today's kindness will surely be repaid by the Li clan," he said, his expression complex. "But, miss, you are of the demon race." Xiao hesitated, gazing at Li Dai, and ultimately nodded gently. "Yes, I am indeed of the demon race. However, I am not aligned with the evil sword immortal. He is a traitor of my clan and my enemy." Li Dai furrowed his brow, clearly apprehensive about Xiao's identity. "Miss Xiao, one who can produce the glazed lamp is certainly not a mere member of the demon race. Who are you?" "My father is the demon Lord Chonglu." Xiao tightened her grip on the glazed lamp. At the mention of the demon lord, Li Dai sighed deeply. He spoke solemnly. "Miss Xiao, while you are indeed our savior, the demon race is fundamentally opposed to my Changshengli clan." Chen Chang'e stepped forward, stating, "Patriarch, although Xiao is of the demon race, she has never harmed us." He glanced at Xiao and earnestly continued, "On the contrary, she has assisted us today, even at the risk of revealing her identity to help repel the demon army. Her enemies are ours as well." Li Dai remained silent for a moment before sighing. "Chang'e, you are correct. Yet her identity remains a potential threat. If other prominent families were to discover it, unnecessary troubles might ensue." Xiao lowered her head. "Brother Chen, the patriarch speaks the truth. My identity will indeed bring you trouble. Now that this matter is settled, I must take my leave." Chen Chang'e's heart tightened at her words, and he quickly grasped her arm. "Xiao, where do you intend to go? You are currently devoid of spiritual power. If you encounter traitors from your clan again, it would be perilous." Xiao forced a smile. "Brother Chen, I have always been alone, accustomed to wandering. I cannot abandon my search for the twin soul flowers. As for danger, perhaps it is simply my fate." Chen Chang'e gazed at her, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his eyes. He suddenly turned to the patriarch and bowed deeply. "Patriarch, although Miss Xiao is of the demon race, she possesses a kind heart and shares our common enemies. I implore you to allow her to remain temporarily within the Changshengli clan until she finds the twin soul flowers, after which we can discuss her future." Li Dai's expression grew troubled, caught in a dilemma. The eternal sage stroked his beard and spoke slowly. "Dai, the identity of Miss Xiao is indeed sensitive. However, we can arrange for her to stay at the Li clan's villa." After a moment of contemplation, the eternal sage continued, "As for the twin soul flower, it has long departed from the infinite forest." "Where has it gone?" Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "To the Qingyun Academy," the sage replied. 30 years ago, the world faced a cataclysm, and Qingyunzi intervened, utilizing the power of the twin soul flower to reverse the cycle of yin and yang, thus saving countless lives. Since then, the twin soul flower has remained at Qingyun Academy. Qingyun Academy. Does that not render my quest for this item even more arduous? Xiao's face fell in disappointment. This matter requires careful deliberation, Chen Chang'e reassured her. At this moment, Li Nannan stepped forward, lost in thought. In my past life, Chen Chang'e became a demonic deity. Could it be related to Xiao? In my previous existence, Xiao was a demon lord. No, keeping them within our sight is the safest course of action. Sage, the villa is not secure. Miss Xiao has already been our benefactor. If we allow her to leave alone and face retribution from the demon clan, would that not paint us, the Changshengli clan, as ungrateful? The eternal sage glanced at Li Nannan, then at Chen Chang'e, and ultimately nodded. Very well. If that is the case, Miss Xiao shall remain with our clan for the time being. The eternal sage turned to Li Dai. However, this matter must remain confidential. Outsiders must not be made aware. Today, erase the memories of Xiao from all Changsheng disciples. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'e's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said to Xiao, "Xiao, you can stay?" Gratitude flickered in Xiao's eyes as she bowed to each person present. "Thank you, sage. Thank you, clan leader. Thank you, Miss Nannan. Thank you, Brother Chang'e. I promise not to be a burden." Chen Chang'e shook his head with a smile. There is no need for such formality. Xiao gazed at Chen Chang'e, her eyes glistening with tears. "Brother Chang'e, thank you." Li Nannan stepped forward and gently grasped Xiao's hand, saying softly, "Sister Xiao, do not worry. We will all assist you." Xiao nodded, warmth swelling in her heart. She had believed she was destined for solitude, yet unexpectedly found refuge among the righteous. At that moment, Li Dai suddenly spoke. Chang'e, let us leave matters regarding Miss Xiao for now. He turned to the disciples. Everyone, focus on healing quickly, shortly. I will have Nan Nan and Li Lang distribute the imperial-grade elixirs to each of you. Thank you, clan leader. The disciples expressed their gratitude before dispersing. Only 10 days remained until the Qingyun Academy examinations. Chen Chang'e escorted Xiao to the entrance of the Yinyun Pavilion. Little Demoness, when the time comes, I shall surely bring back the twin soul flower for you. After Chen Chang'e spoke, Xiao gazed at the man before her, her innocent eyes wide with astonishment. Brother Chang'e, do you mean? The examinations at Qingyun Academy allow the strongest to request a treasured artifact from the academy, Chen Chang'e elaborated. Xiao froze in disbelief. Was he truly willing to fight for her? I shall grant you the twin soul flower. Chen Chang'e, remarkably handsome and resembling a celestial being, possessed eyes that radiated deep affection for everything they beheld. One simple utterance sent a flutter through Xiao's heart. Why did he treat me, this seemingly inept sorceress, with such care? Meanwhile, Li Nan stood at a distance, silently observing the unfolding scene. A complex expression flickered in her gaze as she pondered. Is Chen Chang'e's concern for Xiao truly a mere friendship, or could Xiao's presence alter Chen Chang'e's destiny? Clenching her fists, Li Nan resolved resolutely. Regardless of the circumstances, in this lifetime, I shall protect Chen Chang'e and ensure that no one influences his future. Chapter 31. The Sorceress in Distress. The jade light spear emerges for 7 days. A gentle rain fell outside the mysterious cave, enveloping the world in a shroud of chaos. Only today did the skies clear, allowing warmth to seep into the cavern. Chen Chang'e sat cross-legged, his spiritual energy circulating as he harmonized with the cosmos. The breakthrough to the great ability stage was exceptionally arduous, and even he felt a tinge of fatigue. Inside the cave, Li Nan, Li Lang, and 2 others were engrossed in their meditative practices, immersed in the ocean of spiritual energy. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cave, followed by Xiao's weak voice. Brother Chen, save me. Chen Chang'e's eyes snapped open, and in an instant, he appeared outside the cave. There stood Xiao, her complexion pale and her lips devoid of color. Clearly grievously injured. She managed to force a smile. I accidentally allowed demonic energy to invade my body. Furrowing his brow, Chen Chang'e placed his hand on her pulse, channeling his spiritual energy into her. Moments later, he spoke gravely. The demonic energy has already corrupted your meridians. If not expelled promptly, the consequences will be dire. Xiao managed a bitter smile. I understand you are in seclusion for training and did not wish to disturb you, but I simply could not endure any longer. Without further words, Chen Chang'e lifted her into his arms and carried her into the cave. Li Nan, having sensed the commotion, felt her heart sink as she saw Chen Chang'e carrying Xiao. Was the Longsheng Li family's cave a place anyone could enter? What has happened? Li Nan and Li Lang approached. Demonic energy has invaded her. Chen Chang'e barely had time to explain. Is the demon clan afraid of demonic energy? Li Nan couldn't help but murmur. Li Lang paused. The demon clan? Why can't I see any demonic energy on Xiao? Could her origins be more complicated than they appear? Chen Chang'e settled down cross-legged, his hands pressing against Xiao's back as he gradually infused his spiritual energy into her. Xiao felt a warm current flow within her, gradually expelling the demonic energy and alleviating her pain. You must never be so reckless again, having endured the demonic energy for so many days. Chen Chang'e's voice was low, tinged with reproach. Xiao lowered her head, feeling a sense of guilt. I'm sorry. System notification. Congratulations, Master. You have triggered a billion-fold return for healing the target. Congratulations. Master, you have acquired the demonic realm technique, the 9-fold shadow of demons. Chen Chang'e could not help but smile bitterly. Tongzi, you have trapped me. How could I possibly cultivate the demonic clan's techniques? He pondered whether the items aiding the little demoness in her returns would indeed be of demonic origin. Suddenly, he felt as if he had truly fallen into a pit. Master, you are quite astute. Tongzi replied. Chen Chang'e felt on the verge of tears. He knew he must first secure these techniques and contemplate his plans for the future. If he were to practice the methods of the demonic clan, he would undoubtedly be besieged by the righteous sects in no time. Miss Xiao, how is it that you have allowed demonic energy to infiltrate your being while at the Li estate? Li Lang noticed something amiss. It appeared that Xiao lacked spiritual roots, and on that fateful day when the demon realm invaded, she had been tainted by demonic energy. Chunchanga hastily concocted an excuse. So that is the case. Li Lang mused thoughtfully. Miss Xiao, allow me to escort you home. Seeing that Xiao was no longer in grave danger, Li Nianyan rose to assist her back to Yinyan Pavilion. Nianyan, I shall take her. You focus on your cultivation, and I will return shortly. With that, Chunchanga lifted Xiao into his arms. Chunchanga, Li Nianyan exclaimed, somewhat irritated, but then quickly suppressed her displeasure. Chunchanga responded, perplexed. Take it slow. All right. He chuckled heartily, evidently oblivious to Li Nianyan's jealousy, while Xiao, being a woman, perceptively sensed it. Chunchanga thought, what does it matter if you are jealous? My father taught me that demons are straightforward. If you like something, you must seize it. Xiao felt a surge of pride within her as she gently inhaled the scent of cedar emanating from Chunchanga. Li Nianyan, I am merely borrowing Chunchanga for a few days. I shall return him to you afterward. He is truly handsome, even more so than my father. Xiao wrapped her arms around Chunchanga's neck, resting her head lightly against his chest. Chunchanga's arms faltered slightly as he held Xiao. She was so delicate that it stirred an instinct to protect her. Once they entered the bamboo grove, he set Xiao down. Xiao, tell me, how did you come to be infused with demonic energy? Brother Changa, Xiao hesitated, a complex expression flitting across her face. At that moment, a swarm of fireflies danced through the bamboo grove, resembling scattered stars in the night sky. Brother Changa, look. Fireflies. Xiao spoke softly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Chunchanga lowered his gaze to her, offering a faint smile. Indeed, they are beautiful. Xiao extended her hand, a firefly alighting on her fingertip, its dim glow illuminating her face with a gentle radiance. She murmured softly, Brother Changa, do you know? Though the firefly's light is faint, they never cease to shine. Chunchanga felt a stir within him. Xiao, answer me, what is the reason behind this? After a moment of silence, Xiao finally spoke. Brother Changa, the truth is, I could not help but summon the Yuguang spear back. Chunchanga paused, astonishment flickering in his eyes. What did you just say? Xiao forced a smile. I know you must be astonished. The artifact of my father is intrinsically linked to my bloodline. I possess the ability to make it recognize its master. Chunchanga took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart. Xiao, the Yuguang spear is the foremost demonic weapon in the world. It is said that during a cataclysmic battle, the Yuguang spear cleaved mountains and rivers, obliterating countless lives. Brother Chun, that is not merely a legend, Xiao responded earnestly, gazing intently at him. Then you must understand that the Yuguang spear is not meant for just anyone to wield. Its power is overwhelmingly potent, rendering ordinary individuals incapable of control, and it may even backfire upon its master. Chen's excitement surged as he grasped Xiao's hand. Xiao, why do you wish to cultivate your strength? Lowering her gaze, Xiao replied. I too desire to grow stronger. Chunchanga sighed softly. Indeed, in these 3,000 divine realms, who does not aspire for strength? The Yuguang spear is a weapon of the demon sovereign, and you possess no spiritual roots. Do not rush your progress. Brother Chen, have you promised? Xiao's eyes sparkled with hope. Promise me. Cultivate your spiritual roots before pursuing strength. Chunchanga looked reproachfully at the delicate figure before him, her purity and innocence resembling a gentle sprite amidst the dark bamboo grove. Tears welled in Xiao's eyes as she embraced him tightly. Brother Chen, I am sorry. Enough. Keep the Yuguang spear safe. If others discover it is in your possession, this treasured artifact of the demon realm will surely incite a fierce contest. Xiao nodded vigorously. Brother Chun, I will not let anyone know. Very well, I shall escort you home. Brother Chun, I long to visit Qingyan town. May I accompany you when you head to Qingyan Academy? Xiao inquired softly. Certainly. We shall set forth in 2 days. You are the best to me, Brother Chun. Xiao exclaimed, joyfully embracing him. Chunchanga observed her. Under the gentle moonlight, she appeared even more radiant than the moon itself. Despite knowing the dangers of bringing her along, he could not bear to refuse her. Meanwhile, within the mysterious cave, Li Nannan stood at the entrance, her gaze fixed on the direction Chunchanga had departed. Filled with anger and resentment, she clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Chunchanga, why do you treat her with such kindness? She murmured to herself, her voice tinged with emotion. Li Lang approached, gently patting her shoulder. Nannan, do not take it too much to heart. Changa is simply being chivalrous. Li Nannan scoffed. Chivalrous? It seems he extends such kindness to everyone. Li Lang sighed. Perhaps he is simply unaware of your feelings. Li Nannan shook her head. No, I hold no feelings for him. Li Lang replied. I apologize for misunderstanding. That is of little consequence. Li Nan turned and walked into the cave, her silhouette exuding profound solitude. Li Lang watched her retreating figure, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Junior sister, you should be a paragon of excellence. Reaching the imperial realm is merely a matter of time. Yet, Chunchanga seems to be an unpredictable variable in your fate. Li Lang sighed after speaking, gazing up at the starry sky where the bright moon hung high. The Chongqing clan, it seems, will not experience tranquility for long. Chapter 32, The Azure Cloud Academy. A paradise beyond the world? The disciples of the Chongqing clan, having dedicated themselves to closed-door cultivation, finally embarked on the quest for a coveted spot at the Azure Cloud Academy. What sort of place is Azure Cloud Town? Chunchanga could not help but inquire of Li Nan. Changa, in the realm of the 3,000 divine domains, war has always been the norm. Only one place enjoys lasting peace, and that is Azure Cloud Town, Li Nan replied with a sly smile. What do you think it is? A paradise beyond the world? That is the homeland of the Heavenly Emperor. No one dares to act recklessly there. After saying this, Li Nan drew Chunchanga closer. The competition at the Azure Cloud Academy is fierce, filled with formidable contenders. If one cannot secure the twin blossoms of the other shore, then let Miss Xiao remain in Azure Cloud Town to enjoy her peace. Chunchanga smiled. There is no if. I will obtain the twin blossoms of the other shore. To compete is to strive for the top. You are quite optimistic. Li Nan scoffed, stealing a glance at Chunchanga. It is precisely this confidence that compels attention. Azure Cloud Town is situated in a vast plain, surrounded by towering mountains, with the highest peak being Azure Cloud Peak. These mountains serve as a natural barrier, isolating the tranquility of the town from the chaos of the outside world. Ancient trees tower in the mountains, and rare flowers and herbs abound, with spirit beasts roaming, adding vitality and mystery to the land. At the summit of Azure Cloud Mountain lies the Azure Cloud Academy, a towering peak shrouded in swirling clouds, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. After a day's journey flying on swords, Chunchanga and Li Nan finally arrived at Azure Cloud Town. The marketplace bustled with lively voices, a scene of vibrant activity. As night fell, the lights of Azure Cloud Town gradually illuminated, enveloping the entire small town in a warm glow. Xiao, like a child, tugged at Chunchanga's hand, eagerly looking around. Brother Chong, look at this. Xiao pointed at a string of crystal-clear candied hawthorn, her eyes filled with anticipation. With a resigned smile, Chunchanga purchased 2 strings of candied hawthorn, handing one to Xiao and the other to Li Nan. Xiao took a bite, her eyes narrowing in delight. So delicious. I haven't had these in ages. Li Nan stared at the vibrant candied hawthorn, her teeth tingling. She recalled her past life, having ascended to the imperial throne, and how she had long drifted away from such earthly pleasures. Brother Chong, look quickly, Xiao exclaimed in wonder. Before them stood a stage where a performance of the battle of immortals and demons was underway. Xiao was captivated, while Chunchanga stood beside her. Brother Chong, do you think one day we might also become the protagonists of a battle like that? Xiao suddenly asked. Chunchanga replied calmly. A battle of immortals and demons brings suffering to all living beings. It is better to avoid such conflict. Xiao pouted. You are always so dull. Miss Xiao, the innocent should be spared. One must possess a heart of compassion for all beings. Li Nan could no longer tolerate Xiao's whimsical musings. As the day waned, Li Lang suggested, It is late, let us find an inn. With that, he led the group in search of shelter. Reluctantly, Xiao followed along. Qingyan Inn. This one seems promising. Chunchanga pointed towards the establishment, turning back to catch a glimpse of Xiao, but her figure had already vanished amidst the throng. A pang of anxiety gripped Chunchanga as he realized the gravity of the situation. Master, Xiao is missing. System report, activating target lock system. Chunchanga gazed at the map displayed before him, sensing that Xiao's essence was enveloped by a malevolent force. This is dire. Xiao is in peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. Changa. Before Li Nan could finish her plea, Chunchanga had already darted towards the sense direction. In a secluded grove, Xiao found herself cornered by the evil sword immortal. Clutching a pitch-black sword, his eyes glimmered with greed and malice. Saintess, surrender the Lioli lamp, and I may spare your life, he sneered, his tone laced with menace. The Lioli lamp is a sacred artifact of my clan. I will never relinquish it. Xiao's once innocent gaze hardened, icy disdain directed at the evil sword immortal. At that moment, her hairpin radiated a gentle glow, revealing her connection to the Yuguang spear. Saintess, allow me to deal with this wretched creature. The Yuguang spear had chosen its master. The evil sword immortal snorted derisively, a glint of lechery in his eyes. Since you refuse my kindness, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Before he could finish, he lunged forward, seizing Ziyao's wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Despite her fervent struggles, she was no match for his strength. Leaning closer, he whispered menacingly, "Did you think you could escape? Comply, or you shall suffer." A flicker of fear crossed Ziyao's eyes, yet she gritted her teeth, resolute in her defiance. The evil sword immortal, seeing her determination, let out a sinister laugh and began to tear at her garments. "You will regret this," she protested fiercely. "Regret? Perhaps you should have been more compliant when your deceased father was alive." He jeered, pinning her down. "Cease this at once." A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a clap of thunder, as Chimichanga appeared at the entrance, his eyes aflame with righteous fury. The atmosphere crackled with his overwhelming killing intent, and the Wuliang's sword in his grasp emitted a piercing shriek. The evil sword immortal turned sharply, his expression dismissive upon seeing Chimichanga. "A mere great ability practitioner dares to disrupt my affairs." With a frosty gaze, Chimichanga retorted, "Evil sword immortal, your reign of terror ends today." Seeking death, the evil sword immortal bellowed, swinging his sword towards Chimichanga. In an instant, the two clashed, their swords erupting with fierce energy, the air charged with their formidable spiritual powers. The evil sword immortal cast a fleeting glance at the alluringly vibrant Ziyao, preparing for a swift resolution. The demon re-emerged. Dark energy enveloped the evil sword immortal, his eyes radiating a crimson glow. "Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he concentrated all his demonic energy into his sword and lunged at Chimichanga. Before his words could fade, Chimichanga activated the Eye of the Divine, his gaze bursting forth with dazzling golden light, instantly revealing the evil sword immortal's vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, the supreme sacred bone within him erupted with boundless strength, the infinite sword in his grasp emitting a deafening clang. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, Chimichanga cleaved through the evil sword immortal's demonic blade. "Impossible! How could you possess such formidable power?" the evil sword immortal exclaimed in terror. Chimichanga responded with a cold smirk. "Evil sword immortal, your end has come." With a fierce swing of his sword, the infinite sword radiated a blinding brilliance, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy that cleaved towards the evil sword immortal. Despite his utmost effort to resist, he was ultimately unable to withstand this force, and the sword energy pierced through his chest, leaving him lifeless on the ground. As the battle concluded, Chimichanga sheathed the infinite sword and swiftly approached Ziyao. "Ziyao, are you unharmed?" She shook her head, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Brother Chin, thank you. Had it not been for your timely arrival, Chimichanga gently patted her shoulder, speaking softly, "Fear not, with me here. No one can harm you." With that, he gathered his spiritual energy, transferring a portion of it to Ziyao. "Brother Chin, what is this?" "It's nothing to worry about. I forgot your cultivation is non-existent. You need this energy to protect yourself," Chimichanga said weakly, resting his arm on Ziyao's shoulder. "However, you are to compete tomorrow." Ziyao bit her lip as tears streamed down her face. System, reporting to the master, transferring 1/10 of spiritual energy to the target, triggering a billion-fold return. "Congratulations, master, acquired 9 layers of demonic spirit. The power of the demonic spirit nearly rivals that of a demon lord. I truly appreciate you." Chimichanga smirked grimly while communicating with the system. "Do you think I would dare to use it? The master is still too conservative. Get lost." Ziyao looked at Chimichanga in astonishment. "Brother Chun, who are you telling to get lost?" No, I meant, let us go. We must return to the inn quickly," Chimichanga hurriedly clarified. Ziyao nodded, and together they left the woods, heading towards the marketplace. In the night, the lights of Qingyun town remained brilliantly bright. Meanwhile, Zhuo Linglong, the master of the Divine Connection Pavilion in Qingyun town, stood atop a high tower, gazing intently at the events unfolding in the woods. She sensed a powerful surge of energy, her brow furrowing in contemplation. This force was capable of slaying the evil sword immortal. Who on earth is this individual? She turned, her exquisite features accentuated by a raised eyebrow. Immediately investigate. I want to know everything about that young man. Her attendant responded respectfully and swiftly departed. Zhuo Linglong gazed into the distant night sky, a glimmer of profound meaning flickering in her eyes. It seemed that Qingyun town was poised for a lively spectacle. Chapter 33. The Arena of Combat. Are you showing off? On the summit of Qingyun Peak, the aspirations of Qingyun resided. Today, the square of Qingyun Academy was thronged with a multitude, as young prodigies from various esteemed families and sects in the Central Plains gathered in unison. At the center of the square, a colossal arena levitated in midair, encircled by intricate formations designed to shield the spectators from the tumult of battle. Dressed in azure, Qin Jianzi sat calmly on a high platform, exuding an ethereal and carefree demeanor. On either side of him were three mentors from Qingyun Academy, Baimu, Banzai, and Ruinyu, all at the 9th level of sainthood, while Feihong and Shuwei stood at the 1st level of emperor. Such a magnificent array of mentors drew the talented youths to the academy like moths to a flame. At that moment, Jiang Li, the chief disciple of Qingyun Academy, stepped forward. The first round, the group examination, begins. What is a group examination? Before Chang'e could finish his question, 500 candidates leaped onto the arena. Is this arena truly large enough to accommodate so many? Chang'e asked, astonished, as he turned to Li Nannan. Enough chatter, Li Nannan retorted, soaring onto the arena on her sword. The disciples from the Changsheng Li clan followed their senior brother Li Lang onto the platform. Chang'e stood at one corner of the arena, his gaze calmly surveying the surroundings. A brawl? Brother Chun, be careful. Xiao couldn't help but shout from the audience. Chang'e smiled slightly and nodded. Chang'e, could you not be so nonchalant? Stop showing off. Li Nannan chided him irritably. Does Nannan think I'm handsome too? Chang'e's expression brightened. Enough talking. Li Nannan shot a glare at Chang'e, who finally fell silent. His eyes locked onto familiar faces in the crowd. Ao Shui, Ao Wei, Feng Zhijian, and even the deserter Shangwan Yuan had arrived. Shangwan Yuan was casting an unfriendly glance at Chang'e. Suddenly, the arena surged with spiritual energy, and the formations began to operate swiftly. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy seemed to unleash a tsunami, roaring towards the candidates standing on the platform. This isn't a brawl. This is a calamity of spiritual energy. Li Nannan cried out. What is a calamity of spiritual energy? Before Chang'e could finish his question, a wave of overwhelming spiritual energy crashed upon them, like a stampede of wild horses or a dragon rising from the depths of the sea. Countless disciples on the arena were cast off into the air. Chang'e activated the radiance of the Celestial King to protect himself upon encountering the barrier. The overwhelming spiritual energy significantly weakened, allowing him to regain his footing. Beside him, Li Nannan and Li Lang summoned their full spiritual power, forming a protective barrier to steady themselves, yet their energy was continuously devoured by the tsunami. Senior brother, this formation is consuming our spiritual energy. We won't be able to hold on much longer. Li Nannan exclaimed. Nannan, hold on. It shouldn't last too long. Li Lang gritted his teeth against the surging tide. At the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, the majestic palace of the Purple Micro-Palace stood resplendent, shrouded in swirling clouds. Upon the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, sculpted from the exquisite jade of the 9 heavens, sat the sovereign of the celestial realm, Lord Taichun, with an air of majesty and solemnity. He donned resplendent robes adorned with 9 chapters and a golden crown embedded with luminous pearls from the heavens, radiating an unparalleled aura of nobility and sanctity. In his hand, he held the Haotian mirror, which reflected the myriad beings of the 3 realms, possessing the ability to discern the finest details, distinguishing virtue from vice, and adjudicating matters of right and wrong. At that moment, the mirror revealed the contestants on the arena of Qingyun Academy. Your Majesty, I perceive that the Empress is struggling slightly, expressed the Tower King beside the Emperor with concern. No matter, replied Lord Taichun, his expression unperturbed. If she cannot overcome this trial, how can she speak of enduring tribulations? Your wisdom is unparalleled. The two resumed their focus on the candidates within the Haotian mirror. As Chang'e observed Li Nannan gradually losing her spiritual energy, he stamped his foot, channeling the light of the Celestial King to transfer its brilliance onto her. Chang'e, are you out of your mind? Exclaimed Li Nannan in astonishment. To protect you, he mouthed through the tumultuous waves of energy. Even now, you wish to show off. Scolded his senior brother, Li Lang, glaring at him. Once Chang'e lost the protective light, the onslaught of spiritual energy intensified dramatically. His skin was lacerated by the tsunami-like force, blood seeping forth. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. System, return quickly. System, you wretched thing. I can't hold on any longer. Had I known, I wouldn't have sent it. What a foolish display. Despite his frantic calls, his system remained unresponsive. Chimichanga, you cannot endure this. Quickly withdraw the light of the Celestial King. Li Nan cried out anxiously, her eyes brimming with worry. Yet, with a mere smile, Chimichanga silently conveyed, to protect my beloved is my rightful duty. Li Nan's face flushed with a mix of anger and urgency, but at that moment, she could not afford to be distracted, focusing all her efforts on maintaining her protective barrier. In the arena, the tempest of spiritual energy surged violently, and many contestants were unable to withstand it, being flung from the stage like leaves in a storm. Despite their formidable strength, figures such as Shangguan Yuan and Ao Wei, the young lord of the Dragon Clan, struggled immensely. This spiritual catastrophe is indeed not something ordinary individuals can withstand. Shangguan Yuan gritted his teeth, fiercely wielding his sword in an attempt to cleave through the onslaught. Ao Wei, relying on the robust physique bestowed by his dragon lineage, braved the impact of the spiritual tide. Yet even he felt his strength waning. Brother, I can barely hold on. Ao Shue pleaded, looking to Ao Wei for assistance. Transforming into a true dragon, Ao Wei coiled protectively before Ao Shue, and together they endeavored to counter the overwhelming force of the waves. The fiery spear of Feng Jingyan shone brilliantly amidst the chaos of spiritual energy. But he too began to feel the weight of exhaustion. Fengxiang Jiutian, he declared as he transformed into a fire phoenix, his massive wings flapping in defiance against the spiritual tempest. Just then, Chimichanga abruptly closed his eyes, and within him, the supreme sacred bone began to tremble violently. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. Since the sovereign could not shield him, he would rely on his own strength to withstand this overwhelming spiritual calamity. Chimichanga's eyes sprang open, his gaze radiating with brilliant golden light. The spiritual energy within him surged wildly, and the infinite sword in his hand emitted a deafening hum. The infinite sword technique unleashed. Chimichanga swung his sword with fervor, the sword energy soaring like a dragon, charging towards the spiritual calamity. The clash between the sword energy and the spiritual calamity erupted in a thunderous roar. Boom! The formation on the platform trembled slightly. Though Chimichanga's sword energy did not completely obliterate the spiritual calamity, it successfully diminished its ferocity. Li Nan and Li Lang felt an immense relief, their hearts filled with joy. Well done, Chimichanga! Li Lang couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, Chimichanga had no time to respond. His body was battered by the onslaught of the spiritual calamity, but he gritted his teeth and continued to strike. This fellow is truly a madman. Ao Wei watched Chimichanga from afar, his eyes betraying an unmistakable admiration. Ao Shue and Feng Zier also took note of Chimichanga's actions, a flicker of complexity flashing in their eyes. Chimichanga is indeed remarkable, Feng Zier murmured softly. You are truly a romantic hero. Below the stage, Ziyao's expression soured as she fiddled with her white jade hairpin. She had intended to offer assistance, but now thought better of it. As time passed, the spiritual calamity gradually waned. Ultimately, fewer than 30 individuals remained on the platform. Jiang Li stepped forward to address the high platform. The first round of examinations is concluded. The qualifiers are Ao Wei, Li Nan, Li Lang, Shangguan Yuan, Feng Zier, and Chimichanga. Chimichanga sheathed the infinite sword and leaped down from the platform, his body utterly exhausted. Ziyao immediately rushed over, her icy demeanor softening with concern. Brother Chen, are you all right? Chimichanga smiled and ruffled her hair. I'm fine, just a bit weary. Li Nan approached, her expression a blend of complexity as she gazed at Chimichanga. Why did you do that just now? Chimichanga shrugged and leaned closer to her ear. As I said, protecting my beloved is a matter of principle. Li Nan's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare. Who is your beloved? Chimichanga laughed heartily, though his laughter carried a note of fatigue. Ziyao's expression faltered. Could it be that Chimichanga and Li Nan have already cultivated together? Sovereign, come forth. Chimichanga silently implored. Sovereign, reporting to the master, bestowing the target with the radiance of the Celestial King, triggering a billion-fold return. Congratulations. Master, you have obtained the sacred light of the celestial deity. In an instant, a golden light shone from behind Chimichanga, manifesting a cosmic phenomenon. How did Chunchanga acquire the sacred light of the celestial deity? Who would have thought that this unremarkable little servant possessed such fortune? This is indeed Chunchanga. I am akin to a divine offspring. How handsome I am. Surely, he cannot already be betrothed to the immortal goddess of longevity? Whispers abound as many women gaze adoringly at Chunchanga. It is evident that Chunchanga has shown brilliantly in this initial elimination round, no longer a nameless youth. Before the candidates could catch their breath, Jiang Li, the foremost disciple of Qingyun Academy, continued, "The second round of today's examination is entirely distinct from the first. Testing your temperament and enlightenment. Please follow me." Jiang Li led the group to the most bustling marketplace in Qingyun town, where tables adorned with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones lined the roadside. The second round entails a poetry competition. I ask each of you to compose a poem on the theme of battle. You shall have the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. As Jiang Li's words faded, the candidates seated themselves, delving into contemplation. Chunchanga sat at the writing desk, closing his eyes and focusing his mind. Memories of his arduous journey surfaced, traversing a foreign realm, enduring humiliation and abuse, 3 years of servitude, and relentless battles. All of this stirred profound emotions within him. Master, inspiration has struck. Master, what a magnificent presence. May I hear it? Please sift through the verses of the sage of poetry and the immortal poet, as well as those of Xian Qiji, and craft a war-themed piece for me. Is this your source of inspiration, Master? Of course. Hurry, do not falter. Chunchanga replied with a hint of irritation. Chapter 34. The Poetry Examination. With overtime? The contenders bent over their desks, pens in hand. Ink flowing as the sounds of their writing filled the air, reminiscent of silkworms devouring leaves. Yet, Chunchanga remained seated at his desk, his eyes slightly closed, exuding a calmness that separated him from the surrounding clamor. His fingers lightly tapped on the table, as if pondering deeply or attuning himself to the whispers of his heart. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, lifted his brush, dipped it in ink, and gracefully inscribed a poem onto the paper. Once the others completed their compositions, Jiang Li approached. Now, I shall recite your works, after which the mentors will provide their evaluations. He then walked slowly to each candidate's desk, picking up the poems one by one, savoring their contents. The bustling marketplace of Qingyun town fell silent, whether candidates, merchants, or even the small children tossing stones. All gathered with bated breath to listen. Jiang Li's recitation blended with the murmurs of admiration from the crowd. The gazes of the onlookers were filled with anticipation, anxiety, or confidence, all fixated on the poems before them. Where the smoke of war rises, Year of the Phoenix, where the smoke of war rises, mountains and rivers shatter. Iron steeds trample through the dust of 1,000 miles. Who says that battle has no path to return? A heart ablaze with loyalty forges the soul. Upon concluding, Jiang Li was met with resounding applause. The Year of the Phoenix, possessing both beauty and gentleness, had crafted verses so grand and soaring. Truly, he is unmatched as a descendant of the Phoenix clan. Indeed, in comparison, the immortal goddess of longevity's earlier verses seemed overly gentle. This was undoubtedly the finest poem of the day. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, Jiang Li smiled faintly and picked up Ao Wei's work. Brother Ao Wei's calligraphy is truly powerful. Jiang Li could not help but exclaim. The winds from the frontier sweep the sands like snow. Iron steeds and golden spears tread upon the cold moon. A myriad of battle dust stains the war robes. 1,000 mountains ablaze illuminate the solitary city. Upon finishing the recitation, the audience gasped in admiration. The Dragon clan, renowned for its profound heritage, has indeed nurtured such extraordinary talents. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. The poetry of Feng Jinyan and Ao Wei is nearly indistinguishable in brilliance. The first prize in today's poetry competition will undoubtedly be claimed by one of these two. Ao Shui, upon hearing this, could not suppress a proud smile. My brother is the best. I wonder if he knows. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon Chunchanga. At that moment, Li Nanan also cast a worried glance at Chunchanga. Coming from a humble background, having never studied poetry, I hope he won't be eliminated. Yet, Chunchanga remained seated, his expression calm and composed, as if he had long transcended the notions of victory and defeat. The final contestant, Chunchanga, caught Jiang Li's attention. What? A few people back? Ha ha ha. Unable to even choose a suitable title? a person of slave origin. Such trivialities are to be expected. The audience, upon hearing Chimichonga's poem title, could not help but revel in schadenfreude. However, Jiang Li, with an appreciative gleam in his eyes, began to read aloud. Grapes and fine wine in a luminous cup, eager to drink as the pipa urges me on. Drunk upon the battlefield, do not laugh. For how many have returned from ancient wars? Instantly, the once boisterous crowd fell into silence. The poem's grandeur and exquisite diction encapsulated the brutality of war, the valor of soldiers, and a profound contemplation on life. Qin Jianzi, having listened, was filled with admiration and could not resist stepping forward to commend. This poem is truly a masterpiece. Chimichanga is indeed remarkable. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. Chimichanga, not only formidable in strength, but also exceptional in literary talent, truly a genius among geniuses. No wonder he has triumphed at every turn. His cultivation is profound, and his character equally remarkable. This poem, I dare say, even the literary giants may struggle to compose. Li Nannan, standing to the side, exhibited a flicker of complex emotions. Although she had always recognized Chimichanga's extraordinary nature, she did not anticipate his poetic prowess to be so outstanding. Xiao, with a face full of admiration, whispered softly, "Brother Chen, I always knew you were the greatest." Meanwhile, the expressions of Shangguan Yuan and the others darkened. They had initially believed Chimichanga to be merely a strong warrior, unaware of his exceptional literary talents, which now instilled a sense of pressure within them. Satisfied, Qin Jianzi stroked his beard and approached the contestants, declaring, "Ao Wei, Chimichanga, and Feng Jinyan, your poetry is grand in spirit, profound in meaning, and showcases a deep contemplation of war. You share the first place. 3 first places? This is unprecedented. Thus, how are the rewards for the Qingyun Academy examination allocated?" Qin Jianzi gestured for silence among the crowd. The esteemed mentors decided to present an additional poetic challenge to the 3 contestants to determine the victor. The audience, already brimming with anticipation, erupted in cheers at the announcement of the extra task. Among the throng, the young women gazed at the 3 heroes on stage with expressions of either infatuation or fervor. Yet, one individual observed the champions with a calm demeanor. This person was Zhuo Linglong, the head of the Tongshan Pavilion. The added challenge was encapsulated in the phrase, "A youth unworthy of heroism is a youth wasted." To everyone's astonishment, Qin Jianzi himself had posed the challenge. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and all eyes shifted back to Chimichanga, Ao Wei, and Feng Zier, eagerly anticipating how they would showcase their talents in this final round. Standing in the arena, Chimichanga, Ao Wei, and Feng Zier exchanged a glance, a glimmer of determination flashing in their eyes. The prompt "a youth unworthy of heroism is a youth wasted" resonated like a thunderclap, igniting their fighting spirit. Feng Zier was the first to take up his brush, his composure unwavering, as his strokes danced across the paper, swiftly composing a poem titled Youth's Journey. With youthful ambition soaring high, I point my sword toward the vast sky, not squandering my days in pursuit of time, for heroes have always emerged from the mundane. Jiang Li received the poem and recited it aloud with fervor. Feng Zier's verses remained powerful and soaring, imbued with an indomitable spirit. The audience was stirred, their hearts swelling with admiration. Truly, as a descendant of the Feng clan, his talent is unparalleled. I would not accept any outcome other than Feng Zier's victory. Next, Ao Wei smiled slightly, took up his brush, and with vigorous strokes that seemed to contain boundless strength, he penned his poem, The Hero's Aspiration. With youthful aspirations spanning the horizon, I traverse mountains and rivers, winds of 1,000 miles. Not wasting this life with fervor and zeal, why should a hero question east from west? As Jiang Li concluded the recitation, the arena erupted into applause once more. Ao Wei's verses were majestic and impassioned, filled with a tribute to the spirit of heroism that commanded respect. Indeed, he is a scion of the Dragon clan, extraordinary in every regard. Finally, all eyes turned to Chimichanga. He remained unfazed, as if the surrounding clamor bore no relevance to him. "System, why have you given me this poem?" "System Master, this poem is truly unprecedented in the annals of our system." "System, please be more astute. How can the people of Zhongzhou understand the references to the flesh of the enemy and the blood of the Huns?" System is processing." Chimichanga took a deep breath, focusing intently, dipped his brush in ink, and let his pen glide across the paper. As his strokes soared like dragons and danced like phoenixes, Chimichanga began to recite with conviction. Fury ignited, my crown aflame, by the railing I stand. As the rain gently ceases, I lift my gaze, howling towards the heavens with fervent passion. A century's cultivation amidst dust and soil. A millennium chasing dreams of clouds and moons. Do not let time idle, allowing youth to fade into white hair, leaving one to lament in vain. With each stroke of his brush, a radiant light emerged, as if the divine illumination behind him had been activated, and the cosmos began to manifest extraordinary phenomena. The heavens and the earth are suddenly enveloped in turmoil, resonating with the roars of dragons and tigers throughout the cosmos. What could this signify? Why have such extraordinary phenomena manifested? Could it be that his poetry has summoned the long-absent essence of Wenchang? Such a notion seems implausible. The essence of Wenchang embodies the righteous qi of the universe. How could it be accompanied by thunder and lightning, shrouded in dark clouds? This is clearly demonic energy. The spectators murmur amongst themselves, including Kinjiunzi and the other mentors, who are equally astonished. Why has this youth attracted such anomalies, appearing neither divine nor demonic? Kinjiunzi fixates on Chimichanga, his thoughts in disarray. If this youth succumbs to darkness, I shall eliminate him without hesitation. Chimichanga is equally alarmed. What is the cause of this? Could it be due to the demonic techniques residing within him? Chapter 35. Seizing the pinnacle, provoking jealousy. No, whether divine or demonic. The essence of righteousness lies within one's heart. My conscience is clear. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by fate. Chimichanga suppresses his shock, channeling all his spiritual power into his brush. Break. The dark forces arise, and the heavens are rent asunder. The suffering of the masses, when shall it cease? With valiant resolve, I shall traverse the realms of the netherworld. My aspirations soar, eclipsing the sun and moon, as I ride the winds and part the dust, awaiting the moment to reclaim the old territories and ascend to the celestial realm. Chimichanga recites fervently, his voice flowing like a dragon in the stream, invoking a cascade of golden light upon the rice paper. As he speaks, the oppressive clouds disperse. A gentle halo suddenly emerges in the sky, its brilliance warm and dignified, akin to the quiet bloom of wisdom. At the heart of this radiance, the figure of the Bodhisattva Wenchang gradually materializes, clad in flowing azure robes that flutter like mist. His countenance is benevolent, exuding an ethereal grace, as if untouched by the world's tribulations. Behold, the Bodhisattva Wenchang has appeared. The heavens resound with the recitation of the Wenchang Sutra. He has truly summoned the righteous qi of Wenchang. The crowd, witnessing the manifestation of the Bodhisattva, erupts in fervent excitement. They bow in reverence, yearning to receive the celestial essence. In the Bodhisattva's grasp rests a brush, its tip aglow with a soft golden light. He gently raises his hand, and with a graceful sweep of the brush, golden rays cascade down like strands of rain upon the earth. Each beam carries warmth and wisdom, illuminating the fog in the hearts of the people, awakening the souls thirsting for knowledge. In this moment, the realm of every individual in Qingyun town elevates. Chimichanga himself ascends to the third tier of quasi-saint. Indeed, true heroes are not defined by their origins. It is astonishing that the humble Chimichanga has summoned the righteous qi of Wenchang. Alas, this poem is truly a rare masterpiece. By the grace of the righteous qi invoked by Chimichanga, we have all transcended our limits. Changa, you have not disappointed me. Li Nannan steps forward, her joy surpassing even her own accolades. Nannan, I shall not let you down. Chimichanga whispers softly. If earlier the crowd held little regard for Chimichanga, now they are filled with admiration for him. Xiao stood amidst the throng, her face a mask of disappointment. Chimichanga, is it true that in your heart, the demon is merely a scourge to the three realms? Ao Shui approached Chimichanga, exclaiming, indeed, you never cease to astonish. Despite her usual aloofness, the appreciation in her eyes was undeniable. Do not grow complacent, Chimichanga, you are merely fortunate. Upon witnessing Ao Shui praise Chimichanga, Shangwan Yuan's expression darkened as he stepped forward. Esteemed guests, this literary virtue may also stem from external influences, perhaps drawn forth by Ao Wei and Feng Jinyan. This low-born individual merely basks in their light. With a disdainful glance at Chimichanga, he appeared to champion Ao Wei's honor. Brother Shangwan, such words are misguided. Brother Changa's literary talent is indeed remarkable, I humbly concede. Ao Wei retorted, ungratefully continuing, Elder Kinjiunzi. Today I have come to realize that there are always those greater than oneself. Ha ha ha, splendid. Your realization is a blessing for the Dragon Clan. Elder Kinjiunzi then turned his gaze to Chunchanga. Your verses are an exquisite tapestry of flawless couplets, each word a gem. This first place is rightfully yours. Chunchanga bowed respectfully to Elder Kinjiunzi. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Kinjiunzi then cast a disapproving look at Shangwan Yuan. Chunchanga has summoned the literary virtue. His contributions elevate the cultivation of many and cannot be sullied by other slander. I acknowledge my error. Shangwan Yuan hastily apologized. Kinjiunzi nodded. I hereby announce that the first place in today's poetry examination goes to Chunchanga, with Ao Wei in second and Feng Jinyan in third. In unusually high spirits, Kinjiunzi collected the candidates' poems, eager to study them further. Indeed, Elder Kinjiunzi is a true connoisseur of poetry. Li Nanan exclaimed. Jiang Li moved among the candidates, distributing invitations. Congratulations to all who have passed the second round. Please take your invitations to participate in the martial examination 15 days hence. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. The recipients of the invitations beamed with joy, while those who missed the opportunity departed with heads hung low. Li Nanan sighed in relief, her face illuminated by a smile of contentment. Once again, the arena erupted in thunderous applause. Although Feng Jinyan and Ao Wei felt a tinge of regret, they acknowledged Chunchonga's prowess with respectful gestures. Chunchonga responded with a slight smile, returning their salutation with a serene demeanor. He gazed into the distance, as if perceiving the boundless sky and vast earth. His heart stirred with ambition, yet tranquil as still water. At that moment, the master of the Tongshan Pavilion, Zhuo Linglong, approached with measured steps, her gaze penetrating as it fell upon Chunchanga. Chunchanga, your talent and character are truly commendable. This token signifies my invitation for you to visit me at any time. Her words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. The Tongshan Pavilion stands as one of the most enigmatic forces in the realm, with its master, Zhuo Linglong, being a legendary figure of unparalleled strength. It is the only power that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed Qingyun Academy. Her personal invitation to Chunchanga speaks volumes of her regard for him. Zhuo Linglong is truly breathtaking, a paragon among women. The crowd's gaze remained fixated on Zhuo Linglong and Chunchanga. Chunchanga was momentarily taken aback, then offered a respectful gesture, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your generous favor, Pavilion Master. He accepted the token, which was a jade of pure icy green, inscribed with the characters for Linglong. Zhuo Linglong nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave, leaving behind a faintly uttered promise. We shall meet in 3 days at the Tongshan Pavilion. The onlookers gazed at Chunchanga with envy, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. Ziyao stepped forward, patting Chunchanga on the shoulder, and exclaimed, Congratulations, Brother Chun. Not only have you triumphed twice, but you have also captured the attention of the Tongshan Pavilion. Chunchanga smiled gently, responding, Little girl, we are drawing ever closer to the other shore flower. Brother Chun, I have faith in you. Ziyao replied with a sweet smile, embodying a sense of reliance on him. Chunchanga, holding the token bestowed by Zhuo Linglong, pondered in silence. What manner of place is the Tongshan Pavilion? The upcoming meeting in 3 days appears to be a significant opportunity. He bowed respectfully to Zhuo Linglong's departing figure. Thank you for your kindness, Pavilion Master. I will certainly be there on time in 3 days. A satisfied smile graced Zhuo Linglong's lips as her figure receded into the crowd, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. As Chunchanga turned to return to his residence for cultivation, he was enveloped by the cheers and discussions of the crowd. Hey, Brother Chun, you've really made a name for yourself now, exclaimed a fellow candidate, clapping him on the shoulder, his voice brimming with admiration. Indeed, with your poetry, you've summoned the very spirit of Wenchang. If this gets out, it will surely stir the entire 3 realms. Another candidate chimed in, his tone exaggerated. Chunchanga smiled slightly, ready to respond, when suddenly a commotion erupted from the crowd. You lot of fools, all you do is flatter him. A sharp voice pierced through, followed by a stir in the crowd as several candidates were jostled about. Chunchanga furrowed his brow, following the sound to find the speaker, Shangwan Yuan, the one previously admonished by Kinjiunzi. Chunchanga, don't think that just because you had a stroke of luck today, you can take yourself seriously. Shangwan Yuan sneered as he approached Chunchanga, his eyes brimming with provocation. You are merely a lowly commoner who has stumbled upon fortune, yet you dare to flaunt your power here? Chen Chang'e regarded him calmly, responding with a measured tone, Brother Shangguan. Haven't you heard that victors are kings and the vanquished are thieves? Shangguan Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his words, his complexion darkening with rage. Through gritted teeth, he declared, Do you think I fear you? Today, I shall show you what true strength really is. As he spoke, Shangguan Yuan abruptly waved his hand, enveloping Chen Chang'e in a chilling aura of spiritual power, causing the very air around him to seem to solidify. Shangguan Yuan, do you dare to act here? A voice cried out from the crowd. Humph, I am eager to see how he will respond. Shangguan Yuan sneered, drawing his sword from its sheath. Chen Chang'e offered a slight smile, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Shangguan Yuan, what are you trying to accomplish? Turning to observe, the crowd saw Master Jiang Li of Qingyun Academy approaching briskly, accompanied by several disciples. Jiang Li's expression was grim as he stood before Shangguan Yuan, his tone icy. This is Qingyun Town, not a place for your reckless antics. If you wish to compete, save it for the martial examination. Shangguan Yuan was momentarily silenced by Jiang Li's words, gritting his teeth as he cast a venomous glance at Chen Chang'e before turning to leave. Jiang Li sighed, and then looked at Chen Chang'e, a hint of apology in his tone. Brother Chen, Shangguan Yuan is notoriously arrogant. Do not let his provocations affect you. Chen Chang'e smiled gently. Rest assured, Master Brother, I am untroubled. Jiang Li nodded and turned to depart with his disciples. Xiao then approached Chen Chang'e, playfully remarking, Brother Chen, you were quite impressive today. Chen Chang'e ruffled her hair, responding, Little girl, refrain from flattering me too much, lest I become conceited. Let us return to the inn. It is too ostentatious here. Li Nan stepped forward. All right. Chen Chang'e nodded and, accompanied by Xiao, left with Li Nan. Meanwhile, from a distance, Shangguan Yuan watched them, his eyes glinting with a cold malice. Chen Chang'e, wait for it. I shall not allow you to reach the Divine Communication Pavilion so easily. Chapter 36, Unique Secret Art. Punishing Shangguan Yuan upon returning to the inn, Chen Chang'e sat cross-legged in his room, thoughtfully holding the jade token gifted by Zhuo Linglong. The characters Linglong shimmered faintly in the moonlight, seemingly imbued with some enigmatic power. Why has the Divine Communication Pavilion singled me out? Chen Chang'e murmured to himself. His brow furrowed. He understood that the invitation from the pavilion, while a rare opportunity, also signified standing out from the crowd. The hostility from Shangguan Yuan compelled him to remain vigilant. At that moment, a faint rustling sound suddenly emanated from outside the window. Chen Chang'e raised his head alertly, catching a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the window, moving so swiftly that it seemed almost illusory. Who goes there? Chen Chang'e called out softly, quickly rising to pursue. As he burst from his room, he spotted a shadow darting past at the end of the corridor. Without hesitation, he gave chase, but the figure was remarkably swift, vanishing into the night's embrace in an instant. How fast? Chen Chang'e halted his pursuit. Forget it, I shall not chase any longer. With that, he returned to his room to prepare for rest. Just as he entered, he suddenly heard a low, mocking laughter behind him. Chen Chang'e, you are indeed alert. Chen Chang'e abruptly turned around, only to find Shangguan Yuan standing at the doorway, wielding a shimmering longsword, his face adorned with a chilling smile. Shangguan Yuan, what nefarious intentions do you harbor in the dead of night? Chen Chang'e inquired. Shangguan Yuan's countenance turned ashen. What do you think? I am here to deliver a lesson. Do you believe that winning the examination grants you the right to flaunt your power in Qingyun Town? Is it truly entertaining to flaunt one's power? Chen Chang'e retorted. Shangguan Yuan raised his voice, continuing, You have caused Aoshue to break off our engagement. The hatred of a stolen bride is unforgivable. Are you out of your mind? Aoshue has no connection to me. Chen Chang'e's words had barely escaped his lips when Shangguan Yuan suddenly swung his sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy aimed directly at Chen Chang'e. Swiftly, Chen Chang'e sidestepped to evade it. The sword energy grazed his sleeve, cleaving a deep crack into the wall behind him. Shangguan Yuan, have you lost your senses? This is Qingyun Town, beneath the Emperor's gaze. Do you dare to strike here? Chen Chang'e admonished sharply. Unfazed, Shangguan Yuan replied, What of Qingyun Town? As long as no one witnesses it. Who would know that I am the one who acted? You set up a barrier in my room? You're not as foolish as you appear. Upon finishing his words, Shangguan Yuan once more launched an attack. With no other choice, Chen Chang'e drew his Wuliang sword, and engaged in battle with Shangguan Yuan. Their fierce clash erupted within the confines of the guest room, sword energies and spiritual forces intertwining, producing resounding roars. Shangguan Yuan's swordplay was ruthless and lethal. Each strike aimed to kill, while Chunchanga found his abilities constrained by an unknown formation, forcing him to counter with softness against hardness, fending off his opponent's onslaught. Is this truly all you are capable of, Chunchanga? Shangguan Yuan mocked. It seems you are quite mediocre. You despicable scoundrel. Setting a formation in my room to suppress my powers? How shameless. Chunchanga seethed. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished are left in disgrace. Shangguan Yuan proclaimed triumphantly. At that moment, an ingenious notion struck Chunchanga. The rope of celestial binding in his grasp transformed into a resplendent golden serpent, coiling around Shangguan Yuan. Caught off guard, Shangguan Yuan stumbled back, his face draining of color. What trickery is this? He exclaimed, bound tightly and rendered immobile. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Chunchanga. With a subtle smile, Chunchanga replied, "This is the Wunchong righteousness rope, specifically designed to subdue malevolence." Shangguan Yuan's expression darkened, his teeth clenched. "Very well. Today, you may consider yourself fortunate, but do not revel too soon. We shall meet again at the martial trial." With that, Shangguan Yuan attempted to flee. "Do not even think about escaping. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please." Chunchanga smirked cunningly, unwilling to let Shangguan Yuan slip away so easily. "Haha, since you seek fame so desperately, allow me to assist you." The following morning, as Chunchanga stepped out of his room, he encountered Li Nannan and Xiao standing at the entrance, their faces etched with concern. "Changa, are you unharmed?" Li Nannan asked anxiously. Chunchanga paused. "What has happened?" Li Nannan, brow furrowed, replied, "Shangguan Yuan is in trouble. He has threatened to kill you." Chunchanga could not contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha. You all have no idea how much effort I put into buying him rouge, powder, and women's attire yesterday." Li Nannan, unable to suppress her giggles, asked, "Changa, did you really tie up Shangguan Yuan and dress him as a woman to display on the theater stage in Qingyan Town?" Chunchanga nodded. "Indeed, a unique secret technique." Xiao snorted softly. That Shangguan Yuan truly is a persistent ghost. Suddenly, something seemed to amuse her, and she burst into laughter. "Brother Chun, that Shangguan Yuan has become famous throughout Qingyan Town today. Ha ha, the illustrious first talent of the sword sect parading around as a woman." Li Nannan looked at Chunchanga with a hint of reproach. "Changa, you must be cautious. He is vengeful and will not let this go easily." Chunchanga chuckled. "Fear not, I shall be vigilant. That fool Shangguan Yuan, always clamoring to teach me a lesson, cannot even protect himself now." "Ha ha." Just then, a commotion erupted outside the inn. Chunchanga and the others stepped out. "What has happened?" Li Nannan inquired curiously. At that moment, the sound of urgent hoofbeats approached. Chunchanga looked up to see a group of black-clad cultivators riding swiftly, led by Yuan Bao, a disciple of the Tongshan Pavilion. "Chunchanga, the pavilion master has summoned you. Please proceed to Tongshan Pavilion at once." Yuan Bao called out loudly. Chunchanga was taken aback. "Now?" The disciple nodded. "Yes, the pavilion master has important matters to discuss. Please follow us swiftly." Chunchanga exchanged glances with Li Nannan and Xiao, sensing an ominous premonition. "Very well, I shall go." He quickly nodded in agreement. "However, please wait a moment. I have matters to discuss with my senior sister and younger sister." Turning to Li Nannan and Xiao, he said, "You must return with me first." Back in the guest room, Chunchanga handed the Wuyang sword to Li Nannan. "This is for you. You will need it for the martial examination. This sword is too precious. I cannot accept it." Li Nannan suppressed her emotions and hastily refused. "Nannan, you must listen to me today. Keep it. I am heading to Tongshan Pavilion." Chunchanga cast a suggestive glance outside the inn. Li Nannan looked at him anxiously. "All right. Changa, be careful. If you are not back by sunset, we will come looking for you." Xiao clenched her fists. "Brother Chun, if anything happens, be sure to inform us." Chunchanga smiled gently. "Rest assured, Xiao. Congratulations, master. Gifting the target character the Wuyang sword has triggered a billion-fold return." "Congratulations, master. Obtain the ancient divine weapon, the Yinyang sword." "Good job this time." Feedback came swiftly. Chunchanga glanced at Li Nannan, expressing his gratitude with a smile. "In the future, I must cling to the goddess's coattails. This return is simply delightful. With a divine weapon in hand, I fear nothing." Chunchanga walked out of the inn with satisfaction. Brother Chang'e, please. Yuan Bao respectfully invited Chun Chang'e to mount. Very well. Please lead the way. Having spoken, Chun Chang'e swiftly departed with the representatives of the Tongshan Pavilion. Chapter 37. A Rejected Invitation. You are likely courting your own demise. Chun Chang'e arrived at the Tongshan Pavilion, which was situated in the bustling heart of Qingyun town, resembling an antique shop from a distance. Clutching the jade token bestowed upon him by Zhuo Linglong, he stepped inside the pavilion. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy, as if even the act of breathing had become significantly lighter. Chun Chang'e, you have arrived. Zhuo Linglong's voice resonated from above, where she stood at the railing of the second floor, gazing down. She retained her unparalleled beauty, her features adorned with a hint of an elusive smile. The pavilion master has summoned me. It would be remiss of me not to come, Chun Chang'e replied, bowing respectfully, his tone reverent yet confident. Zhuo Linglong nodded slightly, gesturing for him to follow. Come with me. There is a matter of great import that we must discuss. Though a sense of curiosity stirred within him, Chun Chang'e refrained from inquiring further and silently ascended the staircase, trailing behind Zhuo Linglong. Her movements were graceful, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, embellished with delicate pearl blossoms that swayed gently with her every step. Even walking behind her, Chun Chang'e found himself irresistibly drawn to her allure. They traversed a lengthy corridor, arriving at a spacious hall. At the center of the hall floated a massive bronze mirror, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light, as if it possessed the ability to reflect all of creation. This is the Tianji mirror, capable of unveiling secrets of destiny and foreseeing the future, Zhuo Linglong elucidated. Recently, an image has manifested within it that pertains to you. With her snow-like skin and picturesque features, Zhuo Linglong's enchanting eyes sparkled with a mischievous yet profound glimmer. Standing so close to her, Chun Chang'e could not help but marvel at the artistry of creation. Pertaining to me? Chun Chang'e stammered, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. With a wave of her hand, Zhuo Linglong summoned an image within the Tianji mirror. Beneath a blood-red sky, all life lay desolate, and the mountains were shattered. An army clad in black armor surged forth like a tide, and at the forefront stood none other than Chun Chang'e himself. His eyes glowed crimson, wielding a pitch-black sword of darkness, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. This cannot be. Chun Chang'e's complexion paled, instinctively taking a step back. How could I ever align with the demon clan? Zhuo Linglong smiled gently, her voice steady. The Tianji mirror never errs. This image foretells your destiny. You shall become the leader of the demon clan, leading them to sweep across the three realms. Chun Chang'e clenched his fists. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the reflection in the mirror. Pavilion Master, I, Chun Chang'e, shall never bring calamity upon the world. Zhuo Linglong regarded him with a glimmer of approval in her eyes. I have faith in your character. However, do not underestimate the prophecy of the Tianji mirror. I summoned you today to seek a way to unravel this fate. Taking a deep breath, Chun Chang'e suppressed the shock within him. What insights do you possess, esteemed leader? Zhuo Linglong asked with a faint smile, her gaze shifting towards the celestial mirror. The images within gradually faded, returning to the ethereal glow. Although the celestial mirror can foresee the future, it is not an immutable fate. The threads of destiny are intricately woven. A slight alteration in the minutiae can yield vastly different outcomes. Chun Chang'e furrowed his brow, his mind racing. The demonic powers returned by the system were never cultivated by me. Everything returned by the demon clan is concealed within the storage ring. How could it possibly affect me? Could it be that a trace of demonic energy resides within me? Chun Chang'e was taken aback by his own words. You are quite astute. Zhuo Linglong acknowledged with a nod of approval. Indeed, there exists a hidden force within you, intricately connected to the demon clan. As your cultivation progresses, this power will gradually awaken. A sense of dread enveloped Chun Chang'e, causing his clenched fists to tremble slightly. He looked up at Zhuo Linglong, esteemed leader. Is there a way to prevent this power from awakening? Zhuo Linglong pondered for a moment before responding. There is a method, albeit one fraught with peril. I fear no danger, he declared. You must venture into the abyssal valley and locate the purifying lotus. The purifying lotus is the most pure and pristine entity in existence, capable of cleansing malevolent energy. The abyssal valley? Chun Chang'e's brow furrowed. That is a forbidden realm among the three realms, rumored to be guarded by ferocious beasts. A moment's misstep could lead to one's demise. Zhuo Linglong nodded, precisely. The Abyssal Valley serves as the boundary between the demon clan and the three realms, saturated with boundless demonic energy and vengeful spirits. Even the Celestial Emperor would hesitate to tread there. However, if you wish to alter your destiny, this is your sole option. Chimichanga fell silent for a moment, a resolute glimmer emerging in his eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he stated, "In that case, I am willing to give it a try. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not allow myself to become a scourge upon the world." Zhuo Linglong smiled faintly, a glimmer of approval flashing in her eyes. "Well said, you are indeed someone I have taken a liking to. Yet, the Abyssal Valley is fraught with danger. It would be arduous for you to navigate it alone. What then should I do?" Chimichanga inquired, urgency lacing his tone. "Abandon the Qingyun Academy and join my Tongshan Pavilion. I will send several experts from the pavilion to accompany you, providing assistance on your journey." Zhuo Linglong's expression radiated determination. Chimichanga clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed leader." Zhuo Linglong waved her hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. Your journey is perilous. In 3 days, I shall open the passage to the Abyssal Valley for you. I am grateful for your generosity, esteemed leader, but I cannot comply. I must remain with the Qingyun Academy. You refuse my offer? Are you courting your own demise?" Zhuo Linglong's disbelief was palpable. "Chimichanga, do you comprehend the implications of your refusal?" "I do," he replied firmly. Zhuo Linglong's countenance darkened gradually, the warmth in her expression evaporating, replaced by an icy demeanor. She descended the steps slowly, each stride seemingly imbued with an invisible pressure, casting an atmosphere of tension over the entire Tongshan Pavilion. Chimichanga felt the oppressive atmosphere, yet he maintained an upright posture. "The Tongshan Pavilion is no less than the Qingyun Academy," Zhuo Linglong declared with defiance. "The younger generation understands. The Tongshan Pavilion is the only sect in Zhongzhou that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Qingyun Academy. However, for me, the Qingyun Academy represents my dreams." Zhuo Linglong scoffed, a glint of derision flickering in her eyes. "The Qingyun Academy? Merely a congregation of pedantic individuals. What can they offer you? Resources? Power? Or a promising future? Chimichanga, you must consider this carefully. Should you miss this opportunity, you may harbor regret for a lifetime." Chimichanga took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. "I appreciate the leader's goodwill, but the Qingyun Academy possesses what I seek, and the mentors and peers there are individuals I deeply respect. I am unwilling to betray them, and even less so my own original aspirations." "Original aspirations?" Zhuo Linglong laughed derisively. "Can aspirations fill your stomach? Will they ensure your survival amidst future calamities?" "Chimichanga, you are far too naive." Her eyes darted towards him. "Heh, are you perhaps yearning to soar alongside that Changxing goddess? She is not meant for you." "Not entirely." Chimichanga thought of Li Nan, warmth flooding his heart. "Humph. The prophecy of the Tianji mirror is laid bare before you. If you insist on following fate's design by remaining at the Qingyun Academy, it will only hasten the prophecy's fulfillment." Zhuo Linglong regarded Chimichanga solemnly. "You are still too young." Chimichanga clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, the pain keeping him alert. He understood that Zhuo Linglong's words were not mere exaggerations, yet he remained resolute. "Leader, you have stated that fate is not unchangeable. As for the prophecy of the Tianji mirror, I shall unravel it in my own way." Zhuo Linglong scrutinized Chimichanga, as if attempting to see through him. After a long pause, she suddenly laughed, her laughter tinged with a hint of resignation and mockery. "Very well, Chimichanga, you are indeed an intriguing individual. Since you are so determined, I shall not press you further. However, when you seek my assistance in the future, it will not be so easily granted." Chimichanga bowed respectfully, his tone both reverent and unwavering. "Thank you, leader, for your reminder. I shall keep it in mind." Zhuo Linglong waved her hand dismissively, her tone icy. "Enough, you may leave. Since you have chosen the Qingyun Academy, the Tongshan Pavilion shall no longer offer you any assistance. Take care during your journey to the Yuming Valley." Chimichanga cast a lingering glance at Zhuo Linglong before turning to depart from the hall. His silhouette was resolute yet solitary. Upon exiting the Tongshan Pavilion, he gazed up at the sky, his mind swirling with thoughts. He understood that his choice today might indeed lead him toward fate's design, yet he did not regret it. The Qingyun Academy was his dream, and there was Li Nan. Along with the twin blossoms he promised to Xiao. Ultimately, the path ahead must be forged by his own endeavors. Chimichanga sighed softly. Meanwhile, within the Tongshan Pavilion, Zhuo Linglong stood before the Tianji mirror, her coldly beautiful visage reflected within its surface. She gently caressed the mirror's surface, murmuring softly, "Chinchanga, the wheels of fate have begun to turn. I am eager to see how far you can truly go." Chapter 38. A Swift Escape. The reappearance of the Yin-Yang sword 15 days later, the martial examination at Qingyun Academy commenced as scheduled. After the initial 2 rounds of selection, the remaining 20 candidates were all exceptional members of the younger generation. At this moment, they stood in the arena, each displaying a unique demeanor. Chinchanga glanced at the nearby Li Nannan and could not help but speak. "Nannan, I am well aware of your prowess. Until we meet at the pinnacle." "Chinchanga, focus," Li Nannan replied, a rare, gentle smile gracing her lips. "Until we meet at the pinnacle." Upon the elevated platform sat Qinjianzi and the other mentors, engaged in conversation. "I am quite fond of Li Nannan and Ao Shui. They are my disciples." Xuerui looked determinedly at the mentors. "Junior sister, why do you only recruit beautiful young maidens? What is your fascination?" Fei Hong inquired, exasperated, while resting his forehead on his hand. "Mind your own business. You cannot compete with me." All right. You can fight over them later." Qinjianzi interjected, "Jiang Li has arrived." Jiang Li ascended the arena, surveying the crowd with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, please." As his voice echoed, a conveyor belt suddenly appeared beneath the candidates' feet. The conveyor belt activated, and in the blink of an eye, everyone vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a vast desert. Chinchanga looked around. "Endless. My goodness, this is quite a spectacle." Before Chinchanga could finish his exclamation, countless banners descended from the skies, encircling the desert. Prominently displayed in the center was a red flag emblazoned with the gilded characters "First, Nannan, Li Lang." "Does it always look like this?" Chinchanga marveled. "And there's more to come." Li Lang chuckled. Before he could finish, a row of colossal white marble platforms rose before them, upon which a series of tables and chairs emerged. "Is this a viewing platform?" Chinchanga inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Just watch closely," Li Nannan responded. Soon after, a group of individuals appeared on the viewing platform. It turned out to be Qinjianzi and the other mentors, along with notable figures from the Celestial Realm and various powerful clans. To Chinchanga's surprise, Zhuo Linglong had also arrived, a gathering of luminaries from the 3 realms. Chinchanga exclaimed in awe. "Senior brother, this Chinchanga is intriguing," Zhuo Linglong whispered to Qinjianzi. "Are you considering taking him as your disciple?" Qinjianzi smiled. "He does not desire my solitary path. He prefers to tread your sunlit way," Zhuo Linglong replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Guess who will be first?" Ao Wei and Feng Jian, possessing the bloodline of the ancient divine clan, "are not as simple as they appear," Qinjianzi remarked, glancing at the celestial observers, "and that esteemed empress above. If there are no variables, one of the 3 will undoubtedly emerge as the victor." "I believe Chinchanga is that variable," Zhuo Linglong retorted defiantly. "Haha, junior sister, we shall wait and see." After Qinjianzi finished speaking, he brewed a fragrant tea. In the vast desert, Chinchanga slightly closed his eyes, resolute in his determination to seize the first place today. Suspended mirror, activate. With Jiang Li's command, a mirror emerged, suspended in midair, encompassing the arena above with its brilliance. The 3,000 divine realms and the multitude of Zhongzhou could witness the grandeur of today's competition through the suspended mirror. Unbeknownst to Chinchanga, countless individuals without spiritual roots, the underprivileged without lineage, and those born into servitude were all cheering for him. The 9 heavens felt too distant. Chinchanga was their final hope. As the competition commenced, participants were grouped into sets of 4, divided into 5 groups. "Check your invitations. Each color represents a group," Jiang Li announced, prompting the candidates to unveil their invitations. "I'm in red. What about you, senior brother?" Li Nannan inquired, glancing at Chinchanga. "I'm yellow." He shrugged. "I'm green." Li Lang responded with a steady voice. "I'm blue." "Brother, what about you?" Ao Shui exclaimed. "Purple." Ao Wei maintained her usual aloof demeanor. Jiang Li observed the assembly and continued. "Only one from each group will remain to contend for the first place." After his declaration, he took his seat in the spectators' stand. Chinchanga examined his invitation, discovering that his opponents were Rin Tianrong from the Tianwu clan, Lai Yang from the Fire clan, and Bai Wei from Lingjian Mountain Manor. Li Nannan approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Be cautious. Rin Tianrong is renowned for his strength. Lai Yang excels in flame manipulation." And Bai Wei is not only a swordsman of great skill, but also possesses astonishing speed. You must devise strategies based on their attributes. Chen Chang'e nodded, reassuringly replying, "Rest assured, I will respond with caution." As his words concluded, the grand arena transformed, divided into 5 smaller combat arenas by intricate formations. The formations world, transporting each group of candidates to their respective battlegrounds. Chen Chang'e stood confidently at the center of the yellow arena, his figure appearing remarkably upright against the wind. His black battle robe fluttered, reminiscent of a sleek black leopard, emanating an aura of cold strength. His visage was strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and deep-set eyes that seemed to harbor the vastness of the cosmos, glimmering with sharp and vibrant light. Sunlight bathed him, casting a golden halo around him, making him the focal point of attention. "I shall be the challenger. Come forth and test your mettle," Chen Chang'e proclaimed with a resonant voice, and as his words echoed, the entire arena seemed enveloped by his commanding presence. Ren Tianrong strode forward with great strides, the dust beneath his feet scattering from the force of his might. His muscular arms bulged, and his gaze, fierce as that of a beast, fixated on Chen Chang'e, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. "Chen Chang'e, I've heard tales of your capabilities, yet before me, you are but an ant." Chen Chang'e smiled slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His tone calm, yet provocative. "An ant? Then you, as a mighty elephant, should tread carefully, lest you be tripped by an ant." Ren Tianrong let out a cold snort, choosing not to utter another word. With a sudden and powerful punch, the force of his fist surged like thunder, carrying the might to shatter mountains, and bore down upon Chen Chang'e. Unflinching, Chen Chang'e stood his ground as the supreme divine bone within him quietly activated, allowing him to withstand the blow without a hint of movement. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air and kicking up clouds of dust to great heights. Ren Tianrong's fist was firmly met by Chen Chang'e's, and the clash of their powers resonated in the atmosphere, as if even the very fabric of space trembled. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ren Tianrong's eyes, quickly replaced by fervor for battle. What? A mere mortal's body could withstand Ren Tianrong's punch? After all, Ren Tianrong possessed 108 kingly bones and was a born sovereign, capable of unleashing 800,000 pounds of force with his tiger fist. The onlookers rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Chen Chang'e was indeed defying the heavens. With a roar, Ren Tianrong unleashed a relentless barrage, each strike imbued with devastating power. Yet, bolstered by the supreme divine bone, Chen Chang'e stood unyielding like an immovable rock, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Ren Tianrong. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists continued to clash, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Although Ren Tianrong's strength was formidable, Chen Chang'e's supreme divine bone kept him in an undefeated position. Ultimately, seizing an opening, Chen Chang'e delivered a fierce punch to Ren Tianrong's chest. Crack! A sharp sound resonated from Ren Tianrong's ribcage as he fell like a wounded giant, crashing heavily into the sands and spewing forth blood, unable to rise again. Chen Chang'e withdrew his fist and coldly regarded the fallen Ren Tianrong with indifference. Even the smallest of ants can shake an elephant. Before Chen Chang'e could catch his breath, Liang charged forward, wielding a flame spear. Surrounding him were scorching flames, resembling the arrival of a fire deity. "Chen Chang'e, no matter how strong your body, you cannot withstand my flames." Chen Chang'e smiled faintly, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. "Flames? Allow me to show you what true light is." As his words faded, the celestial king's light within Chen Chang'e activated, enveloping him in a radiant barrier. Liang let out a cold snort. The fiery spear surged forth like a dragon of flames, aimed directly at Chen Chang'e. Boom! The flames collided with the celestial king's light, producing a deafening explosion. Yet, as the fire made contact with the barrier, it was forcefully repelled, failing to harm Chen Chang'e in the slightest. A flicker of shock crossed Liang's eyes. "My flames, stemming from the same origin as the Samadhi true fire. Why can they not harm him?" Channeling all his spiritual power, Liang swung the flame spear again, intensifying the blaze. However, the celestial king's light remained an impenetrable shield. No matter how ferocious the flames raged, they could not break through. "Your flames are nothing more than this," Chen Chang'e scoffed, his figure flashing like lightning as he darted behind Liang, swiftly closing the distance and striking towards his back with a palm. Though the blazing sun reacted swiftly, It was still knocked forward a few staggering steps by the gust of wind from Chunchonga's palm, nearly losing his flaming spear. Chunchonga offered him no respite, immediately following up with a punch aimed at his back. Bang! The flames surrounding Liang abruptly extinguished, and he collapsed heavily onto the desert floor. Aware that Chunchonga had shown him mercy, Liang rose and clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, I am deeply appreciative of your guidance. I concede defeat. But tell me, why do you not fear the true fire of Samadhi?" Liang could not help but inquire. Chunchonga retracted the light of the celestial king, smiling politely. No flame, no matter how fierce, can penetrate the essence of true light. Haha, what a splendid remark. With that, Liang departed from the arena. Bai Wei did not rush to the stage. Instead, she observed Chunchonga, searching for flaws. This Chunchonga is far stronger than I anticipated. Slowly, Bai Wei ascended the platform, contemplating her strategy for victory. My dear, I shall show you mercy. Chunchonga noted Bai Wei's hesitant pace and felt compelled to express his intentions. Bai Wei scoffed coldly, gripping her spiritual sword, her gaze as frigid as ice. Do not be arrogant. Chunchonga, neither your corporeal form nor your flames can withstand my ice mystic sword. Chunchonga smiled lightly, gathering spiritual energy in his hand until it coalesced into a scarlet sword, the Flame Sun sword. As the Flame Sun sword emerged, the temperature of the desert seemed to rise several degrees, causing even the suspended mirror in the sky to tremble slightly. A flicker of shock crossed Bai Wei's eyes. This sword? Impossible. Yet she quickly regained her composure, swinging her spiritual sword with vigor, the blade's light piercing towards Chunchonga like shards of ice. Chunchonga, wielding the Flame Sun sword, unleashed a radiant strike imbued with searing fire. Clang, clang, clang. Both combatants executed their sword techniques with extraordinary ferocity, the blades intertwining in midair and producing a jarring metallic clash. Bai Wei's speed was exceptional. Her strikes were like lightning, each one laden with lethal intent. However, the pressure exerted by Chunchonga's Flame Sun sword was immense. The fiery force emanating from the sword seemed capable of incinerating everything, causing even her ice mystic sword to glow faintly red from heat. Your sword is not cold enough, Chunchonga remarked with an easy smile, sweeping the Flame Sun sword with fervor. The blazing energy surged forth like a dragon of fire, charging at Bai Wei. Though she swiftly raised her sword to defend, she was still pushed back several steps by the force of the flames, her spiritual sword slipping from her grasp. What kind of sword is yours? Bai Wei exclaimed in astonishment. I believe it is called the Flame Sun sword. Chunchonga stood at the heart of the desert, the Flame Sun sword still radiating intense brilliance. What? The Flame Sun sword? Impossible. Bai Wei's disbelief was palpable, her expression a mix of shock and incredulity. Chapter 39. Perilous Situations. Who will prevail? The spectators in the viewing platform were equally astounded. How can this be? Did not the Flame Sun sword vanish with the fall of the Emperor Haoyin? Shui Rue exclaimed in shock, slamming her palm on the table. How could the sword of the Emperor Haoyin be in Chunchonga's possession? Left Linglong turned to Qinjianzi, her eyes wide with astonishment. Qinjianzi furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of perplexity passing through his eyes as he quietly spoke to Zhuo Linglong. The Yin-Yang sword is an ancient artifact, a weapon of the Emperor Haoyin that recognizes its master. How can this be possible? A complex expression flitted across Zhuo Linglong's gaze. Senior brother, perhaps this is fate. Chunchonga is destined to be the variable. Qinjianzi nodded, his attention once again drawn to the arena, a glimmer of anticipation lighting up his eyes. In the vast desert, Chunchonga sheathed the yin-yang sword and extended his hand towards Bai Wei. Bai Wei hesitated momentarily, then smiled in understanding. She placed her hand atop Chunchonga's. Using his support to rise, Bai Wei retracted her spiritual sword and clasped her hands in salute. Indeed, Brother Chun is remarkable, I concede. Chunchonga returned the gesture. Miss Bai, your swordsmanship is exquisite. I am in admiration. On the yellow arena, Chunchonga emerged victorious. With Jiang Li's announcement, the various formations on the battlefield gradually dissipated. The champions present before the crowd included Chunchonga, Feng Jinyan, Lin Wan, Ao Wei, and Shangwan Yuan. Congratulations to all. We shall now commence the first contest. Whoever seizes the first banner first shall be crowned today's champion. Before Jiang Li's words could fully resonate, four figures shot forth like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the central banner. Ao Wei's feet ignited with silver light, the ancient divine bloodline awakening a dragon-shaped illusion that enveloped him, each step creating deep pits in the sand. Behind Lin Wan, celestial phenomena unfolded, conjuring a vessel of sun and moon, swiftly navigating the dunes. Shangguan Yuan stood atop his sword, soaring through the air with the swiftness of lightning. Feng Jinyan lightly waved his folding fan, a phoenix illusion lifting him into the skies. Only Chen Chang'e trod the sand, lagging behind the others. Master, I sense something amiss. That banner is receding further away. What should we do? Wait. On the observation platform, onlookers watched intently as the five prodigies began to showcase their unique abilities. Leave. You cowardly rat that has fled the battlefield. Aowei bellowed as the dragon illusion soared skyward. He thrust his palms forward, unleashing a silver dragon that roared and cleaved through the sandy sea, toppling Shangguan Yuan's sword. Damn it! Am I to accompany her to death? Shangguan Yuan exclaimed, unwilling to yield, and the sword returned to his hand. Meanwhile, Aowei had already forged ahead. Feng Jinyan noticed Lin Wan gaining on him and flipped his fan into the air. The fan transformed into a phoenix, flapping its wings towards Lin Wan, stirring up a tempest of sand that hindered her progress. Chen Chang'e, observing Lin Wan's predicament, dashed forward. Wan, are you all right? My eyes hurt. Chang'e, I can't see. Lin Wan replied anxiously. At that moment, a barrier of shimmering golden sand materialized before Chen Chang'e and Lin Wan, towering invisibly high. Divine Eye? Chen Chang'e activated the Divine Eye, seeking a flaw amidst the swirling sands. Brother Chen, may I borrow your sword for a moment? The voice of Bai Wei resonated from outside. Chen Chang'e understood, and the yin-yang sword flew from his grasp. The crimson sword light enveloped the enormous golden sword, tearing open a breach in the golden sand screen. Let us go. Chen Chang'e grasped Li Nanan's waist and charged through the barrier towards the flag. Suddenly, the sand beneath their feet surged into a vortex. Looking up, Chen Chang'e realized that the scarlet flag was not planted in the sand, but rather suspended 10 zhang high, with 9 golden dragon patterns coiling around the flagpole, unmistakably a manifestation of the 9 heavens cycle formation. Nanan, wait. Just as Chen Chang'e's voice fell, Aowei was the first to rush beneath the flag. At the moment the silver dragon phantom collided with the flag, the 9 golden dragons on the banner suddenly awakened, their eyes shooting forth beams of golden light. The ancient pressure emanating from the flag was akin to a mountain collapsing and a tsunami surging. As Aowei spat out blood and was flung backward, the silver dragon phantom fracturing inch by inch. Feng Jinyan, witnessing this, smiled slightly. Arriving early does not guarantee victory. He unfolded a fan adorned with the azure Luan totem, and the true fire of nirvana transformed into a fiery phoenix soaring into the sky. His pupils ignited with golden flames, and 9 illusory phoenix feathers formed a blazing killing formation, melting the sand into glass wherever they passed. This was the celestial fire of the Phoenix clan's secret technique, the 9 transformations of nirvana. Gasps erupted from the instructor's seat. Nirvana fire seed? This youth is merely 300 years old. The flag belongs to him. The Phoenix's rebirth is truly legendary. Aowei, unwilling to yield, let his silver hair dance wildly as 100 zhang silver dragon manifestation emerged behind him, its claws rending the void toward the flag. The clouds in the sky coalesced into a formation of 9 dragons, each breath of the dragons plowing the sandy sea into abysses, embodying the dragon clan's secret technique. The 9th layer of the 9 heavens technique, 10,000 dragons swallowing the sea. An elder from the dragon clan in the observation platform suddenly stood up. The young master has actually attained the ancestral dragon manifestation. Ha ha ha. Victory is assured for the dragon clan. Seeing this, Li Nanan refused to wait. An azure lotus phantom manifested around her, the supreme bone radiating with 7-colored brilliance, and the celestial phenomena of the sun and moon behind her grew even more dazzling. As her dual pupils opened and closed, she lightly tapped with her jade finger, causing the azure vines formed from the longevity technique to entwine the flag. Fools! Suddenly, Shangguan Yuan grinned maliciously, and 9 netherbone piercing nails flew from his sleeve. 3 dark rays shot toward the center of Li Nanan's brow, Aowei's reverse scale, and Feng Jinyan's nirvana fire seed. Li Nanan's dual pupils trembled violently. The azure lotus barrier barely deflected the lethal strike, causing golden blood to flow from her brow. Aowei's dragon scales erupted with sparks, blue blood seeping from his reverse scale. Feng Xingyan's Nirvana fire seed was even tainted by the bone-piercing nails, turning the azure flames into ink in an instant. Despicable. The observation platform erupted in furious shouts. Ill intentions lead to mediocrity, resorting to hidden weapons. Shangguan Yuan, intent on victory, seized the opportunity to fling out the binding god rope, 3 blood-stained golden threads pinning the 3 to the sand dune. He grinned as he charged towards the flag, declaring, "The first place is mine." Chen Chang'e let out a cold laugh as the yin-yang sword emerged, blocking Shangguan Yuan's path. Chen Chang'e, seeking death. With that, Shangguan Yuan swung his sword toward Chen Chang'e. Yet, Chen Chang'e did not rush to counter, but instead deftly evaded Shangguan Yuan's sword energy with a swift movement. Suddenly, the sword intent of Shangguan Yuan underwent a drastic transformation. As the sword energy morphed into countless black dragon shadows, descending upon Chen Chang'e like a torrential storm. Each dragon shadow harbored a chilling, corrosive power, seemingly intent on devouring Chen Chang'e entirely. Faced with the overwhelming dark phantoms, Chen Chang'e wielded his flame sun sword, sweeping it with fervor. The sword light shimmered like a rainbow, instantly conjuring numerous golden dragon illusions to engage in battle with the black dragon shadows. Amidst the clash of sword energies, Shangguan Yuan was struck multiple times, yet remained unscathed. Why? I clearly hit him, yet he appears untouched. Haha, you cannot defeat me. Shangguan Yuan laughed triumphantly. Chen Chang'e gathered his spiritual energy once more, awakening the power of his supreme divine bone, and poured all his strength into the flame sun sword, aiming for Shangguan Yuan's vulnerability. With a resounding crash, the black dragon heads were severed, and Shangguan Yuan was sent flying. Well done, Chen Chang'e. Aowei couldn't help but cheer. Be careful, Chen Chang'e. Something is amiss with Shangguan Yuan. Li Nan'an watched Chen Chang'e anxiously, struggling against the binding ropes, yet unable to break free. To everyone's astonishment, Shangguan Yuan stood up, completely unharmed. A palpable shock rippled through the crowd. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from within Shangguan Yuan, as if a slumbering beast had been awakened. His black robe disintegrated in an instant, scattering into countless fragments. On his bare chest, a sinister dragon-shaped contract mark emerged, writhing as if alive, emanating a dark glow. Indeed, it was the totem of the Subdragon clan. Chapter 40. Man and Dragon United. Has Shangguan Yuan fallen into darkness? Long Yen, if not now, then when? Shangguan Yuan bellowed, biting his tongue to quickly form a seal. From the swirling yellow sand emerged a massive black subdragon, the one-eyed giant dragon roaring in midair. Long Yen, the elder of the Subdragon clan. Chen Chang'e, you killed my son. Wuji, today, I shall claim your life. As the dragon claws swept forth, they carried with them the chaotic aura of the remnants of the infinite treasure pagoda. So, you are the father of Long Wuji. Today, I shall deal with you, you old worm who raises a murderous spawn. Chen Chang'e declared, pointing his sword towards the heavens as the supreme, divine bone erupted with primal energy. By Mian, their patron has arrived. It is your time to shine. As soon as Chen Chang'e finished speaking, a resplendent white tiger shattered the fabric of space and descended, its eyes sparkling like lightning. A mere one-eyed dragon. How dare you call yourself a dragon? Today, Lord Tiger shall take care of you. With that, Bai Mian unleashed a fierce wind with his claws, tearing the chaotic aura surrounding Long Yen into shreds. Upon witnessing this, Shangguan Yuan summoned the soul-guiding banner. As countless deceased dragon spirits transformed into black dragons encircling Long Yen. Long Yen activated the secret techniques of the Subdragon clan, his scales standing on end like blades, enveloped in a dense black mist. Chen Chang'e, your time has come. Long Yen laughed heartily. Chen Chang'e and Bai Mian stood back to back, the flame sun sword merging with the tiger's fierce wind. The universe lends its power as the white tiger roars at the sun. The sword energy of the flame sun sword intertwined with the malevolent aura of the white tiger, coalescing in the air into a 100-foot-tall phantom of a sword-toothed tiger. A colossal tiger paw shattered the spirit-calling banner, while its tail swept across, severing the unique horn forged by the dragon rock. With a wail, the dragon rock revealed its true form, a flesh-winged dragon. Go to the Yellow Springs to accompany Long Wuji. Chen Chang'e cleaved downwards with his sword, the blazing sun blade piercing the dragon's vital point, while the white tiger's malevolence shattered the dantian of Shangguan Yuan. The onlookers on the observation platform could hardly believe their eyes. Is the dragon rock truly so feeble? It was slain in an instant? The half-master turned towards Kinjianzi. How could a dragon be weak? It must be that the blazing sun sword is too formidable. Kinjianzi sipped his tea. In the arena, Shangguan Yuan shouted, Chenchanga, how dare you slay the dragon? The entire dragon clan will not spare you. He clutched his chest, black blood spewing from his mouth. Chenchanga ignored him and directly launched an attack to break the formation, leaving only the sound of swords clashing and tigers roaring in the heavens. As the dust settled, the first banner was firmly in Chenchanga's grasp. You shall not escape, Chenchanga. Shangguan Yuan suddenly rose, tearing the dragon rock's skin and draping it over himself. Then began to form seals and chant incantations. With the soul as a guide and blood as a contract, we shall connect our spirits and intertwine our fates. 9 Nether Secret Art, Boundless Hell. Upon uttering these words, a fierce wind surged through the arena, sand obscuring the sky and sun. Among the spectators, even the most seasoned elders and mentors did not anticipate that the duel would escalate into a life-and-death confrontation. Shangguan Yuan had gone mad, willing to pay the price of his own life to forge a contract with the spirit of the dragon rock, forcibly enhancing his power. Mentor Feihong marveled at this taboo technique, capable of granting immense strength in a short time, yet at the cost of burning one's life essence. Zhulinglong scoffed. Kinjianzi shook his head, deeming it an unwise choice. A disciple with such a fervent desire for victory would not be a blessing for Qingyun Academy. Shui Rui sighed. Today, Chenchanga slaying the dragon rock may not end well for him either. Zhulinglong seemed to have recalled something, a faint smile gracing her lips. In the arena, a chilling wind arose, malevolent spirits howled, and the deceased dragon rock seemed to revive. Chenchanga's gaze hardened, and the blazing sun sword in his hand erupted with a fierce crimson glow. Shangguan Yuan, you have succumbed to madness. Why bring about your own destruction? Chenchanga's voice resonated with a trace of regret. Shangguan Yuan grinned savagely, the dragon skin merging with his flesh, dragon scales enveloping his body. His eyes blood-red like a true malevolent dragon. His aura surged uncontrollably, distorting the air around him. Shangguan Yuan's cultivation level ascended at an unfathomable pace, rapidly reaching the 9th layer of the Saint Realm. Just a step away from the Emperor Realm. What fear is there in death? Chenchanga, today, either you die or I perish. The confrontation between Chenchanga and Shangguan Yuan had reached a critical point, the atmosphere thick with a suffocating tension. Outside the arena, Xiao stood in a corner of Qingyun town, her brows furrowed, hands clenched tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Chenchanga. In her eyes shimmered both concern and an unmistakable glimmer of hope. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds obscured the sun above the arena. The scales on Shangguan Yuan's body stood erect, and crimson patterns writhed beneath his serpentine skin like living creatures. He threw his head back and roared, his voice reverberating with such intensity that the barrier of the arena cracked. Chenchanga's yin-yang sword emitted a persistent hum, yet the primordial aura upon its blade was forced back by the might of the dragon. Supreme divine bone, mere nonsense. Ultimately, it was just a plaything for the ant-like humans. Shangguan Yuan laughed heartily, raising his hand as 9 ghostly chains erupted from the ground, each ending with a ghastly dragon head. Experienced the true annihilation array of the Subdragon clan. Bai Mian scoffed, attempting to sever the chains. But upon his claws brushing against them, black flames erupted, causing him to roar in pain as the fur on his claws instantly charred. Be careful. This is the 9 Nether Annihilation Town forged from the reverse scales of Dragon Rock. A sudden transmission pierced Chenchanga's consciousness, and the ethereal figure of Xiao appeared in his mind. Swearing by the stars, she drew a symbol in the void with her bloodied finger. Chenchanga, astonished, mimicked Xiao's actions, drawing a talisman in the air with his sword. Once the talisman was complete, he finally spotted a flaw in Shangguan Yuan's defenses amidst the encirclement of the ghostly chains. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Chenchanga aimed the yin-yang sword directly at Shangguan Yuan's brow. Unexpectedly, the dragon scales on Shangguan Yuan's body suddenly coiled, trapping the yin-yang sword between his skull. Do you think I fear this talisman? Shangguan Yuan sneered. 3 years ago, I spilled the heart's blood of a flood dragon. This body has long since become impervious to such things. Before he could finish his words, Bai Mian suddenly stood upright, the golden pattern of the character king on his forehead splitting open to reveal a third eye. A chaotic wind, infused with the roar of a tiger, pierced through time and space, severing Shangguan Yuan's right arm at the root. Nonsense. Collaborating with a pack of flood dragons makes you invulnerable? As long as I am here, you shall never become king. Bai Mian transformed into a towering, vibrant tiger, emanating an unprecedented aura of dominance. At that moment, Chen Chang's supreme divine bone fully awakened, the primordial aura coalescing into a tangible form, subtly radiating a chaotic essence. Impossible. How could the supreme divine bone manifest a chaotic aspect? The teacup in Qin Jianzi's hand fell, splashing tea that dispersed into mist in midair. In the arena, Chen Chang's eyes turned molten gold, the rust on the yin-yang sword peeling away in layers to reveal a blade inscribed with ancient runes. The ancient runes gleamed brilliantly, resonating with the very essence of heaven and earth. Blood gushed from the severed arm of Shangguan Yuan, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, grinning as he pressed the wound against the flood dragon's skin. In an instant, the flood dragon's skin writhed, reattaching his severed arm, with dark energy swirling beneath the scales. Chinchanga, do you think this will suffice to kill me? I have long since fused with the spirits of Dragon Rock, becoming immortal and indestructible. Shangguan Yuan's voice was hoarse and frenzied, as the ghostly chains around him coalesced once more, the 9 ghastly dragon heads opening their massive maws, unleashing the corrosive aura of the 9 nether. Changa, we can no longer delay. Bai Mian roared, urgency tinging his voice. Chinchanga nodded, and with a sudden tremor of the flame sun's sword in his hand, the runes upon the blade seemed to come alive, transforming into golden dragons that coiled around the sword's body. He inhaled deeply as the supreme divine bone within him unleashed an unprecedented power, merging the primal aura with chaotic manifestations to form a cataclysmic pressure. Shangguan Yuan, your obsession has led you down the path of darkness. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven and bring you to your end. Chen Changa's voice was cold and resolute. The flame sun sword pointed towards the heavens, its tip gathering a radiant golden light. Shangguan Yuan laughed maniacally. Come, let me witness the true strength of your supreme divine bone. With that, 9 ethereal chains surged forth like venomous serpents towards Chinchanga, each dragon head exhaling malevolent energy. Unflinching, Chinchanga brought down the flame sun sword, its light dazzling like a rainbow, instantly severing the 9 ethereal chains. The momentum of the sword did not wane, advancing directly towards Shangguan Yuan's brow. Shangguan Yuan's pupils constricted as he hurriedly summoned the dragon skin for defense, yet the light of the flame sun sword seemed to disregard all barriers, piercing through his brow. This is impossible. Shangguan Yuan's voice abruptly halted, his body frozen in place as a tiny fissure began to widen at his brow, ultimately spreading throughout his entire being. With a thunderous roar, Shangguan Yuan's body erupted, scattering into countless black fragments that dissolved into the air. The dragon's skin crumbled as well, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that vanished. Silence enveloped the world, with only the flame sun sword in Chinchonga's hand continuing to hum incessantly. Bai Mian slowly approached him, the third eye on his forehead gradually closing. It is over, Bai Mian sighed softly. Thanks to you, the outcome could have been uncertain today. Chinchonga stroked the white tiger, a touch of exhaustion evident in his demeanor. On the spectator platform, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, unable to regain their senses for a long while. The teacup in Qin Jianzi's hand had long since shattered, yet he remained oblivious, muttering to himself. The supreme divine bone can be so powerful. Luo Linglong rested her chin on her hand, remarking, Chinchanga, it seems your strength is sufficient to venture into the Nether Valley for a stroke of luck. Xiao, standing at the periphery, finally relaxed her tightly clasped hands, her eyes shimmering with pride. Changa, you have truly succeeded. However, just as everyone believed the dust had settled, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a deep voice resonated from the heavens above. Chapter 41. The Supreme Sacred Bone. Does the Celestial Emperor fear? Chinchanga, you have slain an elder of my Yalong clan. This enmity cannot be overlooked. Chinchanga looked up to see a colossal shadow of an azure dragon flickering within the clouds, its eyes crackling with electricity, exuding a formidable pressure. Before the words had fully escaped, Qin Jianzi had already arrived at the arena. A mere dragon, how dare it make a commotion in Qingyun Academy? With a wave of his hand, the massive black dragon silhouette in the sky shattered instantly, dispersing into countless black motes that scattered throughout the realm. With a flourish of his folding fan, Qinji Yunzi obliterated the 9 nether soul binding nails that confined Li Nan and the others into powder. Release. The binding god rope obediently loosened. Thank you, Academy Head. Thank you, Master. Li Nan, Ao Wei, and Feng Jinyin all bowed in gratitude. Chen Chang'e gazed in astonishment at Qinji Yunzi, realizing that such prowess justified his position as a teacher in the Emperor's realm. Qinji Yunzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his penetrating gaze sweeping across the assembly, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. Today's contest has determined the victor. Chen Chang'e shall be the champion. With that proclamation, Qinji Yunzi and Chen Chang'e jointly raised the banner of triumph. The flag billowed majestically in the wind, and the arena fell into a momentary silence before erupting into thunderous cheers. The elders, mentors, and numerous disciples observing from the spectator platform were all profoundly moved. With his own strength, Chen Chang'e had slain Shengwan Yuan and defeated the elder Long Yin of the Yalong tribe, his might now sufficient to instill awe in all directions. Chen Chang'e sheathed the sunfire sword, the ancient runes on the blade gradually fading away, and his molten gold-hued eyes returned to their original depth. He breathed slightly heavier, clearly having expended considerable energy in the recent battle. Well done, Chang'e, Li Nan exclaimed, clutching Chen Chang'e's arm. Chen Chang'e offered a faint smile, recalling their promise to meet at the summit. Their eyes met, conveying a wealth of camaraderie. Standing in the center of the arena, Qinji Yunzi's tone bore a hint of gravity. Chang'e, though you have triumphed today, the Yalong tribe will not relent easily. Chen Chang'e nodded in acknowledgement. Disciple understands. Should the Yalong tribe dare to invade, I shall greet them with my sword. A flicker of approval shone in Qinji Yunzi's eyes. Excellent. You possess courage. Having secured the championship today, according to the Academy's regulations, you may select a treasure from the Qingyun Pavilion to aid in your ascendance in power. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'e replied, Master, I desire the dual flower of the other shore. Qinji Yunzi's brow furrowed slightly. Chang'e, that item has already been claimed by the Celestial Realm. Moreover, it offers no enhancement to your strength. The Celestial Realm? Chen Chang'e was taken aback. The dual flower of the other shore is a rare treasure capable of reversing the forces of yin and yang, and the Celestial Realm has long classified it as forbidden. If you seek it, it may prove as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Qinji Yunzi patted Chen Chang'e's shoulder with encouraging words. Though the dual flower of the other shore is absent from the Qingyun Pavilion, there are still other treasures that can assist you. Please, follow me. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Realm, the Celestial Emperor Taichen Jun sat upon the throne of the Lingxiao Palace, his icy gaze fixed upon the clouds below. The scenes of Chen Chang'e and Li Nan during the martial examination at the Qingyun Academy were reflected in his Haoyin mirror. How dare mere mortals covet treasures of the Celestial Realm, and even draw close to the Celestial Empress? Such audacity is truly outrageous. The Celestial Emperor snorted coldly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Zy Jinren hurriedly stepped forward to counsel. Your Majesty, this is the cycle of heavenly principles. The affections between mortals are not to be overly interfered with. Tai Wei's expression wavered. Is there anything further to discuss? The Celestial Emperor cast a glance at Zy Jinren. Your Majesty is wise. I wish to convey that Chen Chang'e is merely a mortal who has brought treasures from other realms to offer to the Celestial Empress. If he does not harbor feelings for her, how could he serve her? The Celestial Emperor shot a cold glance at Zy Jinren, his tone laced with displeasure. Zy, are you instructing me on how to govern? Zy Jinren promptly bowed. I would not dare. Only the will of heaven is constant. Any forceful intervention may lead to unnecessary consequences. The Heavenly Emperor fell silent for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall act with discretion. However, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Chen Chang'e, once the Empress has completed her task, your demise shall follow. Within the Qingyun Pavilion, Chen Chang'e accompanied Qinji Yunzi to an ancient loft. The loft, shrouded in mist, appeared ordinary, yet emanated a powerful aura. As Chen Chang'e stepped inside, he beheld countless rare treasures radiating formidable energy. Each item was a priceless artifact. Chen Chang'e couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Qinji Yunzi pointed to one of the treasures. Chang'e, this is the Xianwang Tower, which can aid you in resisting the might of the dragon race. Chen Chang'e shook his head. Master, I desire the Tiangang sword art instead. Qinji Yunzi paused momentarily. Very well. However, the Tiangang sword art was created by the Celestial Emperor. Though its power is boundless, It is exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Even I possess only a superficial understanding of it. Chunchanga nodded, expressing his willingness to attempt it. Excellent. Such ambition. Chunchanga reached out to receive the Tiangang sword art. Days later, clad in green, he stood atop the back mountain of the Qingyun Academy. The wind swept through the valley, carrying a hint of chill. Li Nannan and Xiao stood beside him, their eyes reflecting a mixture of emotions. Changa, I cannot agree. Li Nannan exclaimed, confusion etched across her face. Li Nannan bit her lip. If you give your supreme divine bone to me, do you understand the implications? Chunchanga smiled gently, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Do not worry, I have my plans. He turned to Xiao, his gaze tinged with regret. Xiao, I promised to gift you the dual flower of the other shore, but it is now in the celestial realm, and I have felt guilty ever since. Brother Chun, it is all right. Xiao grasped Chunchanga's arm tightly, her eyes filled with concern. Let me finish. If I give the supreme divine bone to Nannan, she will exchange it for the one she has replaced, and everyone will be pleased. This will enable you to embark on your path of cultivation. Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she shook her head. Brother Chun, Xiao can forego cultivation, but I cannot allow you to sacrifice yourself. Li Nannan held Chunchanga's hand. Changa, the supreme divine bone is fundamental to your cultivation. If you give it to me, your strength will suffer greatly, perhaps irreparably. Chunchanga gently squeezed her hand, his tone tender, yet resolute. Nannan, you are the most important person to me. For you, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Moreover, I have begun to comprehend the Tiangang sword art. Given time, I shall surely break through. Even without the supreme divine bone, I will still possess the strength to protect myself. Xiao's tears finally fell, her voice choked with emotion. But this means you will. Chunchanga softly patted her shoulder. Do not worry about me. I have my arrangements. The retaliation from the dragon race is imminent. Only by becoming stronger can you ensure I have no lingering concerns. Qinjianzi stood nearby, his gaze penetrating as he observed the three, before finally approaching them. Child, heed the words of Changgu. I have taken Changgu as my sole disciple, and naturally, I will not bring harm to him. Headmaster, enough, do not squander time. You must accompany Changgu to the Nether Valley. Qinjianzi raised his hand decisively, and a beam of golden light enveloped Changgu, Li Nannan, and Xiao. Cutting through the chaos with swift precision, the exchange of bones must be guided by the heavenly path. Only with a harmonious heart can the three of you succeed. A wavering will shall lead to your doom. Qinjianzi's voice resonated with gravitas. Chunchanga nodded, closing his eyes as his supreme divine bone gradually separated, coalescing into translucent bone shards. Li Nannan and Xiao held their breath, watching as the shards floated gently toward Li Nannan's chest, ultimately merging within her. The eye of the celestial god also slowly detached, transforming into a golden light that integrated into Li Nannan's brow. Simultaneously, Li Nannan's supreme bone melded into Xiao's body. Xiao felt an overwhelming force surge within her, causing her body to tremble slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is this the power of the supreme bone? Xiao murmured, experiencing a flow of spiritual energy she had never known before. Qinjianzi nodded slightly, waving his hand as a golden light descended upon Chunchangji's palm. Chunchanggu, I make an exception to bestow upon you the Xinhuang Tower. At a critical moment, it may preserve your life. Chunchanggu smiled faintly, his complexion pale. How benevolent a master is to his disciple. Enough of the chatter. Recover well in the coming days. With that, Qinjianzi turned and departed. How could there be someone so pure and sincere in this world? Alas, silly disciple, I have borne the pain of bone extraction for you. It nearly killed me. Qinjianzi wiped the sweat from his brow. Xiao could no longer contain herself and rushed forward, embracing Chunchanggu tightly, her tears soaking his garments. Big brother Qin, thank you. I will strive to cultivate diligently and live up to your expectations. Chunchanggu gently patted her back, his voice tender. All right, cease your tears. You both should go and cultivate. Time is of the essence. I wish to enjoy a moment of solitude here. Li Nannan nodded. Changgu, do not worry. We will grow stronger and face the retribution of the Yalong clan together. Chunchanggu smiled faintly, watching the two depart before slowly sitting on the ground to regulate his breath. At that moment, the system appeared. System, congratulations. Master, by bestowing the supreme divine bone to target one, you have triggered a billion-fold return, obtaining the supreme sacred bone. Congratulations, Master. By bestowing the Eye of the Celestial God to target one, you have triggered a billion-fold return, obtaining the Celestial Sacred Eye, the Supreme Sacred Bone. This is extraordinary, Chen Changgu murmured softly, feeling a tremendous power surge within him, as if he could resonate with the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, a golden pattern emerged at his brow, and the Celestial Sacred Eye slowly opened, seeming capable of perceiving both ancient and modern, discerning the duality of existence. This return is exhilarating. Heaven, grant me more opportunities, so I may have reason to devote everything to the Divine Maiden. Meanwhile, within the ethereal palace of the heavens, the Emperor Tai Chun observed the scene within the Haotian mirror with a cold gaze. The Supreme Sacred Bone? Chinchanga, it seems you cannot be spared. He waved his hand and instructed the Ziwai Jinren beside him, dispatch a decree. The Yalong clan's retaliation must not involve those who should remain untouched. Ziwai Jinren bowed in compliance, though a flicker of complexity passed through his eyes. He spoke softly, Your Majesty, though this youth is arrogant, he has ultimately aided the Empress. Should we not? The Emperor interrupted him coldly. Ziwai, you speak too much today. Ziwai Jinren immediately lowered his head. I acknowledge my fault. The Emperor snorted, his gaze returning to the Haotian mirror, a cruel smile curving his lips. Chinchanga, your days of fortune are numbered. Chapter 42. The Duality of Sacred and Demonic Bones. A blessing or a curse? Having completed his meditation, Chinchanga was about to return to the academy when golden characters suddenly materialized before his eyes. System notification, congratulations. Master, you have indirectly delivered the Supreme Bone to Target 2, triggering a billion-fold return, obtaining the Supreme Demonic Bone. Supreme Demonic Bone? I refuse. A sense of ominous foreboding surged within Chinchanga's heart. Before he could react, a domineering and formidable power erupted from within, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Chunchanga felt as if his bones were being torn apart and reassembled, a familiar yet frenzied energy coursing through his veins. What is happening? Chunchanga's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly attempted to expel the supreme demonic bone from his body, only to realize that this force had intertwined with the supreme sacred bone, rendering it impossible to separate. It's over. I'm in deep trouble. Chunchanga felt tears welling in his eyes. He had thought that merely assisting Xiao indirectly would not trigger the demonic clan's return, yet the system had activated nonetheless. Now, with both the supreme sacred bone and the supreme demonic bone dwelling within him, the two opposing forces clashed and intertwined, inflicting immense agony upon him. If it is discovered that I harbored demonic remnants, even the Qingyun Academy may not shelter me. Chunchanga murmured anxiously to himself. Look, the demonic bone has awakened. Luo Linglong tiptoed gracefully towards him, her face adorned with her customary smile. Senior? Chunchanga strained to suppress the power of the demonic bone. I can assist you. However, the Tongshan Pavilion only engages in transactions. What will you offer in exchange? Luo Linglong toyed with a 7-colored stone in her hand. What do I possess that the esteemed senior desires? Chunchanga gritted his teeth in pain. I require the spiritual vein you extracted from the Wuliang forest. Luo Linglong approached Chunchanga. Of course, a precious spiritual vein in exchange for my temporary suppression of your demonic nature seems somewhat inequitable. After a moment of contemplation, she added, It is not my style to exploit the small. I, the pavilion master, promise you that should you face peril in the future, I shall ensure your survival. Luo Linglong flashed a mischievous smile, exuding charm. Deal. Chunchanga agreed without hesitation. In the current predicament, the only course of action is to suppress the overwhelming demonic nature of the bone of the supreme demon in order to forge ahead on one's path. A radiant pink light emanated from Chunchanga's treasure ring, enveloping the left Linglong's storage ring. Linglong smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. With that, she presented Chunchanga with a 7-colored stone pendant, instructing him to wear it around his neck. Chunchanga, somewhat skeptical, accepted the stone, which bore the inscription, Messenger of the Divine. Senior, what does this signify? This is no ordinary token of the Messenger of the Divine. It is the 7-colored stone refined by the goddess Nuwa during her restoration of the heavens. Only with it can your demonic nature be restrained. Upon donning the stone, Chunchanga felt a wave of clarity wash over him, as the formidable power of the bone was finally subdued. Remember, the 7-colored stone can only suppress your demonic essence for several days. To eradicate it completely, you must venture to the valley of the underworld. With a wave of her hand, Linglong turned and disappeared into the verdant forest. On the mountain path, Linglong toyed with her newly acquired spiritual pulse when suddenly, her jade pendant cracked. Gazing at the swirling demonic clouds on the horizon, she chuckled softly. The demon lord returns, the saintess awakens. Chinchanga, you truly are an unpredictable variable. With a flick of her delicate fingers, a message-carrying flying sword sped toward the valley of the underworld. Standing amidst the mountains, Chinchanga suddenly sensed a stirring from the suppressed supreme bone. He quickly lifted his gaze toward the academy, where something resonated powerfully within him. This is bad. It must be that Xiao is cultivating demonic arts. Alarmed, Chinchanga summoned his sword and hurried to the grove where Xiao resided. At that moment, Xiao had harnessed the power of the supreme bone, catapulting herself from the stage of demonic qi cultivation to the first layer of the golden core. The path of demonic cultivation comprises 12 realms, each with 9 layers: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, out-of-body, integration, great ascension, tribulation, demon immortal, demon king, and demon lord. The Jade Light Spear, the supreme bone, is truly extraordinary. Despite my incomplete spiritual roots, I am able to break through at such an astonishing pace. Master, I believe that Li Nanan's potential to reach quasi-saint status is also attributable to the supreme bone. The white jade hairpin shone brightly. The Jade Light Spear, I did not expect Chinchanga to treat me so well. It makes me hesitant to continue exploiting his kindness. Xiao pondered. I think I want to return to the demon realm. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, a knock echoed at the door, signaling Chinchonga's arrival. Xiao, are you all right? Brother Chun. Xiao opened the door, her face one of confusion. Chinchanga placed his hands on her shoulders, and upon seeing her unharmed, he sighed in relief. I'm fine, Brother Chun, Xiao replied, looking down thoughtfully for a moment before resolutely biting her lip. Brother Chun, I have decided to return to the demon clan. A hint of reluctance shone in her eyes. Chinchanga was taken aback. Why the sudden decision to leave? Xiao managed a faint smile. Brother Chun, you and Nanan share a deep bond. I do not wish to intrude upon your relationship. Moreover, how could I cultivate demonic arts at Qingyan Academy? It was my oversight. Chinchanga replied, a smile of understanding spreading across his face. Tomorrow, I shall escort you down the mountain. Very well. The following morning, when Chinchanga and Li Nanan arrived to escort Xiao down the mountain, they found her room utterly deserted. How could Miss Xiao have vanished so suddenly? Li Nanan looked at Chinchanga with confusion. Changa, look at this. She retrieved a jade slip from Xiao's chamber, a letter left behind by her. Displeased by parting, hence I refrained from expressing my sorrow. Brother Chun, pay heed to this mark. The jade slip bore a blood-red totem pattern. What is this? Chinchanga inquired, perplexed as he gazed at Li Nanan. I have never seen this design before. Li Nanan shook her head. Let us consult the head of the academy. Very well. At Paradisle, the residence of Kinjiunzi. Headmaster, is this the blood contract of the Chaos Demon Sovereign? Li Nanan exclaimed in alarm. I have only gleaned a few details about the Chaos Demon Sovereign from the ancient texts of the Changshengli clan. Li Nanan's complexion paled. Master, who is the Chaos Demon Sovereign? Chinchanga turned to Kinjiunzi. He, like the Emperor Haoyan, was born at the inception of the cosmic chaos. A master of time and space, witnessing the birth and destruction of worlds. Kinjiunzi sighed, his gaze vacant, as if peering through the ages back to millennia past. In truth, the Emperor Haoyan and the Chaos Demon Sovereign were initially brothers. What? The Demon Sovereign of the Demon Clan and the Emperor of the Divine Realm were brothers? Li Nanan exclaimed in disbelief. According to legend, the Chaos Demon Sovereign brought calamity upon the living, and it was the Emperor Haoyan who slayed him. As for the events of that time, I am not well versed. The rights and wrongs of the past, perhaps only the Emperor Haoyan himself knows, Kinjiunzi remarked. His eyes lowered to the tea leaves swirling in his cup, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. Changa, I do not know why Miss Xiao left this mark, but you must exercise caution around the denizens of the demon clan. Yes, thank you for the warning, Master. Moreover, be wary of the Celestial Clan. Kinjiunzi hesitated to elaborate. Why should we be cautious of the Celestial Clan? What I mean is, the Yalong clan has issued a hunting order. You should remain at Qingyan Academy for the time being, Kinjiunzi quickly clarified. Your aura has recently changed significantly. How far have you progressed in the Tian Gang sword technique? Master, I have reached the 9th level, yet there are aspects I cannot comprehend. Do not rush, take your time. Qin Jianzi secretly mused. I can only comprehend up to the 3rd level. Master, I wish to journey to the Nether Valley, Chen Chang'e declared resolutely. Oh, why is that? There are opportunities there that the younger generation requires. Given that the Yalong clan is pursuing you, this journey may be fraught with peril. Master, I will accompany him. Li Nanan implored. Nanan, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with Chang'e. Qin Jianzi appeared to have something delicate to convey. I take my leave. Li Nanan respectfully withdrew. Qin Jianzi's fingers traced the edge of the teacup, and the tea within suddenly crystallized into ice. He gazed at the demonic patterns faintly visible on Chen Chang'e's neck, ultimately letting out a sigh. The pure demon lotus at the deepest part of the Nether Valley requires the pure world glazed lamp to bloom. Otherwise, if plucked, it will wither within the span of a single tea time. The glazed lamp? Suddenly, Chen Chang'e recalled the Lioli cup that Xiao had given him during the demon invasion. Master, is the Lioli cup in the demon realm? Indeed, it was the Lioli cup in the hands of Miss Xiao. Qin Jianzi nodded slightly. Before the words could fade, the 12 peaks of Qingyun Academy rang with alarm bells. Outside the window, the sea of clouds roiled, revealing 100 dragon serpents gliding through the layers of mist. Chapter 43. Acting for Heaven, Falling into Hell? Chen Chang'e's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld dark clouds swirling ominously at the horizon. 3 colossal dragon serpents burst forth from the clouds. The central one, a golden-eyed azure dragon, exhaled toxic mist that corroded the barrier infused with righteous energy, creating a massive breach. Following this, the roar of the golden-eyed azure dragon echoed across the heavens. Qingyun, old man, a century ago, you severed my path to transformation. Now your disciple slays my elder of the dragon clan. This grudge cannot be overlooked. Today, I shall use Chen Chang'e's blood to consecrate my banner. With this proclamation, the dragon's voice reverberated, causing the cries of disciples in the outer academy to resonate from the mountainside. You ungrateful dragon Outyin, I spared your life back then, and today, you repay kindness with malice. With a wave of Qin Jianzi's measuring rod, the barrier of Qingyun Academy was restored, allowing the disciples a moment to breathe. Hand over Chen Chang'e. And today my dragon clan will not pursue grievances with your Qingyun Academy. Dragon Outyin appeared overly confident. Impossible. Whatever tricks you have, unleash them. Qin Jianzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, unfazed. Chen Chang'e gazed up at the churning black clouds, feeling the supreme sacred bone within him tremble violently. As golden patterns spread from his spine throughout his body, he sensed an unprecedented primal force coursing through his veins, as if his very breath could stir the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Master, I am willing to confront the dragon clan alone. I do not wish for my brothers to sacrifice for me. After declaring this, Chen Chang'e soared into the air, the yin-yang sword humming as it erupted with chaotic energy, projecting a vague silhouette of the Emperor of Heaven through its ancient runes in the void. Qin Jianzi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Good. Today, let these vile creatures witness what it means to uphold the ambition of soaring into the blue sky. Upon seeing Chen Chang'e accept the challenge, Dragon Outyin's golden eyes narrowed, his 100-foot-long dragon body suddenly swelling threefold, with dark demonic energy seeping from beneath his azure scales. The Heavenly Emperor has bestowed upon me the 9 nether demonic blood. Chen Chang'e, I am well prepared today. Before Dragon Outyin could finish, the 3 dragon serpents simultaneously exhaled toxic mist, this time laced with celestial runes. The Academy's barrier shattered violently, and it appeared the toxic fog would soon engulf Qingyun Academy. Suddenly, the eye of the heavenly saint on Chen Chang'e's forehead opened wide, golden light piercing through the thick fog, ultimately locating the dragon's reverse scale. The reverse scale was found just beneath the jaw. Chen Chang'e unleashed the supreme sacred bone, emitting a brilliant golden glow. He stepped forward 7 times into the air, each step manifesting a shadow of the Emperor, precisely embodying the Northern Dipper 7 killing steps of the Emperor of Heaven. Dragon Outyin shrieked in terror, impossible. How could you possess the lost supreme skill of the Emperor? Ignoring the outcry, Chen Chang'e unleashed 7 shadows simultaneously wielding their swords, and an unprecedented clash of sword echoes resonated through the heavens. The yin-yang sword, enveloped in chaotic energy, cleaved through space, creating rifts in reality. The 3 proud dragons, adorned with exquisite scales, found their defenses as fragile as paper before the onslaught of the sword light, suffering grievous wounds. The heavens and earth shall wield their power to slay the dragons. Chunchanga, with unwavering sword intent, unleashed an even more terrifying surge of sword energy. Long Outyin let out a mournful wail as he plummeted from the heavens. Witnessing this, the other dragons raised their scales, offering their reverse scales. Countless reverse scales radiated with diverse hues, astonishingly restoring Long Outyin's shattered form to wholeness. Chunchanga, let you experience the might of the 10,000 dragons extermination array. With that, the dragons formed a complex formation in the air. As Chunchanga gazed upon the vast expanse of the 10,000 dragons extermination array, he suddenly noticed a dragon scale, inscribed with celestial markings, floating at its core. Changa, he is not a true dragon. Ao Wei's voice resonated across 1,000 miles. Enlightenment struck Chunchanga. Indeed, how could the serpents activate the 10,000 dragons extermination array if they were not true dragons? Their power relied on that singular dragon scale bearing the celestial mark. In a moment of desperation, Chunchanga bit his tongue, smearing his essence upon the Flame Sun sword. The ancient runes etched upon the blade surged to life, transforming into a radiant beam directed at the true dragon scale. Boom! The array shattered, and chaos erupted among the Serpentine clan. Long Outyin circled triumphantly, laughing heartily. Chunchanga, what now? Afraid to strike your sword? As the true dragon scale shattered, a figure emerged behind it, Li Nanan. The chaotic sword energy of the Flame Sun sword froze mere inches from Li Nanan's throat, causing Chunchanga's grip to splinter. The backlash severing the meridians of his right arm. He coughed violently, blood spilling from Li Nanan's lips as she lost vitality, collapsing towards Chunchanga. Nanan. A pang of anguish pierced Chunchanga's heart as he extended his left arm to catch her. He had nearly brought harm to the woman he cherished. Chunchanga, you have broken the extermination array, yet you cannot overcome the barriers of your heart. Long Outyin gleefully taunted him. What will you do? Will you save your beloved? To save her, you must sacrifice your supreme sacred bone. Delay any longer, and it will be too late. I shall slay the serpents, and Nan will not perish. Chunchanga summoned the Xinhuang Tower. The tower expanded rapidly, enveloped in golden light, suppressing the overwhelming might of the dragons. Chunchanga turned and shouted to Ao Wei. Ao Wei, protect Nanan's heart meridians. I will come to her aid shortly. No sooner had Chunchanga spoken than Ao Wei's white dragon form shattered the southeastern corner of the array. Amidst the rain of dragon scales, Ao Wei transformed into human form, catching the falling Li Nanan, his palm bearing a dragon pattern that shone like the full moon, safeguarding her heart meridians. Long Outyin unleashed a thunderous roar, condensing his spiritual power into a myriad of razor-sharp swords directed at Chunchanga. Celestial slash of the 9th layer. Suddenly, a golden radiance enveloped Chunchanga's right arm, as his supreme sacred bone extended from flesh, swiftly mending his severed meridians. Following this, he shattered the dragon's swords mid-air, suspending the Flame Sun sword above, where myriad miniature Flame Sun swords inscribed with celestial runes emerged amidst a cascade of golden light, their markings ablaze with fiery brilliance. This is impossible. Long Outyin's golden eyes widened in disbelief. Without waiting for the myriad of dragons to react, Chunchangjian pierced his brow with a finger, and the essence of the sacred bone transformed into sword energy, unleashing a multitude of small Tiangang, yin-yang swords towards the assembly of dragons. In an instant, the heavens were drenched in a rain of blood, fallen dragons plummeting amidst their sorrowful wails, echoing incessantly. Had the dragon lineage been obliterated? Chunchanga, has he truly attained such prowess? Surely, I must be mistaken. One Chunchanga, annihilating the entire dragon clan? The disciples of Qingyun Academy could not restrain their admiration. Chunchanga, Nanan has reached her limit. Ao Shui wept profusely, calling out to Chunchanga. In a flash, Chunchanga's figure appeared beside Li Nanan. Nanan, I have come to rescue you. Just as he prepared to channel his spiritual power to bestow upon Li Nanan the supreme sacred bone, a thunderous sound interrupted them. Looking up, the sky split as golden light cascaded down like a waterfall. The figure of the heavenly emperor Tai Chunjun materialized amidst the clouds. Wielding the sword of heavenly punishment, his gaze filled with majesty and indifference. His voice resonated through the realms like thunder. Chunchanga, you have slaughtered the dragon clan with a heart of cruelty, harming the innocent and accumulating grave sins. Today, I decree that you shall use the supreme sacred bone to restore Li Nanan's spiritual roots, and I shall strip you of all your cultivation, sever your meridians, consign you to the abyss, and grant you no chance of rebirth for eternity. As his words faded, the sword of heavenly punishment was already aimed at Chunchanga. Countless golden chains descended from the heavens, ensnaring Chunchanga's limbs. The chains were inscribed with celestial runes, each imbued with the power to suppress all existence. Chapter 44. Confronting the Heavenly Emperor. What is an ant? Chunchanga lifted his gaze to the heavens, golden light flickering in his eyes. As the yin-yang sword emitted a resounding cry, he sneered coldly. What nonsense, Tai Chinjun. You conspire with the Dragon Clan to eradicate dissenters, wielding the name of the Heavenly Path to dominate the world. I, Chunchanga, shall not submit. You ignorant child, how dare you slander me? The Heavenly Emperor revealed his imposing divine form. The disciples of Qingyun Academy, overwhelmed by the Emperor's pressure, could not help but kneel, save for Qingyunzi, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing the Heavenly Emperor before him, utterly devoid of humility. Yes, your majesty, this subordinate obeys. Suddenly, a divine general appeared in the sky, stepping upon a colorful turtle snake, standing resolutely with his sword, which radiated the brilliance of 7 stars, adorned in golden armor. His eyes flashing with light, it was none other than the true Marshal. Heavenly chains, heed my command. The true Marshal bellowed, and the golden chains that bound Chunchanga began to spin. Chunchanga's back emitted a spine-chilling sound of bones fracturing, crimson blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The heavenly runes on the chains shone like the blazing sun, each link burdened with the weight of mountains. Is this the power of the 4 saints of the North Pole? I will not kneel. Chunchanga knelt on one knee upon the sea of clouds, the yin-yang sword embedded in the rift of the void, struggling to support his form. The sword's edge resonated with an ancient cry. The crimson blade revealed the pattern of the 3-legged golden crow, and the true fire of the sun, suppressed by the heavenly chains, erupted violently. The sea of clouds evaporated instantaneously, and the rain within a 100-mile radius turned to steam before it could fall. The turtle snake beneath the true Marshal let out a wail as the heavenly chains snapped one by one. Ha ha ha, you possess quite a remarkable ability. The North Star meets its demise. The Grand Marshal Jinwu directs his sword towards the star of Yaoguang, causing the Milky Way to cascade from its tip. Along the trajectory of the 7-star sword, the ethereal forms of the 28 constellations emerge. With this strike, I sever your cycle of reincarnation. The Grand Marshal Jinwu bellows. The yin-yang sword suddenly moves autonomously, its blade spine adorned with mystical inscriptions colliding with the sword energy of the galaxy. The entire sea of clouds is shaken into circular waves, and the East Sea, 1,000 miles away, rises with towering surges. Chunchanga's right arm bursts, revealing the supreme sacred bone glimmering with golden light, inscribed with chaotic runes. This child unexpectedly harbors the supreme sacred bone. The pupils of Grand Marshal Jinwu constrict. Has the Grand Marshal Jinwu, once a paragon who regarded royal power and wealth as mere refuse, now become a mere watchdog at the North Sky Gate? Chunchanga reproaches the Grand Marshal, as the essence of the golden crow within his yin-yang sword suddenly splits into 9 fiery birds, swirling to form the shape of the ancient Fusang tree. Tenfold celestial warrior. Chunchanga swings his sword with his right arm, striking towards Grand Marshal Jinwu. The clash between the North Star light of Jinwu's 7-star sword and the chaotic runes generates shockwaves that rain down like nails from the door of the Qingyun Academy. Chunchanga opens the eye of the heavenly saint, and in an instant, a radiant brilliance surges into the yin-yang sword, its sword energy surging irresistibly towards Grand Marshal Jinwu. Do you think I am willing to guard the heavenly gate? Grand Marshal Jinwu suddenly communicates with Chunchanga through thought, a flicker of anguish crossing his Xuanwu visage. Then why? Chunchanga inquires, puzzled. Grand Marshal Jinwu offers a wry smile, suddenly reversing his sword technique, his Xuanwu visage letting out a thunderous roar, momentarily solidifying the laws of the heavenly Tao within 100 miles. Young man, see clearly. The urgency of Grand Marshal Jinwu's thoughts carries a resolve as profound as the annihilation of the soul, the 7-star sword slicing through the frozen continuum. Chunchanga's pupils tremble violently, finally comprehending the current chaos of the heavenly Tao and the plight of the people. Witnessing Chunchanga's epiphany, Grand Marshal Jinwu reveals a serene smile, voluntarily withdrawing his protective divine light, allowing the yin-yang sword to pierce through the Xuanwu visage. The frozen time and space begins to melt, and the resounding chants of the disciples at Qingyun Academy recite the Yellow Emperor's Yin symbol classic. Grand Marshal Jinwu, perishing in body and spirit. A wisp of his soul drifts into the sky. Grand Marshal Jinwu, fallen. A sorrowful expression crosses the face of the Heavenly Emperor, who gently catches the soul with his hand. Grand Marshal Jinwu, seduced by Chunchanga, used by the forces of darkness, cannot be tolerated by divine justice. With that, the Heavenly Emperor personally crushes the soul of Grand Marshal Jinwu. Today, I shall act in the name of heaven, casting this madman into the depths of hell. Behold, the visage of the Heavenly Emperor suddenly expands, golden symbols entwined in dragon shapes manifesting in his palm. The heavenly Tao collapses. It is time to forge the sword as a weapon. Qinjianzi withstands the pressure of the Heavenly Emperor, sounding the bronze bell, the sound wave shattering the shackles of the heavenly Tao that enveloped the academy. Well done, Chunchanga. Well done, Qinjianzi. Splendid indeed. The Heavenly Emperor sneers coldly. Then, with a single hand pressing down, Chunchanga finds himself without a moment's respite, as the supreme sacred bone is forcibly stripped from him. His other large hand grasped tightly, ensnaring Qingyun Academy within its grasp. The Celestial Emperor placed the supreme sacred bone upon Li Nannan, then turned his gaze towards Chunchanga. At this moment, Chunchanga lay on the ground, drenched in blood, utterly immobilized, yet his defiant eyes remained bright. A mere child. How dare he possess the supreme sacred bone and the heavenly sacred eye? With that, the Celestial Emperor forcefully extracted the heavenly sacred eye, its golden light cascading over Li Nannan's eyes. Slowly, Li Nannan awakened, and the first scene she beheld was Chunchang's shattered spine, blood gushing forth, making him appear as a fish upon a cutting board. Changa. Li Nannan struggled to rise, soaring towards Chunchanga on her sword. Suddenly, the Celestial Emperor waved his hand, conjuring a golden barrier that stood resolutely between Li Nannan and Chunchanga, impervious to her desperate attempts to break through. Celestial Emperor, why? Why inflict such harm upon him? You claim that cultivators are compassionate towards the world, yet your cruelty knows no bounds. Li Nannan cried out vehemently. Empress, it is time for you to awaken. The Celestial Emperor proclaimed, infusing a ray of golden light into Li Nannan's forehead. Visions of her past life flooded her mind. Empress, once you surpass this emotional tribulation, you shall attain completeness. Kill him, and swiftly return to the Ziwei Palace to accompany me. The Celestial Emperor transformed into a gentle and benevolent sovereign, approaching Li Nannan. My Empress, Chunchanga is but an insignificant insect I summoned to nurture the supreme sacred bone for you. You are Qitong, not Li Nannan. Chunchanga is merely your emotional tribulation. Heed my words, slay him, and you shall ascend to divinity without the arduous path of cultivation. Each of the Celestial Emperor's words was a masterful seduction. He then offered his treasured sword to the emotionally shattered Li Nannan. Li Nannan, compelled to accept the sword, found her trembling arms unable to grip it firmly. The Celestial Emperor dispelled the barrier and nudged Li Nannan. Go forth, my good Empress. Treat it as if you were crushing an ant. Suddenly, Li Nannan pressed her palm against her throbbing temples, the supreme sacred bone within her resonating like a dragon's roar. Li Nannan, come, have a candied hawthorn. In fragmented memories, Chunchanga held out a candied hawthorn to her, his youthful smile pure and innocent. Li Nannan, it turns out you are my tribulation. In those memories, the demonic Chunchanga lay in her embrace, caressing her face. The mask of compassion worn by the Celestial Emperor suddenly cracked, revealing his fury directed at Li Nannan. Obey. Have you forgotten your previous life? When Chunchanga fell into darkness, wreaking havoc upon the world, you are the Empress. You must prioritize the world above all. His descent into madness would lead to rivers of blood. Every word of the Celestial Emperor Ta Chun echoed in Li Nannan's mind like an incantation. That incantation was beguiling, leaving no room for rejection. A black lotus subtly bloomed on Li Nannan's forehead. Nannan, Chunchanga, barely alive, lay on the ground, smiling at the sword-wielding Li Nannan before him. His smile, just as it had always been. Act swiftly. The Celestial Emperor's voice was icy. Li Nannan, with a heart full of anguish, raised her sword high. I am sorry, you will become a demon. With her eyes shut, she thrust the blade towards Chunchanga. Chapter 45. A life hanging by a thread, a turn of fate. Just as Li Nanan's sword pierced Chunchang's flesh, a foot kicked it away. The ungrateful woman. The newcomer was none other than Zhuolinglong, the master of the Tongshan Pavilion. With a disdainful glare at Li Nanan, she positioned herself protectively in front of Chunchanga. Senior. Chunchanga felt as if his heart had turned to ashes upon seeing Li Nanan wield her sword. Now, witnessing Zhuolinglong's arrival, warmth flooded through him. Unexpectedly. It is the senior who saves me. Chunchanga thought bitterly. I promised to spare your life. I never go back on my word. At her feet, the ethereal image of a bronze compass blossomed, and the 11 envoys of the Tongshan Pavilion encircled her. As for Chunchanga, an envoy of the Tongshan Pavilion, he is no concern of the Heavenly Emperor. Zhuolinglong took a gentle puff from her jade pipe. The Heavenly Emperor laughed heartily. Does the master say that this Chunchanga is your envoy? He is, after all, a disciple of my Qingyun Academy. Of course I never lie. He bears my envoy's token. Zhuolinglong smiled, unfazed. Go and verify. The Heavenly Emperor commanded the celestial attendant beside him. The attendant lifted Chunchanga's garment, revealing a 7-colored stone token. Your Majesty, it is true. The attendant bowed respectfully. Zhuolinglong scoffed, twirling her jade pipe. Heavenly Emperor, you see, while the Qingyun Academy submits to the heavenly realm, my Tongshan Pavilion has yet to do so. You truly have no authority over my affairs. This boy cannot be spared. The Heavenly Emperor stepped forward. Should the truth regarding the world-destroying Black Lotus be made known? Zhuolinglong whispered, her ruby lips parting slightly. You, the Heavenly Emperor pondered for a moment, suppressing his fury. Very well. Spare him for now. With that, the Heavenly Emperor took Li Nanan's hand and ascended into a golden dragon carriage drawn by a divine dragon. Chunchanga, can you still survive? Zhuolinglong's tone was teasing, yet tinged with a hint of compassion. Senior, to live is one thing, but my heart is dead. Chunchanga's gaze was vacant, his eyes bloodshot. What an ignorant brat, thinking he can speak of a dead heart. As day and night alternate, and the world remains unchanged, what is there to mourn? After saying this, Zhuolinglong cast an admiring glance at Chunchanga. You are indeed a man. Even on the brink of death, you refuse to summon your bonded divine beast. In the face of calamity, why drag him down with you? Only then did Chunchanga call forth by Mian. Brother, come forth. His voice was weak, and as Bai Mian appeared, he sensed Chunchanga's feeble aura and immediately roared in distress, transforming into human form. Why did you not call me out sooner? Bai Mian glared stubbornly at Chunchanga, his eyes reddening. Chunchanga forced a smile, his voice hoarse. Bai Mian, my bond with you was never meant to drag you into conflict or to sacrifice yourself for me. You look down upon me. Bai Mian desperately covered Chunchanga's bleeding chest, blood seeping through his fingers. Upon witnessing this, Zhuolinglong gently shook her head, her jade smoking pipe flickering slightly. As a stream of azure light emerged from the pipe and gradually flowed into Chunchanga's body. At last, his bleeding ceased, his complexion improving somewhat, yet still pale as a sheet. You, young man, are indeed deeply sentimental, Zhuolinglong sighed, her tone imbued with a mix of helplessness and admiration. She lifted her gaze to the sky, where the Heavenly Emperor's golden dragon chariot had receded into the distance, leaving only a faint shimmer of golden light twinkling on the horizon. With the departure of the Heavenly Emperor, the magical seal that had confined Qingyun Academy was also lifted. The Heavenly Emperor has withdrawn today, but he will not relent easily. Zhuolinglong's voice carried a hint of gravity. Chunchanga, you are despised by the Heavenly Emperor. Qingyun Academy would not dare to take you in. After a moment of silence, a flicker of determination passed through Chunchanga's eyes. Senior, I have nothing left to lose. Li Nanan's betrayal has opened my eyes to many truths. Zhuolinglong's gaze reflected a glimmer of approval. Good, you possess spirit. However, based solely on your current strength, you are still insufficient to contend with the celestial realm. Moreover, I fear that no one in the entire central continent would dare to take you in now. Senior, please take me away first. Chunchanga gritted his teeth against the pain. I do not wish to cause trouble for Senior Kinjiunzi. Months later, in Maple Leaf Town, amidst the first snowfall, a tea house buzzed with the lively narration of a storyteller recounting the tale of Chunchanga. As the story concluded, the patrons engaged in animated discussions. What a pity. We believed a genius had emerged among the common folk, only to see him fall like this. We thought he was favored by fate, possessing the supreme sacred bone and the heavenly saint's eye, yet his life was so tragically short. In my opinion, this lad was simply too arrogant. By not slaying the dragon, how could he provoke the heavenly emperor and incur divine retribution? Has Chunchanga truly perished? Beside the entrance of the tea house sat a beggar. His hair was disheveled, clothes tattered, and his frame gaunt. Without a closer look, who would recognize him as the formidable Chunchanga spoken of by the storyteller? In the Nine Heavens Palace, Chi Tong, Li Nan Nan, gazed into her makeup mirror. Her beauty had reached an unparalleled level, captivating beyond measure. A palace maid was adorning her with a 12-crest crown, each pearl reflecting the image of Chunchanga curled up in a street corner. Your Highness, perhaps let the little fairy take the Haotian mirror for a thorough polishing, the celestial attendant suggested nervously. Before the Empress Chi Tong, Li Nan Nan, could respond, the heavenly Emperor Tai Chen suddenly grasped her wrist. What is my Empress gazing at? He pulled Chi Tong into his embrace. Release me. In her struggles, Chi Tong's flowing sleeves swept away countless rare treasures from the vanity. The clattering sound only heightened the heavenly Emperor's agitation. Do you not even care to glance at this lowly ant? He demanded. Empress, have you forgotten the purpose of your trials? Or have you forgotten who reversed the balance of yin and yang to save you? The heavenly Emperor's countenance twisted, teetering on the brink of madness. The celestial attendants bowed their heads and exited the chambers in haste. In a frenzy, the heavenly Emperor pressed fervent kisses upon Chi Tong, Li Nan Nan, and with a sweeping gesture, he cast the Haotian mirror to the ground, shattering it beyond any divine restoration. Changgu, you are safe now. Chi Tong, Li Nan Nan, remained numb, receiving the Emperor's kisses while silently whispering Chunchangji's name in her heart. As night fell, Chunchanggu curled up in a street corner, the biting cold penetrating through him. He had intended to seek refuge from the wind, but hunger rendered him unable to rise. Just then, a familiar aura approached quietly, igniting a spark of hope in his otherwise dim gaze. Ziyao? He lifted his head, strands of disheveled hair falling away to reveal a familiar visage. Ziyao, the holy maiden of the demon clan, adorned in a white fox fur, gazed at him in shock. Brother Chen, I have arrived too late. Her lips trembled, tears already tracing paths down her cheeks. Chunchanggu offered a faint smile, tinged with bitterness. Ziyao, why have you come? She knelt slowly, brushing the snow from his shoulders and draping her white fur over him. Brother Chun, I have been searching for you. You once aided me, and now I have returned. Chunchanggu shook his head, his voice hoarse. You owe me nothing. Do not entangle yourself with me now. A flicker of complex emotions passed through Ziyao's eyes as she surveyed their surroundings and whispered, Come with me. This is not a place for you to linger. Trust me. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. He understood his current state. He was utterly incapable of confronting the heavenly emperor or alleviating the burdens of Qingyun Academy and Zhuolinglong. He needed time and a sanctuary. What could be safer than the demon realm? Chapter 46. A Hidden Paradise. A reunion with an old friend Chunchanggu was taken aback when Ziyao did not lead him back to the demon realm, but instead to a secluded spot at the intersection of the three realms. This was a valley shrouded in mist, within which lay an ancient, unpretentious residence. Surrounding the estate were an array of exotic flowers and herbs, as if it were isolated from the world. Chunchanggu gazed at the dwelling with some confusion. Ziyao grinned playfully. This is my father's hidden paradise. What does that mean? He inquired. Brother Chun, this place is called Yunming's, where my father and mother first met. After my mother perished and my father went missing, it became my refuge. Ziyao's voice quivered with emotion. I believe your father is still out there. Chunchanggu consoled her. Yes, and I believe as well. Ziyao managed to force a smile. Brother Chen, look over there. Chunchanggu looked up to see the walls of the estate adorned with climbing vines, blooming with delicate lavender flowers. A gentle breeze carried their fragrance, refreshing and uplifting. Upon entering the residence, he saw a kind-faced middle-aged man tending to the plants. Upon noticing Ziyao, he immediately set aside his tools and approached with a warm smile. Saintess, you have returned. The middle-aged man's voice was gentle and warm. Ziyao nodded and introduced, Brother Chun, this is Uncle Lu, the steward here. Uncle Lu, this is Chunchanga, my friend. Uncle Lu smiled and nodded at Chunchanga, his eyes brimming with kindness. Young Master Chen, welcome to Yunming's. Though humble, this place is blessed with tranquility. Please feel free to make yourself at home. Chunchanga politely returned the gesture, feeling a surge of fondness for the amiable steward. Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your hospitality. Has the saintess returned? At that moment, a plump middle-aged woman, wearing a smile, hurried out from the kitchen. Upon seeing Chunchanga, her eyes gleamed. "Young Master Chun, you have finally arrived. The Saintess has been searching for you for over a month. She often speaks of you as a rare gem among men, and now that I see you, it is indeed no exaggeration. Thank you for your kind words, Aunt Xiao. Please, do not hesitate to let me know if there is anything you wish to eat." Chunchanga replied with a smile, nodding in appreciation. Just then, a 12 or 13-year-old girl bounced back with a basket in hand. Upon spotting Chunchanga, she shyly hid behind Xiao, peeking at him. Xiao chuckled as she pulled the girl forward. "Pei Wen, don't hide. Quickly greet Brother Chun." The girl, blushing, timidly said, "Hello, young Master Chun." Chunchanga smiled warmly. "Hello? Pei Wen, there's no need to be so reserved." Upon hearing this, Pei Wen's eyes brightened, and a radiant smile graced her face. "Thank you, young master. Mother, I gathered many mushrooms. You can make soup with them." Good, good. Today I shall prepare delicious food for you," Aunt Xiao replied, taking the basket from Pei Wen's hands. "Saintess, you must be weary from your journey. Please rest with young Master Chun while we prepare the meal." After speaking, Aunt Xiao exchanged glances with Uncle Lu, who promptly hurried into the kitchen. What a blissful family they are. Once, I had such happiness too. Xiao gazed at their retreating figures, her expression tinged with envy. "Indeed, I have even forgotten who my family is." Chunchanga sighed. From now on, Xiao shall be family to Brother Chun. Xiao's cold little hand clasped Chunchang's larger hand, and he felt an overwhelming warmth envelop him. In the Celestial Palace, Emperor Taichun was engaged in a game of chess with the Empress. That waste has now entangled himself with the witch. They may be whispering sweet nothings to each other. Taichun declared, dropping a black piece. "This matter does not concern me." Chitong, Li Nan, maintained a stoic expression as she followed suit with a white piece. He has willingly succumbed to depravity. Sooner or later, he will fall into darkness. When that time comes, I shall personally eliminate him. The emperor crushed the piece in his hand. Meanwhile, Chunchanga and Xiao sat in the pavilion behind the courtyard, watching the sun slowly descend into the valley. Suddenly, Chunchanga sighed. "Xiao, why do people change?" Xiao turned to look at Chunchanga's profile. "Brother Chun, are you still thinking of her?" Chunchanga remained silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, she was once the person I trusted the most. Yet now," Xiao gently clasped Chunchanga's hand. "Brother Chun, the human heart is inscrutable. She is the Empress. How could she be ensnared by love?" Chunchanga sighed. "I had forgotten. She is indeed the Empress, and even if she were not, she would still be a sovereign in her own right, ruthless in battle, decisive in her actions." With a bittersweet smile, Chunchanga remarked, "What Empress?" Xiao looked perplexed. "It is nothing. Brother Chun, having lost a piece of my soul, I do not grasp the intricacies of romantic affection. However, I understand that one must learn to let go. Only by releasing the past can one face the future." Turning to meet Xiao's gaze, a flicker of enlightenment illuminated Chunchanga's heart. He suddenly comprehended that he had been dwelling in the agony of yesteryears, neglecting the warmth and beauty that surrounded him in the present. "Xiao, thank you," he whispered, a newfound sense of relief glimmering in his eyes. He retrieved 100 imperial-grade elixirs from his storage ring and offered them to Xiao. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother Chun, are there truly 100 of these elixirs? How can you be so affluent?" Chunchanga popped one of the elixirs into his mouth, exclaiming, "These are as delightful as candy. Consider it a token of our meeting. You should have one too." With a long-awaited smile, he held an elixir to Xiao's lips. She hesitated momentarily, feeling a touch of shyness, before consuming the elixir. Her soft lips brushed against Chunchanga's fingertips, causing his cheeks to flush with warmth. As night descended, the moonlight poured like water over the courtyard of Yunmeng's. Chunchanga stood by the pavilion, lost in thought as he gazed at the distant mountains. "Where have you gone, my lord?" He sighed softly. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Pei Wen. The young girl held a steaming bowl of soup in her hands. "Young Master Chun, this is a calming soup my mother specially prepared for you. She said it would help you sleep better." Chunchanga accepted the bowl with a gentle smile. "Thank you, Pei Wen. Please extend my gratitude to Aunt Xiao." Pei Wen nodded, yet she showed no intention of leaving. "You must finish it," she insisted. Chunchanga paused, tasting the soup before exclaiming, "This soup is delicious. Once you finish, please place the bowl on the table in the pavilion. I will come to collect it shortly," Pei Wen instructed as she prepared to depart. "Young lady, how old are you?" Chunchanga called after her. Pei Wen stopped in her tracks. I am 13. 13. Have you ever injured your foot? Qin Chang'e approached her, scrutinizing her closely. The moonlight was obscured by mist, casting an unusually dim atmosphere. A few days ago, I twisted my ankle while venturing into the mountains. You must take care of yourself. Qin Chang'e chuckled lightly, turning to down the soup in one gulp. As Pei Wen saw that he had finished, she took the bowl from him. Young Master Qin, you should rest early. I shall take my leave now. With that, she turned and hurried away, her figure quickly vanishing. Something about this soup felt amiss. Qin Chang'e murmured to himself, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him as the world around him began to blur. He leaned against the pillar of the pavilion, struggling to steady himself as the sensation of dizziness intensified. At that moment, a low, ominous sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Qin Chang'e managed to lift his head and saw Uncle Lu and Aunt Xiao approaching slowly, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. Young Master Qin, how do you find the taste of this calming soup? Aunt Xiao's voice dripped with mockery. Qin Chang'e, mustering all his strength, replied coldly, what do you intend to do? Uncle Lu let out a chilling laugh. Young Master Qin, where is your sunfire sword? Since you are now a mere shell of your former self, why not offer the sword to our esteemed lord, the fire demon god? A heavy dread settled in Qin Chang'e's heart. He realized he had fallen into a trap. Where is Xiao? What have you done to her? He demanded through gritted teeth. Aunt Xiao chuckled maliciously. The saintess has her own destination, but rest assured, we shall not harm her. After all, she is the beloved of our lord. Qin Chang'e's anxiety deepened at her words. He attempted to summon the power within him, but his cultivation had been shattered, the supreme sacred bone excavated, and his meridians severed. He could not muster even a shred of spiritual energy now. Do not waste your efforts, Uncle Lu remarked coldly. Not even in your prime would you be able to break this poison. With that, Uncle Lu drew his treasured sword, aiming it at Qin Chang'e's brow. Stop! A violet figure descended from the heavens. It was Xiao, wielding a crystal-clear jade spear, her gaze fierce. Xiao. A glimmer of hope flickered in Qin Chang'e's eyes. Xiao glared at Uncle Lu and Aunt Xiao, her voice laced with fury. You are not Uncle Lu. Their expressions shifted, clearly taken aback by Xiao's sudden appearance. Aunt Xiao forced a smile. Saintess, you truly possess a heart of elegance. You didn't even drink my calming soup. But her demeanor quickly darkened, her face twisted with malice. Since you are so clever, hand over the jade spear. Where have you hidden Uncle Lu and his family? Xiao roared. Humph, that entire family has already become living furnaces for the fire demon god. Uncle Lu scoffed at Xiao. You foolish girl. If it weren't for the jade spear and your pretty face, do you think the Lord would have allowed you to live this long? After speaking, Uncle Lu tore off his human skin mask. Zhuo. Xiao could hardly believe her eyes. The advisor her father trusted was actually a minion of the fire demon god. This human skin is so uncomfortable. With that, Aunt Xiao peeled off her own mask, revealing a face strikingly familiar to Qin Chang'e. Li Lixue? Qin Chang'e leaned against the pillar, unable to fathom that this traitor of the Changshengli clan was still alive. Haha, Qin Chang'e, it is indeed I? Li Lixue swayed her hips, slowly approaching him. Hee, now you are just like I was back then, reduced to nothing. As she spoke, Li Lixue caressed Qin Chang'e's face. What a pity, such a handsome face, yet no one desires it now. It is said that Li Nannan shows no mercy in the face of this visage. After mocking, Li Lixue turned her gaze towards Wen Pei. As the envoy of Mo Yun, once we accomplish our task, let us savor the essence of this genius from Zhongzhou. Haha, splendid idea. With that, Wen Pei tore off the human skin mask, revealing an ugly old woman beneath. Shameless wretch, daring to insult Brother Qin. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao's eyes as the jade-light spear in her hand erupted with dazzling brilliance, its tip aimed directly at Li Lixue. Do you truly believe that, with your nefarious ilk, you can act with impunity before me? Li Lixue's eyes brimmed with derision. Saintess, do you think you are still the proud daughter of heaven from yesteryears? The demon realm is no longer your domain. You are but a solitary orphan. By what right do you challenge us? Qin Mu also chuckled sinisterly. Xiao, surrender the jade light spear. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of old sentiments. Xiao remained silent, and with a sudden flourish of the spear, a fierce beam of light surged towards Li Lixue and Qin Mu. The two swiftly dodged. Yet the speed of the spear was astonishing. Li Lixue's sleeve was slashed, revealing a crimson mark. You seek death, Li Lixue bellowed, brandishing a pitch-black demon sword as she charged at Xiao. Qin Mu followed closely, forming seals with his hands, conjuring a blade of dark demonic energy aimed straight at Xiao's heart. Xiao, though exceptionally gifted, found herself gradually at a disadvantage due to her limited cultivation. Chimichanga knelt on the ground, his powers rendered useless, unable to assist. "Xiao, beware of that old woman," Chimichanga shouted. Witnessing the old woman's demonic energy transforming into a venomous serpent, creeping perilously close to Xiao's back. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, encircling Xiao from behind. Taking the serpent's attack upon himself, Xiao swiftly turned, supporting the faltering Chimichanga. "Brother Chun," she exclaimed, her eyes filled with terror and heartache. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Li Lishua's dagger was already poised at her throat. "Incompetent fool, surrender the Sunfire sword. Otherwise, I shall slash her throat," Li Lishua sneered, etching a crimson line across Xiao's neck with the dagger. Chimichanga gritted his teeth against the searing pain. "Fine, I will give it." Tears shimmered in Xiao's eyes as she suddenly bit her fingertip, letting her blood drip onto the jade light spear. Instantly, the spear erupted with blinding radiance, a formidable surge of power emanating from it, shooting skyward. Li Lishua, beside Xiao, was thrown back several dozen meters by the tremendous shockwave. This is the sealing power of the jade light spear. Chen Mu's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao glared frostily at the three before her. "Do you believe that the jade light spear can be wielded by just anyone? Today, I shall let you witness its true might." No sooner had she spoken than she swept the spear with great force, a colossal beam of light cleaving through the air, sending Mo Yun and Chen Mu staggering backward, blood spilling from their mouths. "Impossible. How could a worthless being like you ever claim the Yuguang spear?" Li Lishua exclaimed, her face awash with disbelief. Xiao offered no reply. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, clearly indicating the immense toll that breaking the seal had taken on her. She supported Chimichanga, urging, "Elder brother Chun, we must leave. You cannot escape." A shrill voice pierced the air from the entrance. Both Chimichanga and Xiao tensed, their eyes darting to a shadow that swiftly approached, ultimately halting before them. "Xiao, it has been a long time." The newcomer was a woman clad in a dark robe, her features sharp and austere, with slanted eyes and high cheekbones that bore a hint of derision. Xiao's countenance drained of color. "Yiming Xian, how did you find this place? You thought hiding here would spare you from my pursuit? I have not forgotten the enmity between your brother, the evil sword immortal, and myself." A heavy weight settled in Chimichanga's heart. Yiming Xian was the sister of the evil sword immortal. "Xiao, you must flee. I am but a burden." Chimichanga forcefully pushed Xiao away. Xiao shook her head resolutely. "I will not abandon you." Yiming Xian regarded the pair with thinly veiled disdain. "What a touching scene. Alas, none of you shall escape today." With that declaration, she waved her hand, unleashing a beam of black light aimed directly at Chimichanga and Xiao. Seeing this, Xiao immediately brandished her spear in defense, but the intensity of the light was overwhelming, sending both of them sprawling. Chimichanga crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. In that moment, he felt insignificantly small, akin to a mere waste. Was this to be his end? A surge of unwillingness coursed through him. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force stirring within him, the supreme demon bone, which he had never fully awakened. He lifted his gaze to Xiao, who was increasingly struggling against Yiming Xian's assault. "If the heavenly path does not permit me, then I shall embrace the darkness to seek justice." With clenched teeth, Chimichanga forcibly activated the supreme demon bone within him. In an instant, a tremendous strength erupted from his being, restoring his cultivation to an even greater height than before. Yiming Xian's expression shifted slightly. She clearly had not anticipated this hidden reserve within Chimichanga. "He is poisoned. How can he wield spiritual power?" Li Lishua shrieked in astonishment. Chimichanga rose, a glimmer of cold determination in his eyes. "Fool, did you not know about the detoxification pill? Humph, for daring to harm Xiao. I shall not let you go unpunished." With those words, Chimichanga charged forward with his sword, engaging Yiming Xian in a fierce battle. Their powers clashed violently in the air, causing the entire valley to tremble. Xiao stood to the side, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. "Elder brother Chun, you have finally returned. What are we waiting for? Everyone attack." Seeing Yiming Xian falter, Shun Mu rushed forward to lend his support. Chimichanga had just activated the supreme demon bone, but the power of the bone clashed with the fiery sword technique, rendering it difficult to control. In that fleeting moment, the forces of the demon race gained the upper hand. Xiao stood beside him, suddenly biting her fingertip, allowing crimson droplets of blood to fall to the ground as she recited an ancient incantation. In an instant, the entire courtyard began to tremble, fissures forming in the earth, and countless vines surged from the depths below, ensnaring the demons tightly. Xiao. Chen Chang'e gazed at her in astonishment. Xiao's face turned pale as she weakly spoke. Elder brother Chen, this is the final seal left by my father. Only my blood can unlock it. We must leave quickly. This place cannot hold for long. Chen Chang'e nodded, supporting Xiao as they swiftly fled the courtyard. Behind them echoed the furious roars of the underworld immortal. But the vines had completely ensnared her and her companions. At long last, Chen Chang'e and Xiao escaped the valley. They turned back to behold the entire gorge shrouded in a layer of violet light, as if it were slowly vanishing. The Cloud Dream Marsh is about to disappear. Xiao murmured, her eyes filled with sorrow. Chen Chang'e grasped her hand tightly. Xiao, one day, I shall return with you to restore the Cloud Dream Marsh. Chapter 48. The Return of the Ruler. Farewell to the divine pavilion in the 3,000 demon realms. The fire demon god Chongye sat alone upon his throne, holding a crystal-clear wine goblet filled with blood-red liquor. His visage was almost otherworldly in its beauty, with brows like distant mountains, a nose reminiscent of a hanging gallbladder, and a pair of deep, burning eyes that emitted a captivating radiance. His long hair cascaded like ink, casually draped over his shoulders. Xiao, Chongye whispered, his gaze drifting through the hall's window towards the distant valley, the Cloud Dream Marsh, enveloped in purple light. That was the place where Xiao had once lived, and from which she and Chen Chang'e had fled. Why did you choose him? Chongye's voice was low and restrained, as if forced from the depths of his chest. Reporting to your excellency. A trembling demon guard entered, kneeling on the ground. The underworld immortal requests an audience. Chongye cast a cold glance at him. A defeated general. Humph. Let her enter. The underworld immortal stepped into the hall, her movements light, yet tinged with caution, her eyes betraying a barely perceptible unease. She slightly bowed her head. Respectfully greeting, Your Excellency, I am incompetent. I failed to bring back Xiao and Chen Chang'e. Chengmu and the others have all been injured. Please punish me, Your Excellency. Chongye regarded her coldly, gently swirling the wine goblet in his hand. Underworld immortal, do you acknowledge your crimes? The underworld immortal's body trembled slightly, her head bowing even lower. I acknowledge my crimes. Xiao has broken the seal of the Jade Light Spear, her power far exceeding expectations, and Chen Chang'e, for reasons unknown, bears the supreme demon bone. I was unable to contend with this. Unable to contend? The fire demon god's voice suddenly rose, laced with mockery. You, along with Chengmu and Li Lixue, were unable to subdue even a Chen Chang'e whose cultivation has been crippled, and yet you dare to claim you were unable to contend? The expression of the ethereal immortal subtly shifted, prompting an immediate explanation. My lord, I indeed underestimated them. The fire demon god snorted disdainfully, shattering the wine cup in his grasp, sending liquid splattering and transforming into sparks that dissipated into the air. A fierce blaze of fury ignited in his eyes, his voice reverberating through the grand hall like thunder. Underestimate? You worthless lot, unable to capture even a rootless Xiao, and yet you dare to make excuses. The ethereal immortal knelt on the ground, unable to lift his gaze, his voice trembling slightly. My lord, please quell your anger. I am willing to atone for my sins, and will surely bring Xiao and Chen Chang'e back to present them to you. The fire demon god's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly sweeping over the ethereal immortal, before finally speaking slowly. No need. Yaoer will return on her own, especially since Lu Yan and his family are still in the demon realm. The ethereal immortal quickly bowed in respect. Your wisdom is unmatched. However, is there something else? The fire demon god shot a glare at the ethereal immortal. My lord, this woman Xiao is fickle. How can she be worthy of being the demon queen? The ethereal immortal ventured cautiously. The fire demon god's fingers tightened suddenly, his left hand's armrest crumbling to dust in an instant. And with a wave of his right hand, the ethereal immortal fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. You dare to speak of the holy maiden? Get out. If there essay next time, I will take your life. Chongye abruptly rose, his black robe billowing in the wind, his entire being resembling a blazing flame of darkness, both perilous and captivating. Yes, my lord, I am at fault. I shall never again speak of the holy maiden. The ethereal immortal prostrated on the ground, fervently bowing his head. Leave. Yes, yes. He crawled away from the sacred demon hall. Xiao, you cannot escape. Within the hall, only Chong Ye's solitary figure remained, the endless strong liquor accompanying him through countless long nights. In Zhongzhou, amidst the 3,000 divine domains, Chunchanga and Xiao arrived at the entrance of the Tongxin Pavilion. At that moment, Chunchanga suddenly sensed a peculiar force surging within him. He halted, his brow slightly furrowed, murmuring to himself, "Is the system returning?" A familiar notification chimed in his mind. "System, congratulations, Master. The system has been reactivated." "System? You finally appeared." Chunchanga felt a mix of surprise and joy, unable to resist teasing. "Where have you been all this time? Did you sneak off for a vacation?" The system's voice remained calm, but with an undertone of helplessness. "Master, the system was not on vacation. Previously, due to your severed meridians and the extraction of the supreme sacred bone, I was unable to establish contact with you. It was only after the supreme demon bone restored your meridians that the system could be reactivated." Chunchanga suddenly understood, a flood of emotions washing over him. It turned out the system had not vanished. It had merely entered a temporary slumber due to his physical condition. "System, about the rewards you owe me. Shouldn't you fulfill them now?" Chunchanga asked half-jokingly. "I almost had to contend with a horde of demon women." "Master, you are fortunate. Congratulations. Master, you have bestowed upon your target a supreme sacred bone, triggering a billion-fold rebate. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the Haotian sacred bone, a relic left by the esteemed Haotian Emperor. Congratulations, Master, you have gifted your target a divine eye of the sacred, triggering a billion-fold rebate. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the infinite eye of law, a legacy of the Haotian Emperor." As the voice of the system faded, Chunchanga felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his being. His bones resonated with a subtle hum, as if undergoing a profound transformation. The world before him suddenly sharpened into clarity, revealing the truth behind all illusions. In that moment, his cultivation ascended directly to the 5th level of the Emperor realm, the strength within him surging like a mighty river. Is this the power of the Emperor realm? The legacy of the Haotian Emperor is truly extraordinary. Chunchanga clenched his fists, reveling in an unprecedented strength. Unable to contain his delight, Chunchanga remarked, "System, your rebates are quite impressive. Might I request even more next time?" "Master, the rebate mechanism is triggered by your actions, and the system cannot intervene actively," the system replied. Chunchanga smirked. "Well, you are indeed a rather rigid entity." Xiao, noticing the transformation in Chunchanga, expressed her astonishment. "Big brother Chun, how has your aura grown so powerful?" Chunchanga nodded, then shook his head. "Xiao, my strength has been restored." Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You recovered so quickly?" At that moment, Chunchanga suddenly recalled something. He turned to Xiao and softly inquired, "Xiao, how has your cultivation of the demonic arts progressed?" Xiao sighed, expressing her frustration. "I cannot seem to break through my current limits. Perhaps my constitution lacks the strength to endure higher levels of demonic techniques." Chunchanga smiled reassuringly. "Xiao, I shall give you the supreme demonic bone. It may not be suited for the demon lord techniques." Xiao was taken aback and quickly shook her head. "No, I do not want you to endure the pain of having your bone extracted again." Chunchanga smiled gently, his tone resolute. "Xiao, the supreme demonic bone holds no significance for me anymore. Only when you grow stronger can we rescue Uncle Lu and the others." Xiao wished to protest further, but Chunchanga had already extended his hand, gradually infusing the power of the supreme demonic bone into her body. Xiao felt a warm energy flooding her limbs, and in that instant, her cultivation swiftly ascended, breaking through the constraints of the transformation realm and entering the 1st level of the integration realm. "Big brother Chun." Xiao's eyes brimmed with gratitude, her voice choked with emotion. Chunchanga gently patted her shoulder, smiling. "Do not cry. We are family, are we not?" "System, congratulations, Master, for bestowing the supreme demonic bone upon your second target, triggering a billion-fold rebate. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the bone of the demon god." Chunchanga felt another surge of formidable power within him, his bones growing more resilient, as if they could withstand any impact. A faint black halo enveloped him, signifying his newfound strength. "Brother Chun, why does your body radiate a golden aura one moment and a black aura the next?" Xiao gazed at Chunchanga in astonishment. I have merely restored my abilities. In truth, I am a kaleidoscope of colors. Chunchanga scratched his head. Let us proceed inside. We cannot afford to waste any more time. To avoid further explanation, Chunchanga grasped Xiao's hand and stepped over the threshold of the Tongshan Pavilion. Stop. Suddenly, a voice thundered with authority. Chapter 49. The 3,000 Demon Domains. Dare you enter? As Chunchanga and Xiao crossed into the Tongshan Pavilion, they were halted by a commanding shout. They looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in a cerulean robe standing before them, his gaze icy, his hand gripping a long sword that glimmered with a chilling light. Who dares to trespass upon the Tongshan Pavilion? Chunchanga furrowed his brow. Sensing that the man's cultivation was unfathomably deep, he was at least an emperor-level existence. Xiao stepped forward and offered a slight bow. Senior, we mean no harm. We have come to seek an audience with the pavilion master. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his piercing gaze slicing through the two. The Tongshan Pavilion is a sacred ground of Zhongzhou. How dare you presume to enter? State your names, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Chunchanga felt a stirring in his heart, aware that this individual was not to be trifled with. He clasped his fists and replied, I am Chunchanga, and this is Xiao. We truly have urgent matters to attend to. We humbly request your understanding, Senior. Upon hearing Chunchanga's name, a flicker of fury ignited in the man's eyes. Chunchanga, you are the waste that has brought calamity upon my Tongshan Pavilion? Chunchanga's heart sank. What has become of the Tongshan Pavilion? The middle-aged man sneered. To oppose the heavenly court, how could the Tongshan Pavilion fare well? Xiao's expression changed, and she was about to retort when Chunchanga held her back. With a look of remorse, he asked, Might you enlighten this junior on what has transpired at the Tongshan Pavilion? Before he could finish, the middle-aged man's figure flickered, and his sword was suddenly aimed at Chunchanga's throat, his speed astonishingly swift. In that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Chunchanga's eyes as the power of the Haotian sacred bone surged within him. He sidestepped effortlessly, evading the strike, and then unleashed a palm strike, the force roaring like thunder as it surged towards the man's chest. The middle-aged man, clearly unprepared for such a rapid response, hastily raised his sword to block. However, the power behind Chunchanga's strike exceeded his expectations, causing the sword to hum violently as the man was forced to retreat several steps, his expression shifting. You have truly restored your abilities? The middle-aged man's eyes brimmed with shock, clearly taken aback by Chunchanga's formidable strength. Chunchanga stood firm, retracting his hand. Senior, may we now enter? The middle-aged man's expression fluctuated, evidently weighing the pros and cons. Just then, a clear and enchanting voice resonated from within the Tongshan Pavilion. Yeffing, allow them entry. At this command, the middle-aged man immediately sheathed his sword and respectfully stepped aside. Yes, Pavilion Master. Chunchanga and Xiao exchanged glances, silently relieved. Two figures stepped into the Hall of Divine Communication, where a graceful woman sat at the center. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, radiating a captivating charm. As she languidly played with a jade smoking pipe, she was none other than the esteemed leader of the hall, Zhuo Linglong. Chunchanga, you have returned. What brings you here? Zhuo Linglong's voice was as melodious as a clear spring, yet it carried an invisible pressure. Leader, we must venture into the 3,000 demon realms. Chunchanga responded resolutely. Zhuo Linglong slowly replied, the 3,000 demon realms? Do you dare to go there? Even those of the Emperor's realm struggle to return unscathed. Chunchanga nodded without hesitation. Indeed, we must go to rescue someone. Zhuo Linglong sighed gently, her gaze revealing a hint of complexity. Chunchanga, you truly do not make things easy. If you must go, whether you succeed will depend on your own fortune. Chunchanga and Xiao promptly expressed their gratitude, secretly relieved to have discovered a shortcut to the demon realms. However, just as Zhuo Linglong was about to speak again, a violent tremor suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Zhuo Linglong's expression shifted. They have come again. Chunchanga and Xiao swiftly turned to the entrance. A colossal figure approached, emanating an overwhelming aura. It was none other than Wu Guang, a high-ranking general and close aide to the Celestial Emperor. Zhuo Linglong, have you made up your mind? Wu Guang halted, casting a glance at Chunchanga, ignoring him entirely. My Hall of Divine Communication is accustomed to freedom and will not bow to the Celestial Court. Zhuo Linglong raised the jade pipe, taking a puff. The smoke encircled Wu Guang, momentarily suppressing his formidable presence. Wu Guang's expression shifted in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Leader Zhua, If you refuse to submit to the celestial court, do you intend to ally with the vile and wicked? Preposterous. The celestial emperor established the Hall of Divine Communication and the Qiyun Academy, one to allow the plight of the people to reach the ears of the saints, the other to cultivate talent. At that time, the term celestial court did not even exist. Zhuo Linglong's voice was as cold as ice, her 9 foxtails unfurling behind her, exuding an alarming pressure. Is the true form of leader Zhuo a 9-tailed fox? Xiao whispered to Chunchanga. I only just learned this. I am increasingly in awe of her. Chunchanga gazed at Zhuo Linglong, admiration evident in his eyes. Zhuo Linglong's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated on Wu Guang, her tone imbued with undeniable authority. Wu Guang, you are merely a dog of the celestial emperor. How dare you act recklessly in my hall of divine communication? Wu Guang's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by Zhuo Linglong's firmness. Suppressing his rising anger, he spoke coldly. Leader Zhuo, you should think carefully. Opposing the celestial court will not bode well for the hall of divine communication. Zhuo Linglong let out a cold laugh, laced with sarcasm. Since its establishment by the celestial emperor, the hall of divine communication has remained independent, unbound by any force. It always shall be. Wu Guang, momentarily intimidated by Zhuo Linglong's aura, found himself at a loss for words. He clenched his teeth, casting a scornful glance at Chunchanga, and remarked, Left Pavilion Master. Your unwavering support for this worthless being, who stands in opposition to the heavenly court, suggests that you may be conspiring with the demonic clan. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Zhuo Linglong's eyes, and her aura surged exponentially. Wu Guang, the Tongshan Pavilion conducts its business as long as it does not contravene the heavens. The demonic clan may also be considered guests. However, it is evident that you are not here for trade. Do you intend to come and never return? Wu Guang's expression darkened, and he hastily stepped back a few paces, brandishing his spear defensively before Zhuo Linglong. Left Pavilion Master, do you truly wish to sever ties with the heavenly court? Zhuo Linglong let out a disdainful snort. Wu Guang, relay to the heavenly emperor that the Tongshan Pavilion shall not submit nor ally with anyone. Should you dare to intrude again, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Wu Guang's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, ultimately scoffing. Very well. Left Pavilion Master, I shall faithfully report today's events to the heavenly emperor. I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, Wu Guang turned and departed, his figure swiftly vanishing outside the Tongshan Pavilion. Chunchanga stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Pavilion Master, I am grateful for your assistance. Zhuo Linglong retracted her 9 foxtails, restoring her demeanor to tranquility. She inhaled gently, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and her gaze softened considerably. Chunchanga, you need not thank me. The position of the Tongshan Pavilion has always been one of independence. My protection is not solely for you. Chunchanga nodded, producing 10,000 imperial-grade elixirs. Pavilion Master, I wish to exchange these elixirs for a direct passage to the demonic clan's burning heaven palace. I wonder if this will suffice. Zhuo Linglong smiled slightly. Chunchanga, you truly astonish me. Such a quantity of imperial-grade elixirs is something even the heavenly court cannot readily procure. It is a deal. Chunchanga smiled nonchalantly. Thank you for your guidance, Pavilion Master. Zhuo Linglong regarded him with a complex expression. Chunchanga, turn left on the 5th floor of the Tongshan Pavilion. The ferryman will escort you. I hope for your safe return. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Just as Chunchanga was about to ascend the stairs, he abruptly turned to Zhuo Linglong, his expression becoming earnest. He produced a translucent imperial-grade spirit vein, offering it with both hands. Senior, I am deeply aware that the Tongshan Pavilion has been implicated due to my actions, and I am filled with guilt. This spirit vein, which I acquired by chance, I wish to offer to the Tongshan Pavilion as a token of my apology. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Linglong's eyes widened in surprise as she accepted the spirit vein and, upon scanning it with her divine sense, her expression altered dramatically. Is this an imperial-grade spirit vein? Chunchanga, do you understand that a spirit vein is a convergence of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy? A single vein can sustain a sect's cultivation resources for centuries. I understand. Zhuo Linglong smiled, both helpless and gratified. In the entirety of Zhongzhou, there are but 5 such spirit veins. You have truly impressed me. Her gaze lingered on Chunchanga for a moment. Chunchanga, I accept your goodwill. However, the stance of the Tongshan Pavilion shall remain unchanged. We shall not submit to the heavenly court, nor will we ally with anyone. Chunchanga offered a faint smile. expressing that the younger generation of the Tongshan Pavilion had never harbored doubts. This spiritual vein is merely a token of my goodwill, unrelated to anything else. Zhuo Linglong nodded, her gaze infused with a hint of admiration. In that case, I shall accept this spiritual vein. However, I shall not take your gift without due compensation. As she spoke, Zhuo Linglong retrieved 2 translucent jade pendants from her sleeve and handed them to Chunchanga. These are the 9-tailed amulets from our Tongshan Pavilion. They may save your life in critical moments. Your journey to the 3,000 demon domains is fraught with peril. Take them with you, and you may gain a sliver of hope. Chunchanga accepted the jade pendants, his heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Zhuo Linglong gently waved her hand, her tone softening. Go forth. Pavilion Master, I take my leave. Chunchanga bowed deeply before ascending the 5th floor of the Tongshan Pavilion with Zio. At that moment, the jade hairpin atop Zio's head emitted a faint glow. Saintus, Chunchanga is no ordinary man. Why not employ a beauty stratagem to secure a spiritual vein for our demon clan? Yu Guangchang, hold your tongue. Zio reprimanded softly. Very well, very well. But your progress is alarmingly slow. At this rate, when shall he embrace the path of darkness? Yu Guangchang lamented. I have my own methods. Zio replied with a gentle smile, playfully clutching Chunchanga's arm. Yu Guangchang? Zhuo Linglong looked astonished at the jade hairpin radiating a green light atop Zio's head. Could it be that he has returned? Chapter 50. Brave venture into the demon realm. Changa goes missing upon reaching the 5th floor of the Tongshan Pavilion. Chunchanga discovered that the space was rather confined, with ancient runes inscribed on the walls. After turning left, he encountered a quaint wooden door. Pushing it open, he beheld an elderly man clad in gray robes, leisurely perched in a solitary boat, casually snacking on seeds while grasping an oar. Are you the ones destined for the Burning Heaven Palace? The elder inquired. Chunchanga nodded. We humbly seek your assistance, senior. The elder's voice was gravelly yet imbued with warmth. Since the pavilion master has consented, I shall certainly accompany you on your journey. Zio looked at the elder in confusion. But how can we row the boat without water? The elder smiled faintly, gently stroking the oar, causing the boat to levitate, its brown hull emitting a soft glow. Come aboard, the elder said with a hint of pride. Chunchanga and Zio exchanged a glance before stepping onto the wooden vessel. The boat began to ascend slowly, soaring toward the ceiling of the room. Ah! Chunchanga and Zio exclaimed in surprise, hastily shielding their heads. Unexpectedly, just as the boat was about to touch the ceiling, it split apart, revealing a pitch-black void. The wooden vessel glided through the gap and entered the abyss. Surrounded by darkness, only the faint glow from the boat illuminated the path ahead. Once in the void, Chunchanga realized that this boundless darkness was in constant rotation. The elder stood at the bow, gently maneuvering the oar, his voice resonating within the emptiness. The Burning Heaven Palace is guarded by countless formidable demon clan warriors. If you cannot defeat them, rely on the 9-tailed amulet. Chunchanga nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude to the elder for the sage reminder, assuring that they would exercise caution. The elder offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The wooden vessel glided through the void, seemingly traversing countless dimensions. After an indeterminate passage of time, a faint red glow appeared ahead. As the boat approached, the light intensified, ultimately transforming into a searing flame. They had arrived at the Hall of Burning Heaven. The elder ceased his paddling. Chunchanga lifted his gaze and beheld an immense palace towering before him. Constructed entirely from black volcanic rock, it was encircled by raging flames, as if eager to consume all in its proximity. Turning to Chunchanga and Ziao, the elder stated, I can only escort you thus far. The journey ahead is yours to navigate. Both Chunchanga and Ziao bowed respectfully, expressing their gratitude for the elder's assistance. The elder nodded, and the wooden vessel ascended once more, gradually vanishing into the ether. Standing before the Hall of Burning Heaven, Chunchanga felt the oppressive heat enveloping him. Ziao, why is it so unbearably hot in your demon palace? He inquired. Big brother Chun, this is a prison for the condemned. Naturally, the suffering is intensified. Ziao replied in a hushed tone. Chunchanga tightened his grip on the 9-tailed talisman, determined to locate Uncle Lu and the others. Big brother Chun, follow me, Ziao urged, leading Chunchanga cautiously towards the dungeons of the Hall of Burning Heaven. The flames surrounding them appeared almost sentient, growing increasingly fierce as they drew near. Suddenly, A piercing voice echoed through the air. Who dares to intrude upon the hall of burning heaven? Startled, Chunchanga and Xiao looked up to find a masked demon general clad in black armor, brandishing a spear engulfed in black flames, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Chunchanga clenched his fists, attempting to summon the power of the Haotian sacred bone, but it felt as though an unseen force suppressed it, rendering him unable to unleash its might. Be careful, big brother, Xiao exclaimed, urgently pushing Chunchanga aside. The demon general thrust his spear forward, the black flames striking like a venomous serpent towards Chunchanga and Xiao. Xiao retaliated, her jade light spear carving a green arc through the air, aimed directly at the demon general's flank. At that moment, the flames of the Hall of Burning Heaven seemed to roar in fury, burning even more fiercely. Big brother, your cultivation has been suppressed. Chunchanga felt a weight in his heart as he realized the Haotian sacred bone within him was indeed constrained by the powers of the demon realm. It appeared he had no choice but to rely on other means. With resolve, Chunchanga activated the power of the demon godbone within him. Xiao, I will hold him off. You find a chance to rescue them, he declared, stepping defiantly before the demon general. Xiao nodded, gripping her jade light spear tightly, and swiftly retreated a few steps to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. The demon general sneered, swinging his spear once more, the black flames surging forth like a tempest. Chunchanga leaped into action, the power of the demon god bone erupting within him, enveloping him in a faint black aura. He swung his fist towards the demon general, the violent demonic energy colliding with the black flames in a cataclysmic clash. Boom! Two forces collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Chunchanga was thrust back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The power of the bone of the demon god is rampaging out of control. Chunchanga communicated quietly with the system. System, master, forget your past. The demon general snorted coldly, thrusting his spear once more, as black flames transformed into a colossal fire dragon, charging straight at Chunchanga. Gritting his teeth, Chunchanga unleashed a powerful punch, the force morphing into a black whirlwind that collided with the fire dragon. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate in the air, ultimately dissipating simultaneously. The demon general stared at Chunchanga in astonishment. How do you possess such power in the demon realm? At that moment, Xiao seized the opportunity, her form flickering as she swiftly maneuvered around the demon general, racing towards the direction of the prison. Trying to escape? The demon general sensed Xiao's movement, abruptly turning to sweep his spear, sending black flames surging once more. Chunchanga, noticing the impending danger, quickly positioned himself in front of Xiao. His hands pressed together as the power of the bone of the demon god erupted, forming a black barrier that forcefully blocked the flames. Xiao, hurry! Chunchanga urged through clenched teeth. Understood. Xiao dashed towards the prison. The demon general, witnessing this, felt a flash of anger, and his spear lunged once again at Chunchanga. Chunchanga barely evaded it, but the spear still carved a deep wound into his shoulder, blood instantly staining his garment. You cannot stop me, boy, the demon general declared coldly, swinging his spear once more as the black flames surged like a tempest. Come on, Chunchanga roared, then turned to flee. The demon general was momentarily taken aback. You think you can escape, rat? Meanwhile, Xiao swiftly traversed the dimly lit corridor, finally locating Uncle Lu and his family in a cell. Uncle Lu, Xiao whispered, her eyes brimming with excitement. Lu Qi lifted his head, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Saintus, what brings you here? Xiao quickly unlocked the cell door, speaking earnestly. Uncle Lu, I have come to rescue you. Quickly, follow me. Uncle Lu and his family hurriedly rose to escape with Xiao. However, just as they stepped out of the prison, countless demon soldiers suddenly surged forth, encircling them. Ha ha ha, Yaoer, did you think you could save them? A deep voice resonated. There stood the fired demon god Chongya, high above, his gaze sharp as a blade, a cold smile gracing his lips. Chongya. Xiao tightened her grip on the jade light spear, her brow slightly furrowing. Chongya slowly descended the steps. Xiao, return. Xiao whispered to Lu Qi's family. Uncle Lu, you go ahead. I'll hold off Chongya. Lu Qi shook his head resolutely. No, we go together. Trust me. Go find Chunchanga outside. Seeing this, a flicker of anger crossed Chongya's eyes. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. He suddenly waved his hand. A torrent of black flames surged towards Lu Qi and his family. Observing this, Xiao swiftly positioned herself in front of the flames, brandishing her jade light spear. A green arc of light deflecting the inferno. Chongyi, your opponent is me, Xiao declared coldly. Chongyi smiled helplessly. Xiao, I love you. I have never been your rival. As long as you return, the Liu family shall be free. No sooner had he spoken than he launched a sudden attack. Strands of black, demonic energy surging towards Xiao like a tempest. She retreated quickly, yet the speed of the demonic energy was overwhelming, leaving her no escape. In that critical moment, Chen Changgu abruptly charged in, shielding Xiao. He was ensnared by the demonic energy, the sound of cracking bones echoing. The bone of the demon god. Huh. Even if you possess it, I doubt you can control it. Chongyi intensified his power. Brother Chen, Xiao gasped. Chen Changgu's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. Xiao, what in the world is this? Demonic threads, sever. Xiao bit her middle finger, smearing her blood upon the jade light spear, and with a flash of jade light, the demonic threads were entirely cut. Xiao gripped the jade light spear, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Changgu. Chongyi, filled with jealousy, gritted his teeth. It is this useless man who made you abandon me for Yunmengze? Today, let me put an end to this dependent fool. With that, Chongyi struck fiercely, the demonic sword unsheathed, cleaving towards Chen Changgu. Brother Chen, take them away. Xiao swung her jade light spear, intercepting Chongyi's demonic sword. Yin-Yang sword, take them away. Chen Changgu commanded. And the Yin-Yang sword transformed into a beam of light, enveloping the Liu family of three, soaring towards the Hall of Divine Communication with the speed of a fire arrow. Why aren't you leaving? Xiao chastised anxiously. I am a man. I cannot abandon you. With that, Chen Changgu stood resolutely beside Xiao. Without the treasured sword, what can you, a useless one, use to contend with me? Chongyi sneered, planting his spear into the ground, black flames swirling around him like venomous serpents, poised to strike. Yao Air, you see, I need no weapon. Today, let me show you what it is you love. Chen Changgu's face grew pale. He clenched his fists as the power of the bone of the demon god surged within him, the black aura around him expanding. Chongyi, Xiao does not belong to you, nor to anyone. Chen Changgu wrestled with the rampant demonic energy. I will take her away from here, regardless of the cost. A flicker of disdain crossed Chongyi's eyes. You dare? Before the words left his lips, he struck fiercely, the black flames morphing into countless skulls, clawing and snapping as they rushed towards Chen Changgu. Where the skulls passed, the air seemed to be devoured. Chen Changgu gritted his teeth, the power of the bone of the demon god erupting within him as he unleashed a powerful punch, the force transforming into a black whirlwind, colliding with the skulls. Boom. The two forces collided, and the skulls fell, howling in defeat. A flicker of surprise crossed Chongyi's eyes, yet he did not afford Chen Changgu a moment's respite. With a swift movement, he appeared before Chen, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his chest. Chen barely evaded the blow, but Chongyi's speed was overwhelming. The force of his palm grazed Chen's shoulder, leaving behind a black skull that gnawed at his flesh. Chongyi began to amass all his magical power, ultimately coalescing it into a colossal skull that roared as it charged towards Chen Changgu. Brother Chen, Xiao cried out in alarm, rushing forward. Upon seeing Xiao approach, Chongyi hastily attempted to retract his strength, but it was already too late. His pupils constricted suddenly, and he cried out in anguish, no? Yair. Just as the dark skull was about to completely engulf the two, a silver-white radiance erupted, and the ethereal figure of the nine-tailed fox manifested, akin to moonlight cascading down, dispelling the encroaching darkness. Under the illumination of the silver light, the black skull was instantly reduced to fine dust, vanishing into nothingness. Meanwhile, Chen Changgu and Xiao had already disappeared from sight. Chapter 51. The Crimson Skull, can it call forth? When Chen Changgu and Xiao finally opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. The atmosphere here was a tumultuous blend of demonic, beastly, celestial, and human energies, weaving together in a chaotic expanse. A faint blue glow illuminated the surroundings, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. In the distance, a low, mournful wailing could be heard, reminiscent of wind whistling through the crevices of desiccated bones, or the lament of some unknown creature. Chen Changgu struggled to prop himself up, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Brother Chen, how are you? Xiao grasped his hand anxiously. Xiao, why is it that since I entered the demon realm, this demonic bone has become uncontrollable? Chunchanga shook his head vigorously, trying to regain clarity. It must be that you have not fully mastered the bone. The demonic energy here is exceedingly potent, making it difficult to control. Xiao explained. I feel the demonic energy within me corroding my consciousness. Chunchanga's voice was hoarse and weak, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes. Xiao helped him sit up. Brother Chun, I will not allow you to succumb to the demon. After saying this, she gently embraced him. Let us cultivate together. Only in this way can we suppress the demonic nature within you. Chunchanga was momentarily taken aback, a struggle evident in his gaze. Xiao, this is unfair to you. Xiao shook her head. Brother Chun, I have no other recourse but to cultivate together. Xiao, I do not wish to. At least not at this moment. Chunchanga turned away, unable to bear looking at her. Xiao wrapped her arms around him from behind. Chunchanga, I have always liked you. I never regarded you as a brother. Chunchanga's expression froze, a myriad of complex emotions flooding his face. He turned to gaze at Xiao's enchanting and exquisite countenance, his heart torn between guilt and an indescribable impulse. The demonic energy within him surged more violently, inch by inch consuming his rationality. Xiao gently cupped his face, her fingertips trembling slightly, her voice tender. Chunchanga, trust me. Chunchanga's breathing grew increasingly rapid, the struggle in his eyes gradually replaced by an uncontrollable desire. Xiao, I can't hold back any longer. Xiao offered no reply. Instead, she gently closed her eyes, slowly infusing her spiritual energy into Chunchanga's body. Their breaths began to merge, as if they were becoming one. With their mutual cultivation, the demonic energy within Chunchanga finally calmed, his consciousness slowly fading until he ultimately succumbed to a deep slumber. Xiao tidied her attire, gazing at the sleeping Chunchanga, her fingertips lightly brushing the demonic markings on his brow. The intricate patterns had become more pronounced than before, their obscurity deepening gradually. Yu Guangchang, you were right. The beauty trap's effect is swift, Xiao murmured, conversing with Yu Guangchang. The weapon trembled slightly. Little girl, I did not intend for you to engage in direct mutual cultivation. I did so willingly. Are you aware of the curse upon the demon clan's holy maiden? Xiao's gaze grew profound. The demon clan has been trapped in the demon realm for too long. This place requires a formidable leader. Chunchanga is that person. Yu Guangchang paused contemplatively. Is sacrificing yourself truly worth it? I have faith in my choice. Why deceive yourself, holy maiden? You have evidently developed genuine feelings. Enough. For now, let us contemplate how to escape the Nether Valley. Yu Guangchang sighed. What did you say? This is the Nether Valley? Xiao's expression shifted, her fingers trembling slightly. At that moment, Chunchanga began to convulse violently. An eerie black mist enveloped him, the ground beneath cracking open, countless ghostly blue lights seeping from the fissures, coiling around him like ethereal ribbons. This is bad. Xiao's complexion paled. The resentment of the Nether Valley is responding to the demonic bone within him. Be cautious. Something is about to emerge. Yu Guangchang shone brightly. At that instant, a thunderous roar echoed nearby, as a white bone altar erupted from the earth. Suspended in the center of the altar was a pink crystal, oddly captivating. Within the divine communication pavilion, Zhuo Linglong abruptly stood, her pupils constricting at the sight reflected in the heavenly mirror. Indeed, the nine-tailed talisman had chosen to lead him to the Nether Valley due to its sensing of Chunchanga's bond with it. She tapped the mirror's surface lightly. Chunchanga, have I underestimated you? Meanwhile, within the Nether Valley, the black mist surrounding Chunchanga thickened ominously, as the demonic bone seemed to roar within him. Chunchanga, Xiao exclaimed, attempting to approach once more, only to be halted by Yu Guangchang. Do not go near. Yu Guangchang's voice carried urgency. He is now controlled by the resentment of the Nether Valley. Recklessly approaching will only plunge you into peril. Xiao pushed Yu Guangchang aside. I cannot stand idly by as he is consumed by demonic energy. Yu Guangchang once again positioned itself in front of Xiao. Calm down. The priority now is to uncover the origins of this altar. Xiao took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the white bone altar, where something pink was slowly growing in its center. Yu Guang's spear was taken aback. This is bad. This is the Netherworld altar, the fabled resting place of the Crimson Skull King. A wave of unease surged within Xiao as she tightly grasped the Yu Guang spear. What is its origin? The voice of Yu Guang's spear was tinged with an unmistakable tension. The Crimson Skull King is born from the grievances of all women throughout history. Grievances? Indeed, grievances. From fathers, from husbands, from sons, The injustices faced by women as concubines, maids, and courtesans have endowed the Crimson Skull with immense power. How pitiful! Xiao's heart seemed to be stirred, and she gazed at the Crimson Skull with a look of compassion. No, she is no longer a pitiful being. Eventually, these grievances coalesced into a woman who cultivated an exceedingly malevolent technique, ultimately succumbing to madness and descending into the netherworld, transforming into the Crimson Skull. Her power is exceedingly sinister, capable of augmenting herself by devouring the souls of others. Her preferred prey? The unfortunate women. Who dares disturb my rest? As a chilling, shrill voice echoed, the Crimson Skull on the altar stretched, its bones issuing a sound that grated on the nerves. Huh. To dare engage in dual cultivation before me is truly reckless. Speaking thus, the hollow eye sockets of the Crimson Skull turned towards Chinchanga. The bone of a demon god? Ha ha. The essence of this man's soul must be delightful. Come forth, lad. With that, the skull beckoned Chinchanga. Slowly, Chinchanga rose, moving towards the Crimson Skull like a marionette. Chingu, return, Xiao shouted. The radiance of the Yuguang spear flickered slightly. Saintus, be cautious. Xiao gripped the Yuguang spear tightly. No matter what, I must stop her. Taking a deep breath, she rapidly gathered her spiritual energy, causing the light of the Yuguang spear to intensify. Crimson Skull King, release him, Xiao declared, thrusting towards the Crimson Skull. The Crimson Skull King erupted in a cacophonous laughter, the eerie red glow flickering in its hollow eye sockets. Little girl, do you think with your meager cultivation you can thwart me? How laughable. Before the words had left its mouth, the Crimson Skull King suddenly raised its hand, unleashing a crimson beam aimed directly at Xiao. Xiao's form flickered, and she swung the Yuguang spear to intercept the beam. The collision sent her staggering back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Brother Chun, wake up, Xiao cried out, desperately trying to rouse Chinchanga-'s consciousness. However, he seemed ensnared by an unseen force, continuing to advance mechanically towards the Crimson Skull King. His eyes were devoid of spirit, and the demonic markings on his forehead grew increasingly pronounced. The voice of Yuguang's spear resonated in Xiao's ear. Saintus. The power of the Crimson Skull King stems from the grievances of women in the mortal realm. Her attacks target not only the body, but also erode the mind. You must be vigilant. Channeling the supreme demonic bone within her, the light of the Yuguang spear transformed into a deep azure. Xiao became a streak of light, hurtling towards the Crimson Skull King, the spear's tip aimed menacingly at the skull's head, imbued with lethal intent. The pink-skinned skeleton let out a piercing scream, unleashing a tremendous wave of sound and energy that knocked Xiao to the ground, shattering the supreme demon bone. Little girl, your power is far too feeble to inflict any harm upon me, it taunted. Xiao's attacks were effortlessly neutralized, and her inner spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The overwhelming pain rendered her face as pale as parchment. Was there truly no way out? A sense of helplessness surged within her. At that moment, the jade light spear flickered slightly. Saintus, there remains one other option, it advised. The power of the Pink Skeleton King is derived from resentment. Only pure love and goodwill can dissolve her grudges. Xiao paused, taken aback. Love and goodwill? The voice of the jade light spear resonated with depth and determination. Indeed, sincere emotions may yet awaken a glimmer of humanity within her depths. Xiao's gaze swept over the Pink Skeleton King. She inhaled deeply, gradually lowering the jade light spear as she approached. Saintus, what are you doing? The urgency in the spear's voice was palpable. I trust your words, Xiao replied. The Pink Skeleton King is not inherently malevolent. She is merely ensnared by resentment. I am willing to use my sincerity to dispel her hatred. The Pink Skeleton King regarded Xiao with cold disdain. Little girl, do you truly believe that your trivial emotions can sway me? Such naivety. Ignoring the mockery, Xiao continued her approach until she stood before the skeletal figure. Pink Skeleton King, I understand that you have endured an abundance of pain and injustice. Yet, hatred will only plunge you deeper into darkness. Do you not feel pain here? The Pink Skeleton King hesitated, a flicker of emotion passing through her hollow eye sockets. What do you know? It is the weak who feel pain. I, the strongest Ghost King, do not. Xiao gently shook her head, her eyes brimming with compassion. No, you are mistaken. You are in pain, which is why you remain in the realm of the underworld. The Pink Skeleton King trembled slightly, her voice carrying a hint of anguish. Leave. I have long since ceased to desire escape. Xiao spoke with unwavering confidence. If you are willing to relinquish your hatred, I will help you rediscover the light within your heart. The pink skeleton king's form quaked violently, a glimmer of tears shimmering in her vacant eye sockets. Do you truly wish to aid me? She stammered. Xiao nodded, her eyes radiant with sincerity. Yes, I am willing. Very well. The pink skeleton king revealed an enigmatic smile. Chapter 52. Chaotic Demon Bone. What could this be? The laughter of the pink skeleton king abruptly ceased, a spark of brilliance flashing in her hollow gaze. Since you are so resolute, I shall grant you an opportunity. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, the pink skeleton king suddenly raised her hand. A crimson light surging towards Xiao. Look out. Xiao, it's a trap. She intends to devour your soul. The jade light spear emitted a dazzling glow, intercepting the blood-red beam. Huh. Futile. This foolish girl has already pledged herself as a sacrifice. The skeletal figure of the crimson skeleton emitted a chilling laughter, reminiscent of wailing ghosts. The jade light spear could scarcely endure. You wretched skeleton, how dare you lay your hands on a young girl? The jade light spear exclaimed in outrage. You impotent fool, do you still fancy yourself the artifact of a dark lord? The crimson skeleton enveloped the jade light spear in a shroud of blood mist, rendering it momentarily immobile. Xiao had already closed her eyes, as if entranced in a dream. A blood-red glow swirled around her, while the voice of the crimson skeleton king echoed in her ears. Little girl, let this king behold the true beauty of your heart. With that, the crimson skeleton intended to consume Xiao's very soul. At that critical juncture, Chang's form trembled violently, the crimson light in his eyes gradually receding. His consciousness began to return, and the demonic patterns on his brow dimmed. Chang'e suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within. It was as if some force had awakened him. Though the demonic energy within him surged, he now held it firmly in check. He lifted his gaze, directing a piercing look toward the crimson skeleton king, his voice low and frigid. Release her. The laughter of the crimson skeleton king abruptly ceased, a flicker of surprise crossing her hollow eye sockets. Oh, you have managed to break free from my control? How intriguing, truly intriguing. Chang'e disregarded her mockery, swiftly appearing beside Xiao. With a flick of his hand, a dark wave of demonic energy struck the crimson glow of the skeleton king. The blood-red light receded, freeing Xiao and the jade light spear from their restraints, and Xiao collapsed into Chang'e's embrace. Xiao, wake up, Chang'e urged softly, placing his palm gently upon her forehead, infusing her with a stream of pure spiritual energy. Xiao's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. Though initially dazed, clarity soon returned. Chang'e, what happened? Chang'e gazed at her with deep concern. You were ensnared by the crimson skeleton king's enchantment, but all is well now. Xiao's face lit up with joy. You are well again? Chang'e nodded gently. Yes, it is now my turn to protect you. The laughter of the crimson skeleton king rang out once more, laced with derision. What a touching scene. However, if only one of you can survive, who shall it be? Chang'e's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the crimson skeleton king, a hint of murderous intent in his tone. We both shall live. Skeleton, your tricks end here. The crimson skeleton king glared at Chang'e with fury in her hollow sockets. You dare show such disrespect to this king? Before her words could fade, she raised her hand, summoning countless blood-red lights that transformed into lethal blades, aimed directly at Chang'e. With a cold snort, Chang'e unleashed the demonic energy within him, manifesting as a black barrier that deflected all the crimson blades. Xiao, fall back. Xiao nodded, quickly retreating to the side, gripping the jade light spear tightly, her eyes vigilant as she observed the unfolding battle. Chang'e's figure suddenly flashed, appearing before the Rose Skull King. His palm coalesced a mass of dark magical energy, striking directly at the Rose Skull King's head. The Rose Skull King let out a cold laugh. Raising his hand to meet the attack, the clash between the blood-red light and the magical energy resulted in a stalemate. Boy, your strength is insufficient. The voice of the Rose Skull King dripped with disdain. Chang'e smiled slightly. Skeleton, do be careful. What? Before the Rose Skull King could finish his words, Chang'e abruptly summoned the demonic bone within him, and the magical runes on his forehead burst forth with intense brilliance. A powerful force surged from within him, striking the Rose Skull King. The Rose Skull King's form trembled violently, a flicker of fear flashing in his hollow eye sockets. This is the power of the demon god. How could you? Chang'e's voice carried a note of contempt. You should not vent your grievances upon the weak. It is all over now. In an instant, Chunchanga leapt high, gathering his spiritual energy in his legs. With a single powerful kick, he shattered the Rose Skull King's skeletal structure. The pink bones shattered and scattered everywhere. The pink crystal at the center of the altar also shattered, and the resentment of the Ghost King of the Nether Valley began to dissipate. Ziyao revealed a hint of joy and hurried to Chunchonga's side. Changa, are you all right? Chunchanga ruffled Ziyao's hair. I am fine, merely a bit drained. Ziyao's face flushed slightly. The light of the jade light spear flickered gently, its voice imbued with relief. Saintess, Chunchanga, you have succeeded. The resentment of the Rose Skull King has been utterly eradicated. Chunchanga nodded slightly, grasping Ziyao's hand. Let us go, little witch. In the future, do not attempt to redeem every evildoer. Some wickedness is beyond redemption. Ziyao nodded, glancing at their joined hands. A lovely smile gracing her lips. In the Hall of Divine Communication, Zhuo Linglong stood before the heavenly machine mirror, where the image of Chunchanga and Ziyao holding hands was displayed. Do Chunchanga and Ziyao also bear karmic ties? Zhuo Linglong twirled the jade smoke pipe, taking a gentle puff. Master, what should we do about the 3 individuals sent by Chunchanga? Inquired a member of the Hall of Divine Communication. Keep them. Trading with Chunchanga will not be a loss. In the desolate expanse of the Nether Valley, Chunchanga carried Ziyao for a long time without finding an exit. The air around them remained chaotic, with no one knowing what awaited with the next step. Ziyao, your supreme demon bone has shattered. For now, I must give you the demon god bone. Chunchanga halted, gently placing Ziyao on the ground. Give it to me, what will you do? Ziyao looked at Chunchanga, suppressing her intense pain. I possess the Haoyan divine bone. No, the Haoyan divine bone cannot unleash its power in the demon realm or the Nether Valley. Ziyao shook her head. A man should save his beloved. You must believe in me. Beloved? Ziyao paused slightly, her face flushing to the roots of her ears. Chunchanga smiled gently, sitting cross-legged on the ground, channeling his spiritual energy to slowly push the bone of the demon god towards Ziyao. The bone of the demon god seemed to recognize Ziyao, willingly entering her body. In an instant, a purple radiance emanated from all her bones, restoring them to their original state, even stronger than before. Changa, thank you. With the bone of the demon god, I've ascended directly to the first layer of the Great Ascension. Ziyao's face was filled with joy. Wonderful, little demoness. You should focus on your breathing. We shall depart shortly. With that, Chunchanga closed his eyes to regulate his breath. System, congratulations, Master. You have gifted the target 2 demon god bones, triggering a billion-fold return. Congratulations, Master. Obtained Chaos Demon Bone. System, the term chaos sounds familiar, Chunchanga mused. System, this is a top-tier demon bone. Of course you have heard of it. Top tier? What will the next return be? System, unknown. The power of the Chaos Demon Bone seemed to awaken from the primordial chaos, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty and mystery as it gradually merged into Chunchanga's body. In that moment, he felt enveloped by an invisible force, the surrounding air trembling as if even the heavens and earth were resonating with the arrival of this power. His bones emitted a faint humming sound, each one being reshaped, becoming crystalline and subtly radiating a chaotic luster. This luster was not of a singular color, but resembled the chaotic hues of the universe at its inception, imbued with boundless strength and secrets. Between his brows, the red mark deepened further, with patterns that seemed to swirl like stars, embodying the birth and demise of the cosmos. Profound to the point of being unapproachable, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously violent demonic energy now appeared profound and restrained. I have ascended directly to the 9th layer of the Demon King realm, just a step away from the Demon Lord. Chunchanga silently marveled. Ziyao, observing from the side, felt the unsettling aura emanating from him. She softly inquired, Changa, how do you feel? Chunchanga slowly opened his eyes, ruffling Ziyao's hair. I feel as if I have been reborn, strong and tranquil. Ziyao was left bewildered. It must be the absence of the demon bone that brings this calm. It's all my fault. You have only just begun to merge with the bone of the demon god, and now my efforts are in vain. Chunchanga playfully pinched Ziyao's cheek. The next bone might be even better. However, I seem to sense another presence deep within my soul. Another presence? Ziyao's large eyes gazed at Chunchanga in confusion. Chunchanga closed his eyes again, delving into the depths of his soul. There, he perceived a vague figure, seemingly emerging from the chaos, enveloped in a mysterious aura. The individual's features were indistinct, yet Chunchanga could sense a familiar, yet foreign energy. "Who are you?" he silently inquired. Chapter 53. The Masked Scholar and the Millstone. A voice steeped in irreverence echoed from the depths of Chunchanga's soul. "Is there any need to inquire? I am you, and you are me. It is the chaotic, demonic essence that has awakened the slumbering part of me within you." Chunchanga furrowed his brow. "You are me? I am myself. Does that not imply I am suffering from a split personality?" The shadow chuckled lightly. "Split? No, this is a fusion." Chunchanga, skeptical yet intrigued, scratched his head. At that moment, the jade light spear, gleaming nearby, interjected. "Saintess, I sense something amiss here. Changa, we must hastily depart from the valley of the underworld." Xiao scanned their surroundings, sensing an insidious aura drawing near. "This is the valley of the underworld?" Chunchanga was taken aback. "Indeed, what is the matter?" Xiao tightened her grip on the jade light spear. "The left sect master mentioned that finding the purifying demon lotus here would prevent me from becoming a demon." A flicker of determination crossed Chunchanga's eyes. "I must find it." "Changa, do you still harbor such disdain for demons?" Xiao lamented. "Xiao, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to avoid becoming a malevolent force that endangers the world." Chunchanga clarified. "Changa, demons are not inherently born to harm the world." Xiao turned away, clutching her chest, her heart aching painfully. At that moment, a scholar emerged slowly from the shadows, his face obscured by a mask adorned with fangs. "Gentlemen, have you also stumbled into the valley of the underworld?" His voice was clear and melodious. "Indeed." Chunchanga clasped his fists. "I have inadvertently been trapped here for 3 years and have yet to escape." The scholar's voice carried a hint of disappointment, sighing. "No wonder you are enveloped in demonic energy. It appears you have been here for 3 years." Xiao cautioned. "Pray tell, how do you sustain yourself? Where do you find water?" Chunchanga scrutinized the scholar. "In the valley of the underworld, one consumes the spirits of the underworld and drinks the waters of the abyss. Beyond that, there is naught to satisfy one's hunger." The scholar unfurled a fan, revealing inscriptions detailing the spirits he had devoured. Chunchanga was struck with horror. "Are you still human?" The masked scholar smiled faintly. "I am a benevolent soul of the valley of the underworld." Yet, his gaze frequently drifted towards Xiao, which Chunchanga keenly perceived as a hidden intent. "We shall take our leave. You and we are not destined to travel the same path." Chunchanga grasped Xiao's hand and turned to depart. However, the masked scholar feigned ignorance and continued. "I know where the purifying demon lotus is located." Xiao's eyes sparkled, but Chunchanga promptly rejected. "We are capable of finding it ourselves." The masked scholar's eyes glimmered as he suddenly adopted a sincere demeanor. "Oh dear, I assure you, I am genuinely here to assist. Your lady is so exquisite. It would be a great pity if she were harmed by the beasts or spirits lurking in the maze." Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, but Chunchanga let out a cold laugh. "There is no need." The masked scholar, seeing his provocation fail, concocted a new plan. He suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, the purifying demon lotus is right there." Chunchanga and Xiao followed his, and through the mist ahead, they discerned the faint silhouette of a lotus flower. "Hurry!" Chunchanga grasped Xiao's hand, eager to escape the fog, only to find that the ghostly-faced scholar had secretly activated the maze's mechanisms, separating them. Xiao realized she was trapped within the labyrinth, anxiously calling out for Chunchanga. Meanwhile, Chunchanga, ensnared on the opposite side, was tormented by her voice. At that moment, the ghostly-faced scholar lowered his voice and taunted, "Chunchanga, do not fret. I shall take good care of your wife." Enraged, Chunchanga retorted, "You treacherous scoundrel, release Xiao at once." The scholar merely laughed heartily. "Do not blame me, Chunchanga. You have wandered astray. Miss Xiao is now mine." Grinding his teeth in fury, Chunchanga declared, "You are delusional." The scholar, with a cold smirk, flicked his folding fan, and his form suddenly blurred, transforming into a wisp of black mist. As the mist dissipated, he astonishingly resembled Chunchanga, down to the very essence of his being. Xiao frantically navigated the maze. "Yuguang Gun, wait, it seems I have been circling the same spot." "Saintess, this maze is crafted from the miasma of the Nether Valley. It is no trifling matter." Yuguang Gun's tone was unusually alert. "What should we do now?" Xiao lifted the Yuguang Gun. "Stay still. Do not expend any more energy." The Yuguang Gun flickered. "I shall ascend above the maze and see if I can discern its secrets." With that, it soared into the sky. After a long while, Xiao grew increasingly anxious as the Yuguang gun did not return. Xiao, I have found the exit. Come quickly. Chen Chang's voice was gentle, yet urgent as he extended his hand towards her. Xiao paused, a sigh of relief escaping her as she recognized the familiar figure of Chen Chang'e and instinctively moved towards him. Chang'e, how did you find me? Chen Chang'e smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. If I adore you, how could I not find you? Xiao nodded, taking his hand, only to feel an unsettling chill. She frowned. Chang'e, why is your hand so cold? Chen Chang'e's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly maintained a facade of ease. Perhaps I expended too much spiritual energy earlier. It's nothing. Let us leave this place first. Xiao's heart filled with suspicion, and her steps slowed. Clenching her fists, she warily scrutinized the Chen Chang'e before her. Chang'e, my gun is missing. A flicker of impatience crossed Chen Chang'e's eyes, but he quickly restored his gentle demeanor. Xiao, I shall procure a better one for you. Xiao stepped back. A better one? Yes, as a gift for my wife. Chen Chang'e's eyes shifted. Wife, who knows when we might escape the Nether Valley? Why not cultivate together to enhance our powers? Chen Chang'e suggested tentatively. Cultivate together? Right here? Xiao examined the man before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I shall take you to a place of exquisite scenery. There, we shall unwind. Chen Chang'e fumbled for Xiao's hand, swallowing hard. All right, Chang'e, this maze is quite terrifying. Xiao complied, trailing obediently behind him. She silently clenched her fist, a trace of ethereal energy coalescing at her fingertips, poised to confront any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, the jade light spear suddenly flew towards her, seemingly aimed directly at Chen Chang'e. Jade light spear, I am here. Xiao extended her hand, firmly catching the weapon. Saintus, this is not Chen Chang'e. The jade light spear exclaimed anxiously. I know. Hold him off, and let's exit the maze first. Xiao cast a disdainful glance at the false Chen Chang'e's retreating figure, thinking, what a pitiful ruse, trying to deceive me. Just then, as the mist dissipated, a breathtaking landscape emerged. The air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle sound of springs, resembling anything but the gloomy valley. Here we are, the false Chen Chang'e declared with a smile. Xiao's heart stirred. Chang'e, have we truly exited the maze? Of course. Xiao, this place is remarkably beautiful, an ideal locale for dual cultivation. Once we enhance our powers, we shall surely escape this gloomy valley. As he spoke, the false Chen Chang'e drew closer to Xiao. The false Chen Chang'e let out a muffled grunt, shocked as he looked down to see Xiao's jade light spear embedded in his chest. What a cunning demoness! How did you discern my deception? Chen Chang'e's visage contorted, reverting to the guise of the ghostly-faced scholar. The true Chen Chang'e would never speak of dual cultivation so casually or refer to me as his wife. He would never forget his vendetta. You refuse my invitation and shall face the consequences. I shall consume you now, for your saintly essence can nourish my body. The ghostly-faced scholar withdrew the jade light spear and, with a swift motion, unleashed a wave of miasma towards Xiao, rendering her body uncontrollable. With a thunderous roar, the distant maze collapsed. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Chang'e emerged, enveloped in a tempest of malevolent energy, the crimson mark on his forehead strikingly prominent. The ghostly-faced scholar, taken aback, exclaimed, Chen Chang'e, you dare to destroy my maze. Chen Chang'e regarded him with disdain, the chaotic, demonic bones within him surging violently, black energy swirling around him like a vortex. With a powerful punch, the black energy sliced through the ghostly-faced scholar, cleaving him in two. What a nonsensical maze. Shatter it I will. I refuse to be led around like a fool. The ghostly-faced scholar, filled with anguish, reassembled his form. With a sudden flourish of his folding fan, the surrounding mist coalesced into myriad black chains, ensnaring Chen Chang'e. Chen Chang'e scoffed, the black energy morphing into blades that swiftly severed the chains. In an instant, he appeared beside Xiao, shielding her with his presence. Xiao, are you unharmed? He inquired with genuine concern. Xiao shook her head. I am fine. Xiao? This Chen Chang'e detests the demon race. How could he truly care for you? The ghostly-faced scholar pressed with feigned earnestness. That is none of your concern. Xiao retorted sharply. Xiao, once he returns to the righteous path, he will undoubtedly distance himself from you. The ghostly-faced scholar persisted with reluctant malice. A glint of ferocity flashed in Chen Chang'e's eyes as the chaotic demonic bones within him erupted with power. Suddenly, The ominous black aura coalesced into a colossal grinding wheel, drawing the ghostly-faced scholar within. How could you possibly be this powerful? The scholar exclaimed, struggling to rise, his eyes filled with terror. He cast aside his fan, and in an instant, he was reduced to a handful of ash. Chunchanga and Xiao exchanged a glance. Let us proceed, little demoness. The game is far from over. Chapter 54. The rabbit leads the way. The purifying lotus emerges. Chunchanga turned to see countless blood leeches erupting from the fallen fan of the ghostly-faced scholar. They were 3 feet long, a ghastly crimson hue, utterly repulsive. This is bad, blood leeches. Xiao gasped, breath hitching. What are blood leeches? Chunchanga inquired, puzzled. They are parasitic creatures dwelling in the Yin River, feasting on blood. Once they latch onto a person, they will drain their vitality until nothing remains. Shouldn't they be in the river? Why are they in the fan? Chunchanga realized that the blood leeches had already encircled them. Xiao inhaled deeply. It must be that the ghostly-faced scholar refined them. An abomination. Chunchanga scoffed, as the chaotic demonic bones within him surged forth, manifesting a black aura that formed a barrier, repelling the blood leeches. However, the leeches seemed inexhaustible, and the cracks in the barrier multiplied. Xiao, retreat. Chunchanga commanded, the chaotic demonic bones within him working frantically. A whirlwind of black aura enveloped him, drawing the surrounding blood leeches into its vortex, reducing them to sanguine mist that dissipated into the air. Xiao exhaled in relief, the brilliance of the jade light spear gradually dimming. It is finally over. Chunchanga approached Xiao, gently patting her shoulder. Are you all right? Xiao shook her head, a weary smile gracing her lips. I am fine. But the Yin Valley has exceeded my expectations. Just then, a snow-white rabbit emerged from the ruins, its ears drooping and eyes glistening red, a pitiful sight indeed. Did you kill the ghostly-faced scholar? The rabbit asked timidly. Chunchanga nodded. The rabbit's eyes welled with tears. Thank you. I was captured by him to feed the blood leeches. All the other rabbits were drained dry. I can never return to my human form. Xiao crouched down, gently stroking the rabbit's head. Do not fear. You are safe now. Rabbit, do you know where the purifying lotus is? Chunchanga inquired. The rabbit wiped its tears. I know. I can lead you there. A glimmer of delight flickered in Chunchanga's eyes. Really? The rabbit nodded. Yes, it lies deep within the Yin Valley. But it is perilous. Chunchanga smiled. Let us go? The rabbit hopped onto Xiao's shoulder. I will lead the way. Chunchanga and Xiao exchanged smiles. Following the rabbit deeper into the Yin Valley, they ventured forth, accompanied by the little white rabbit, into the heart of the enigmatic realm. The surroundings gradually transformed into a realm of eerie foreboding, the air thick with the scent of decay, as if even the breeze carried a chilling bite. Xiao gripped her jade glimmer spear tightly, casting vigilant glances around her. In contrast, Chunchanga maintained a serene demeanor, the chaotic demonic bone within him subtly emanating a dark aura. Ever prepared for unforeseen circumstances, ahead lay the realm where the purifying demon lotus flourished. The rabbit's voice trembled with unease. Yet, a guardian beast resided there. For millennia, many a demon had failed in their attempts to seize the purifying demon lotus. Chunchanga furrowed his brow slightly. No matter, we shall devise a way. The trio pressed onward, soon arriving at a shadowy lake. The surface of the lake mirrored tranquility, its waters a deep azure, as if they had consumed all light. At the center, a pristine white lotus blossomed quietly, its petals emitting a faint luminescence that starkly contrasted with the surrounding hues. That was the purifying demon lotus. A glimmer of joy flickered in Xiao's eyes. Where is the guardian beast? Chunchanga inquired of the rabbit. No sooner had he spoken than the lake's surface erupted violently. A colossal silver carp slowly rising from the depths. Changa, that is the nether carp. It is said to claim the last vestiges of a mortal's lifespan. Xiao gasped in astonishment. The nether carp, measuring several dozen paces in length, shimmered with a cold silvery sheen, its eyes resembling 2 blood-red lanterns, fixed intently upon Chunchanga and Xiao. Why do you covet the purifying demon lotus? The beast's voice thundered, saturated with murderous intent. Chunchanga, unfazed, replied, I wish to borrow the purifying demon lotus for a purpose. I shall certainly return it. Borrow? The nether carp roared. By what right do you claim such? With a mighty sweep of its massive tail, it summoned a fierce gale. Chunchanga deftly evaded the strike, then retaliated with a punch that coalesced his demonic energy into a black beam, striking the nether carp with immense force. The creature let out a piercing howl, writhing in agony as the lake churned violently. Its scales scraped against the rocky bed, producing a cacophony that left listeners dazed and disoriented. "Chang'e, seal your hearing," Xiao urged urgently. "Understood." Seizing the opportunity, Chang'e transformed his demonic energy into two streaks of light, aimed directly at the nether carp's eyes. Caught off guard, the creature was struck, and blood gushed forth. Chang'e pressed his advantage, condensing his energy into a massive black blade, delivering a decisive slash that severed the nether carp's head. The beast collapsed with a resounding crash, sending a colossal splash into the air. Gradually, the lake regained its tranquility, the purifying demon lotus continuing to bloom serenely, as if the battle had never transpired. At last, it's resolved, Xiao sighed in relief, stowing her jade glimmer spear. "Xiao, do you not find this too easy?" Chang'e queried, his gaze fixed on the lake's surface. At his words, Xiao too furrowed her brow, redirecting her gaze to the lake. Indeed, something felt amiss. Xiao glanced back at Chang'e. The dark carp is a legendary beast. How could it possibly be vanquished so easily? At that moment, the surface of the lake suddenly began to churn once more, the once tranquil waters boiling like a cauldron, releasing a multitude of bubbles. The deep blue of the water was gradually supplanted by an eerie silvery hue, as if something was awakening from the depths below. "Be careful." Chang'e urgently pulled Xiao back a few steps. The rabbit, startled, swiftly leapt from Xiao's arms and scampered away. In the center of the lake, the purifying lotus suddenly radiated a blinding light, the luminescence of its petals becoming unbearably dazzling. Moments later, the lake erupted violently, a colossal beam of silver light shooting forth from the depths, accompanied by towering waves. This silver light gradually revealed its true form, a gigantic silver dragon, exponentially larger than the dark carp that came before it. Its body was covered in shimmering scales, each glistening with a ghostly glow, and its eyes resembled two blood moons, exuding an overwhelming pressure. This was the true guardian beast. Excitement flickered in Chang'e's eyes. The silver dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, its voice echoing like thunder throughout the nether valley, causing the surrounding rocks to crumble. Both Chang'e and Xiao felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, their blood surging within them. It seemed the dark carp was merely a test of strength. Chang'e positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao, the chaotic demonic energy within him swirling once more, forming a solid barrier of black mist around them. The silver dragon gazed down upon the two, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. "Mere mortals, daring to covet the purifying lotus? Today, you shall leave your lives here." Before the words could fully escape its lips, the silver dragon suddenly opened its colossal maw, unleashing a torrent of white dragon breath, imbued with a destructive force, hurtling towards Chang'e and Xiao. "Retreat," Chang'e commanded, hastily pulling Xiao aside. Where the dragon breath passed, the lake instantly froze, as if the very air had been encased in ice. Although Chang'e and Xiao evaded the direct onslaught, their blood felt as though it had solidified in an instant. This creature's strength far exceeded our expectations. Xiao gritted her teeth. Chang'e's boundless vision focused upon the dragon, though it lacked brilliance. It seemed to pierce through all illusions. Given this situation, they could only muster every ounce of their strength. Chang'e fervently channeled the chaotic energy within him, the black mist igniting around him like flames. He formed hand seals, the demonic energy coalescing into three enormous black chains, intricately engraved with countless bizarre runes. In the blink of an eye, the chains ensnared the great dragon, rendering it momentarily immobile. "Xiao, attack!" Chang'e shouted, his figure leaping towards the silver dragon. Without hesitation, Xiao brandished her jade light spear, a brilliant beam piercing directly towards the dragon's eyes. The dragon's eyes widened in surprise, and it swiftly swiped with its claws, attempting to block Xiao's assault. At the moment when the jade light spear collided with the dragon's scale, it unexpectedly emitted blinding sparks. The dragon's scales were impenetrably hard, and even with all her might, Xiao's strike merely left a faint mark upon it. Seizing the moment of distraction, Chang'e had already closed in on the silver dragon's massive form. What the dragon did not anticipate was that Chang'e would leap into the lake, resolutely dragging the colossal beast down to the lake's depths with black chains. The dragon thrashed, creating titanic waves, yet soon the lake's surface remarkably returned to tranquility. Chapter 55. Abandoning purification, where to go? Chang'e, Xiao exclaimed, rushing towards the spot where Chang'e had sunk. The lake's surface regained its calm, as if the fierce battle had never transpired. Chang'e, come out. She prepared to plunge into the water. Just then, the surface rippled, and a dark figure shot up from the lake. None other than Chang'e. Soaked to the skin, dark magic swirled around him, and he held 3 black chains. The other end tethered to the barely conscious silver dragon. Chang'e landed steadily, taking a deep breath as the chaotic demonic energy within him gradually subsided. Chang'e. Xiao rushed forward and embraced him. I knew you were a miracle. Tears of joy glistened in her eyes. Chang'e returned the embrace, revealing a weary smile. It's resolved. The silver dragon struggled to lift its head, a complex emotion flashing in its eyes. Who are you? How could you breach my scales? Chang'e replied calmly. I am but a mortal, striving to avoid the path of darkness. The dragon fell silent for a moment before lowering its head, its voice tinged with resignation. The power of the purifying lotus is beyond what mere mortals can wield. If one's heart is not pure, one will suffer the consequences. Chang'e retracted the chains. Thank you for the warning. I meant you no harm. Return now. The silver dragon ceased its resistance, its body slowly sinking into the lake, which once again became serene. In the celestial realm, within the Lingxiao Palace, the heavenly emperor sat upon his throne, his expression grave. Before him, the mirror of communication reflected the scene in the Nether Valley, where Chang'e and Xiao stood side by side. All 3,000 realms watched through the mirror, murmuring amongst themselves. That Xiao is clearly of the demon realm, and Chang'e has colluded with her. What a disgraceful fall from grace. With the purifying lotus extracted, the seal of the Nether Valley was on the verge of collapse, and over 30,000 demons were about to emerge. A calamity for the 3 realms was imminent. Oh, this Chang'e, how foolish he is, resorting to any means necessary for advancement. He possesses no integrity. Voices of condemnation echoed throughout the 3,000 realms, and the heavenly emperor's countenance grew increasingly dark. Chang'e, have you once again repeated your mistakes? Li Nannan murmured softly, her eyes fixed on the mirror of communication. Filled with concern, the heavenly emperor slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the celestial beings, his voice resonating with authority and chill. Chang'e has colluded with the demoness, stealing the purifying lotus with the intent to unleash the most vile of demons from the Nether Valley. Such actions are unforgivable. A divine general clad in golden armor stepped forward, addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the celestial army to apprehend Chang'e outside the abyssal valley and reclaim the purifying lotus. The heavenly emperor nodded in approval. Excellent. You shall immediately command 100,000 celestial soldiers to proceed to the abyssal valley. When Chang'e and that sorceress emerge, they shall face justice. The general bowed in acknowledgement and promptly departed. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted in fervent shouts, a cacophony of cries for the execution of Chang'e. Meanwhile, within the abyssal valley, Chang'e walked delicately across the icy surface of the lake, reaching its center where he gently plucked the purifying lotus. The flower emanated a soft luminescence in his grasp, as if endowed with life itself. Finally, he had found it. His eyes sparkled with joy. Xiao nodded in affirmation, yet her brow soon furrowed with concern. But what shall we do next? Where exactly is the exit of the abyssal valley? Chang'e contemplated for a moment. First, we must leave this place and seek refuge to devise our next steps. As they prepared to depart, a small, snow-white rabbit suddenly leaped from the nearby thicket, timidly observing them. Did you truly obtain the purifying lotus? The rabbit inquired softly. Chang'e knelt down, gently stroking the rabbit's head. Indeed, we owe it to your guidance. A glimmer of delight flashed in the rabbit's eyes, followed by a sly grin. But I want it for myself. No sooner had the rabbit spoken than it snatched the purifying lotus from Chang'e's hands. The once timid creature now exuded an insatiable greed as its form swelled into that of a colossal demonic rabbit, towering over them with bared fangs and razor-sharp claws, surrounded by a dense aura of malevolence. You were supposed to have your powers drained, Xiao exclaimed, gripping her jade spear in righteous indignation. The demonic rabbit erupted into a piercing laughter, laced with mockery. Ha! Did you truly believe I was a mere victim captured by the ghostly scholar? I merely utilized your hands to procure the purifying lotus. Chang'e regarded the demonic rabbit with a slight smile. You are indeed a cunning rabbit. It appears you have been manipulating us all along. The demonic rabbit licked its fangs, pride gleaming in its eyes. Once I refine the purifying lotus, the demons of the Abyssal Valley will bow to my command. And then what? Chimichanga inquired with keen interest. Then I shall lead the demons of the Abyssal Valley to unify the three realms. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the demonic rabbit lunged at Chimichanga. He swiftly evaded the attack, countering with a powerful punch that coalesced dark energy into a black beam, striking the demonic rabbit with formidable force. The creature howled in pain, yet its malevolent aura intensified, becoming even more ferocious. Its form swelled once more, fangs and claws sharpening, eyes alight with madness. Haha, strike me. Hit me. The more you attack, the stronger I become. The demonic rabbit cackled boastfully, then leaped onto a high platform within the Abyssal Valley. Two fools. This king shall now refine the pure demon lotus, and you will merely watch as I ascend to become the king of the netherworld. Haha. The demon rabbit cackled madly, beginning to channel its demonic power in an attempt to refine the pure demon lotus. Suddenly, the lotus trembled, its 17 petals unfolding in layers, each emanating distinct colors of runes. What is happening? The demon rabbit, in terror, discovered that the heart of the lotus was releasing golden flames, scorching its demon core along its meridians. Little rabbit, do you wish to know? Call me Grandpa. Chimichanga grasped Xiao's hand, urging her to call him grandmother. You wish not to? The demon rabbit continued to exert its demonic force, only to find one of its claws charred by the pure demon lotus. Little rabbit, let me tell you, the true pure demon lotus is in my possession. Saying this, Chimichanga produced a crystal-clear pure demon lotus. You deceived me. The demon rabbit hastily discarded its own pure demon lotus. Chimichanga, quick as lightning, deftly caught the lotus hurled by the rabbit. A smirk crept upon his lips, laced with mockery. Silly rabbit, you have fallen for my trick once more. The lotus you discarded is the genuine article. The demon rabbit's eyes turned crimson with rage as it howled in agony, its body shrinking gradually due to the damage to its demon core, ultimately reverting to its original rabbit form. It curled up on the ground, eyes filled with fear and resentment. You knew all along. Xiao snorted coldly, her jade light spear aimed directly at the demon rabbit. Did you truly believe we would trust a rabbit that appeared out of nowhere? Chimichanga gently caressed the pure demon lotus, the runes on its petals gradually fading as it returned to tranquility. He turned to the demon rabbit, smiling as he explained. This pure demon lotus has been tainted by demonic energy. It requires a sacrifice of the demon race's core to unlock it. This, Xiao and I cannot do, as you insisted on opening it first. What terrible luck. The demon rabbit trembled, lowering its head, not daring to speak further. Changa, take the pure demon lotus, and let us seek the exit. Xiao stepped forward. No, Xiao, the pure demon lotus cannot leave the Netherworld Valley. Then how shall we remove the demonic energy from you? Ha. Why should the demonic energy be removed? Whether it is demon or god does not depend on the cultivation of certain techniques or possessing spiritual roots, but rather on the heart. With a carefree smile, Chimichanga declared, I shall embrace my demonic side. Then why do you desperately seek the pure demon lotus? Because it deserves a change of scenery. Upon finishing his words, Chimichanga carefully placed the pure demon lotus in his bosom. Chapter 56. Merging with the demon for a grand undertaking. A change of location? Xiao's face fell. You intend to remain here? I do not wish to. With me by your side, fear not. Chimichanga held Xiao's hand as they pressed deeper into the Netherworld Valley. Oh, holy maiden, I must say, following him may prove perilous. The jade light spear chattered incessantly, yet this Netherworld Valley carries an aura I find familiar. Xiao tightened her grip on the jade light spear. This demonic treasure is indeed bothersome. At this moment, Chimichanga was undistracted, for a deep voice, another self within him, echoed ominously. Hurry, there is no time left. Chimichanga lowered his gaze upon the pure demon lotus in his hand, its petals now dimming significantly, as if it were on the verge of extinguishment. Changa, are you truly resolved to proceed? Xiao tightened her grip on the jade light spear, her eyes filled with concern. I must locate the consciousness of the Chaos Demon Lord. Only then can I truly command the 30,000 demons and ensure peace across the three realms. The Chaos Demon Lord? Xiao looked at the jade light spear in bewilderment. Isn't the Chaos Demon Lord your true master? The spear emitted a radiant glow. Indeed, holy maiden. He is the greatest hero in the universe. The Lingxiao Hall and the 3,000 divine domains all cast their gaze upon Chimichanga. What is he attempting to achieve? This is disastrous. The waters of the Yumming Valley have begun to boil. The seal is unstable, and the 30,000 demons are about to break through the barrier. Chimichanga, that scoundrel. Seize him. We shall obliterate him into ashes and cast him into the alchemical furnace. At this moment, whether divine or human or demon or Buddha, all hurled the most venomous curses at Chimichanga, wishing to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Oh, I never expected that the esteemed sects and myriad deities would curse with such filth, hardly cleaner than those from my Tongshan pavilion. A woman in red gradually entered the Lingxiao Hall, her breathtaking beauty radiating a profound disdain. Zhuolinglong, you were the one who saved that scoundrel Chimichanga. Now it falls upon you to personally clean up this mess. Upon seeing Zhuolinglong, the celestial hosts redirected their assault towards her. Everyone, my junior sister is the left envoy of the Emperor of Heaven. She will not disregard the heavenly Tao. Qinjianzi could no longer remain silent and spoke in defense. Humph. Who does not know that the left pavilion master is merely a merchant? As long as there is profit to be gained, what concern is there for the heavenly Tao? Wu Guang stepped forward. On that day when I visited the Tongshan pavilion, I witnessed the left pavilion master conducting business with those two demons. Zhuolinglong scoffed, disregarding Wu Guang, and approached the celestial Empress Qitong, Li Nanan. Empress, do you know why Chimichanga ventured to the Yumming Valley? You are of the same sect. You must know, yes? He sought the pure demon lotus to purify his demonic nature. The Empress replied calmly. Do you know who sent him? Zhuolinglong inhaled deeply. Who? Why, it was I? Zhuolinglong proudly exhaled, conjuring the scene that compelled Chimichanga to journey to the Yumming Valley. The elder instructed me to reinforce the seal? How could that be possible? It must be you, and only you. The demon saint's dual bones are the sole possibility. The crowd turned their attention towards Zhuolinglong, bewildered by her machinations. You likely already know that the seal of the Yumming Valley is far from stable, its power merely a fraction of what it once was. But who would volunteer to reinforce it? Upon hearing this, the crowd lowered their heads. To seal 30,000 demons, one risks backlash, even death within the Yumming Valley. Ziwai sighed. Without absolute certainty, should things go awry, one would become an eternal sinner. Wu Guang stood resolute. What of the heavenly emperor? Are you not afraid of becoming a historical villain? Zhuolinglong revealed a teasing smile as she gazed at the heavenly emperor. Humph, such significant matters concerning the three realms. Is it not inappropriate for the esteemed Zhuo Pavilion Master to send a mere rogue to handle them without consultation? The heavenly emperor did not respond to Zhuolinglong, but instead countered her stance. Let us wait and see. After all, is it not the case that your righteous sects in the heavenly realm are merely biding your time for Chimichanga to emerge so you may surround and eliminate him? Zhuolinglong strolled over to Qinjianzi's side, suggesting that they continue to observe whether he brings calamity to the world or benefits the people. In the Tanya mirror, Chimichanga and Xiao pressed deeper into the depths of the underworld valley, the surroundings gradually transforming into a blood-red hue. With a dense aura of demonic energy permeating the air, Chimichanga felt the chaotic demonic bone within him resonating with the environment, as if guiding his path forward. It is just ahead. Chimichanga's gaze fixed upon an ancient altar in the distance. At the center of the altar stood a massive stone tablet, inscribed with 3 bold characters, Chaos Platform. As Chimichanga approached the altar and raised his head to regard the stone tablet, a grave expression crossed his face. This is the locus of the Chaos Demon Lord's consciousness. Xiao tightened her grip on the jade light spear, cautioning, Changa, be careful. The aura here is quite unusual. Chimichanga nodded and slowly ascended the altar. The moment he set foot on the altar, an explosion of brilliant light erupted, and countless runes emerged from the stone tablet, swirling around him. You have finally arrived. A deep voice echoed above the altar, reminiscent of an ancient call. Chimichanga looked up at the stone tablet, declaring, Chaos Demon Lord, I have come. The runes on the tablet gradually coalesced into a phantom figure, a man clad in black armor, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Chimichanga himself. He gazed down at Chimichanga, his voice deep and resounding. The chaotic, demonic bone within you is the core of the power I left behind. At last, you have found your way here. Chimichanga regarded the Chaos Demon Lord with reverence. I require your consciousness to truly command the 30,000 demons and preserve the peace of the 3 realms. The Chaos Demon Lord chuckled. Young man, the energy of the purifying lotus is more than sufficient for you to cleanse the demonic energy within you and return to the righteous path that resides in your heart. I once desired to return to the righteous path, but I no longer wish for that. Chunchanga replied with a relieved smile. If you aim to safeguard the peace of the three realms, you must restore the purifying lotus. It must not only absorb your spiritual energy, but also eliminate your demonic nature. I understand, Chunchanga acknowledged. The pavilion master has made it quite clear. At that time, I had yet to make up my mind. He shrugged. What prompted your determination? The Chaos Demon Lord inquired with interest. The underworld carp, also known as the Silver Dragon. It was born in the lake of demons for the sake of all living beings, guarding the purifying lotus for millennia. I admire it. Chunchunga's admiration was evident on his face. Haha, I did not expect that you would find mutual understanding with it beneath the lake. The Chaos Demon Lord laughed heartily. The phantom of the Chaos Demon Lord nodded slightly. Are you willing to bear this power? Once fused, you shall no longer be a mere mortal, but the true Chaos Demon Lord. Chunchanga nodded resolutely, expressing his willingness. This signified that he could no longer ascend to the celestial realm. For millennia, he would be branded as a malevolent entity, scorned by the world, and deprived of earthly reverence. The Chaos Demon Lord probed once more. I fear nothing, Chunchanga declared. I seek only to remain true to my heart. Upon uttering these words, he lifted the pure demon lotus high above his head and closed his eyes. Chunga, indeed, you are unlike any other. Xiao gazed at Chunchanga with admiration. The ethereal figure of the Chaos Demon Lord slowly extended a hand, and a stream of black light shot forth from his palm, piercing Chunchunga's brow. Chunchunga's body quivered violently as the Chaos Demon bone and his consciousness began to merge, a formidable surge of demonic power coursing through him. Xiao stood anxiously at the base of the altar, gripping her jade light spear even tighter. She sensed that Chunchunga's aura was undergoing a monumental transformation, as if a mighty force was awakening within him. Chunga, you must hold on, Xiao whispered in prayer, enveloped in the black light. Chunchunga's body became a battleground where demonic energy and consciousness intertwined, forming a powerful barrier. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes, but was swiftly replaced by unwavering determination. Merge, Chunchunga commanded, and at last, the Chaos Demon bone and his consciousness fused entirely, unleashing an immense wave of demonic power that made the entire Nether Valley tremble. The runes on the altar gradually faded, and the spectral form of the Chaos Demon Lord began to dissipate, leaving only Chunchunga standing at the altar's center, surrounded by a potent aura of demonic energy. Chunga, Xiao rushed onto the altar and embraced him. Chunchunga slowly opened his eyes and calmly held her, saying, "We have succeeded." With both hands, Chunchunga cradled the pure demon lotus, gently infusing it with spiritual energy until its faint glow transformed into a resplendent moonlight hue. The waning barrier of the Nether Valley regained its formidable strength. Chunchunga clasped Xiao's hand, his eyes filled with affection. At last, we can preserve peace across the three realms. Demon Lord, it is I, Little Yu. The jade light spear gleamed with urgency. Chunchunga chuckled. Little Yu. You, a legendary divine weapon of ancient times and the supreme armament of the demon realm. Dare to call yourself Little Yu? Demon Lord, Little Yu misses you dearly. The spear, heedless of its surroundings, dashed into Chunchunga's grasp. All right. You shall protect Xiao. Chunchunga laughed as he handed the jade light spear to Xiao. They exchanged a knowing smile, their figures gradually vanishing amidst the shroud of demonic energy, leaving behind the pure demon lotus at the altar, radiating an exquisite brilliance. Just as Chunchunga and Xiao emerged from the Nether Valley, they were taken aback to find at the exit a legion of heavenly soldiers standing vigilant. The golden-armored general wielded a square halberd, his gaze sternly fixed on the movements within the valley. Chunchunga, there is no escape. The general's halberd crackled with the power of thunder, aimed directly at Chunchunga. Chapter 57. Miss Xiao, let us wed. In the Nine Heavens, at the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, the Heavenly Emperor and the Assembly breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the reinforcement of the seal at the Valley of the Underworld, yet their expressions soon turned grim. Who would have thought that the so-called villain you speak of, this young man, has safeguarded the three realms? Zhuolinglong gazed disdainfully at the crowd. Chunchunga, with but a mortal form, managed to seal the Valley of the Underworld, An astonishing feat indeed. He is not a destroyer of the three realms, but rather a hero who protects them. Indeed, Master Zhuo possesses remarkable foresight. I am truly in admiration. Upon hearing the praises directed towards Zhuo Linglong, the Heavenly Emperor's eyes revealed his discontent. He grasped the hand of the Empress, Chitong Li Nannan, causing her to wince in pain and cast a puzzled glance at him. Enough. The Emperor's voice thundered like lightning within the hall of heavenly clouds, instantly silencing the discussions. His gaze, cold and stern, swept over each celestial being present, finally resting on Zhuo Linglong. Zhuo Linglong, do you not see that Chang'e has completely merged with the consciousness of the Chaos Demon Lord, becoming the new Chaos Demon Lord himself? A hint of anger laced the Emperor's voice, and the demonic aura emanating from him was overwhelming. He was no longer a mere mortal, but a true Chaos Demon Lord. How could such a being remain within the three realms? Zhuo Linglong let out a cold laugh, fearlessly meeting the Emperor's gaze. Your Majesty, you repeatedly claim that Chang'e is the Demon Lord. Yet do you not recall that it is this very Demon Lord who single-handedly reinforced the seal of the Valley of the Underworld, preventing 30,000 demons from breaking through the barrier and preserving peace in the three realms? Without him, the three realms would have long since descended into chaos. The Emperor's brow furrowed tightly, clearly displeased by Zhuo Linglong's rebuttal. Zhuo Linglong, are you attempting to exonerate the Chaos Demon Lord? Have you forgotten that it was precisely because of the Chaos Demon Lord that the Supreme Heavenly Emperor fell? Zhuo Linglong responded with a cold smile. Your Majesty, was the matter of those days truly so simple? What do you mean? I mean, you are quite uninteresting. With that, Zhuo Linglong turned to leave, declaring that the heavenly realm had become the most tedious place. Stop her. The Emperor, filled with indignation, commanded. The guards of the Hall of Heavenly Clouds obstructed Zhuo Linglong's path. Chang'e is the ancient Chaos Demon Lord. Are we to let him roam free today and bring calamity upon the three realms? Taichun, true good and evil are not determined by the nature of power, but by the heart's intention. What Chang'e has done today is without shame, in accordance with heaven and earth. He is willing to sacrifice everything for the three realms, even his own life. How can such a being be deemed evil? After speaking, Zhuo Linglong waved her jade smoke pipe, sending the blocking heavenly soldiers flying 10 paces away. You think you are worthy to stop me? The Emperor was momentarily speechless, glancing at the Empress Chitong Li Nannan. Chitong, feeling the pain from his grip, addressed Zhuo Linglong. The Chaos Demon Lord will surely bring about the world's destruction. He is the Black Lotus of annihilation. This is the will of heaven. She broke free from the Emperor's hold and hurried after Zhuo Linglong. Master Zhuo, cease your defense of him. Chang'e has undoubtedly become the Demon Lord, a truth that cannot be disputed. Should he lose control in the future, the three realms shall plunge into an irretrievable abyss. Zhuo Linglong let out a light laugh, her gaze laced with a hint of derision. Empress, if my memory serves me correctly, your eyes, your divine bones, and your protective divine light were all bestowed upon you by Chang'e. At that time, did you not fear the influence of demonic energy? This is different. I am the deity of destiny, while he is destined to become a demon. Chitong Li Nannan exhibited a hint of embarrassment, eager to vindicate herself. Empress, you make me feel somewhat uneasy. Have you ever pondered how he has arrived at this juncture? Zhuo Linglong cast her gaze towards the dignified assembly within the Lingxiao Palace, unable to suppress her righteous indignation. Had there been anyone in the three realms willing to bear the responsibility of sealing the Netherworld Valley, he would not have had to risk himself to merge with the consciousness of the Chaos Demon Lord. Now that he has succeeded, you wish to regard him as an enemy. Does this not amount to burning bridges after crossing them? The Heavenly Emperor's expression darkened at her words, clearly struck at a vulnerable point. Zhuo Linglong, no matter how eloquent you may be, the fact remains that Chang'e has become the Demon Lord. If you insist on absolving him, do not blame me for being ungracious. Zhuo Linglong stood her ground. Taichun, if you are determined to deal with Chang'e, you must first contend with me. As her words fell, an immense aura erupted from Zhuo Linglong, powerful spiritual energy sweeping through the surroundings, altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Her gaze was cold and unwavering as she fixed her eyes upon the Heavenly Emperor, clearly prepared for battle. The Heavenly Emperor, taken aback, felt a flicker of rage. He had not anticipated Zhuo Linglong's resolute stance. Zhuo Linglong, do you truly wish to oppose the heavenly realm for the sake of a demon lord? Zhuo chuckled lightly. I, Zhuo act solely according to my heart. I wholeheartedly support the actions of Chunchanga today. If the heavenly realm insists on confronting him, then let us engage in battle. Just as tensions escalated between the two sides, a clear and commanding voice suddenly resonated. Enough. The crowd turned to see Chunchanga and Xiao slowly entering the Lingxiao Palace. Chunchanga was enveloped in a powerful demonic aura, his expression serene, as if he had already seen through everything. Chunchanga. A flicker of panic crossed the Heavenly Emperor's eyes. How dare you appear here? Chunchanga smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over every celestial being present before finally resting on the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor, I harbor no fondness for your presence either. I have come today to offer an account to the beings of the three realms. The Heavenly Emperor snorted coldly. An account? You have already become the Demon Lord. What is there left to explain? Chunchanga shook his head. Heavenly Emperor, I fear that by the order of generations, you ought to call me your ancestor. Chunchanga, do not be so arrogant. The Heavenly Emperor erupted in fury. I have always been this way. Tai Chun, thousands of years ago. When you were but a small fish in the heavenly realm, pecking at the dead skin on my feet daily, I was just as I am now. The Heavenly Emperor, reminded of the past, flushed crimson, momentarily rendered speechless. Chunchanga smiled faintly as he approached the center of the Lingxiao Palace. At that moment, two heavenly soldiers rushed in hastily. They reported to the Emperor of Heaven that General Jin Jia and his 100,000 heavenly troops had been defeated and transformed into a group of guards by the Demon Lord. The Emperor's expression turned troubled as he hesitated. Transformed into what? He stood up from his dragon throne, cast down to the mortal realm, transformed into chickens, ducks, and fish. What? Impossible. The Emperor collapsed back onto his throne, struggling to catch his breath. Chunchanga smiled again. Tai Chun, if you are determined to confront me, then let us proceed. As his words fell, the Lingxiao Palace fell into a profound silence. The Emperor's countenance fluctuated, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Though he held the esteemed title of the ruler of the heavenly realm, he had no chance of victory against Chunchanga, who had already become the Chaos Demon Lord. At that moment, Jiwei Jinren stepped forward, his eyes glinting with insight. Your Majesty, though Chunchanga has become a Demon Lord, his actions today have indeed preserved the peace of the three realms. If we oppose him now, it may incite discontent among the realms. It would be wise for us to take a step back for the sake of tranquility. Other celestial beings echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Your Majesty, why do we not cease hostilities to prevent further turmoil? Yes, Your Majesty, the stability of the populace should be our priority. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's expression softened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Chunchanga, if you are willing to return to the Demon Clan and cease interference with the Heavenly Clan, then I shall agree that from this point forth, the three realms shall remain unrelated. You shall not set foot in the heavenly realm again, and we shall not pursue your past transgressions. Chunchanga smiled lightly. Tai Chun, you are indeed reasonable. In that case, I shall take my leave. After speaking, he turned to look at Zhuo Long, his eyes filled with gratitude. Zhuo Pavilion Master, after a millennium, your elegance surpasses all. Thank you for your righteous words on my behalf today. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me in the Demon Clan. Zhuo Long chuckled softly, waving her jade smoking pipe. Should I call you Chunchanga or the Chaos Demon Lord? However, I, Zhuo Long, have always acted according to my own heart. Assisting you today is merely a reflection of my disdain for the hypocrisy of the heavenly realm. You may go now, without concern. Linglong, I sense his return. Chunchanga's expression grew serious. I feel it too. Zhuo Linglong responded in a hushed tone. Chunchanga nodded, then took Xiao's hand, preparing to depart the Lingxiao Palace. However, at that moment, the Empress Chitong, Li Nannan, suddenly stepped forward, blocking Chunchanga's path. Chunchanga, are you truly intent on pursuing the path of darkness? The Empress's voice carried a hint of urgency. You could easily repent and return to the righteous way, if you wish. The heavenly realm can assist in purifying your demonic essence, allowing you to reclaim your place among the celestial ranks. Chunchanga frowned slightly, a flash of impatience crossing his eyes as he coldly regarded the Empress. Your words are rather facile, Empress. What I, Chunchanga, have done today is without regret, both to my conscience and to heaven and earth. As for the righteous and demonic paths, they are merely your one-sided desires in the heavenly realm. The Empress felt a tremor in her heart as she was pierced by Chunchanga's gaze, Yet she remained undeterred and continued to plead. Chinchanga, why must you be so obstinate? You were once a disciple of the celestial sect. Do you truly intend to forsake everything and become the despised demon lord? Chinchanga let out a cold laugh, a hint of derision lacing his tone. Linanan, I am fortunate to have gouged out my eyes back then. Otherwise, I would have truly been at a loss as to what I saw in you. In my eyes, you are but a small black lotus, unworthy of my lingering affection. Upon hearing this, the Empress's complexion turned pale, clearly wounded by Chunchanga's words. She opened her mouth, yearning to say something more, but was interrupted by Xiao. Empress, what you abandoned that day was a true hero. Changa is willing to sacrifice everything for the three realms, even his own life. Yet you merely stand atop the moral high ground to criticize others. Such a person is unworthy to stand alongside him. The Empress staggered back, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Empress, you must be mindful of your words and actions. The expression of the heavenly emperor seated upon the throne was a kaleidoscope of colors. Chinchanga took Xiao's hand. Little Xiao, let us depart. It is time to wed in our demon realm. Chapter 58. Is this the demon domain? A revelation the moment Chinchanga and Xiao stepped into the demon domain. The scene before them was so astonishing that even his extensive experience could hardly fathom that this was once the carefree city he had established. The demon domain had transformed into such chaos. When had it become like this? Chinchanga furrowed his brow. Has it always been this way since my youth? Xiao pursed her lips, lowering her head in sorrow. Indeed, seeing is believing. How did the previous demon lord govern? Just as Chinchanga was about to erupt in anger, he recalled that the former demon lord was Xiao's father, and his tone softened. Did the previous demon lord not consider making any changes? Changa, it cannot be changed. The demon realm has been in turmoil for a very long time. So long that even my father has lost count. Xiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. As Chinchanga surveyed the streets of the demon domain, chaos reigned. It resembled a forsaken ruin. Most of the shops lining the streets were shut tight, and those few that remained open had armed demons standing vigil at their entrances, their eyes scanning passers-by with suspicion. Get lost. This is my territory. Pay the protection fee. A gruff roar echoed from ahead. Chinchanga lifted his gaze to see several burly demons surrounding a frail young demon, mercilessly beating him and snatching the package from his hands. The young demon, bloodied and battered, clung desperately to the package, refusing to let go. You can't do this. These are the spirit stones my mother needs for her treatment. The young demon's voice trembled, filled with despair. Enough nonsense. If you don't let go, I'll slay you right here to accompany your mother. The leader of the demons sneered, delivering a vicious kick to the young demon's chest, toppling him to the ground. A cold glint flashed in Chunchanga's eyes as he stepped forward. Wait, return what you have taken, he commanded sternly. Do you know who I am? The imposing leader, with his head held high, glared at Chinchanga. This leader, though robust in stature, possessed a cherubic face that belied his pretentious demeanor, leaving onlookers bewildered. I care not who you are. Hand over the items to him. Furthermore, do not bully the weak. Chinchanga's impatience was palpable. Do not bully the weak. Surely, you jest. If a demon does not prey upon the weak, what is it? A demon youth laughed heartily. Brothers, seize them. Bind these two and drag them back as slaves. Ha ha. With that, the leader brandished his saber and charged at Chinchanga. Observing this, the others raised their weapons and lunged toward him. Chinchanga merely snorted, and the ancient demonic energy surged forth, sending several of them sprawling. Who are you? How can you possess such power without even lifting a finger? The leader of the demon clan, filled with dread, clutched his chest, unable to rise. You are not worthy to know. Should I witness you bullying the weak again, you shall not even be fit to be a ghost. Chinchanga turned to depart, a subtle shift in his aura suggesting an undercurrent of turmoil. The previously serene expression on his face transformed into one of chilling resolve, as the demonic flames around him began to stir, ignited by the wrath that simmered within. Changa, wait for me. Xiao hurriedly chased after him, grasping his hand. Chinchanga suppressed his fury and continued onward. At the far end of the street, several demons were embroiled in a fierce struggle over a mid-grade spirit stone, swords clashing and blood splattering amidst the chaos. The surrounding demons watched with cold indifference, some even cheering, as if such brutality were a commonplace occurrence. Ha ha, this spirit stone is mine. An elder cackled, tucking the stone into his robe, turning to make his escape. However, before he could take more than a few steps, A long sword pierced through his chest from behind. Why you? The elder's eyes widened in shock as he fell slowly to the ground, the spirit stone rolling from his grasp, only to be snatched by a young demon. Fool! The spirit stone is mine now, the youth declared triumphantly, stowing the stone in his spatial ring. Chunchonga's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Taking a deep breath, he continued his march toward the demon palace. Outside the palace, a few guards lounged lazily against the wall, holding wine jugs and chatting drunkenly. Stay alert. I heard the Chaos Demon Lord has returned, though I know not if it is true. One guard hiccuped, his tone laced with a hint of reverence. Humph. And what of it? The demon realm is no longer what it once was. Even if the heavenly king himself were to return, it would make little difference. Another guard scoffed. But that was the progenitor of the demon realm, who sealed the Nether Valley and wreaked havoc in the Lingxiao Palace. A young guard interjected, giving a thumbs up. Bah, what can he offer me? My family is on the brink of starvation. Am I to fear a demon lord? One guard simply shut his eyes, leaning against the wall, drifting into slumber. Chunchonga inhaled deeply, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it upon the guards. Is this how you guard the demon palace? The guards were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Xiao, before recognizing Chunchonga, their faces paling instantly as they hurriedly knelt. My lord demon sovereign, I am deserving of death. Chunchonga cast a cold glance at them, a hint of authority lacing his tone. Go and receive your punishment. Should there be a next time, I shall not be lenient. The guards nodded repeatedly, retreating in a disheveled manner. Why did I wake up from my stupor upon seeing the demon sovereign? One of the guards, who had just awakened, trembled. I have never encountered a demon sovereign with such overwhelming pressure. Another quickly wiped the sweat from his brow. As Chunchonga entered the demon palace, he discovered that the chaos within was far more severe than that outside. In the main hall, several demon officials were embroiled in a heated argument over a piece of territory, with some even drawing weapons, ready to engage in a fierce battle. This territory is mine. Whoever dares to take it from me, I shall slay. A furious official with fiery red hair bellowed. Nonsense. This territory clearly belongs to me. You worthless fools dare to contest with me? Retorted another official with white hair, brandishing his sword menacingly. Standing at the entrance, Chunchonga could no longer restrain the fury within him. He raised his hand abruptly, unleashing a surge of black, demonic energy that sent several officials flying several yards away. Impudence. Chunchonga's voice thundered through the hall. Within the demon palace, you shall not behave in such a reckless manner. The officials, dazed and disoriented, looked up to see Chunchonga, their faces turning pale with fear as they hurriedly knelt. Please spare us, my lord demon sovereign. Have mercy. Chunchonga cast a cold glance at them before turning his gaze toward the 5 elders standing helplessly to the side, his voice tinged with anger. Elders, the chaos in the demon realm has reached such a state. Why do you not impose restraint? The 5 elders exchanged glances, and one elder, appearing quite distressed, stepped forward. My lord demon sovereign, we are powerless despite our intentions. The resources of the demon realm are scarce, and the younger generation is increasingly discontented, acting more impulsively. Though we wish to impose order, we find ourselves unable. Another elder lamented, My lord demon sovereign, the plight of the demon clan has not arisen overnight. Although we are elders, our authority has waned significantly. They do not heed our commands at all. Upon hearing this, Chunchonga furrowed his brow. If that is the case, I shall rectify the demon clan myself. From this day forth, all affairs of the demon clan shall be under my direct supervision. The 5 elders exchanged glances of delight, nodding in agreement. Yes, my lord demon sovereign. The elder in charge of accounts, Shui Runyang, quickly approached with the ledger in hand. My lord demon sovereign, our demon palace owes the demon treasure pavilion 10,000 spirit stones and 5,000 elixirs. I can no longer endure their enforcers coming to collect debts. The hunched Li Runyang spoke, tears streaming down his face. Chunchonga gazed in astonishment at the denizens of the demon palace. They were clad in tattered garments, emaciated, their eyes filled with a profound sense of despair. Is this truly the demon clan? Chunchonga experienced a throbbing headache for the first time. The Yuguang spear. Could this truly be the carefree city built by the esteemed self? Is this indeed the Frost Moon Palace of mine? The Yuguang spear hesitated momentarily, trembling as it replied, perhaps so. Chunchonga exhaled deeply and turned to Xiao, stating, Xiao, the turmoil in the demon realm must be resolved post-haste. Otherwise, the demon race shall never rise again. Upon hearing Chimichanga-s words, the 5 elders knelt down, tears streaming down their faces. Lord Demon Sovereign, you have finally returned. The demon race is saved. Chimichanga surveyed the crowd and commanded, "Rise. I have already witnessed the current state of the demon realm. Now that I have returned, I shall not stand idly by." The elders' eyes glimmered with a flicker of joy. One elder stepped forward and respectfully stated, "Lord Demon Sovereign, I am Jin Buhuan, the head of the 5 elders. You may instruct me with any arrangements you desire." "Very well. You shall each compile a detailed report of your respective domains and present it to me," Chimichanga instructed. Just as he was about to take a seat, a cacophony of wailing and lamentation erupted from outside the demon palace. "Grandfather, your grandson has been wronged. You must avenge me." Wu, accompanied by the sound of despair. A burly figure limped into the room. Chimichanga squinted. This figure seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 59. The affluent demon sovereign is to be married. It was none other than the burly man who had just stolen the life-saving spirit stone. He was oblivious to Chimichanga, focused solely on kneeling and weeping at his grandfather's feet. That grandfather was Jin Buhuan. "Darling, what has happened? Let grandfather take a look." Jin Buhuan quickly squatted down to examine the young man's injuries. "Darling? Such a large darling?" Chimichanga was taken aback, glancing at Xiao. If this was Elder Jin's grandson, then he would be Jin Baobao. However, he had not been in the demon realm for many years and had not seen this grown-up version. Xiao stuck out her tongue and chuckled awkwardly. "Grandfather, today my friends and I were bullied on the street. He injured us severely. Wu, I spat blood," Jin Baobao exclaimed, displaying his blood-stained clothes to Elder Jin, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Which scoundrel dares to harm my darling? Come, grandfather will support you," Jin Buhuan declared. "I did it." Chimichanga's voice was as cold as ice, instantly shattering the tender scene between Jin Baobao and Jin Buhuan. Hearing that familiar voice, Jin Buhuan stiffened, slowly turning to meet Chimichanga's icy gaze. "Who is it?" "Ah, Lord Demon Sovereign. You have struck well." Jin Buhuan's complexion turned pale as he hastily released Jin Baobao, kneeling on the ground, his voice trembling. "I beseech the Lord Demon Sovereign for forgiveness." Jin Baobao, initially taken aback, then widened his eyes, stammering as he pointed at Chimichanga. "Grandfather, you called him what?" "Lord Demon Sovereign. He is the legendary hero. The Chaos Demon Sovereign." Jin Buhuan forcefully brought Jin Baobao to the ground, whispering a reprimand. "Silence. Quickly bow and apologize to the esteemed demon lord." Jin Baobao, startled by his grandfather's actions, froze momentarily. However, upon witnessing his grandfather's grave expression, he dared not question further and hastily knelt down, prostrating himself repeatedly. "Esteemed demon lord, please spare me. I, who failed to recognize the mountain, have offended you. I beseech your magnanimity to overlook my transgressions." Chimichanga coldly observed the pair, his gaze lingering on Jin Baobao for a moment before shifting to Jin Buhuan, his tone laced with mockery. "Elder Jin, your grandchild certainly exudes an air of authority, robbing in broad daylight, oppressing the weak, and daring to accuse the victim first. This is the exemplary progeny you have raised?" Upon hearing this, cold sweat poured down Jin Buhuan's forehead as he hastily explained, "Esteemed demon lord, I am guilty of inadequate discipline, deserving of the utmost punishment. Yet this child has been away from the demon realm since his youth. I have only recently brought him back, and I never anticipated his utter disregard for propriety." As he spoke, Jin Buhuan bowed fervently with Jin Baobao. "I implore you, esteemed demon lord, to spare him for the sake of my years of service to the demon clan." Chimichanga snorted disdainfully, his piercing gaze sweeping over Jin Baobao. "Do you not realize that the spirit stone you stole was a lifeline for someone?" Jin Baobao trembled under Chimichanga's scrutiny, stammering, "Esteemed demon lord, I understand my mistake." But what?" Chimichanga furrowed his brow. "But in the demon realm, this is how things are." Jin Baobao looked at Chimichanga in confusion. Chimichanga ignored him, turning instead to Xiao, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Xiao, how should we handle such a person?" Xiao, blushing deeply, approached Chimichanga. "Changa, although Jin Baobao's actions are reprehensible, this is indeed the reality of the demon realm. The law of the jungle prevails. This is the norm?" Chimichanga exclaimed in shock. "Yes, while it is wrong. Such behavior has persisted in the demon clan for many years. The strong reign supreme while the weak are but ants. The concept of fairness is non-existent. With a long sigh, Chunchanga remarked, "It seems that treating this deep-seated malady with gentle remedies will not suffice. Perhaps we should grant him an opportunity for redemption, compelling him to apologize to the demon youth whose spirit stone he stole and to compensate for his losses," Xiao suggested tentatively. Upon hearing this, Chunchanga nodded, turning to Jin Baobao with a tone of authority. "Jin Baobao, in light of Xiao's intercession on your behalf, I shall spare your life, for now. However, you must personally apologize to the demon youth from whom you stole the spirit stone and compensate him tenfold for his losses. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient." Jin Baobao felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed demon lord. Thank you, esteemed demon lord. I shall go at once to apologize and vow to reform." Jin Buhuan also hurriedly bowed. "Thank you, esteemed demon lord, for your generosity. I shall ensure strict discipline henceforth, preventing this miscreant from causing further trouble." Chunchanga waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. Jin Buhuan promptly took Jin Baobao by the arm, and they hurried out of the grand hall. "The other elders, if such rascals exist within your households, address them promptly." Chunchanga waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw, yet the 4 elders showed no intention of departing. The demon lord, subordinate Huawei, the only female elder, knelt down. "Speak plainly," Chunchanga instructed. "Since the ancient war, the demon realm has been isolated from the 3 realms, leading to a scarcity of resources." Chunchanga nodded, acknowledging, "Although we, the demon clan, are labeled as demons, we are in truth unrelated to those irredeemable monsters." Huawei continued, "Years ago, you sealed countless demons with your primordial spirit, preserving the tranquility of the 3 realms, which was a monumental achievement." Upon hearing this, Chunchanga replied, "I have never been concerned with accolades or blame, only seeking a clear conscience." Huawei's expression grew indignant, and she clenched her fists. "Yet, the divine clan has widely proclaimed that it was the Emperor Haoyan who sealed the Valley of the Underworld, engaging in battle with you, resulting in the demise of the Emperor. Your merits have long been usurped by others. The Emperor's death has been attributed to you." Huawei gazed at Chunchanga with fervor. Another elder sighed, "My lord, I am too Jushan." Over the years, the younger generation of the demon clan, dissatisfied with the prejudice of the 3 realms, have resorted to misdeeds, tarnishing the reputation of our clan. "My lord, I am Mu Shingen. Do you know why they resort to theft? It is because our demonic veins have run dry. Without thievery, there is no means of cultivation." Mu Shingen, filled with sorrow, knelt heavily. Chunchanga displayed an expression of disbelief, then quickly found solace. "I never imagined that my carefree city has truly become a hell. Rest assured, it shall soon be transformed back into the former carefree city." Upon hearing this, the 4 elders expressed their joy. "Thank you, demon lord." Chunchanga turned to Xiao, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Xiao, from this day forth, you shall be the demon empress. Shall we guard the demon clan together?" Xiao smiled gently, her eyes filled with happiness. "Changa, I am willing to fight alongside you to protect our clan." Chunchanga nodded and then declared, "In 3 days, Xiao and I shall hold a grand wedding in the demon palace. Prepare accordingly." The 5 elders, upon hearing this, revealed expressions of delight. "The demon lord is wise. This move will surely restore the prestige of our clan." However, Elder Shui Runi displayed a troubled expression. "My lord, our demon palace is financially strained, with expenses exceeding income. We cannot afford the wedding." Chunchanga shook his head helplessly. "Xiao, here are 100,000 Emperor-grade elixirs, an Emperor-grade spiritual vein, and a medium-grade spirit stone mine, to serve as engagement gifts." As Chunchanga spoke, Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Although it is somewhat lacking, I shall ensure ample gifts for the dowry." Chunchanga explained bashfully, placing the gifts into Xiao's purple crystal storage ring. "That is more than enough." Xiao blushed and hurriedly lowered her head. The elders and officials below stared wide-eyed, whispering among themselves. Indeed, it is no surprise that the ancient demon sovereign possesses such immense wealth. Might it be true that our demon clan shall no longer endure a life of poverty? Quick, distribute the rewards." Chunchanga called out. "Congratulations, master. You have delivered 100,000 imperial-grade elixirs to Target 2, triggering a billion-fold return. Congratulations, master. You have acquired a 5-elements alchemy furnace, capable of producing 100 each of essence cleansing pills, 9 turns immortal pills, and millennium snow lotus pills daily. Congratulations, master. You have presented an imperial-grade spiritual vein to target 2, triggering a billion-fold return. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 10 Chaos Spiritual Veins. Congratulations, Master, for delivering a mid-grade spiritual stone mine to target 2, triggering a billion-fold return. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired 100 upper-grade spiritual stone mines. Wealth has indeed come our way. Chun Changa rejoiced inwardly, then turned with a serious demeanor to address the elders. Shui Ruyan, I do not possess much silver myself. Allow me to bestow upon you 50 upper-grade spiritual stone mines and 10,000 imperial-grade elixirs for the wedding necessities. After a moment's thought, he continued, as for the remaining treasures, I shall consider how to allocate them from the demon clan's treasury. Once Chun Changa finished speaking, a pin drop could be heard in the silence that enveloped the demon palace. The elders and officials trembled with excitement, as if on the verge of tears. What troubles you? Chun Changa inquired, puzzled by their reactions. Woo, 50 upper-grade spiritual stone mines. 10,000 imperial-grade elixirs. Woo, our demon clan has never been this affluent. I must follow the sovereign closely. Sovereign, you are the wealthiest demon sovereign in 10,000 years. Report to the sovereign, someone requests an audience. A guard of the palace rushed in, flustered. Calm yourself. Such haste is unbecoming of our demon clan. Chun Changa admonished. Leave and announce properly. He cast a resigned glance at the guard, who appeared bewildered as he looked to Huo Weiwei for guidance. Why are you still here? Go and present our clan's dignity. Do not resemble a defeated army. Huo Weiwei kicked the guard. Yes, yes. The guard hurriedly exited. Moments later, the demon clan guard re-entered the hall with swift steps. Kneeling on one knee and reporting respectfully, Sovereign, the young master of the Tiger clan, by Mian, seeks an audience. By Mian? A flicker of surprise crossed Chun Changa's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Let him enter. Shortly after, a tall, handsome young man strode confidently into the hall, adorned in tiger-striped battle armor. His demeanor exuding a hint of wildness. It was none other than Bai Mian, the young master of the Tiger clan. Bai Mian approached the center of the hall, offering a slight bow with a teasing tone. Brother Chun, it has been a while. You certainly carry yourself with the airs of a demon sovereign. Chun Changa chuckled softly, rising from his throne and descending the steps. Bai Mian, your temperament remains unchanged as the young master of the Tiger clan. What brings you to the demon palace today? Bai Mian shrugged, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before ultimately resting on Chun Changa. I am your fated spirit beast, although our bond is alive. You cannot simply abandon me. I have heard of the significant event you undertook in the Abyssal Valley and the Lingxiao Palace, and thus I hasten to see you. Huh. It seems this matter has become common knowledge. Chun Changa patted Bai Mian's shoulder. You may withdraw. Chun Changa gestured for the others to leave. Though Xiao felt perplexed, she complied and exited the grand hall. Once only Chun Changa and Bai Mian remained, Bai Mian's expression suddenly turned grave. Elder brother, since our separation and independent pursuits, we have finally unearthed some clues regarding our investigations. Chun Changa's gaze sharpened, his tone laced with gravity. What have you discovered? Bai Mian inhaled deeply. Speaking slowly, I have been covertly investigating the origins of Empress Li Nanan and yourself, and I have found that you both seem to be pawns arranged by the Heavenly Emperor. What do you mean? Chun Changa furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Your 2 lifetimes of encounters with Li Nanan are part of a conspiracy. Upon hearing Bai Mian's words, Chun Changa's expression turned serious. What do you mean? My 2 lifetimes with Li Nanan. Indeed, do you recall your past life? I do not. Even now, merged with the Chaos Demon Lord, I have no recollection of any previous existence. Chun Changa shook his head. Bai Mian nodded, his demeanor solemn. The clues I uncovered indicate that in your first life, Li Nanan extracted your supreme bone, rendering you powerless, and you were expelled by the Changshengli clan. Li Nanan's attitude towards me in this life is entirely different. Chun Changa astutely recognized the crux of the matter. Precisely. Later, Li Nanan became the empress. Thus, during that time, you were filled with resentment and unwillingness, ultimately succumbing to the demonic path and becoming a demon. In your quest for vengeance, you killed her and even contemplated annihilating the world. Upon reaching this point, Chun Changa clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Then why were we reborn? Bai Mian sighed, his voice carrying a weight of sorrow. The Changshengli clan offered the dual flower of the other shore, an exceedingly rare divine entity capable of reversing yin and yang, altering the flow of time. Qin Jianzi utilized his magic to forcefully alter your fated trajectory, granting you rebirth. And all of this is orchestrated by the Heavenly Emperor. Chun Changa fell silent for a moment, pondering why the Heavenly Emperor would go to such lengths. Why would he resurrect us and grant us another chance, especially with the Empress returning to the Heavenly Court? Bai Mian shook his head. I cannot comprehend it either. It seems the Heavenly Emperor's aim is to entangle your fate with Li Nanan once more, thereby controlling your actions through your emotional entanglements. Qin Changa scoffed, a hint of derision in his tone. The Heavenly Emperor certainly plays a clever game. Unfortunately, he underestimates both me and you. In this life, it seems I am once again out of control. Suddenly, Qin Changa recalled something and turned sharply to Bai Mian. Bai Mian, does Li Nanan's subsequent care for me and the Li clan's nurturing signify that she is aware of her past life? Bai Mian nodded slightly. It is highly likely. Brother, the second matter is that the Celestial Emperor and the Dragon Clan seem to have forged some form of alliance. It appears they aim to annihilate the Demon Clan. Qin Changa scoffed. The Celestial Emperor was once merely a small koi in the Celestial River. How dare he dream of eradicating my Demon Clan? Bai Mian shook his head. Brother, although the Celestial Emperor lacks your strength, he wields the resources and authority of the Celestial Court, backed by the support of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan has always been proud. They would not easily cooperate with the Celestial Emperor without sufficient benefits. I suspect they may have acquired some power capable of threatening the Demon Clan. Qin Changa's brows furrowed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. A power that threatens the Demon Clan? Humph, I shall see what kind of waves they can stir up. Bai Mian sighed, worry tinging his voice. Since the Celestial Emperor dares to act against the Demon Clan, he must have some reliance. Yes, that person, Tai Chun, is exceedingly cautious. We should refrain from rash actions for now. Let us first ascertain the plans of the Celestial Emperor and the Dragon Clan before making our move. You should return to the White Tiger Clan and continue your investigations. Brother, what investigations? Shouldn't you first allow me to attend your wedding? Haha, indeed. I was so engrossed in discussing matters that I forgot to inform you. Haha. 3 days later, the sky of the demon realm was illuminated by countless brilliant demonic lights, resembling a suspended river of stars, shimmering with colors. The demon palace was adorned with lights and decorations, red silks and golden sashes, along with jewels and treasures, hung from every pillar. In front of the main hall of the palace stood a massive altar, surrounded by 9 white jade pillars intricately carved with ancient runes, their tops ablaze with ethereal blue demonic flames, adding an air of mystery and solemnity to the grand wedding. Inside the main hall, Qin Changa donned a dark robe embellished with golden patterns, a jade belt set with obsidian cinching his waist, exuding an aura of authority and nobility. Ziyao wore a black and purple bridal gown, embroidered with golden phoenixes, her head adorned with a crown embedded with countless gemstones, her beauty captivating and ethereal. She stood beside Qin Changa, a perfect match. The officiant, Huo Weiwei, ascended the altar holding a staff embedded with demonic crystals, her voice resonant and solemn. Today marks the wedding day of our supreme ancestor, the Chaos Demon Lord, and the Holy Maiden, Ziyao. This is an unprecedented event for our demon clan in a millennium. As her words echoed, the 9 pillars surrounding the altar erupted with dazzling light. The demonic flames soaring skyward, transforming into 9 colossal demonic dragons that spiraled in the heavens, their roars deafening. Huo Weiwei continued, the Demon Lord celebrates with the people. Every member of the Demon Clan shall receive an imperial-grade spiritual elixir and 10 superior spirit stones. Before Huo Weiwei could finish, the crowd of demons fell silent, followed by a thunderous wave of cheers. Long live the Demon Lord. Long live the Demon Empress. Huo Weiwei smiled. Now quiet down. For the Demon Lord has presented 3 strands of chaos spirit veins for the cultivation of the Demon Clan populace. The entire Demon Clan erupted in fervor once more, with many citizens spontaneously bowing towards the Demon Palace. Their excitement led to impassioned discussions. How many years has it been since the Demon Clan experienced such prosperity? Indeed, the spiritual veins had withered, the spirit stones were scarce, and cultivation was an arduous endeavor. Yet now, everything has changed. Mother, why is the Demon Lord so wealthy this time? My child, that is because the chaotic Demon Lord has returned. He is the true ancestor of the demon realm. Your generation holds hope. At that moment, the sky of the demon realm was bathed in an ethereal blue hue. as if the entire cosmos was rejoicing for this wedding. Chen Chang'e held Xiao's hand, gracefully ascending the altar. "Chang'e, your hand feels so large," Xiao exclaimed. "Xiao, generosity towards the people is the foundation for revitalizing the demon clan." Chen Chang'e tightened his grip on Xiao's hand, smiling as he explained, "Indeed, today marks a true celebration with the people." Xiao nodded, her gaze filled with gratitude towards her husband. As the couple reached the altar, Chen Chang'e's voice resonated like a thunderclap across the heavens. "Today, in the name of the demon clan, I, Chen Chang'e, declare my union with Xiao as husband and wife. From this day forth, we shall stand united, never betraying one another, safeguarding our demon clan, and preserving peace together." With Chen Chang'e's proclamation, the inferno at the altar suddenly erupted, transforming into a colossal pillar of light that soared into the sky. In the celestial realm above, the heavenly Empress Qitong, Li Nannan, gazed at the ascending light, a tear tracing down her cheek. "Had I not given up, would it not be me standing by your side today?" Back at the demon altar, Chen Chang'e and Xiao exchanged smiles, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they slowly exchanged wedding rings. These rings were fashioned from the ancient chaotic demon lord's treasured black radiant stone. As Chen Chang'e placed the ring on Xiao's finger, he proclaimed loudly, "Xiao, from this moment on, you are my one and only demon empress. Regardless of how the three realms may change, I shall walk alongside you." Tears glistened in Xiao's eyes as she gently nodded. "Chang'e, I am willing to devote all that I am to protect our home and you." Their vows, illuminated by the demonic flames, took on a solemn grandeur. Surrounding them, the demon citizens knelt, fervently proclaiming, "We congratulate the esteemed demon lord and demon empress on their eternal union. May they thrive for all eternity." As the wedding drew to a close, countless demonic fireworks ignited above the demon palace, bursting into a myriad of brilliant light and shadow, as if the entire demon realm celebrated this nuptial. Inside and outside the palace, joyous cheers resounded, and guests raised their cups to offer blessings to the newlyweds. However, a sudden clamor erupted outside the palace. "Chen Chang'e, as the chaotic demon lord, how dare you condone the capture of my dragon kin by your people? Today we demand justice." A resonant voice rang out from beyond the palace gates. It was Elder Ao Yun of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 61, Wedding Turmoil. The demon lord's promise. The voice of the Dragon Clan elder resonated like thunder outside the demon palace, instantly shattering the festive atmosphere of the wedding. Those gathered around the altar turned their heads in unison, their expressions a medley of emotions. The Dragon Clan elder, Ao Yun, clad in dragon scale armor, strode forward accompanied by powerful figures from various sects, their demeanor fierce and evidently well prepared. Chen Chang'e furrowed his brow, observing the intruders at the wedding, his fingertips gently stroking the trembling hand of Xiao. Such audacity! Fire Weiwei's staff came down heavily, conjuring demonic flames that morphed into a colossal nine-headed serpent, blocking the path of the unruly visitors. How dare mere lowly creatures disturb the demon lord's wedding? Ao Yun's gaze was piercing as he locked eyes with Chen Chang'e, his tone laced with provocation. "Chen Chang'e, your demon clan has taken our dragon clan members. If you do not provide an explanation today, this wedding shall not proceed." Chen Chang'e let out a cold laugh, his eyes sharp as blades. "You repeatedly claim that my demon clan has captured your kin, yet do you possess any evidence? If not, to speak such slander in my demon palace is to show utter disrespect." The dragon clan's leader snorted disdainfully, signaling to his attendants, "Bring them forth." A group of dragon clan warriors marched forward, escorting several injured demon soldiers. It was evident that these soldiers had been forcibly captured. The dragon clan leader pointed at them, his voice stern. "These demon soldiers seized our dragon clan members at the border. The evidence is irrefutable. What defense do you offer now?" Chen Chang'e's gaze swept over the demon soldiers as he descended the altar to stand before them. "Did you capture any members of the dragon clan?" The soldiers, heads bowed, could not meet Chen Chang'e's piercing gaze. One of them, trembling, replied, reporting to the demon lord, "We did indeed capture a few dragon clan members. However, they were spies infiltrating our borders." At this, Chen Chang'e's brow furrowed slightly, and he turned to Ao Yun with a hint of mockery in his voice. "Ao Yun, your dragon clan members infiltrated our borders with unclear intentions. Is it improper for my demon clan to apprehend them?" Ao Yun's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by Chen Chang'e's retort. He snorted coldly. "Even so, Your demon clan should not have detained our dragon clan members without due process. If you do not release them today, do not blame us for taking action. Are your dragon clan members allowed to traverse my demon territory at will? While my clan cannot defend itself, Chimichanga replied with a sardonic smile. Ao Yun, your intrusion into my demon palace today, disrupting my wedding, is an extreme breach of decorum. If you dare to act impudently again, do not blame me for being unkind. With that, Chimichanga unleashed the pressure of his chaotic power, causing the blue demonic flames at the wedding site to surge violently, the surrounding air thickening with tension. Ao Yun's expression shifted as he steadied himself, visibly struggling. He had not anticipated Chimichanga's swift mastery of chaotic power. Old Ao, witnessing the scene, unfurled a scroll, revealing a blood oath signed by the various sects of the 3,000 divine domains. Ao Yun forced a faint smile and clasped his hands, addressing the demon lord. Even with your overwhelming power, you must provide an explanation to the 3,000 divine realms. Chimichanga responded with a subtle smile, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Explanation? Do not present such grotesque and bloody matters to me. I have a penchant for cleanliness. Upon his words, the silk scroll upon the ground was incinerated by blue demonic flames. Ao Yun's expression shifted, clearly caught off guard by Chimichanga's resolute stance. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly elaborated. In the past 6 months, disciples from the divine realms have frequently gone missing, with their disappearance locations nearly all on the borders of the demon clan. Chimichanga slightly furrowed his brow, turning to the previously silent Kinjiunzi. Headmaster, please share your thoughts. I trust you. The Chaos Demon Lord. A look of excitement crossed Kinjiunzi's face. Indeed, among the students of Qingyun Academy alone, 3 have gone missing. Ao Shui is one of them. After speaking, Kinjiunzi turned to Chimichanga, his gaze devoid of hostility, even imbued with respect. How many have vanished from the 3,000 divine realms? Chimichanga's countenance grew solemn. A total of 132. Kinjiunzi revealed, worry evident in his expression. Is there any evidence pointing to the demon clan? A senior elder from the Jinwu sect interjected with a scoff. Evidence. We have determined that the last known locations of the missing disciples were all near the demon clan. Who else could have abducted them besides your kind? Enough. Chimichanga shot a glance at the elder from the Jinwu sect, who promptly fell to his knees in submission. Chimichanga, you. The elder, initially inclined to vent his anger, swallowed his words instead. Is it on such flimsy grounds that you conclude my demon clan's culpability? Such a judgment is rather rash. At that moment, Xiao grasped Chimichanga's arm. Changa, this matter may harbor deeper implications. Let us ascertain the truth before reaching a verdict. Chimichanga nodded, then addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, since you are convinced of my demon clan's involvement, I shall join you in uncovering the truth. Should it indeed be my clan's doing, I shall impose severe punishment. If not, you must apologize to my demon clan. Turning away, Chimichanga adjusted Xiao's crown with a gentle smile. As it stands, this is my wedding. You may partake in the festivities, but should your incessant prattle continue, do not blame me for using my might to quell the small. The elders of various sects exchanged glances. He is an ancient demon god. We are unlikely to be his match even collectively. Indeed, since he is willing to investigate, it seems reasonable. Yes. The elder of the dragon clan is also rushing to the wedding. It is said that when the Chaos Demon Lord unleashes his wrath, the heavens quake and the earth trembles. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose we allow the Demon Lord to hold his wedding. Let us convene 10 days hence at the borders of the demon clan to await his response. Does this seem agreeable? Kinjiunzi suggested, and the assembly nodded in agreement. The elder of the dragon clan snorted and departed with the dragon warriors, followed by the other sections. The atmosphere within the demon palace gradually eased. Xiao gazed at Chimichanga. In the long song, the silk scroll you burned carries a faint aroma reminiscent of interest from long ago. This scent, I once detected on the Empress during my visit to the Lingxiao Palace. It appears that this matter bears the mark of the Heavenly Emperor. Chimichanga nodded thoughtfully. After Xiao finished speaking, she clasped Chimichanga's hand tightly, the phoenix crown's dangling pearls casting delicate glimmers upon her forehead. The clamor of the wedding gradually faded, and the night enveloped the demon palace in serene tranquility. Chimichanga and Xiao sat side by side in their bridal chamber, the flickering red candles illuminating their faces. Xiao cast her gaze downward, her fingers gently caressing the black obsidian stone of her wedding ring, remaining silent for a considerable time. Changa, there is something I have longed to tell you. Cheng Chang'e turned his head, his gaze soft as he inquired, "What is it?" Xiao took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. "In truth, my venture into the Wuliang forest was intentional. I approached you with purpose." "I know." Cheng Chang'e chuckled gently. "I initially drew near to you with the intent of leading you astray." Xiao lowered her head, unable to meet Cheng Chang'e's eyes, as if bracing for his reprimand. However, Cheng Chang'e merely smiled softly, taking her hand in his tone calm. "I am aware." Xiao abruptly raised her head, astonishment flooding her eyes. "How did you know?" Cheng Chang'e caressed her cheek with one hand, his gaze profound. "The Yuguang spear's nature is predictable. What good ideas could it possibly offer? In ancient times, it proposed similar schemes when it followed me." Xiao was momentarily taken aback, tears glistening in her eyes. "Since you know this, why do you still wish to marry me?" Cheng Chang'e gently brushed her cheek, his tone tender. "Because I understand that your feelings for me are genuine, regardless of your initial intentions. You now sincerely wish to share your life with me, do you not?" Xiao nodded vigorously, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Yes, Chang'e, I am sincere. I never anticipated that I would truly fall in love with you." Cheng Chang'e embraced her, whispering words of comfort. "That is sufficient. The past is inconsequential. What truly matters is that we are together now, and we shall remain so in the future." Just as they held each other, in the corner of the bridal chamber, the Yuguang spear hovered silently in the air, its body trembling slightly. "So, this is how the Chaos Demon Lord perceives me." The Yuguang spear's voice was low and aggrieved. "I merely sought what was best for the demon race. How did I become a tool for misguided ideas?" Upon hearing the Yuguang spear's mutterings, Cheng Chang'e could not help but laugh. He released Xiao and turned to the Yuguang spear, his tone teasing. "What? Are you feeling wrong now?" The Yuguang spear trembled, its voice laced with dissatisfaction. "My lord, I am an ancient artifact. How can you speak of me in such a manner?" Cheng Chang'e raised an eyebrow. "Then do enlighten me. What ideas have you proposed besides seduction and beauty traps?" The Yuguang spear was momentarily at a loss for words, its body shimmering slightly, as if deep in contemplation. After a moment, it murmured softly, "At least I have found you, Haven Ti." Cheng Chang'e and Xiao exchanged a glance and could not help but burst into laughter simultaneously. "All right, Yuguang spear, I shall not forget your contributions," Cheng Chang'e said with a smile. "But might you take your leave? We are to consummate our union." Yuguang spear paused slightly before hurriedly flying out of the bridal chamber. Chapter 62. A night investigation in the small village. So it is the following morning, the demon realm awakened amidst a mysterious and ethereal ambience. The sky was a gloomy gray, devoid of any trace of sunlight. Heavy clouds hung low, shimmering with flickering red light. Standing atop a high platform, Cheng Chang'e gazed into the distance. There, the mountains loomed indistinctly in the darkness, their peaks twinkling with faint glimmers, manifestations of demonic magic at work. "Chang'e, what are you pondering?" Xiao approached Cheng Chang'e. "I am contemplating who is orchestrating all of this from the shadows. There have been disappearances in the divine realm, as well as among our kind, and all missing individuals seem to point towards the borders of the demon realm. Naturally, they seek to stir trouble in our domain." Xiao nodded gravely. "Could it be the Heavenly Emperor?" Cheng Chang'e shook his head. "Though the Heavenly Emperor is cunning, he would not be so brazen as to provoke the divine realm, unless he possesses complete assurance." At that moment, Yuguang's spear suddenly appeared, its body faintly glowing. "Master Demon, I have an idea." Cheng Chang'e raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what dubious notion have you conjured this time? Who are we to entice?" Yuguang's spear trembled slightly, seemingly displeased. "We could seek out Kinjiunzi. He is adept in the art of divination and may assist us in uncovering clues." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in Cheng Chang'e's eyes. "That is indeed a commendable suggestion." Xiao pondered for a moment, expressing her reservations. "Can we trust Kinjiunzi? Has he not allied himself with the Heavenly Emperor? He is reliable. Although he has sworn allegiance to the Celestial Court, Kinjiunzi is known for his steadfastness and adherence to righteousness, undertaking only what he deems justifiable. Thus, the Heavenly Emperor can never truly control him." It was unexpected that Kinjiunzi was indeed an upright individual. Xiao chuckled. "After all, he is the right protector of the Heavenly Emperor." Cheng Chang'e affectionately stroked Xiao's long hair. "Chang'e, shall I accompany you to seek out Kinjiunzi?" Xiao asked softly. "Certainly." Just as they prepared to set forth, Hu Weiwei rushed in, her expression grave. "Master, there is trouble." Cheng Chang'e furrowed his brow. "What has occurred?" Hu Weiwei spoke in hushed tones. I have just received word that another group of disciples has gone missing at the borders of the demon realm. And among them is our elder, Jin Buhuan. What? Chen Chang's expression darkened. I dispatched him to patrol the southeastern borders not long ago, with his formidable strength. How could he vanish so easily? Huo Weiwei shook her head. The specifics remain unclear, but the border guards reported that it seems he disappeared near Taijia Town. Taijia Town? Chen Chang'e mused for a moment. What manner of place is that? In a modest town within the human realm. It thrived near the more prosperous territories of the demon clan. Fire Weiwei explained. Xiao clasped Chen Chang'e's hand, urging, Chang'e, we must act swiftly. We cannot allow more people to go missing. Fire Weiwei, relay orders to mobilize forces and secure the borders. Recently, no members of the demon clan are permitted to step beyond the demon territory, especially not towards the south. Understood. Fire Weiwei responded, bowing before departing. Chen Chang'e turned, gently stroking Xiao's hair. My dear, guard the demon palace. I shall venture into the human realm myself. I will accompany you. Xiao grasped Chen Chang'e's hand. Be obedient. We have just wed, and I do not wish for you to tire yourself. Xiao nodded reluctantly. Very well. With that, Chen Chang'e transformed into a fleeting ray of light, gracefully landing at the city gates of Taijia Town. Outside the gates lay a desolate expanse of barren land, with wind-swept sands swirling through the air. However, within the gates, a picturesque scene unfolded. Charming bridges and flowing waters, with an array of quaint shops offering various delicacies from the human realm, spirit stones for cultivation, and elixirs from the celestial realm. The streets bustled with a diverse crowd, demons, monsters, gods, and mortals, all creating a vibrant tableau. Strangely, there was no sign of any unusual energy. Could it be that Jin Buhuan did not vanish from this very place? Clad in a dark robe, Chen Chang'e strolled through the streets of Taijia Town, channeling his spiritual energy to seek out Jin Buhuan's presence. It was only when he entered Mianxi village that he sensed an echo of Jin Buhuan's lingering presence. By this time, dusk had fallen. The village lay in eerie silence, illuminated only by a few flickering lanterns swaying in the wind, casting mottled shadows. His consciousness unfurled, enveloping the entire village, and he detected a subtle, malevolent energy wafting through the air. Indeed, Jin Buhuan had been here, yet now, his spiritual energy was entirely absent. Chen Chang'e muttered softly to himself, his brow furrowed. Yet this sinister aura seemed far from ordinary. He pressed onward, stepping cautiously into the village, the cobblestone path beneath him emitting faint sounds. His gaze swept over each dwelling, his consciousness probing intently, yet he found no sign of unusual activity, as if the villagers had collectively succumbed to sleep. Something felt amiss. A troubling intuition began to stir within Chen Chang'e. He approached an unoccupied house and gently pushed the door open. Inside, the furnishings were neatly arranged, with unfinished meals still laid out on the table, as if the occupants had just departed. His attention was drawn to an oil lamp on the table. The wick had burned out, yet the oil remained unspent. This oil was suspicious. It was corpse oil. Chen Chang'e frowned, reaching out to touch the lamp, feeling a faint warmth emanating from it. How peculiar. Half of the villagers appeared to be asleep, while the other half had only just left. At that moment, his consciousness suddenly detected a faint disturbance, as if something deep within the village was beckoning him. With a focused gaze, Chen Chang'e swiftly advanced towards the source of the disturbance. At the village's end stood a dilapidated ancestral hall, surrounded by lush grass and dappled tree shadows. The grand entrance of the ancestral hall stood firmly shut, adorned with intricate runes that subtly exuded an eerie chill. Chen Chang'e stood before the hall, acutely aware of the malevolent aura that enveloped the place. Just as he was about to step inside, he sensed several familiar presences, his gaze sharpening as a smile played upon his lips. Come forth. Lurking in the shadows is hardly your style. No sooner had he spoken than three figures emerged from the darkness. At the forefront was a striking young man clad in silver armor, the illustrious scion of the dragon clan, Ao Run. Following closely was another, draped in a fiery red robe, whose features were equally captivating. He was Feng Jinyan, the heir of the Phoenix clan. The last figure was by Mian, the rebellious heir of the Tiger clan, nonchalantly chewing on a blade of grass, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Brother Demon Lord, I never anticipated you would beat us here. By Mian jested. Chen Chang'e chuckled lightly, surveying the trio. What brings the three of you together? Ao Run stepped forward, his demeanor tinged with gravity. Demon Lord, we too have come to investigate the mysterious disappearance of disciples from Qingyun Academy. This matter is far-reaching. Even our clans, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Tiger, have lost members. Feng Jinyan nodded in agreement, adding, the Academy had advised us not to hastily attribute blame to the Demon Clan, but to seek the truth ourselves. Indeed, just after attending your wedding yesterday, I convened with these two, and fortuitously, we encountered you. Bai Mian grinned. Chen Chang'e laughed at the remark. Qinjianzi, ever the sagacious one. Bai Mian threw an arm around Chen Chang'e's shoulders, saying, Brother, since our paths have crossed, let us investigate together. Chen Chang'e teased, with the four of us collaborating. I wonder if this quaint village can withstand our presence. I shall enter first, Feng Jinyan declared, stepping into the ancestral hall. As he walked in, he was taken aback to find it crowded with villagers, who regarded him with a wary demeanor. A middle-aged man with dark skin and small eyes approached. A forced smile plastered on his face. Young sir, it is late. Why do you enter our Mianxi village's ancestral hall? Are you lost, or seeking lodging? Feng Jinyan replied courteously, Neither, I merely seek my younger sister. The man's expression faltered momentarily before he laughed. You jest, young sir, in our remote village. Who could possibly be sought after? Have you seen a girl in red, resembling me, of similar height? Feng Jinyan inquired politely, gesturing to indicate her stature. No. Our village is small. Had such a striking young lady passed through, we would certainly be aware of it. Has anyone seen her? The man turned to the other villagers. Village chief, I have not seen her. Such a beautiful girl visited our village, and you, the village chief, would not know? The middle-aged man was poised to continue his evasive conversation when Chen Chang'e entered the hall, raising a hand that unleashed a wave of demonic energy, instantly binding the man. So, you are the village chief. There is no need for pretense. I have already seen through your tricks. My lord, what are you saying? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? The village chief pleaded pitifully. Brother Chang'e, I am still conducting the interrogation. Feng Zier dared not voice his displeasure at Chen Chang'e's temperament. Feng Zier, do not waste time with trivialities. A mere evil cultivator cannot escape the omniscient gaze of my authority. Chen Chang'e scoffed. Evil cultivator? Feng Zier looked at the villagers in shock. Indeed, though the villagers appeared ordinary on the surface, they concealed a dense malevolence within. Can you not smell the unmistakable stench of this malevolence? Chen Chang'e grimaced as he pinched his nose, disinterested in the genteel Feng Zier, who seemed to have become foolish from excessive study. How did you know? The village chief's face was filled with astonishment. They had hidden it so well that even the deities might not perceive it. Speak quickly, where are they? Chen Chang'e waved his hand, tightening the restraints, causing the middle-aged village chief to turn beet red. These villagers are all evil cultivators. A glimmer of anger flashed in Feng Zier's eyes. No wonder the cases of missing disciples had repeatedly occurred without any leads. Chen Chang'e coldly regarded the village chief. You have exploited your identities as mortals to covertly capture deities and cultivators, siphoning their spiritual energy. Am I not correct? Do you have any evidence? The village chief retorted. Evidence? Does one require evidence to kill? Speak. Do you know their whereabouts? If not, then your existence holds no value. Chen Chang'e coldly snorted. The middle-aged man's complexion drastically changed as he struggled and shouted. Who are you? Chen Chang'e's gaze was frigid. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is, where are the people you have captured? Just then, a sharp whistle suddenly echoed throughout the village, causing the previously tranquil hamlet to erupt in chaos. Chapter 63. Punishing Evil Cultivators, Dragged into the Beast Path. Chen Chang'e looked towards the entrance of the ancestral hall, where many villagers were rushing towards him, brandishing torches. They wielded various magical artifacts, their eyes filled with greed and madness. Capture him. His spiritual energy is even stronger than that of the previous cultivators. An elder shouted loudly, evidently the leader among them. Chen Chang'e let out a cold snort, and a surge of demonic energy erupted around him, instantly repelling the advancing villagers several paces back. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the crowd. Do you truly believe you can capture me? The villagers were momentarily daunted by Chen Chang'e's imposing presence and hesitated to advance. The elder, seeing this, flickered with a ruthless glint in his eyes and urged the crowd. Together, if we can absorb his spiritual energy, we shall break through our limits and become true powerhouses. Upon hearing this, the villagers' eyes reignited with the flames of greed. Seemingly unafraid of life or death, and rushed towards Chunchanga. Chunchanga raised his hand with a sweep, and a torrent of black demonic energy transformed into countless fists, knocking the charging villagers to the ground. The villagers wailed and writhed, their internal malevolence being eroded by the demonic energy, suffering immensely. Chunchanga approached the elder coldly and demanded, "Speak, where are the people you have captured?" The old man's face was ashen, trembling as he pointed towards a cave behind the village. "By Mian, keep an eye on these people." Chunchanga uttered no further words, turning to stride towards the cave, with Feng Ziyuan and Ao Wei hastily following. "Let me watch these rascals. Truly, my commendable elder brother." By Mian sighed, grumbling as he harnessed his spiritual power to confine the villagers. Deep within the cave, Ao Shui and other missing individuals were imprisoned within a colossal formation that incessantly drained their spiritual energy, channeling it into nearby collection vessels. Ao Shui's complexion was pale, her strength waning significantly. She surveyed her surroundings, realizing that the living were but a dwindling handful. Over the days, countless souls had quietly perished. Most horrifying was the fact that even in death, the villagers would extract their final value. Some were matched in ghostly marriages, others sent to brothels to satiate peculiar cravings. To label this village as hell would be no exaggeration. Determined yet anxious, Ao Shui resolved, "I must survive. I must inform my brother. The Dragon Clan, there is a traitor among them." Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from outside the cave, and Chunchanga's figure appeared at the entrance. Despite being enveloped in a surging tide of demonic energy, he resembled a celestial being descending to earth. "Chunchanga." A flicker of joy crossed Ao Shui's eyes as she weakly called out. Chunchanga glanced at her, noting the one-sized beauty now devoid of color. Clearly on the brink of collapse, he hastened to the formation, waving his hand to instantly tear it asunder. The imprisoned individuals were abruptly freed from the formation, tumbling to the ground. "Ao Shui, are you all right?" Ao Wei helped Ao Shui to her feet, concern lacing his voice. Ao Shui shook her head, managing a faint smile. "Brother, I am fine, just a bit weakened from the excessive extraction of my spiritual energy." Ao Wei nodded and then turned to the others. "Can you still move?" They all nodded, though weak, they could barely stand. "Ao Shui, have you seen Feng Ziyuan and Bai Mian's sister?" Feng Ziyuan scanned the area, but found no sign of his sister or Bai Zhan. "I have seen them. They were taken to another location. This village possesses more than one such formation." Ao Shui's eyes reddened as she leaned against Ao Wei, unable to hold back her tears. In the crowd, Chunchanga located Elder Jin Buhuan, who, already of advanced age, had become exceedingly frail from the substantial draining of his spiritual energy. "Master, thank you for saving my life," Jin Buhuan exclaimed, tears streaming down his face upon seeing Chunchanga. "No need for thanks." Chunchanga shattered the energy vessels, utilizing his magic to restore the drained spiritual energy back to its rightful owners. Observing their recovery, he spoke with gravity. "Follow me. I will lead you out of here. Please, I beseech you to save my junior disciple." A cultivator knelt before Chunchanga, cradling the lifeless body of a young boy in her arms. "Alas, I cannot save those who are already dead." Chunchanga closed his eyes and took a deep breath, resigning himself to the temporary preservation of their corpses, awaiting burial. With a wave of his hand, all the bodies were encased in ice. Ao Shui glanced at Chunchanga, her eyes brimming with admiration and a hint of subtle emotion. "Who says the demon lord is heartless? He is, in fact, the most sentimental of all." Ao Shui murmured softly. The crowd followed Chunchanga out of the cave, only to find the entrance surrounded by a multitude of malevolent cultivators. Leading them was the middle-aged village chief from earlier, who sneered at Chunchanga. "You little brat. Do you really think you can save them?" With a frosty gaze and a tone laced with sarcasm, Chunchanga retorted, "You vile cultivators think you can obstruct me?" As he stepped forward, his eyes scanned the surroundings, and in the center of the clearing outside the cave lay an ancient formation, its surface etched with eerie runes, still stained with fresh blood. "This is a blood sacrifice formation?" Chunchanga furrowed his brow. "At least you have some discernment." "Huh. But this is no ordinary blood sacrifice formation. This is the God-controlled blood sacrifice. Even if a deity were to arrive, they would have to leave their spiritual power behind." "Ha." The chief laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Your friend, that one named Bai, has already been captured by us. With your immense spiritual power, if we can siphon it, we will surely transcend our realms and become true powerhouses." Chunchanga scoffed. his tone dripping with disdain. You lot are not worthy. The chief's expression darkened as he shouted to the villagers behind him, everyone, activate the formation and drain his spiritual power. Upon hearing this, the malevolent cultivators positioned themselves within the blood sacrifice formation. Chimichanga shook his head, his voice tinged with pity. You are hopelessly deluded. With a flick of his hand, a surge of black, demonic energy transformed into countless blades, annihilating the advancing cultivators. You can unleash your powers in front of the blood sacrifice formation? The village chief could hardly believe his eyes. Begone! Chimichanga waved his hand, and the black energy swiftly dismantled the formidable formation. Seeing this, the chief's face changed dramatically, and he turned to flee. Chimichanga raised his hand, and a tendril of demonic energy ensnared the chief. Trying to escape? Too late, he uttered coldly. The chief's face turned pale, trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Deity, spare me. I shall never dare again. Chimichanga's gaze was icy, his tone resolute. You harm living beings and siphon spiritual power. Your sins are unforgivable. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven and mete out justice upon you. As his words fell, he raised his hand, and the demonic energy completely severed the chief and the malevolent cultivator's powers. Who taught you this formation? Speak. Chimichanga commanded loudly. And no, I don't know. It has been passed down by the elders in the village. The chief trembled, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. It seems your ancestors were indeed wicked. Chimichanga sneered. Today, I shall cast you malevolent cultivators into the path of beasts, never to cultivate again in this lifetime. How dare you? The village chief struggled to rise. Who are you to condemn us to a fate worse than death? A chilling voice echoed through the air, resonating like a haunting melody, sending shivers down the spines of all present. As the voice lingered, dark clouds enveloped the moon, and a fierce wind howled, causing the villagers' torches to flicker ominously. In the wavering light, a figure clad in a dark robe emerged from the shadows. Chapter 64. The Malevolent Cultivator and the Arrival of the King of Hell. Who is this? Aowei, supporting his sister Aoshua, gazed at the advancing silhouette. The King of Hell. Chimichanga remarked with a subtle smile. The King of Hell approached with measured steps, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if the very essence of the underworld surged forth. As she drew nearer, the crowd was taken aback to discover she was, in fact, a woman, a strikingly beautiful woman. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains, untouched by adornment. Her eyes shone like cold stars, and her lips resembled pearls. Every gesture was breathtakingly enchanting, leaving onlookers unable to meet her gaze. Yet, there was an air of dread about her. A chilling aura enveloped her, and a crimson seal marked her forehead, while she wielded a gleaming silver axe, its blade glinting menacingly. Chaos Demon Lord, you have finally returned. Is it your intention to send souls to the underworld upon your arrival? The King of Hell chuckled, her gaze fixed on Chimichanga. After a millennium, you, the Lady of Hell, remain as captivating as ever. Chimichanga praised, then gestured toward the villagers. Cast these wretches into the realm of beasts. However, the Lady of Hell raised her axe. Let us not speak of such filth just yet. Look at this axe you gifted me. It truly has withstood the test of time. Doesn't it gleam even more brightly now? Indeed, it does. Chimichanga replied. But I must ask, why must you? A woman wield such a brutish weapon? Surely the Flame Sun sword or the Jade Light spear would suit you better. To the astonishment of those watching, Chimichanga conversed with the King of Hell as if they were old friends. What do you know? This axe delivers a satisfying blow to evildoers. A single swing can sever heads from bodies. It's utterly exhilarating. The Lady of Hell approached Chimichanga with enthusiasm. Are you married now? Yes. How dull. You didn't even invite me? A hint of displeasure crossed her face. Enough of this idle chatter. Yama and Yama. Take these people and cast them into the realm of beasts. Once she finished speaking, she turned to the grim figures of Yama and Yama, instructing them to transform the villagers into crabs, condemning them to an eternity of being steamed alive in their next lives. The villagers, paralyzed with fear, trembled uncontrollably. Yet before they could plead for mercy, the spectral soldiers had already seized them and dragged them away. Chaos Demon Lord, I must take my leave. With that, the Lady of Hell vanished into the night. What is her name? Aowei asked, entranced. She is known as the Lady of the Great Axe. Chimichanga replied, glancing at Aowei, unimpressed, and began to turn away. Brother Changa, if you cast these people into the underworld, how will we find the others who have been abducted? Feng Jian caught up with Chimichanga. Bookworm, follow me. Chunchanga, disinclined to elaborate, led the group to a cavern whereby Mian had already rescued the remaining captives. Sister. Feng Zier rushed forward to support his sister, Wanner. Brother is here. The people here are terrifying. I will never come to the human realm to play again. She began to weep, but before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. Feng Zier hurriedly lifted his sister onto his back and turned to Bai Mian. Bai Mian, weren't you captured by the villagers? Feng Zier questioned, puzzled by the lively demeanor of Bai Mian, who seemed anything but a captive. If I pretended to be captured, how would I have been sent to the cave to rescue people? By the time you finish interrogating the villagers, these individuals will have had their spiritual energy completely drained. Bookworm. Bai Mian retorted with a hint of annoyance. Indeed, the two of you are bound together. Your manner of speaking is remarkably similar. Feng Zier muttered under his breath. Chunchanga furrowed his brow and regarded Bai Mian. In Mianchi village, a village in the human realm, every person is a rogue cultivator, and there are arrays everywhere. I suspect this matter is far more complex than it appears. Bai Mian smiled and leaned closer to Chunchanga, whispering, there is a big fish in Taijia town. After saying this, Bai Mian raised his voice, addressing the demon lord. We have rescued everyone. Let us return to Qingyun Academy to report back. Demon lord. The truth is now clear, and the suspicions against the demon clan have been dispelled. Rest assured, we will clarify everything with the elders back home. Ao Wei stepped forward, gazing appreciatively at Chunchanga. No need for explanations. The 10-day agreement remains unchanged. I am still waiting for apologies from the various sects of Zhongzhou. Chunchanga chuckled, patting Ao Wei's shoulder. To me, your elders are merely naive children. Ao Wei's expression became complex, and just as he was about to say something further, Chunchanga left with a casual remark of until we meet again. Brother, is he now Chunchanga or the Chaos Demon Lord? Ao Shua pondered, watching Chunchanga's retreating figure. I cannot discern either. Upon leaving Mianchi village, Chunchanga did not return to the demon realm, but instead made his way to Taijia town alone. Upon arriving, he encountered Ziao. Madam, what brings you here? Chunchanga struggled to contain his joy, his expression betraying his delight. I was worried about you. Though you are the Chaos Demon Lord, human emotions are intricate. You may not be stronger than I. Ziao smiled and planted a kiss on Chunchanga's cheek. Madam, I truly do not comprehend the intricacies of human emotions. Please indulge me with another kiss, so I may experience their complexity. Chunchanga leaned his face closer to Ziao. You are becoming quite demanding. Ziao playfully scolded, taking Chunchanga's hand as they strolled leisurely down the street. Suddenly, Chunchanga's gaze fixated on a peculiar inn. That inn seems rather strange, he remarked softly. Following his sight, Ziao noticed a red lantern hanging at the entrance, adorned with eerie symbols that subtly emanated a chilling aura. Let us go inside, Chunchanga suggested. The two entered the inn, where the server was busy wiping tables. He immediately approached them, a broad smile on his face. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here for a meal or a room? Chunchanga replied. We would like a room. Please provide us with a superior one. The innkeeper nodded respectfully. Certainly. Esteemed guests, please follow me. He guided them to the second floor and opened a door. Esteemed guests, this is the finest room in our establishment. Please make yourselves comfortable. Chunchanga nodded and tossed a spirit stone to the innkeeper, saying, This is for you. The innkeeper accepted the stone, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed guest. Thank you. Once the innkeeper departed, Chunchanga closed the door and spoke quietly to Ziao. This inn has a chilling aura, yet neither the inn nor the innkeeper exudes the malevolence of evil cultivators. Changa, this coldness is indeed unusual, Ziao remarked as she began to inspect the room. Changa, the walls are hollow, she whispered. There are runes upon them. I feel as though I have seen them before. Chunchanga traced the runes with his fingers, seemingly lost in thought. Do you think the individuals behind this inn are connected to the evil cultivators of Mianchi village? He pondered gravely. Chunchanga nodded, his expression serious. It is highly probable. Although we dealt with the cultivators of Mianchi village, their influence evidently extends beyond what we have encountered. As they conversed softly, they suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps outside, as if someone were eavesdropping. A cold glint flashed in Chunchanga's eyes. He waved his hand gently, and the door opened soundlessly to reveal the very innkeeper from before. The innkeeper, taken aback by the sudden opening of the door, hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile. Esteemed guests, I merely came to see if you required anything. Chunchanga smiled faintly. Oh, Is that so? Then please, come inside. The innkeeper hesitated briefly, but eventually stepped in. Chimichanga closed the door with a swift motion, his gaze sharp as a blade. Speak, who sent you? The innkeeper's expression shifted, forced laughter escaping his lips. Esteemed guest, what do you mean? I merely came to inquire if you needed anything. Chimichanga snorted coldly. Raising his hand, an invisible force instantly pinned the innkeeper to the ground. The innkeeper felt paralyzed, his bones aching, and his face turned pale with fear. I will ask you once more, who sent you? Chimichanga's voice was icy and piercing, realizing he had provoked someone far beyond his means. The innkeeper quickly pleaded for mercy. Please spare me. I was only following orders. The manager sent me to monitor you. The manager? Chimichanga raised an eyebrow. Where is he? The innkeeper trembled as he spoke. The manager is downstairs. He is from Yinchi village. Chimichanga and Xiao exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions that this inn was indeed closely linked to the evil cultivators of Yinchi village. Take us to him, Chimichanga commanded coldly. The innkeeper dared not disobey, quickly nodding. Yes, I will lead you there. Chimichanga released his hold on the innkeeper, who scrambled to his feet and hurriedly guided them downstairs. In the lobby of the inn, the innkeeper sat behind the counter, engrossed in a ledger, seemingly calculating accounts. Upon seeing the attendant escorting Chimichanga and Xiao downstairs, the innkeeper's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? He inquired with a smile. Chimichanga approached the counter, his gaze fixed intently on the innkeeper. What do you know about the affairs of Yinchi village? The innkeeper's countenance paled instantly, and the ledger slipped from his grasp with a thud. Struggling to maintain his facade of calm, he forced a laugh. What do you mean, esteemed guest? I don't understand. Chimichanga let out a cold laugh, and the innkeeper felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, lifting him high. Terror filled his eyes as he realized his exposure. Please spare me. I am merely following orders. Everything is orchestrated by those above. He pleaded desperately. Those above? Chimichanga narrowed his eyes, releasing the innkeeper. Who are they? Trembling, the innkeeper replied. I only know that they are part of the Mingsheng sect. Not only Yinchi village, but many villagers from various places are followers. Mingsheng sect? Chimichanga's brow furrowed. He had never heard of such a name. Who leads this sect? The innkeeper shook his head. My position is too lowly. I truly do not know. With a disdainful scoff, Chimichanga declared. If you refuse to speak, I shall take you along with the villagers of Yinchi. No, I will tell you. The innkeeper, flustered and prostrate, crawled before Chimichanga. I am merely a liaison between Yinchi village and those above. I truly have no contact with anyone higher. Who is the one from the Mingsheng sect that contacts you? Take me to them. Chimichanga kicked the innkeeper. I have never seen them in person. They always leave a note in the middle room on the second floor. The innkeeper quickly divulged. Where do they leave it? The left wall of the room is hollow, containing a hidden compartment for exchanging messages. The innkeeper hung his head in despair. You had better not be deceitful. Chimichanga hoisted the innkeeper back to the room they had just left. Changa, that must be the wall he mentioned. Xiao pointed to the wall adorned with runes. Open it, Chimichanga commanded, pushing the innkeeper towards the wall. Just then, the door to the guest room was abruptly pushed open, and the attendant along with several individuals clad in white burst in, their previous respect replaced by a chilling demeanor. Were you prepared all along? Xiao tightened her grip on her jade spear. Before she could finish her sentence, the attendant produced a black talisman from his robe and crushed it with force. Quick! Activate the formation. With the attendant's command, the formation within the room suddenly illuminated, a powerful suction enveloping Chimichanga and Xiao. Xiao's expression changed. Changa, this is a space transfer formation. We will be transported elsewhere. Chimichanga remained composed, grasping Xiao's hand. Do not fear. I wish to see where they intend to take us. Their figures gradually blurred within the formation before ultimately vanishing from sight. Chapter 65, Braving the Cult. A reunion with kin. When Chimichanga and Xiao opened their eyes once more, they found themselves within a resplendent palace. The interior was adorned with pillars as white as jade, each intricately carved with elaborate animal totems that coiled upward. These totems shimmered with a golden hue under the dim light, seemingly imbued with a life force, lying in wait for a call to awaken. Above, the vaulted ceiling was studded with countless sparkling gemstones, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that transformed the entire white palace into a dreamlike paradise. Changa, what is this place? It is breathtaking, Xiao exclaimed, gazing down at the ground. which was laid with translucent white crystals. The luminous crystals reflected everything within the palace, blurring the line between reality and illusion. This must be the stronghold of the Holy Light cult. Look, Chunchanga pointed towards a wall of the palace, where scenes of devotees engaging in various rituals were depicted. Some wielded flaming torches, forming a square as they danced in a frenzied manner. Others held a white crystal orb in their hands, performing what they deemed as divination. Still, others brandished sharp daggers, cruelly sacrificing a life upon an altar, blood dripping onto the surface and splattering into wicked crimson blooms. Under the reflection of the gemstones, these images appeared particularly grotesque and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. It is horrifying how the sacred and the profane are so vividly displayed here. Xiao could not help but marvel. Chunchanga grasped Xiao's hand, leading her down a shadowy corridor lined with rows of bizarrely shaped statues. These figures bore stern expressions, their hollow gazes seeming to penetrate the souls of those who dared to meet their eyes. Adorned in splendid robes, they wielded scepters or ritual implements that symbolized power. They stood sentinel along the corridor, akin to guardians or guides from the depths of hell. At the corridor's end loomed a massive golden door. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Are you the Chaos Demon Lord?" Chunchanga turned to see a man clad in a pure white robe slowly emerging, a strange smile gracing his features. "Are you a member of the Holy Light cult?" Chunchanga inquired coldly. The man in white chuckled lightly. "I am the messenger of light." "Haha, what Chaos Demon Lord? You will soon find yourself in my grasp." Chunchanga scoffed. "You think you can confine me?" The white-robed man shook his head. "Alone, I am indeed no match for you. But within this realm, you cannot wield the power of chaos. You are at my mercy." A frown creased Chunchanga's brow as he realized that a certain force suppressed the chaotic energy within him, rendering him unable to summon it. Xiao too sensed the anomaly, whispering, "Changa, the formation here seems capable of suppressing our demonic powers." The white-robed man grinned triumphantly. "Indeed, this formation was specifically designed by the Holy King for you. Now, you are but lambs awaiting slaughter." Chunchanga's gaze was frigid, laced with a hint of mockery as he spoke. "Do you truly believe there exists a formation capable of ensnaring me?" The man clad in white let out a cold laugh. "Do you possess any alternative methods?" Chunchanga, without offering a reply, slowly raised his hand, revealing golden runes that shimmered within his palm. "What is this?" The white-clad man's expression shifted dramatically, clearly unprepared for such a revelation from Chunchanga. With a chilling tone, Chunchanga declared, "Do you think I am merely of the demon race? How pitifully short-sighted." Before his words could fully settle, the seal of the vast heaven erupted from his palm, unleashing a formidable power long suppressed within the demon realm. The golden radiance surged forth, shattering the constraints of the formation. The white-clad man recoiled in terror. "No, this is impossible." With a single step, Chunchanga appeared before him, seizing him by the throat. "Speak. Who are you? Why have you abducted the denizens of the divine realm and the demon race?" The man struggled in vain against Chunchanga's grip, gasping out, "I am the light messenger of the sacred heavenly king. All of this is by the sacred heavenly king's decree." "What nonsense is this?" A flicker of disdain crossed Chunchanga's eyes. "The leader of the bright sage sect, the sacred heavenly king. Truly, the foolishness of ugly men knows no bounds. To devise such a grotesque name to mock those of the human race. You truly are imaginative." Releasing his grip, Chunchanga coldly regarded the man crumpled upon the ground, placing his foot upon the man's chest. "What else do you intend to do with the souls of the divine realm and the demon race? Aside from draining their spiritual energy?" The white-clad man coughed several times, laboriously lifting his head, a flicker of mad mirth igniting in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, Chaos Demon Sovereign. Do you believe you have triumphed? The sacred heavenly king's plan has long since commenced. None of you can impede it." Chunchanga's brow furrowed as he pressed down slightly with his foot, eliciting a grimace of pain from the white-clad man. Yet he gritted his teeth, shouting, "Long live the sacred heavenly king. May the bright sage sect endure forever." Suddenly, the golden door emitted a blinding radiance, as if warning intruders. Chunchanga snorted coldly, raising his hand to strike, and the power of the seal of the vast heavens surged forth, obliterating the golden door into countless fragments. The sight that unfolded beyond the door left both men momentarily stunned. Behind it stood a colossal altar, crowned by a towering statue of a youth, whose pure visage radiated an aura of faith. Surrounding the altar knelt countless white-clad devotees, softly chanting an eerie melody, seemingly engaged in some profound ritual. At the altar's center floated a massive green crystal, within which countless figures could be faintly discerned. "They have imprisoned the souls of these cultivators within the crystal," exclaimed Xiao. Chen Chang's expression shifted with realization. It seems their aim extends beyond mere spiritual energy. They seek souls as well. Just then, the statue upon the altar suddenly opened its eyes, a shrill yet absurd voice reverberating throughout the space. "Chaos Demon Sovereign, you have finally arrived." Chen Chang'e looked up at the statue. "So, you are the so-called Sacred Heavenly King?" The voice of the statue resonated with a hint of pride. "Indeed, it is I, the Chaos Demon Lord, welcoming you to my radiant sacred realm." Chen Chang'e let out a cold sneer. "Oh? Then I shall see how you intend to welcome me. Chaos Demon Lord, join us, and you shall indulge in eternal bliss. The unification of the three realms is but a matter of time." The voice of the statue, the Holy King, suddenly brimmed with a beguiling power. "Begone, you grotesque creature. For millennia, no one has dared to invite me to join them. You think you are worthy?" Chen Chang'e scoffed disdainfully. The voice of the statue, filled with compassion, continued, "Chaos Demon Lord, do you not resent having your merits of sealing the Nether Valley with your primordial spirit usurped by others? Do you not question the sudden fall of your brother, the Celestial Emperor? Are you not enraged by the betrayal and harm inflicted upon you by your beloved? The matters you speak of are of no concern to me. You, a mere petty being, shall never comprehend the essence of the ancient deities." Chen Chang'e regarded the statue with indifference. "Today, I have come to settle the score with you." The Holy King's voice remained calm. "Do you believe you can thwart me? Upon this altar, my power is invincible. You are merely my pawn." Chen Chang'e raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. "Invincible? Is it based on your dilapidated statue?" The voice of the Holy King carried a hint of anger, arrogance. "No wonder you are despised by all. Since you are so oblivious to your own insignificance, allow me to demonstrate what true power is." Before his words faded, the green crystal atop the altar erupted with blinding light, and countless beams of green energy surged forth, targeting Chen Chang'e and Xiao. Xiao's expression shifted. "Chang'e, be careful." Chen Chang'e raised his hand, unleashing the power of the celestial seal, dispersing the streams of green energy. He coldly remarked, "With such meager abilities, you dare to proclaim yourself invincible?" The voice of the Holy King, tinged with surprise, responded, "You have mastered the celestial divine bone? Impossible. Your spiritual power is inherently incompatible with that of the Celestial Emperor. Why would his strength manifest within you?" As his voice faded, the statue on the altar suddenly stirred, its enormous hand descending towards Chen Chang'e and Xiao. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Chang'e's eyes. He swiftly appeared atop the statue's head and brought his foot down with force. The statue's head shattered with a resounding crash, scattering countless fragments across the ground. Yet, the statue did not topple. Instead, it emitted a low, mirthful laugh. "Feudal, Chaos Demon Lord, this statue is but an incarnation of my being. Destroying it bears no consequence for me." Chen Chang'e furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the statue's resilience. At that moment, Xiao suddenly interjected, "Chang'e, that green crystal is the key. Only by destroying it can the ritual be interrupted." Chen Chang'e nodded and, in a flash, appeared before the green crystal. However, just as his power was about to strike the crystal, a green barrier unexpectedly emerged, thwarting his attack. Suddenly, Xiao grasped Chen Chang'e's wrist, her fingertips illuminated by a ghostly blue radiance. "Wait, these soul fluctuations feel amiss." Before she could finish her thought, the white-robed devotees kneeling around the altar abruptly raised their heads, revealing an eerie expression. Their scara had transformed into a murky amber hue, their irises a vivid green. And beneath their skin, intricate green patterns emerged like spiderwebs. The elder at the forefront cracked a sinister grin, his mouth stretching to his ears as he bellowed, "The blasphemer shall be the offering." Chen Chang'e shouted, "Flame Sun Sword." In an instant, the Flame Sun Sword, radiating with golden brilliance, appeared in his grasp. The blade shimmered with resplendent golden light, filling the space with an intense heat. Chen Chang'e's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes upon the green barrier before him. "Such trivial tricks dare to obstruct me?" With a mighty swing, he brought the Flame Sun Sword down with unparalleled force. The golden sword light, as dazzling as the blazing sun, swiftly rent the green barrier asunder. shattering it like fragile parchment into countless emerald motes that dissipated into the air. Beneath the blade's edge lay the green crystal, the soul fluctuations within growing increasingly turbulent, as if wailing and struggling. Observing this, Xiao hastily cautioned, "Chang'e, be wary. These souls are bound by the crystal. If we destroy it forcefully, their souls will be lost forever." Chang'e hesitated, the flame sun sword pausing momentarily. If the crystal were not destroyed, these souls would remain eternally ensnared. Xiao pondered briefly. "Allow me to try. My spiritual energy can resonate with souls. Perhaps I can guide them away from the crystal's control." Nodding in agreement, Chang'e stepped back, granting Xiao space. He gripped the flame sun sword tightly, vigilantly observing the surroundings for any sudden attacks from the controlled white-robed devotees. Drawing a deep breath, Xiao pressed her palms together, her fingertips glowing with ethereal blue light. Closing her eyes, she softly chanted an ancient incantation, her spiritual energy rippling outward as it gradually approached the green crystal. As her energy permeated, the soul fluctuations within the crystal began to settle. As if soothed by her presence, beads of perspiration formed on Xiao's forehead. Suddenly, the souls within the crystal began to gently detach, transforming into faint beams of light that floated free from the crystal. These beams coalesced in the air, gradually forming minuscule, indistinct silhouettes that stood within Xiao's outstretched palm. "We have succeeded." Xiao opened her eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing her features. Chang'e nodded, immediately raising the flame sun sword to shatter the crystal into fragments. Strangely, the shards suspended in the air abruptly halted, refracting countless green rays. These beams intertwined with the green light in the devotees' eyes, prompting them to cry out in exultation, "Long live the sacred king." Then, they emitted inhuman howls as the green patterns upon their skin ignited. Only one elder remained standing amidst the light, untouched by harm. Chang'e swiftly unleashed the divine holy light, a cosmic phenomenon manifesting behind him, enveloping both him and Xiao in a protective radiance. In the midst of a long song, faith has turned against itself. Xiao gazed in shock at the devotees before her. They had offered themselves as sacrifices to the formation. Indeed, the shattered green crystal began to reassemble, transforming once more into a complete crystal. Chang'e seized the elder by the throat, demanding, "Did you orchestrate the sacrifice?" Xiao turned her gaze to the elder, her pupils constricting. Blood seeped from the patterns on the back of his neck. Those demonic runes awakened memories from her childhood. "Grandfather?" Xiao's voice trembled. "You were not supposed to have survived 300 years ago." Chapter 66. A reunion with an old friend. Xiao's heartache. The elder suddenly displayed a pained expression. "Yao girl." Before he could finish, he appeared to lose his voice, his mouth moving soundlessly, and in an instant, he spat blood and collapsed lifelessly. In his final moment, a bluebird's phantom burst forth from the elder's forehead, darting towards Xiao. Chang'e, quick as lightning, yanked Xiao behind him and grasped the phantom bird in his palm. "Chang'e, this is grandfather's soul," Xiao exclaimed, gently taking the phantom bird into her hands. The bird affectionately nuzzled her palm, gradually transforming into a blue radiance that merged with her. "Xiao." Chang'e's heart tightened with concern. Xiao's complexion instantly turned ashen, and beads of sweat formed on her brow. She grasped Chang'e's arm tightly. "Chang'e, I am fine. I am merely absorbing grandfather's soul, but it is taxing my spiritual energy." Chang'e furrowed his brow, his gaze stern as he looked upon the elder's fallen body. The elder's form gradually disintegrated into ashes, dissipating into the air as though he had never existed. "My lady, how do you feel?" Chang'e's tone bore a hint of urgency. Xiao took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within her. "I can sense grandfather's soul. He is attempting to convey something to me." At that moment, the green crystal on the altar erupted with intense light once again, countless streams of green energy surging forth, aimed directly at Chang'e and Xiao. The sacrificed devotees had been reduced to ashes, yet their souls seemed to have been absorbed by the crystal, becoming part of its power. With a swift motion, Chang'e unleashed a golden gust, dispersing the green energy. "Such mere sorcery dares to be audacious before me." However, the power of the green crystal appeared boundless, as the recently dispersed energy quickly coalesced anew, launching another assault on them. The voice of the Holy King resounded once more. "Feudal, Chaos Demon Lord, this crystal is forged from the faith of countless devotees. As long as faith endures, you cannot destroy it. Ha ha. Chen Chang'e chuckled coldly. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. Xiao suddenly grasped Chen Chang'e's wrist, whispering, Chang'e, grandfather's soul is guiding me. He says that only by destroying the core of the crystal can we truly interrupt the ritual. Chen Chang'e nodded. Where is the core? Xiao closed her eyes, attuning to the guidance of her grandfather's soul within her. Moments later, she opened her eyes and pointed toward a specific area of the crystal. There. The core of the crystal is right there. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chang'e thrust forth his blazing sun sword, the golden blade flashing like lightning towards the point indicated by Xiao. No. The voice of the sacred heavenly king trembled with a hint of terror. However, it was too late. The emerald crystal shattered under Chen Chang'e's might, splintering into countless fragments. As the crystal fractured, the ritual upon the altar was forcefully interrupted, and the souls of the faithful sacrificed to the crystal began to materialize. With a thunderous crash, the statue atop the altar crumbled into dust. The voice of the sacred heavenly king echoed through the air, laden with unending wrath and resentment. Chaos Demon Lord, you dare to sabotage my plans. I shall not let you escape. Chen Chang'e replied with a chilling smile, gazing into the void above. A mere coward lurking in the shadows presumes to call himself a king? If you possess the courage, step forth and face me. Yet, the voice of the sacred heavenly king gradually faded, as if it had never existed. Xiao let out a sigh of relief, her body swaying slightly, nearly collapsing. Chen Chang'e hastily supported her, his concern evident as he inquired, Xiao, are you all right? Xiao shook her head, a weary smile gracing her face. I am fine. My spiritual energy bears too many souls, and it is somewhat overwhelming. I shall assist you. Chen Chang'e gently infused his energy into Xiao. She nodded, a glimmer of tears shimmering in her eyes, quickly suppressed. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her posture once more. Chang'e, why is my grandfather here? What am I missing, father? Is he also here? Tears streamed down Xiao's cheeks. Do not be disheartened, my lady. Perhaps this is the very clue to finding your father. Chen Chang'e steadied Xiao. We must find a way to escape. No sooner had he spoken than the souls that had just emerged from the crystal began to twist grotesquely, their eyes glowing with a sinister green light as they lunged towards Chen Chang'e and Xiao. Xiao's expression changed abruptly as she swiftly pulled Chang'e back. Chang'e, be careful. Their souls have been corrupted. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Chang'e's eyes, and with a sweep of his blazing sun sword, he repelled the advancing souls. Xiao tightened her grip on the jade light spear. These souls have lost their self-awareness. If we annihilate them forcefully, their souls will vanish entirely, with no chance of reincarnation. Chen Chang'e's brow furrowed. These souls should indeed be obliterated. With a derisive laugh, Chen Chang'e's sword blazed even brighter, utterly vanquishing the souls of the faithful. He gently grasped Xiao's hand. Let us depart. No sooner had he spoken than the entire palace began to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. The animal totems adorning the pillars appeared to come alive, lunging towards Chen Chang'e and Xiao. A stifling aura permeated the air. The dreamscape was fracturing, and chaos reigned. Xiao? Stay close to me. Chen Chang'e barked, seizing Xiao's hand and dashing swiftly towards the palace exit. Xiao closely followed behind him, exclaiming, Chang'e, if we do not utterly annihilate them, we may find ourselves trapped. Then let us destroy them. Chen Chang'e abruptly halted, his sword, the yin-yang, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. The golden light of the blade surged forth like a torrent, striking the advancing animal totems. Under the onslaught of the sword's luminescence, the totems shattered, dispersing into countless luminous particles that vanished into the air. However, the palace's collapse showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified. Jewels from the dome plummeted, and the white crystals upon the ground began to fracture, as though an invisible hand were tearing the very fabric of the space apart. Quickly, Chen Chang'e exclaimed, scooping up Xiao, and darted towards the palace's grand entrance. Just as they burst forth from the palace, a deep rumble echoed from behind. Chen Chang'e glanced back to witness the complete collapse of the dome, massive stones cascading from above, as though the entire space were being consumed. Boom! The palace crumbled before them, transforming into a desolate ruin, dust swirling and darkening the sky. Chen Chang'e gently set Xiao down, declaring, it is over. We must return. Yet, as they took a few steps, a low rumble resonated from the heavens. Chen Chang'e abruptly looked up, spotting dark clouds gathering ominously, a vast fissure slowly opening, as if an invisible giant hand was tearing the sky asunder. This is bad. Chen Chang's expression shifted, urgently grasping Xiao's hand. It is a spatial rift. The followers of the Holy Light sect are attempting to seal off this area. If we delay, we shall not escape. Chapter 67. Breaking through and returning. Let us divinate. Xiao sensed the urgency. What should we do? Stay close to me. We must charge through. Chen Chang'e swung his sword, the golden light soaring towards the heavens, attempting to rend the spatial tear. However, an inky mist surged forth from the fissure, engulfing the sword's radiance, obscuring the rift entirely. Ha ha ha, Chaos Demon Lord. Do you truly believe you can evade me? The voice of the Divine King echoed once more, laced with derision and pride. Chen Chang'e gazed upwards defiantly. A mere spatial blockade dares to flaunt itself before me? With a sudden leap, both the yin-yang sword and the infinite eye erupted in brilliance, the golden light illuminating the entire sky, while the infinite eye pierced through the illusions. He bellowed, "Break!" As his voice resonated, the sword's light cleaved towards the spatial rift. Under the impact of the sword's brilliance, the fissure began to crumble, the black mist dissipating under the golden glow. In an instant, Chen Chang'e and Xiao had traversed time and space, standing once more before the small inn in Taijia Town. The once vibrant Taijia Town now lay in eerie silence, the only sound being the wind sweeping through the desolate streets, stirring a few withered leaves. The inn's door stood ajar, the interior long deserted. Tables and chairs lay haphazardly strewn upon the floor, as though a hurried escape had transpired. It seems the followers of the Holy Light sect have already departed. Chen Chang'e murmured. Xiao furrowed her brows, remarking, "Their actions are remarkably swift. We have scarcely departed when this place has been entirely vacated." Chen Chang'e replied with a hint of indifference. "The eyes of the Mingsheng sect are ubiquitous. Our movements here have likely been laid bare." Xiao turned her gaze towards Chen Chang'e, her eyes reflecting a trace of concern. "What shall we do next? We remain utterly ignorant of the true location of the Mingsheng sect and the whereabouts of the Sacred Lord. How many malevolent practitioners lurk around the demon realm?" Chen Chang'e chuckled softly. "We shall go to the Qingyun Academy. Qinjianzi is the most adept in divination among the three realms. He may assist us in locating the stronghold of the Mingsheng sect." A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiao's eyes. However, he is deeply engrossed in his studies and seldom concerns himself with worldly matters. He may not readily aid us. Chen Chang'e smiled affectionately. "Fear not. He has a penchant for upholding righteousness. Convincing him to assist in our quest against the evil sect will likely be swifter than my own efforts." Xiao paused in surprise. "Are you implying?" "Indeed. I know him well." Chen Chang'e grasped Xiao's hand, transforming into a streak of light, and in an instant, they landed gracefully before the gates of the Qingyun Academy. The academy was shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. Qinjianzi had long awaited their arrival, and upon seeing the two, a subtle smile graced his face. "Chaos Demon Lord, it has been quite some time," he greeted with a bow, his tone imbued with familiarity. Chen Chang'e returned the gesture with a slight smile. "Headmaster, I rarely visit without cause. I have come this time with a pressing matter." Qinjianzi nodded. "I had anticipated your purpose. Please, come inside. We shall discuss in detail." The three entered the academy, and Qinjianzi led them to a tranquil chamber. The room was simply adorned, yet exuded an air of antiquity. Qinjianzi gestured for them to take a seat, and personally poured tea for them. "How amusing. The last time I sipped tea here, I was your disciple. Now, we are old friends." Chen Chang'e took a delicate sip. "Indeed. Back then, I merely sensed the aura of the Emperor Hao Yin around you, unaware that you were the notorious Chaos Demon Lord." Qinjianzi chuckled. "Qinjianzi, you have always been so proper. Who would have thought you would indulge in jest?" Chen Chang'e shook his head in exasperation. "Ah, a millennium has passed. I recall the days you, the Emperor, and Linglong were with me, as if they were yesterday." Qinjianzi's eyes glimmered with nostalgia, revealing profound emotions. "At that time, countless individuals yearned to visit my Xianyao city. Now, it has become a domain that instills fear." Chen Chang'e self-deprecatingly remarked. "You would be astounded to see how desolate the demon realm has become upon my return. You have always cherished extravagance. Thus, it is natural for it to overflow. Yet, circumstances are in our hands, and your return is what matters." Qinjianzi observed Chen Chang'e, refilling his teacup. "I perceive that the rules of your academy rival those of your brothers by Haitsong Qiong. Chen Chang'e sighed, his expression turning melancholic. Indeed, the Bai Haizong Qiong of the emperor is no longer what it once was. A shadow of sorrow crossed Qin Jianzi's gaze. Now, the Lingxiao Palace stands resplendent, with rigid hierarchies, resembling a royal palace of the mortal realm. Chen Chang'e spoke with eloquence. The celestial emperor, though inheriting the legacy of the supreme emperor Haoyan, possesses a vastly different perspective. The supreme emperor Haoyan sought not power. Upon finishing his words, Qin Jianzi suddenly recalled something. Speak, what do you wish to divine? Chen Chang'e's expression turned grave. The true location of the Ming Sheng sect, as well as the whereabouts of the sacred heavenly king. Qin Jianzi, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of surprise. The Ming Sheng sect? That is indeed a troublesome entity. Could the events in Mianqi village be connected to them? Chen Chang'e replied solemnly. Indeed. The villagers are not only practitioners of evil, but also adherents of the Ming Sheng sect. However, they seem to occupy the lowest tier within the sect. Qin Jianzi nodded slowly. Very well, I shall assist you in divination. Without further ado, he raised his hand, and a golden light surged forth from his palm, transforming into a massive Bagua diagram that floated in the air. He closed his eyes and chanted incantations as the Bagua diagram began to rotate slowly, emanating a dazzling brilliance. After a moment, Qin Jianzi abruptly opened his eyes. I have found it. Chen Chang'e and Xiao stepped forward eagerly, asking, where is it? Qin Jianzi spoke in a deep voice. The lair of the Ming Sheng sect lies within the demon realm, while the sacred heavenly king resides in the outer heaven. The outer heaven? Xiao momentarily paused. What place is that? Qin Jianzi elaborated. The outer heaven is a concealed space beyond the three realms, known only to a select few. It is currently under the dominion of the celestial realm. The sacred heavenly king is hidden there, which explains why you have been unable to locate him. A cold glint flashed in Chen Chang'e's eyes. It appears that the influence of the Ming Sheng sect in the demon realm and the outer heaven is more extensive than we had anticipated. Qin Jianzi nodded. The Ming Sheng sect arose abruptly a century ago, attracting followers through the allure of cultivation and fortune alteration. They have remained rather discreet. Yet it is evident they have been secretly engaging in nefarious deeds. In merely a century, they have grown to such a scale. Surely, there are formidable figures behind them. Chen Chang'e rubbed the teacup thoughtfully. Qin Jianzi's tone grew grave. If you intend to venture to this place, exercise utmost caution. The outer heaven is a realm that even I cannot fully penetrate. Chen Chang'e cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Qin Jianzi waved his hand dismissively. Between us, there is no need for thanks. Chen Chang'e smiled, retrieving a jade disc from his robe, and presented it to Qin Jianzi. The Tianji stone. Qin Jianzi accepted the Tianji stone, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes, then chuckled. Excellent. You remember the Tianji stone you promised me a millennium ago? Huh. The head of Qingyun Academy is quite the divination enthusiast. It seems only I and Zhuo Linglong are aware of this matter now. Just as Chen Chang'e was about to depart, Qin Jianzi stopped him. Beware of the Chaos Demon Lord. He may be connected to the outer heaven. I am aware. However, I must first return to the demon clan and eradicate the lair of the evil cult. I cannot tolerate them defiling my doorstep. Chen Chang'e replied coldly. In the grand hall of the demon palace, Chen Chang'e and Bai Mian faced each other, both with expressions of grave concern. Aoshue is dead. Can the murderer be found? Although Chen Chang'e was not intimately acquainted with Aoshue, the news of her demise stirred a sense of sorrow within him. Bai Mian nodded gravely. His expression somber. The murderer remains at large. Ao Shui was slain within the Dragon Clan, and Ao Wei mentioned that only Elder Ao Yun witnessed the assailant. He is a high-ranking practitioner from the Ming Sheng sect, known as the Messenger of the Moon. This individual possesses formidable skills, adept in stealth and assassination. Ao Yun. It seems he is omnipresent. Chen Chang'e's eyes narrowed as he recalled the last incident where Ao Yun had led a raucous disruption at the wedding. Bai Mian spoke in a low tone. Brother Chun, the influence of the Ming Sheng sect has infiltrated both the demon realm and the human realm. If we do not eradicate it swiftly, the repercussions could be dire. Chen Chang'e nodded in agreement. It is not merely the demon realm. The celestial realm is likely the true source of evil. The celestial realm? Bai Mian gazed at Chen Chang'e in astonishment. Chen Chang'e pondered for a moment before adding, Did Ao Wei venture forth alone to confront the cult's emissary? Bai Mian sighed. Ao Wei is in deep despair. In her youth, she vowed to avenge Ao Shui. They have already taken the initiative to seek retribution. Chunchanga rose, walking to the window to gaze at the ominous sky, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. The days of the Mingxing sect are numbered. On the following morning, at the juncture between the demon realm and the divine realm, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Chunchanga, draped in a black robe, stood upon a desolate plain, resembling a solitary pine swaying in the wind. Behind him, Ziyao stood quietly, clutching a purple crystal that emitted a faint glow. Within the crystal, countless souls could be seen struggling, as if silently crying out. In the distance, elders from various sects of Zhongzhou began to arrive, each bearing a distinct expression. Some appeared furious, while others seemed anxious. They stood opposite Chunchanga, whispering among themselves, their glances occasionally darting towards him. Chaos Demon Lord, why have you summoned us today? Elder Ao Yun of the Dragon Clan stepped forward, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Chunchanga lifted his gaze to meet his. His expression icy. The 10-day deadline has arrived. I come today solely to seek justice. Justice? Another elder scoffed. How can those from the demon realm speak of justice? This elder seems to understand my aversion to such notions, for there is seldom a matter that cannot be resolved through strength. If it cannot be resolved, it simply indicates insufficient power. Chunchanga idly toyed with a blade of grass, as if in good spirits. You, how dare you bully us with your might? The elder trembled with rage. Since the dawn of creation, I have always acted this way. Are you not accustomed to it? Chunchanga tossed aside the grass, instantly severing the elder's robe, leaving him exposed and utterly ridiculous. Chunchanga remained unfazed. Did you forget he is the Chaos Demon Lord? Bai Mian stepped forward, addressing those so-called righteous sections. That day, each sect pledged to uncover the truth behind their missing disciples and to apologize to the demon clan. Does the clarity of the heavens not hold any weight in this public arena? Bai Mian, filled with righteous indignation, declared that these old men truly possess no shame. Chunchanga, unperturbed, merely remarked, I see you esteemed righteous sects, adorned in your splendid garments. It appears that when unrobed, you too are laden with excess flesh and sagging skin, not so different from the demon clan after all. As soon as these words were uttered, the assembly of elders erupted in a clamor. Some glared with indignation, while others displayed hesitation. Chunchanga, what audacity! What insolence is this? Exclaimed the elder whose garments had been torn. We now know that it was not the demon clan that abducted the people. At worst, we could maintain a distance from each other. Are we to apologize to a band of demons? Another elder stepped forward. Chunchanga let out a cold laugh as the winds shifted ominously in the sky. Heavy clouds, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, churned and pressed down upon the earth. His countenance was stern, and an aura of murderous intent radiated from him, his eyes burning like stars ignited by fury. A palpable pressure enveloped him, surging like a tidal wave, emanating from the very depths of his soul, resembling a towering mountain that left the crowd gasping for breath. Those of lesser cultivation trembled, cold sweat cascading down their foreheads, nearly collapsing to the ground. Even the more powerful righteous elders felt as though a colossal stone had struck their chests, rendering their breaths laborious and their faces pale, lacking the strength to raise their hands. My lord, the demon sovereign, we were rash in our actions and offended you. We beseech your magnanimity to spare us this time, implored a righteous sect leader, stepping forth. His usual demeanor of authority was replaced with palpable fear, his hands clasped in reverence as he bowed deeply, his tone rife with supplication. Behind him, the righteous individuals echoed his sentiments, some even kneeling and prostrating themselves in fervent apology. Demon Sovereign, we acknowledge our errors. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is the highest virtue, they pleaded in unison. The Chaos Demon Sovereign snorted coldly. It is good that you recognize your faults. Your disciples have been imprisoned by the bright holy sect, their souls tormented. Were it not for Ziao's purifying powers, they would have long since been lost to despair. Today, I demand that you apologize to the demon realm for your past prejudices and ignorance. Ziao stepped forward, addressing the elders. These souls belong to your sect's disciples, long corrupted by malevolent forces. If not purified promptly, they shall never reincarnate. Though I have employed my spiritual energy to cleanse them, my powers are limited, and I require your assistance in their salvation. No sooner had she spoken than an elder interjected, purifying souls. That requires tremendous spiritual energy. Why should we expend such resources for the deceased? Another elder echoed, indeed, Once a person dies, they are akin to an extinguished lamp. Why waste spiritual energy? Upon hearing their words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao's eyes as she turned to Chunchanga, realizing their unwillingness. Just as he was about to speak, a clear voice resonated from afar. If you are unwilling, then allow me to bear the burden. Chapter 68. Striking at the heretical sect, who will stand against us? The assembly turned towards the source of the voice and beheld Qinjianzi, clad in a flowing gray robe, approaching gracefully. The head of the academy. The elders bowed in respect, their tone laced with reverence. Qinjianzi nodded slightly, then turned to Chunchanga. Chaos Demon Sovereign, it is a pleasure to see you again. Chunchanga smiled. Qinjianzi, you remain as compassionate as ever. Qinjianzi responded with a serene smile. Purifying souls is indeed the duty of those from the divine realm. Since you are unwilling, allow me to take on this task. Upon finishing his words, he raised his hand, and a gentle radiance poured forth from his palm, enveloping the purple crystal. The soul within the crystal seemed to sense the warmth and gradually fell into tranquility. Upon witnessing this, Zio's eyes glimmered with gratitude. Thank you, Headmaster. King Tianzi shook his head, replying, there is no need for thanks. It is you, Miss Zio, who deserves the gratitude. The divine and demonic forces have always been at odds. Who would have thought that in the end, it was you who safeguarded their souls? Your praise is unwarranted. Zio beamed, her charm enchanting beyond measure. Chunchanga cast a cold glance at the elders present and remarked, King Tianzi is purifying the souls of your disciples. Do you still have the audacity to call yourselves righteous? The elders' expressions soured, yet none dared to retort. Chunchanga dismissed them from his mind and turned to King Tianzi, stating, King Tianzi, 3 days hence, I shall journey to the lair of the Mingsheng sect. King Tianzi nodded in agreement. The Mingsheng sect has disturbed the 3 realms. I shall certainly offer my assistance. Chunchanga smiled faintly before addressing the elders once more. In 3 days, I will set forth to the lair of the Mingsheng sect. Each of your sects must send several capable disciples or elders to accompany me. Should anyone refuse, they shall bear the consequences. The elders exchanged glances, their dissatisfaction palpable. Yet none dared to openly resist. The Chaos Demon Lord was an ancient fiend, his might and methods beyond challenge. In the ethereal realm of the 9 heavens, shrouded in mist and adorned with fluttering celestial cranes, the flower garden burst forth with blossoms of unparalleled beauty. The queen, Chitong, Linan, clad in simple garments, bore a striking visage but exuded an air of coldness. Standing amidst the floral splendor, she met the gaze of the heavenly emperor with icy resolve. Your Majesty, what crime has Ao Shui committed? Ao Yun killed Ao Shui. Why am I forbidden from enacting justice? The heavenly emperor smiled faintly, preparing to place a freshly picked peony in the queen's hair, only for her to turn away, evading his gesture. The smile on his face froze as he regarded her with a hint of pressure in his tone. Chitong, you are but a woman. Why meddle in such affairs? As for Ao Shui, I am certain Ao Yun acted for the greater good. The greater good? The queen scoffed, her eyes flashing with indignation. Ao Shui uncovered the conspiracy between the Dragon Clan and the Mingsheng sect and was silenced by Ao Yun. Is this your so-called greater good? The heavenly emperor furrowed his brow, a chill creeping into his tone. Chitong, the matter of Ao Shui has been settled. There is no need to dwell on it. I know of your deep affection for her. Did I not provide you with the soul lantern to reunite her spirit? At his words, a flicker of disappointment crossed the queen's eyes. Your Majesty, you claim to act for the sake of the 3 realms, yet your actions are driving them into the abyss. If you remain obstinate, I shall not stand idly by. The heavenly emperor chuckled coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Chitong, do not forget, without me, your return from tribulation would have been impossible. Were it not for my reversal of yin and yang, Chunchanga would have already annihilated the 3 realms. The affairs of the 3 realms are beyond the influence of a mere woman. Taichun, perhaps we fundamentally misunderstand demons. Chunchanga remains a demon, yet he has saved the 3 realms. That was merely the scheme of Zhuoling Long. It was a fortunate coincidence. Demons will always pose a threat to the 3 realms. Taichun, why are you so stubborn? The Chaos Demon Lord is an ancient true demon, incomparable to those mere practitioners of magic. It appears that in Chitong's heart, Chunchanga, or rather the Chaos Demon Lord, holds a towering stature. Upon uttering these words, the Emperor of Heaven effortlessly reduced the peony in his hand to ashes with a surge of spiritual energy. The Empress, with a cold smirk, chose to remain silent and turned away. Simultaneously, in the study of the Dragon Clan elder Ao Yun, the flickering candlelight illuminated two faces. Ao Yun sat before a chessboard, holding a black piece, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered his next move. Opposite him sat a young man, whose countenance was as handsome as jade, exuding a gentle aura that evoked a sense of familiarity. Elder Ao, this move requires careful consideration, the youth remarked with a subtle smile, his tone imbued with significance. Ao Yun glanced at the young man, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Young master, this matter is of great import. If we plan prematurely, the formation may be unstable. The youth shook his head, his voice firm. Elder Ao, the time has come. The formation is complete. If we delay, we may find ourselves facing a siege from various sects in 3 days. After a moment of silence, Ao Yun finally nodded. Very well, if that is the case. We shall proceed with the plan. With that, he placed his black piece on the chessboard, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Chimichanga, this time, I shall see how you will respond. The youth smiled slightly, a hint of approval in his tone. Elder Ao is indeed decisive. If the plan unfolds smoothly, the 3 realms shall undoubtedly fall into our grasp. Ao Yun nodded, ambition gleaming in his gaze. Indeed, matters of the 3 realms ultimately hinge upon strength. The Chaos Demon Lord, formidable though he may be, is but one individual and cannot contend with us. The youth rose, his tone laden with significance. Elder Ao, I entrust this matter to you. I shall await your good news in the outer heavens. With that, he vanished in a flash of light, leaving the study behind. Ao Yun contemplated the direction in which the youth departed, deep in thought. While the various sects of the divine domain debated who would assist Chimichanga in eradicating the evil cult, Chimichanga, Ziyao, by Mian, and Qing Yunzi had already stealthily infiltrated the lair of the bright sacred cult. This lair lay in the deepest part of the demon realm, shrouded in an oppressive aura of malevolence, resembling a desolate wasteland. An unpleasant stench permeated the air, rendering it thick and heavy. As Chimichanga and his companions stepped into this place, they felt as though an invisible force was attempting to erode their very spirits. These disgusting pests have built their lair in my soul, Iris Garden. Chimichanga seethed, his face marked by the tension of barely contained fury, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. Be cautious, the malevolence here is exceedingly dense. A moment's carelessness could lead to corruption, Qing Yunzi cautioned softly. Leader, why have we walked so long without reaching the core of the evil cult? Bai Mian couldn't help but inquire. No sooner had he spoken than an eerie laughter echoed from afar, and countless shadows surged forth from all directions, encircling Chimichanga and his companions. Ha ha ha. Chaos Demon Sovereign, you have indeed arrived. With a chilling voice, a sinister figure clad in a white robe adorned with lunar patterns emerged from the shadows. Their features obscured beneath a hood, revealing only a pair of eyes glimmering with a ghostly light. Chimichanga scoffed. Are you the malevolent entity known as Mingwei who slaughtered Ao Shui? Ha, that Dragon Clan woman was far too obstinate. Had she simply submitted to be my consort, I would have spared her life. The messenger of Mingwei dismissed the matter lightly, waving his hand as the surrounding shadows surged forth like a tide. Rushing towards the 4 companions, Ziyao swiftly formed seals with her hands, conjuring a violet barrier that instantaneously unfurled, warding off the encroaching shadows. Qing Yunzi raised his hand, a gentle radiance enveloping the group, shielding them from the corruption of dark energy. Bai Mian gripped his longsword tightly. What shall we do? Qing Yunzi responded solemnly. These shadows are merely manifestations of dark energy. Our true adversary lurks in the depths. We must locate the core and dismantle the formation as swiftly as possible. A glint of cold determination flashed in Chimichanga's eyes. In that case, let us charge forth, he declared, and in an instant, his form transformed into a shadow, darting directly into the enemy ranks. Ziyao and Qing Yunzi followed suit, while Bai Mian positioned himself on the flank. The 4 moved as a single, lethal blade, piercing toward the convergence of dark energy. Observing this, the messenger of Mingwei snorted derisively. You overestimate your capabilities. He raised his hand, and the surrounding dark energy coalesced into countless black blades, hurtling toward Chimichanga and his companions. Unflinching, Chimichanga did not evade. Instead, he concentrated a sphere of chaotic power in his hand and swung it fiercely, shattering the black blades with ease. Such trifling dark energy dares to obstruct me? His voice was as frigid as frost as he accelerated once more, heading straight for the messenger of Mingyue. A flicker of panic crossed the messenger's eyes as he hastily retreated, shouting, "Activate the Grand Formation." At his command, the surrounding dark energy suddenly coalesced, forming a vast black vortex that ensnared Chimichanga and his companions. From within the vortex emanated deep, rumbling roars, as if countless malevolent spirits were wailing. Xiao's complexion shifted slightly. This is the demon-devouring Grand Formation. Qin Yunzi's brows furrowed tightly. The demon-devouring Grand Formation can consume the souls of all demonic beings. Chaos Demon Sovereign, this formation appears to be specifically designed to target you. A hint of disdain flickered in Chimichanga's eyes. A mere formation devised by the descendants dares to assert its might before me? He declared, bringing his hands together in a forceful gesture. The chaotic power within him erupted instantaneously, transforming into a colossal black beam that soared skyward. The beam collided with the demon-devouring Grand Formation, producing a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the space, causing violent tremors. The messenger of Mingyue's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? Chimichanga's voice thundered, "Break." As his command resounded, the demon-devouring Grand Formation disintegrated instantly, and the surrounding dark energy retreated like a receding tide. The messenger of Mingyue was sent reeling back by this force, spitting blood, evidently gravely injured. A tone of mockery laced Chimichanga's words. The methods of the Ming holy sect are but this. Now, tell me, who imparted to you the demon-devouring Grand Formation? This is no mere handiwork of a nefarious cult. The Moonlight Envoy gritted his teeth, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Chaos Demon Lord, do not revel in your triumph. Our esteemed leader, the Holy Sovereign, shall soon descend, and at that moment, none of you shall escape. Chapter 69. The brave enter the game, the timid preserve themselves. Having spoken, the Moonlight Envoy turned to flee. However, Chimichanga had already positioned himself before him, his sword poised at the envoy's throat. Attempting to flee? Leave your life behind. In a swift gleam of steel, Chimichanga severed the envoy's head from his body. At that moment, a deep, mocking laughter resonated from the ruins at the center of the formation. Chaos Demon Lord, do you truly believe this will deter me? The formation is on the verge of activation. No one can locate it, and no one can thwart me. Ha ha. Are you the leader of a sinister cult? Chimichanga inquired. Ha ha ha. Once I am sufficiently powerful, none shall dare to label me as such. Chimichanga, do you not grasp it yet? You are a demon because you lack strength. As the voice from the ruins faded, the debris dissipated, as if it had never existed. Chimichanga narrowed his eyes and turned to Qin Yunzi. Can you divine the location of the formation? I cannot discern it. This formation is peculiar. Qin Yunzi tightened his grip on the Shaoyan sword with one hand, while producing the Tongyu mirror with the other. Only this mirror can reveal the direction. Isn't the Tongyu mirror a treasure of Taichin? Why did he bestow it upon you? Chimichanga asked, perplexed. It was not he who gifted it to me, but the Empress. Qin Yunzi's expression was complex. The Empress? Xiao furrowed her brow. Her? Chimichanga scoffed, then suggested, let us use the Tongyu mirror to locate the formation. Qin Yunzi silently recited an incantation, and a faint ethereal light shimmered upon the Tongyu mirror. The mirror's surface rippled like water, gradually revealing a blurred image. In the image, countless runes intertwined into a complex array, subtly exuding a disquieting aura of malevolence. Qin Yunzi drew a sharp breath, his brow furrowed. It appears the formation is concealed within the demon realm, at the intersection of the ghost realm and the human realm, merging with the spiritual energies of the three realms. No wonder we have been unable to detect it. Chimichanga spoke with a hint of resolve. Since we have located it, let us destroy it outright. Qin Yunzi shook his head, his expression grave. It is not that simple. The formation is connected to the spiritual energies of the three realms. Should we attempt to forcibly dismantle it, it could incite a catastrophic surge of spiritual energy, the consequences of which would be dire. Xiao stepped forward, her voice soft. Headmaster, is there a way to dispel it? Qin Yunzi shook his head, a rarely seen complexity etched upon his face. To break the formation, we must use the Tongyu mirror as a guide, find the core of the formation, and then seal it with pure spiritual energy. However, this requires time. And time is precisely what we lack. Chimichanga intoned gravely. How much time do we have left to seal it? It appears the formation will activate in but a single incense stick's worth of time. Qin Jianzi replied solemnly. What will happen upon activation? Bai Mian asked anxiously, looking toward Qin Jianzi. The gates of evil shall swing wide. The sinister array will come to fruition, and in 3 days, the spiritual energies of the 3 realms will be entirely consumed by the cult. Qin Jianzi's expression was one of profound sorrow. Fortunately, we arrived in time, otherwise, it would have been too late. Chen Chang'e pondered for a moment, reflecting on the urgency of time. The holy teachings would grant us no reprieve. It appears that we must resort to forceful destruction. Qin Jianzi glanced at him, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The Chaos Demon Lord is no trivial matter. We must not act recklessly. A flicker of anguish crossed Chen Chang'e's eyes. Qin Jianzi, if you and the others had chosen not to seal it back then, would my brother still be alive? Qin Jianzi seemed to be struck at a painful memory, his expression marred by guilt as he sighed and fell silent. Suddenly, a deep rumbling echoed from afar, as if the very heavens and earth were trembling. The crowd looked up to see a colossal fissure tearing through the sky, from which an innumerable surge of dark, malevolent energy poured forth, threatening to engulf the entire realm. This is dire. Qin Jianzi's complexion shifted dramatically. The formation had begun to activate, and the spiritual energy of the 3 realms was being siphoned away. Chen Chang'e's gaze turned steely as he tightened his grip on his sword, his voice resolute. In that case, we must forge ahead. The Tanyu mirror, guide us to the formation. With that, Chen Chang'e vanished in a flash, racing toward the heart of the array. Xiao and Qin Jianzi exchanged a glance before swiftly following, while Bai Mian guarded their flank. In the central plains, the sky took on a bizarre dark crimson hue, resembling silk drenched in blood. The people gazed at the towering black pillar of light rising into the heavens, like a colossal needle piercing the firmament. The air was thick with a nauseating, sweet scent, a manifestation of the forcibly extracted spiritual power. Hands trembled, knuckles turning white from the strain. Their inner spiritual energy was vanishing at a terrifying pace, as though an aperture had been opened in their meridians, with all their strength gushing forth uncontrollably. Every cultivator was enduring the same agony. In the underworld, a little ghost stumbled into the Yama hall, his face ashen, reporting to the king of hell. Our spiritual energy is vanishing. His voice trembled with a sob. This usually lively little ghost now resembled a frightened creature. The female Yama reached out to comfort him, only to find her own hand trembling uncontrollably. The underworld was filled with a cacophony of screams, as the 18 layers of hell seemed to quake, and the Naiha bridge fractured inch by inch. The female Yama brandished her axe, her demeanor fierce. Damn it! I shall see who dares to wreak havoc. With that, she charged toward the source of the gathering spiritual energy, axe in hand. In the 9 heavens, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Queen Mother, Qitong, Li Nan, rushed in. Your Majesty, the evil cult's array has been activated. We must save the lives of the people. Inside the resplendent Lingxiao Palace, adorned in gold and jade, with auspicious clouds swirling and celestial energy permeating the air, the heavenly emperor sat solemnly upon his 9-fold throne, wearing a crown adorned with 9 dragons. He held a jade tablet emanating a faint golden light, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Flanking the throne were officials and deities, all appearing equally troubled. The empress, at this moment, was in earnest discussion with the celestial beings. The Lord of the Great Morning spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. The malevolent sex formation had been activated, siphoning the spiritual essence from the 3 realms. If not promptly stopped, the consequences would be dire. The empress, Qitong, Li Nan, anxiously approached the steps of the throne. Tai Chun, we must act immediately. Chen Chang'e and Qin Jianzi have already ventured to the core of the formation. But time is of the essence. They may struggle to cope alone. The heavenly emperor, his expression nuanced, nodded slightly. I have commanded the celestial soldiers to assemble, preparing to purge the malevolent forces. With a wave of his hand, a colossal mirror materialized at the center of the Lingxiao Palace, its surface rippling like water, gradually revealing the scene at the core of the formation. There, Chen Chang'e, Qin Jianzi, Xiao, and Bai Mian were fiercely battling the cultists amidst a suffocating atmosphere of malevolence and flickering runes. The heavenly emperor sighed. However, the malevolent formation is intertwined with the spiritual essence of the 3 realms. Forcibly destroying it may precipitate an even greater catastrophe. We must locate the core of the formation and seal it with pure spiritual energy. The Empress Qitong sensed an unsettling tension, her brow furrowing. But time is running out. Once the formation is fully activated, the spiritual energy of the three realms will be entirely consumed, and it will be too late. The Lord of the Great Morning rose from his seat. Empress, observe. I have already activated the Haotian mirror, and the demon lord is presently engaged in battle with the cultists. We can take this opportunity to discern the formation's focal point. Thwarting the cult scheme will require intellect. What do you mean? You still wish to observe in secret? Are you aware of the state of the three realms? How many lives will be lost by the time you identify the focal point? The Empress's voice trembled with anger, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Empress, the Heavenly Emperor admonished sternly, do you wish to emulate those demons, recklessly disregarding the consequences, merely seeking to display brute strength? The Empress paused, momentarily taken aback by the Heavenly Emperor's rebuke, a flicker of anger and disappointment crossing her features. She drew a deep breath, striving to quell her emotions. Yet her voice remained quavering. Taichun, I am not seeking to display brute strength. I simply cannot bear to witness the suffering of the beings in the three realms. Look outside. Spiritual energy is being frantically drained. The cultivators are in agony. The underworld is in turmoil, and even mortals can feel the upheaval of the heavens and earth. As the rulers of the heavenly realm, must we remain indifferent? The Heavenly Emperor, Taichun, bore a stern countenance, his gaze piercing. Empress, I am acutely aware of the current state of the three realms. Yet precisely because of this, we cannot act recklessly. Guards, escort the Empress back to rest. With that, two celestial soldiers positioned themselves at the Empress's sides. The Empress bit her lip, a flicker of inner turmoil crossing her face. No, I will walk on my own. As she turned, she cast one last glance at the Heavenly Emperor, her heart heavy. Taichun, do we truly still have time? With those words, she departed, her slender figure appearing particularly solitary and resolute within the opulent confines of the Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 70. Breaking the Formation's Dilemma. Who shall aid me? The Empress Qi Tong, Li Nan, stood before the Hall of Divine Communication, gazing upward at the intricately carved wooden door. She inhaled deeply, raising her hand to gently knock upon it. A light patter of footsteps echoed from within, followed by the door parting slightly to reveal a curious child peering in. The master of the chamber is a beauty from the celestial realm. The child quietly sighed in relief and turned to announce, Xiaozhu, please welcome the guest. As the door swung open, the celestial queen beheld an exquisitely charming yet astutely frosty visage. There stood Zhuo Linglong on the second floor, elegantly leaning against the railing, gracefully smoking, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery. Isn't this the celestial queen? What brings you here? The queen's expression turned serious. Zhuo Pavilion Master, I come today with a request. Zhuo Linglong raised an eyebrow, her smile deepening as she descended the stairs. Oh, come in and sit. Let us converse leisurely. Upon entering the Divine Communication Pavilion, the interior exuded an antique elegance, imbued with an air of mystery. With a casual wave of her hand, Zhuo Linglong summoned an intricately carved wooden chair to slide before the celestial queen. Please, take a seat. The queen settled down, her gaze fixed on Zhuo Linglong. I am here to request your assistance for someone. Zhuo Linglong reclined against the back of her chair, smiling leisurely. Who might this be? It is rare for someone to warrant a personal visit from the celestial queen. Chinchanga. The name slipped from Ho Chitong's lips, her eyes flickering with complexity. A glimmer of surprise crossed Zhuo Linglong's face. The Chaos Demon Lord? Isn't he a thorn in your side? Why now seek to assist him? The queen maintained her composure, though her tone betrayed a hint of discomfort. I am not aiding him. I am aiding the three realms. The heretical formation has been activated, and the spiritual essence of the realms is being siphoned away. Those four cannot contend with this formation. Zhuo Linglong propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the queen. Are you Li Nan or the celestial Queen Shitong at this moment? The queen's eyes darted away. Does that pertain to this matter? I only just witnessed the Divine Communication Pavilion being drawn beyond the three realms, barely avoiding disaster. However, should the spiritual essence of the realms be depleted, your pavilion will not remain unscathed. Ha ha, the celestial queen sees quite clearly. Zhuo Linglong tidied her hair, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. If you wish for me to assist Chinchanga, you must offer some sincerity. The queen produced a silvery lamp from her sleeve, its surface emitting a faint, ethereal glow. She placed it on the table, pushing it towards Zhuo Linglong. This is the soul convergence lamp. It can gather souls and restore the primordial spirit. I shall offer it in exchange for your assistance. Zhuo Linglong's gaze fell upon the soul convergence lamp, a light laugh escaping her lips. The soul convergence lamp? A fine treasure indeed. I am willing to lend my aid, but I have an even better idea. The queen's eyes narrowed. What idea? Zhuo Linglong smiled gently, raising her hand as a nine-faced, exquisite mirror materialized before her. The surface rippled like water, hinting at a mysterious power. This nine-faced, exquisite mirror can soon reveal the scene of Chunchanga and his companions breaking the formation to all sentient beings across the three realms. What purpose does that serve? The queen inquired, puzzled. Zhuo Linglong chuckled, her tone becoming lively. In this way, the beings of the three realms will witness their struggle to break the formation, and naturally, some will rush to their aid. We need not intervene directly to assist them. The Empress, Qitong, furrowed her brow, a flicker of doubt passing through her eyes. Master Zhuo, are you certain this course of action is viable? If the beings of the three realms witness Chunchanga breaking the formation, how could they possibly extend their aid? Historically, the demon realm has been met with skepticism. Zhuo Linglong waved her hand dismissively. Empress, you underestimate the inhabitants of the three realms. Although they harbor their own selfish interests, they can discern right from wrong when faced with significant matters. Moreover, should it fail, my Tongshan Pavilion will undoubtedly lend its support. The Empress fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, for the esteemed reputation of the Tongshan Pavilion, I place my trust in you. Zhuo Linglong chuckled softly, reassuring the Empress. As the Empress stood and cast a deep, lingering glance at Zhuo Linglong, she said, I hope you keep your word. Zhuo Linglong nodded slightly, watching as the Empress departed. Once she was out of sight, Zhuo Linglong gently caressed the nine-faced Linglong mirror in her hand, a look of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Chaos Demon Sovereign, do not disappoint me. The Celestial Emperor entrusted you to me. This time, I shall surely alter the course of destiny. As Zhuo Linglong's fingers brushed over the nine-faced Linglong mirror, a faint ethereal glow began to emanate from its surface. And the scene of Chunchanga and his companions breaking the formation started to materialize in every corner of the three realms. So, this formation is siphoning our spiritual energy? Could it be that the demon realm is behind this scheme? We must establish a barrier together to resist the formation's drain. At the holy teachings of the Ming Sheng in the demon realm, Chunchanga and his companions finally reached the core of the formation. However, the sight before them weighed heavily upon their hearts. A colossal formation was in operation. At its center floated an ancient artifact. This artifact resembled a massive cauldron, exuding a sinister green glow, while the spiritual energy from the three realms was being slowly extracted, transforming into streams of light that converged within the cauldron. Surrounding the formation were countless white-robed followers, their faces shifting from pale and tormented, as if enduring endless agony, to flushed and gleeful, as if reveling in some ecstatic experience. This is the ancient artifact, the soul-devouring cauldron. Chunchonga's expression turned grave. No wonder the Ming Sheng sect has been so rampant lately. It appears they have obtained this artifact, and the formation has been completed. Qin Jianzi's eyes reflected compassion. Chunchonga's brow furrowed tightly. Xiao? It seems that the formation we previously broke was merely a test of this formation's efficacy. Xiao clenched her jade-light spear, her tone laced with indignation. What a grand scheme. They not only siphon spiritual energy, but also transmit this power to their leader and high-ranking followers. Wasn't the soul-devouring cauldron lost for millennia? Why has it appeared here? Bai Mian recalled tales from his youth regarding this cauldron, and a sense of gravity settled upon him. At that moment, the artifact at the center of the formation suddenly erupted with blinding light, a powerful suction sweeping towards them, as if intent on devouring Chunchanga and his companion's spiritual energy as well. This is dire. The closer we get to the formation, the faster our energy is being drained. We must destroy it swiftly. Qin Jianzi had already begun to formulate a spell in his hands. Chunchanga nodded. I will break the formation. You provide cover for me. With that, he darted towards the center of the array. However, as he approached, several figures surged forth from all directions, blocking his path. Chaos Demon Lord, you have indeed arrived. A figure clad in a yellow robe and adorned with a golden mask interposed himself in front of Chunchanga, his voice dripping with malice and mockery, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Chunchanga regarded him with cold disdain. Are you the cult leader? The man in yellow smiled slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of obsession. Indeed, it is I, Chaos Demon Lord. You are late. The formation has already been activated, and you cannot save anyone. Furthermore, I possess an unending supply of spiritual power to combat you." With that, the divine king waved his hand, causing the surrounding malevolent energy to coalesce. And countless evil cultivators emerged as if from the very ground, surging forth relentlessly. Some transformed into innumerable golden chains, sweeping toward Chimichanga and his companions, while others morphed into sharp swords and spears that lunged at them, creating an inescapable net, ready for a fight to the death. With eyes like ice, Chimichanga sliced through the air with his palm, and a gust of wind akin to sword energy instantaneously severed several golden chains. He coldly declared, "A mere band of evil cultivators dares to obstruct me?" Xiao formed hand seals, and a violet barrier rapidly unfurled, shielding them from the oncoming swords and spears. Furrowing her brow, she cautioned softly, "Everyone be careful. The power of these evil cultivators seems to be amplified by the formation." Bai Mian continuously swung his blade, sweeping through a throng of evil cultivators. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Why do these fiends seem endless? If we do not cut off their source of spiritual power, we shall never defeat them." Qinjianzi wielded the Shaoyan sword, skillfully parrying the assaults. The divine king loomed above, surveying the scene with a sardonic smile. "Chaos Demon Lord, your struggles are futile. The formation is complete. The spiritual energy of the three realms shall be at my command. You are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Moreover, the power of the Sunfire Sword cannot be unleashed in the demon realm." Ha ha ha. Xiao gathered her spiritual energy, expanding the violet barrier to protect Chimichanga and the others, ensuring their energy was not siphoned away. At that moment, the Yuguang spear shimmered with brilliance. "Saintus, I shall assist the demon lord in breaking the formation." "Good. Hurry," Xiao commanded, and the Yuguang spear steadily settled into Chimichanga's grasp. "Ha. Chaos Demon Lord. After thousands of years, we are reunited." The Yuguang spear glowed with palpable excitement. "Today, you and I shall fight side by side." With that, Chimichanga grasped the Yuguang spear, his figure flashing like lightning as he charged towards the core of the formation. The divine king, witnessing this, changed countenance slightly and scoffed. "You underestimate yourself." He waved his hand, summoning more evil cultivators from the ground, who formed an ever-growing barrier, thoroughly obstructing the soul-devouring cauldron. Unfazed, Chimichanga wielded the Yuguang spear with an untraceable speed, reducing the evil cultivators to dust. Yet, in an instant, countless new foes filled the gaps. "Chaos Demon Lord, do you truly believe you can dismantle my formation with just your strength?" The divine king laughed coldly. Chimichanga did not respond. Instead, he suddenly bit down on his tongue, and a spray of his essence blood splattered onto the jade light spear. In an instant, the spear emitted a chilling green radiance. As if an icy moon had descended. "Jade light breaks evil," Chimichanga bellowed, and the spear's light shot forth like a rainbow, directly piercing the Holy King. The Holy King's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly waved his sleeve to defend himself. However, the power of this strike exceeded his expectations. His defenses were shattered in an instant, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. "Qinjianzi, Bai Mian, hold him back. I shall break the formation." Without pausing, Chimichanga dashed towards the spirit-eating cauldron. Yet, just as he was about to approach it, the formation erupted with a blinding brilliance, and a powerful force repelled him. Chimichanga grunted, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Ha!" The Holy King rose from the ground, laughing maniacally. "Chaos Demon Lord, you are far too naive. The spirit-eating cauldron and the formation are one. Unless you destroy the entire formation, you cannot harm it." Chimichanga's gaze darkened, realizing, "It seems I must break the formation before I can destroy the cauldron. But where is the formation? Demon Lord, I come to aid you." At that moment, a resonant dragon's roar and phoenix's cry echoed from the skies of the demon realm. Chapter 71. United in breaking the formation. Flowers bright and willows dim in the dim skies of the demon realm, two colossal dragons entwined and a fire phoenix soared. Moments later, they transformed into human forms and descended beside Chimichanga. The newcomers were Ao Wei, Feng Jinyan, and the already deceased Ao Shui. "Ao Shui, you are alive?" Chimichanga exclaimed in surprise. "I am indeed alive, having come specifically to help you break the formation." Ao Shui met Chimichanga's gaze directly, her tone laced with a subtle warmth. "Chimichanga, I have returned." Chimichanga nodded, suppressing the doubts in his heart. "Very well, let us break the formation together." Ao Wei and Feng Jinyan exchanged glances before turning to charge at the surrounding evil cultivators. Ao Wei wielded a dragon spear, which transformed into a golden dragon, sweeping through the ranks of the malevolent beings. Feng Jinyan formed hand seals, and fierce flames erupted from his palms, morphing into a gigantic fire phoenix that engulfed the surrounding malevolence. Ao Shui stood beside Chimichanga, her eyes scanning the formation. Ao Shui, do you understand this formation? Chimichanga inquired. The formation used for the spirit-eating cauldron is a secret formation known only to the core of the dragon clan, the unity of all things. The formation's eyes are arranged according to the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth, divided into the 8 directions: Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui. Only by simultaneously destroying these 8 formation eyes can we thoroughly break the formation. But we have only 7 people. Chimichanga furrowed his brow. I will take responsibility for 2. Ao Shui glanced at him, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Can you manage it alone? A glimmer of confidence flashed in Chimichanga's eyes. Do not worry. Without further ado, he turned and called out to Qinjianzi and the others. Qinjianzi, Xiao, by Mian. Come with me to break the formation. Upon hearing his words, Qinjianzi and the others immediately rushed to Chimichanga's side. He quickly assigned the locations of the formation eyes. In the realm of celestial hierarchy, Qinjianzi presided over the Qian position, while Xiao governed the Kuan position, Bai Mian commanded the Jin position, and Ao Wei held sway over the Sun position. Feng Jinyan was entrusted with the Kan position, and Ao Shui was assigned the Li position, whereas I was responsible for the Jin and Dui positions. The assembly nodded in agreement, each individual rushing towards their designated focal points of the formation. You shall not succeed. The sacred heavenly king emitted a piercing cry, summoning forth a multitude of malevolent cultivators, surging towards the 7 intent on dismantling the array. Chimichanga spun around, his Yuguang spear sweeping through the air like a dragon, reducing the evil cultivators to mere ashes. His figure darted like lightning, heading straight for the Jin and Dui focal points. He weaved seamlessly between the 2 positions, moving with such swiftness that his form became nearly imperceptible. The radiance of his Yuguang spear intensified, aiming directly for the Jin focal point. Break! Chimichanga bellowed, thrusting the spear forcefully into the Jin position. The brilliance of the array dimmed slightly. The sacred heavenly king's countenance darkened at this sight. No, you shall not dismantle my formation, he roared in fury, abruptly biting his finger and allowing his blood to drip onto the Shirling Ding. In an instant, the cauldron erupted with blinding light, its gravitational pull magnifying, as more evil cultivators emerged from the depths, transforming into countless sharp blades, closing in on Chimichanga and the others. At that moment, a myriad of colorful lights appeared in the sky. The assembly looked up, astonished to see demons, cultivators, and apparitions converging from all directions. The King of Hell, wielding a ghostly axe, descended beside Chimichanga with remarkable speed. A glimmer of relief flashed in Chimichanga's eyes. Yanda axe, I knew you would come. The Jin position is yours. Chaos Demon Lord, whether you like it or not. Henceforth you shall call me Yin Ryu. The King of Hell feigned anger, swiftly swinging his ghostly axe, obliterating the encroaching evil cultivators, and firmly establishing himself at the Jin position. Chimichanga inhaled deeply and proclaimed, Everyone, fend off the malevolent cultivators. We 8 shall dismantle the array. In unison, the assembly echoed his call, unleashing their most potent spells against the evil cultivators and the sacred heavenly king. The 8 are now gathered. Let us break the formation, Chimichanga shouted. Hearing his command, Qinjianzi and the others unleashed their mightiest spells towards the focal points. Ao Shui's icy azure radiance transformed into countless ice blades, piercing the Li position. Ao Wei's dragon blade morphed into a golden dragon, sweeping across the Sun position. Feng Jinyan's flames took the form of a fire phoenix, engulfing the Ken position. Xiao's hands formed seals, erupting with purple light aimed at the Kuan position. Qinjianzi's Shaoyan sword carved a streak of azure light, breaking through the Qian position. Bai Mian's blade shimmered like a rainbow, sweeping across the Zhen position. The King of Hell's ghostly axe, imbued with tremendous force, descended upon the Jin position. Chimichanga's Yuguang spear transformed into a verdant beam, thrusting towards the Dui position. With a resounding boom, the area surrounding the Shirling Ding erupted in chaos. As the final focal point was shattered, the brilliance of the Shirling Ding abruptly extinguished. and the power of the formation dissipated entirely. The spiritual essence of the three realms ceased its outflow, and the sky once again regained its clarity. Seizing the moment, Chunchanga charged towards the Shirling Ding once more. This time, the defenses of the formation had been weakened, bringing him ever closer to the cauldron-esque body. Yuguang Spear, grant me the power to break. With a thunderous roar, Chunchanga thrust his jade light spear fiercely into the spirit-devouring cauldron. Bang! The cauldron erupted instantaneously, sending the surrounding evil cultivators crashing to the ground, reduced to ashes. The sacred heavenly king let out a furious, unwilling howl. In the heavenly palace of the nine heavens, the emperor's countenance darkened, his gaze fixated on the scene within the Haotian mirror depicting Chunchanga shattering the formation. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. His voice, low and frigid, bore an unmistakable wrath. A bunch of useless fools. The celestial beings knelt in reverence, too fearful to lift their heads. The hall enveloped in a heavy silence, permeated only by the emperor's ire. After a moment, he took a deep breath, gradually relaxing his grip, his tone regaining a semblance of calm, albeit still tinged with coldness. Where is the spirit martial king? A silver-armored general, exuding an imposing aura, stepped forward and knelt on one knee, respectfully responding, I am here. The emperor spoke sternly. Immediately lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to the demon realm to quell the chaos of the evil cult. Remember, ensure the order of the three realms. There must be no mistakes. The spirit martial king clasped his fists in acknowledgement. I shall obey. The emperor waved his hand, signaling the celestial beings to withdraw. Once they departed, his gaze returned to the Haotian mirror, where Chunchanga's figure remained vividly apparent. A flicker of complex emotion crossed the emperor's eyes as he murmured to himself, a bunch of useless fools, yet you have become the hero of the three realms. However, being a hero is not an easy task. Meanwhile, atop the ruins of the Holy Enlightenment sect, Chunchanga and his companions stood beside the remnants of the spirit-devouring cauldron, exhaling in relief. Ziyao stepped forward, grasping his hand. Are you all right? Chunchanga shook his head, managing a faint smile. I am fine, merely exhausted from the overuse of spiritual energy. A moment's rest will suffice. Kinjienzi approached, patting Chunchanga on the shoulder. Chaos Demon Lord, perhaps you are right. In matters of the world, compromise may not be the only solution. Chunchanga smiled faintly, weariness evident in his tone. Together, we can break the formation. Yama, wielding his ghostly axe, approached with a hearty laugh. Chaos Demon Lord, you are indeed becoming more heroic. But next time, do not call me Yama the Great Axe. Refer to me as Yama Ryu. Upon hearing this, Chunchanga couldn't help but chuckle. Very well, Yama Ryu. I am grateful for your assistance. The group erupted in laughter, the atmosphere lightening considerably. However, just then, a deep rumble echoed from afar, as if the very heavens were trembling. The group looked up to see a massive rift suddenly tear open in the sky, with countless strands of black malevolence surging forth, threatening to engulf the entire realm. Kinjiunzi's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Though the formation is destroyed, the malevolent energy has already infiltrated the three realms. If we do not seal it quickly, chaos will ensue. Chapter 72. The malevolent energy erupts. Helplessness prevails. Do you think breaking the formation signifies success? It won't be long before the three realms are filled with malevolent energy, and everyone becomes an evil cultivator. The sacred heavenly king's despondent visage regained its spark as he let out a hearty laugh. Chunchanga smiled slightly. What if I were to seal it? The divine king displayed a look of triumph. Chaos Demon Lord, no matter how formidable your powers may be, you will still face dire consequences. If tainted by evil, you shall truly become a malevolent spirit. With that, the divine king transformed into golden specks of light, vanishing into the sky. Just then, an imperious voice resounded from the heavens. Chaos Demon Lord, this matter should be entrusted